Chapter 1, 10 Years of Cultivation. Chen Feng, after 10 years of hard cultivation, you have reached the extreme realm. Nowadays, you can already go down the mountain. Remember, after going down the mountain, you have to find a woman with a special physique for yin and yang reconciliation as soon as possible. I also left you some forces in the mundane world. Hua Yun Group is in charge of finance, Zhong Hai Tian is in charge of power, and Cultivation Palace is in charge of life and death. This dragon head ring can command them. In addition, there is this dragon head sword. From now on, it will all be yours. And the old man, I took it upon myself to prepare 2 small surprises for you. Listening to the old man's words, Chen Feng did not give any reaction. Instead, his mouth held a cold smile. Old thing, if you want to beat me, you can just do it. You haven't beaten me less in these 10 years anyway. Why bother pretending? Seeing this, the old man let out a long sigh. Now that your cultivation is complete, you can naturally go down the mountain. I won't stop you. If these words were heard 10 years ago, Chen Feng would definitely not hesitate to turn his head and run down the mountain. However, in these 10 years, every day before dawn, Chen Feng was grabbed up from his bed by the old immortal to cultivate. During these 10 years, Chen Feng had wanted to escape countless times to go down the mountain and return to that warm home. He was originally an outcast, abandoned by his biological parents since birth and living in an orphanage. That summer, he met his present-day foster parents' family. The adoptive parents treated him as if he were their own, and the several older sisters also cared for their young selves. Here, Chen Feng felt the warmth of home for the first time. But just one afternoon, the old man appeared, and without explanation, forced Chen Feng to take him to the mountains. This day was 10 years. Chen Feng hated this heartless person who brought himself, who had just experienced the warmth of kinship, to the cold mountains. No one knew how lonely Chen Feng was in the orphanage, so he cherished this hard-won happiness even more. However, all of this was broken by the old man himself. Those who cultivate immortality must cut off the roots of red dust before they can realize the great Tao and ascend to the realm of immortality. Chen Feng, the day I don't die, the day you can't get off this mountain. From this point onwards, Chen Feng had been harboring a full of anger and had accepted the old man's teachings in their entirety. There was only one motivation that supported Chen Feng's cultivation every day, and that was to kill the old man. Chen Feng, you said, what is the immortal world like? Chen Feng, do you know? Every person who cultivates immortality senses his or her own great expiration date. Chen Feng. At that moment, the old man's voice came from behind him again, but the voice became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared completely. Between heaven and earth, it was as if there was only the sound of the wind sweeping over the mountain peaks, blowing the leaves rustling. The fallen leaves followed the wind and drifted down to dust. Chen Feng could feel that the old man's vitality was also depleted like a withered leaf. Watching the old man's body slowly go limp on the ground, Chen Feng's heart and soul shook. He frowned and instantly went up to check. The old man had really lost all vitality. He had worked hard for 10 years in order to kill the old man and descend the mountain himself, but the old thing was really dead. But Chen Feng was confused. 10 years of living in isolation had left him with a dilemma that ordinary people could not understand when he was about to go down the mountain and return to the city. That kind of embarrassment was like the hand-wringing of a person in the countryside, coming to the big city for the first time. Good death. It was only after a good half-day that Chen Feng stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was not considered a smile, his voice like a broken bellows. After 10 years of living in the mountains, Chen Feng's own personal belongings were pitifully small. There were only a few simple pieces of clothing, the rest was nothing. At this moment, Chen Feng was returning to his home. After simply packing his things and hastily burying the old man, without even setting up a monument, Chen Feng went down the mountain. With every step towards the front, Chen Feng was 1 point closer to his home, and his footsteps were a little lighter. After so many years, I don't know how the family is doing now. At that time, the eldest sister liked to read the most, especially interested in books about making money in industry. I don't know how successful she is now. Second sister most liked to play the violin, also do not know now has become an excellent violinist. And the third sister. Chen Feng was walking while his thoughts were racing. Hua Yun Group, the president's office at the highest level. Mr. Li, we just got word that the young lord has descended from the mountain. What? The young lord has descended from the mountain? Hurry up and prepare a car to welcome the young master. Have Secretary Wang. Forget it, I'll go myself. All the meetings in the next few days will be postponed. Everything will be focused on young master. Yes, Zhong Hai Tian. A piece of news directly caused the calm middle sea sky to boil. The supreme officer was walking as fast as he could in the corridor, his hand dialing the phone, his face full of anxiety. Buy me the nearest air ticket. I'm going to pick up the plane in Cloud City. Damn it, who do you think is coming? The young master is here. You come with me too. Don't get bored with your secretary every day. Shura Palace. For the first time in 20 years, the four great protectors gathered at the Shura Palace. The four kneel down on one knee and place their right hands on their left chest. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu. Greetings, Hall Master. The person sitting above, shrouded in darkness, jerked up, his voice sounding like a bell. Pass the order. All the personnel of the Cultivation Palace gather in Cloud City. Greet the young lord. Yes. Chen Feng walked in Cloud City, surveying the surrounding skyscrapers like a curious baby. Boy, 10 years these buildings have grown so tall? This has to be 100 meters. While lamenting, heat sked, the surrounding people looked at Chen Feng, who was dressed like a bumpkin, and unconsciously covered their noses and moved away from the ladder. This scene was naturally discovered by Chen Feng, but right now, he didn't care at all about the opinions of strangers. He only wanted to hurry back home and surprise his family whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. According to the address in his memory, Chen Feng arrived at his home from 10 years ago. Just as he walked into the street, he saw that the place was bustling with activity. Even the two sides of the street in front of the entrance had been hung with red silks highlighting the festivities. People were coming and going in front of the door. This situation, even if it was the Chinese New Year, it would be just like this. To be honest, seeing this scene, Chen Feng was a bit flattered. I did not think that the news that he was coming back was known by his sisters in advance, but also made such a big battle. How much money did it cost? While his heart was slightly apprehensive, a touch of warmth also rose. Raising his hand, he was about to knock on the door when a stern voice came from behind him. You are Chen Feng, right? Chen Feng twisted his head to look. A person with long legs and stockings, stepping on high heels walked towards him. From this person's face, Chen Feng saw the kind of contempt that city people had for country people. Hello, I'm Chen Feng, and you are? Being polite, Chen Feng still asked first. The woman was dressed in a professional outfit, and in the face of the question, she first pushed her glasses in an unhurried manner before opening her mouth. Introduce myself. My name is Lu Yan. I am the secretary of Chun Cheng, or Big Sister as you call her. Good lord, this was one of their own. Sister Lu, hello. Chen Feng solemnly wiped his hands on his clothes and prepared to go forward to shake hands with Lu Yan. However, the other party took a step back and shoved a paper agreement into Chen Feng's hand. What's this? Receiving the contract, Chen Feng curiously surveyed it. From the date of signing the agreement, the Chen family would completely sever their relationship with Chen Feng. Chen Cheng, Chen Rou and Chen Yan would no longer be referred to as siblings with Chen Feng, and the right to use Chen Feng's name would be withdrawn. Looking at the black and white words on the agreement, Chen Feng's entire person directly froze in place. Chapter 2, Descending the Mountain. When he raised his head again, his gaze towards Lu Yan became not so friendly, and his voice was flat as he said, Secretary Lu, this joke, it's not very funny. He, is it hard for Mr. Chen to think that this is a joke? Lu Yan pushed up her glasses again and said meanly as she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace if any fury spreading over himself. On the big mountain, Chen Feng had not rarely deconstructed wild animals. Although it was far from enough compared to killing, it was not something that an average person could withstand. Lu Yan on the opposite side only felt a suffocating aura coming over her, and couldn't help but take half a step back. After reacting, she only felt a burst of annoyance. He was actually scared by a Chun family substitute and took half a step back. Immediately, he took half a step forward again as if gambling. Might as well tell you, the real young master of the Chun family has returned. You, the imposter, naturally has to be cleaned out. Do you still really think that you are a part of the Chun family? Lu Yan's words were mean and incomparable. Throwing a pot of cold water on Chen Feng who had been looking forward to the warmth of his family, Chen Feng retreated 2 steps back, his face pale. It turns out, I'm just a substitute. Not seeing each other for 10 years. Originally thought that when he came back, his sisters would welcome him and shush him as before. However, the ideal was plump, the reality was bony. What greeted him was expulsion. At this instant, he suddenly missed the life on the mountain. In the mountains, although boring, but at least there is a thought. Whenever he remembers the warmth of the family, he always managed to carry on through clenched teeth. But now, the thought is gone. Is his hand to break? No one else to blame. At this moment, Chen Feng's left hand was still pulling on the Chun family's door ring. Chen Feng twisted his head to look at it, only to feel that the home that he had once longed for was so far away, and the door ring in his hand was so cold. I don't believe it. Chen Feng's eyes flushed red. Unless they tell me personally, this kind of small matter, I can just notify on behalf of them. I warn you, don't be unreasonable here. Fake is fake. Stalking won't make it real. Lu Yan snorted coldly, pointing at Chen Feng with eyes full of disdain. Just as Chen Feng's anger rose to the extreme, footsteps came from the side, only to see the 3 sisters of the Chen family walking together towards here. the First Lady Chun Chang, noble, cold, as if a piece of ice that does not melt for 10,000 years, do not enter, is currently the president of the Chun Group. Second Miss Chin Ro, as her name suggests, is very soft, an elegant violinist, but those familiar with her know that Chen Ro's gentleness is only a superficial phenomenon, and the arrogance in her bones is not lower than that of the eldest sister Chen Shang. Third Miss Ching Yen, on the other hand, was dressed in a capable suit. As a top lawyer, she managed her grooming all the time. Sister, Chen Feng squeezed out a smile on his face. However, the three sisters' stunningly beautiful faces were filled with indifference, and the words that came to his lips were swallowed back. His breathing stagnated, only to see Chen Qing's gaze fall on the agreement Chen Feng was pinching in his hands. Frowning, hesitating for a moment before saying in a clear and cold manner, Chen Feng, what happened back then has been clearly written on the agreement. You have always been a substitute for our Chen family's fourth son. Now that he has been retrieved, you naturally have to leave. Of course, the Chen family won't let you work for nothing all these years. You wait and give your card number to Lu Yen. He'll put $500,000 on your card. Listening to Chen Qing's words, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth became even more bitter. $500,000? He had been tortured in the mountains for 10 whole years. Could it be that it was for the $500,000 that Chen Qing was talking about today? Furthermore, the warmth of a family was a soft spot in Chen Feng's heart. Although Chen Qing's words were very decisive now, the warmth at the beginning was a fact. Chen Feng does not want this warmth to be tainted by money. Some things, money, cannot buy. Looking at the three sisters in front of him, Chen Feng suddenly felt a little tired. He was a bit confused, not understanding what he was holding on to these 10 years. If he had known that something like this would happen today, he might as well have jumped straight off the mountain back in the first year. One and done. Chen Feng no longer hesitated, and simply snatched the pen from Lu Yan's hand, leaving two big words in dragon's wings on the agreement. Chen Feng. Then he turned his head and left. As of this moment, the home that he once thought about for 10 years, no longer had any attachment. He, once again, became a person. Dingling bell. The phone rang at an inopportune time. After answering it, Chen Feng heard the staff's iconic voice coming from the other end of the phone. Hello, this is the Sunshine Welfare Institution. There is a couple here who say that they are Mr. Chen Feng's biological parents. May I ask if you are Mr. Chen Feng? Parents? When he heard this word, Chen Feng was even shaken for a moment. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen Feng? It wasn't until the voice on the other end of the phone urged again that Chen Feng came back to his senses. Yes, I'm Chen Feng. Aha, well, I'll be there tomorrow. After hanging up the phone in a daze, Chen Feng did not know what he was thinking. Yo, isn't this Chen Feng? Ah, no, now you can't be called Chen Feng. Chen Feng is my family's baby's name. As for what your name is, wait until you find your real father. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded in front of Chen Feng. Looking up, a woman whose body was covered in expensive jewelry was looking at him with a sneer. The words that had just come out of her mouth. 10 years ago, the kind brows of the woman when she first met Chen Feng had long disappeared without a trace. What was left behind was only vitriol. Meanness. Mom, what are you doing talking to such people? The germs on them are contagious. Only then did Chen Feng notice that beside the woman, there was also a richly dressed youth standing. At the moment, the youth was holding his nose as he looked at Chen Feng as if there was some disgusting odor on Chen Feng. You're my replacement from before, right? Now since I'm back, well, you shouldn't be called Chen Feng anymore, right? And also, in 7 days, Mom will organize a return ceremony for me. By then everyone will know the information that you were swept away by the Chen family, so you won't be able to make any money out of your former status as a member of the Chen family. People like you? Ah, what's going on in your head? I know best. Chapter 3, I'm a fake? Regarding what he said, Chen Feng did not take it to heart at all. It was just a clown. What was there to care about? What he cared about was the opinions of the people around him. In the beginning, it was also the person standing beside the little brat at this moment that had pulled him out of the abyss. Even though Chen Feng hinted that what was in his past was already in the past, when he opened his mouth to speak to Qin Wei, his voice still wouldn't unconsciously tremble. Qin, Auntie Qin, I want to know. What you mean? My meaning? What can I mean? You hurry up and get out of my sight. And don't call yourself Chen Feng in the future. That's what I mean. Chen Feng raised his head fiercely and stared at Qin Wei dead in the face. He remembered clearly that back then, it was this woman that gave him light, hugged her and told him to call her mom, and said that she would give him a home. It was also these emotional attachments that supported him for 10 years in the mountains, supported him and 1,000 kinds of abuse survived. However, what waited was estrangement. Chen Feng mumbled his lips and wanted to say something, but was rudely interrupted by the youth next to him. Alright mom, what do you have to say to a substitute? Kid, in the past, when I wasn't around, I didn't bother to count with you for what you did under my title. But in the future, if I know that you're doing things under the Chen family's title, I'll abolish you, believe it or not. Also, I'll repeat it to you again. From today onwards, you can't be called Chen Feng. As for what you're called, you decide for yourself. Looking at the youth's colorful expression, Chen Feng was exasperated and laughed. I have been called Chen Feng since I was born. It wasn't because I arrived at the Chen clan that I was called this name. What qualifications do you have to deprive me of my name? The youth said disdainfully. Just you, a bastard born of a mother but not taught by a mother. Can you still remember your own name? Auntie Qin, does it have to come to this? Chen Feng frowned. He was under the impression that the real child had just returned and was being so aggressive towards him. His adopted son. One must know that he had also just returned from the outside. The comparison of this treatment made Chen Feng feel a chill. Bah! Who are you calling auntie? Don't call me anything. What is your status? Worthy of calling me auntie? Qin Wei looked at Chen Feng with a look of disgust. Alright, hurry up and get out of here. Slow down. The youth unhurriedly took 2 steps forward. If you want to leave, you can. Hand over the money that my big sister just gave you. My big sister. These 3 words were like a sledgehammer, hitting Chen Feng's heart heavily. Once upon a time, he had also looked forward to this warmth. But now, it was gone. Shaking his head, Chen Feng said, I didn't take that money. Marred. You said you didn't take it? Mouth says nothing. You have the guts to let me search it. The youth instantly burst into foul language, saying that he was about to go forward to search Chen Feng. Chen Feng grabbed his wrist and grimaced. If I say I didn't take it, I didn't take it. I, Chen Feng, am not so bad as to lose my backbone for some money. Although he was an outcast, the word parents had always been the scales in Chen Feng's heart, and now that it was mentioned by him, Chen Feng could barely suppress his inner rage. Ouch! What are you doing? You're scratching me painfully. Mom, look at this bastard. He dared to hit me. Hearing the youth in pain, Qin Wei's face also flashed with a touch of heartache, taking 2 steps forward to break Chen Feng's hand. Seeing that someone was backing him up, coupled with the pain coming from his wrist, the youth's face was also furious, and with his other empty arm, he swung his fist fiercely at Chen Feng's body. Cursed, wild seed, how dare you make a move on me? Believe it or not, with 1 word from me, you will be carried out of the Chen family. 1 more ing word from you? Repeatedly being mentioned the scars in his heart, Chen Feng could no longer hold back and viciously slapped the youth directly on his face. Splat! A huge force instantly exploded on the youth's face. The youth's entire body was hit and spun twice in the air, falling heavily to the ground. If you don't have anyone to teach you, I'll personally teach you today. What the hell is called manners? Chen Feng crouched on the ground, his left hand gripping the youth's hair, and his right hand directly slapping the youth's face left and right. Snap, 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 snap. For a moment, it was like firecrackers in front of the Chen family. Soon, the youth was beaten black and blue. Looking at this miserable state of her own son, Qin Wei let out a cry of pain. At that moment, she could no longer care about maintaining any Chen family decorum, and directly screamed and rushed up. Chen Feng, you bastard, you dare to hit my son. Facing Qin Wei's punches and kicks, Chen Feng frowned and ultimately did not choose to make a move against Qin Wei. Perhaps, until now, he still had a thought in his heart for Qin Wei, a hope for kinship. The sounds here soon startled the Chen family's guards. The head of one of the guards could tell at a glance that the one who was being grabbed by Chen Feng was the young master who had just returned. However, in order to not let himself get the wrong person, the escort leader still ran next to Qin Wei. Mrs. Qin, what happened? Qin Wei would be almost furious. A slap directly threw into the escort leader's face. You're blind. This animal is beating my son. Can't you see? Dare to touch young Master Chen. I think you're tired of living. The captain didn't dare to play rough with Qin Wei, and with glaring eyes, he grabbed towards Chen Feng. After all, this was a good opportunity to please Mrs. Qin. Once he showed his face in front of Mrs. Qin, this happy reward of 1,000,000 to 800,000 was not a matter of a word from these big shots. What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you give me a fight? The captain looked at the people around him who were still standing dumbfounded, and immediately roared with anger. I'll see who dares. A dainty cry came fiercely from behind. A woman with a buxom figure stepped on a pair of bright silver high heels as she walked down from a double patchwork-colored Mercedes S-car. The woman's face was extremely beautiful, and with just one glance, she made the escort captain fall. The captain swore that in his entire life, he had only seen such a beautiful woman on a yearbook. The woman just walked straight towards the captain of the escort. The captain was infatuated for a while, just short of having peach hearts in his eyes. When she got closer, the captain reacted and just wanted to open his mouth to say something. Snap! What are you? How dare you make a move against Mr. Chen? The woman's angry voice rang out. Then the woman turned her body to face Chen Feng. Even if she was stepping on high heels, it didn't stop the woman from making a standard 90-degree bow. Mr. Chen, we came too late. Chapter 4, Li Bingbing. A hint of surprise flashed through Chen Feng's eyes as he looked at the bright-eyed and white-toothed woman in front of him. Puzzled, he had stayed in the mountains for 10 years, and had never met such a beautiful girl before he went up the mountain. Who was this girl? The escort leader who was slapped was furious and quickly walked a few steps to Li Bingbing, wanting to teach her a lesson. Before he could raise his palm, the captain of the guards was pushed away by Qinwei, who hurriedly arrived. With a fawning smile on her face, Qinwei cautiously approached Li Bingbing and said, Mr. Li, I didn't know that you were here, so I'm sorry to have missed your welcome. I'm sorry to have missed your welcome. Mr. Li, the escort was startled. Could this be Hua Yun Group's general manager Li? Then wouldn't he have almost hit Mr. Li just now? The escort chief's heart was in a panic. Luckily Qinwei pushed him away in time. If he offended Mr. Li, not to mention losing his job, he was afraid that he would never get a foothold again in the future. Li Bingbing raised her head and snorted coldly. Is this the Chen family's way of treating people? I've seen it today. This was said with the utmost irony. Qinwei was sweating coldly, her head constantly pondering over countermeasures as her gaze hovered near Chen Feng. Suddenly, a smile surfaced on Qinwei's face as she remembered Li Bingbing's address just now. Mr. Chen must be here to find his own son. Qinwei hurriedly pulled her son, who had frozen beside her, to the front. Mr. Li, this is the Mr. Chen you are looking for. The one standing beside you is an imposter. Nothing more than a wild seed that came down from the mountains. Chen Feng clenched his fists and looked at Qinwei with a hint of sadness in his eyes. It turned out that he was just a wild seed that came down from the mountains in her eyes. Obviously before they went up the mountain, they were so kind to themselves, but after 10 years of going up the mountain, things were different. The original amiable Aunt Qin had also become so aggressive. If I had known this, I would have been better off staying on the mountain. At least there was a warm home amongst the memories. Qinwei saw the look in Chen Feng's eyes and disdained it. In her mind, Chen Feng was originally a substitute. When her own son had not returned, she could treat him better, but her own son had returned. He was a substitute. It was time for him to be discarded. He had already enjoyed the treatment of the Chen family's young master for so long. Was he still not satisfied? Sure enough, he was a greedy imposter. Chen Feng, who had been pulled over, looked Li Bingbing up and down. In his eyes was an undisguised desire. Ever since he was brought back to the Chen family, he had seen quite a few beauties, but none of them were as stunningly beautiful as the one in front of him. Just a glance was like having his soul sucked in, tickling the heart. If he could taste a bite, he would have no regrets in this life. Chen Feng looked at Li Bingbing greedily, his hot eyes looking at Li Bingbing with a frown. Chen Feng heard Qinwei's words just now, and his heart was filled with complacency. Originally, he had only come out to taunt the imposter, but he didn't expect to encounter a peerless beauty. Looking at that little face, could it be that he had taken a liking to himself and wanted to spend the night with himself? With just a gentle thought, Chen Feng's saliva almost flowed down. Chen Feng's face swollen into a pig's head came up to Li Bingbing's face, a slightly greasy smile on his face. Bingbing, I know it's me you're looking for. 7 days from now will be my return banquet. Here's the invitation. I hope you can come. Chen Feng stared at Li Bingbing, pulling out an invitation from inside his pocket and handing it to her. Li Bingbing was already suppressing the anger in her heart, and the moment the other party's hand reached out, the strings in her heart instantly snapped. Splat! Li Bingbing threw a slap onto Chen Feng's face. Originally her face had been punched by Chen Feng. Now with another slap, the pain of her face being torn spread throughout her body. Chen Feng covered his face and looked at Li Bingbing incredulously. You dare to hit me? The one who hit is you. Li Bingbing was furious. Who are you to dare look at me with such eyes? A thing that came out of nowhere. The word Bingbing is also something you can call? She had seen it all today. How did she not realize that the Chen family had such a shameless person when they were working together earlier? If she had discovered it earlier, I'm afraid she would have to consider whether or not to cooperate with the Chen family. Chen Feng covered his face, full of annoyance. Damn, you. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Li Bingbing, who looked at the Chen family members present with furious eyes. It seems, it's necessary for me to scrutinize the character of the Chen group again. After all, our group doesn't want to cooperate with a company that has a bad character. Qinwei was shocked, and quickly reached out to cover her son's mouth, fearing that he would say any more audacious words inside his mouth. The Huayun group was the fortune tree of their Chen clan. More than 90% of the Chen clan's economic sources were derived from the cooperation with the Huayun group. Speaking out against Li Bingbing was equivalent to offending the Huayun group. When the time came, the family business that the Chen family had managed to accumulate with great difficulty would be destroyed. Even though Qinwei, no matter how much she favored this hard-won son, she couldn't let such a thing happen. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Ah. Qin Wei's eyes rolled. Her face still had a pleasing smile. While tightly covering Chen Feng's mouth, she apologized. I'm really sorry, Mr. Li. It's me who didn't discipline my son well. I still hope that you'll be kind enough to forgive him for this one time. And I promise that in the future, such a thing will definitely not happen again. Li Bingbing snorted coldly and did not say anything. Qin Wei's face was embarrassed. The current general manager Li was still angry, so she thought that the other party would not listen to anything she said. There was also this stupid kid, who was trying his best to get on top of the situation. General manager Li still didn't know what happened. He definitely wouldn't believe this set of words of theirs. However, in a few days, when the return ceremony begins, by then, Mr. Li's attitude towards them will definitely change drastically. Qin Wei gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and smiled apologetically. Mr. Li, since you still have things to take care of, I won't bother you any longer. It's my fault today, and in the coming day, I will definitely bring this rebellious son to the door to make amends. After saying that, Qin Wei gave the head of the security guard a look and tugged the reluctant Chen Feng towards the house. The head of the security guard understood and immediately returned to his previous post with the rest of the men. Chen Feng was still muttering something inside his mouth, looking over at Li Bingbing, but Qin Wei didn't give him the slightest chance, and the door to the room closed with a pang as she tugged. Li Bingbing ruffled her soft and dark hair, turning her head to look at Chen Feng, her eyes full of apologies. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I've made you laugh. Chen Feng shook his head and asked with a few moments of doubt, is it the young master of the Chen family that you were looking for? If what he was looking for was the young master of the Chen family, even if he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, there was nothing he could do. After all, it was true that he had no blood relationship with the Chen family. Chen Feng unconsciously carried a bit of sadness in his eyes. Li Bingbing laughed softly. No, Mr. Chen, what I'm looking for is you. Chapter 5. Giving a gift of meeting. Li Bingbing's eyebrows were not as sharp as before and carried a bit of delicacy as she sized up Chen Feng while speaking. Since your surname is Chen, I call you Mr. Chen. Chen Feng's eyes were clear. Is there anything you're looking for me for? As soon as these words came out, a red cloud appeared on Li Bingbing's fair cheeks. Mr. Chen, during our early childhood, the old master had made a marriage contract for the two of us, saying that we would fulfill the contract when the two of us reached the age of marriage. As she said this, Li Bingbing had been observing Chen Feng's expression, harboring a few worries in her heart. She knew that this was too sudden for Chen Feng. After all, there had been no one of his own in the 10 years he had grown up. For someone to suddenly appear one day and tell him that he had a marriage partner, this matter would be unacceptable when put into any person's head. Even so, under the old man's intimidation, she had to speak out about this matter. Not to mention, as one of the main characters, Chen Feng also had the right to know. At first, she was also dissatisfied with the marriage, but the old master had recited in front of her for a long time, saying how good this person was. Li Bingbing then wanted to see how this person really is. Now it seems, and the old master told is a little similar, looks also very consistent with their own aesthetic, but can and the old master said get along to see. After all, now he is sitting on the high position of the group. No one does not covet his position, want to be the door's son-in-law, so it is just to block the crowd's mouth. The old master handpicked, compared to the person, will not be bad to wear. Chen Feng's face was complicated. From the time he came down from the mountain he was suffering from shock all the time. First there was the breakup of his family, and then there was an additional marriage partner behind him. The shock was so strong that it made his mind dizzy for a while. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, carefully looking at the woman in front of him. Can the marriage contract let me take a look? Li Bingbing nodded and handed Chen Feng the marriage contract inside his bag. A thick cover with 2 traditional Chinese characters for marriage written in hot gold. Flipping open the cover, the man inside had his name clearly written on it. Li Bingbing saw Chen Feng wanting to say something, as if guessing what was in the other party's mind. A few more points of satisfaction in her heart. I have seen many men before, knowing their own identity, they are eager to climb up. Li Bingbing hates the people who tend to be in power. Looking at Chen Feng's appearance, the heart more than a few points of satisfaction. Face still hangs a smile. You do not have to worry. I know that you cannot accept for a time, but not a marriage contract to be married immediately. We can first cultivate feelings. The bright voice resounded in his ears, with a few points of a young girl's vivaciousness. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Looking at Li Bingbing looks like an iceberg beauty, did not expect the inner so lively. With Li Bingbing's words, Chen Feng felt relieved in his heart and handed the marriage certificate to Li Bingbing. Good, then do as you say. Li Bingbing gently nodded, a few more points of interest in her eyes. While the two were talking, a man's voice suddenly came from behind them. The man in a suit took a big stride and pushed his thick glasses. President Li, the car has been driven to the outdoor parking lot as you requested. Li Bingbing nodded indifferently. her face returning to the way she had faced the Chen family's mother and son in the first place. Got it. Give me the car keys, you go back to work. After the secretary left, Li Bingbing put a smile back on her face and turned her head to look at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, first time meeting, this is a meeting gift for you. After saying that, Li Bingbing handed the key in her hand to Chen Feng, who accepted the key with a bewildered look on his face, as if he had not yet reacted. She pulled out 3 more contracts from the bag she was carrying and handed them to Chen Feng. It's not just this RV, there are also these 3 properties, which are also considered as a meet and greet gift for you. Chen Feng took the contracts and looked at them. Although he didn't know what kind of industry Huayun Group was, but looking at Qin Wei's attitude towards Li Bingbing before, Huayun Group was by no means a small company. The 3 industries under it, that was something that many people could only dream of. Chen Feng shook his head and handed the contract back to Li Bingbing. This is a bit too big of a meet and greet gift. I can't take it. Li Bingbing laughed softly and pushed the contract back. Just take it. It's not a big gift. Besides, it's also a token of the old master's affection. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Since it was a token of the old man's affection, he definitely had to take it. So he signed his name on top of the contract. Li Bingbing joyfully accepted the contract. Originally, the old master also wanted to see you. After all, you are his hand-picked granddaughter-in-law. But unfortunately, the old master's health has not been too good lately, or else he would have followed me here. Li Bingbing's tone carried a bit of flirtation and a hint of regret. Chen Feng consoled. It's alright, I've come back. I'll have the opportunity to visit the old master since later. It just so happened that he also wanted to know what kind of character the old master was who had given him the promise of marriage. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Bingbing hurriedly took out a brand new cell phone and handed it to Chen Feng. Right, you just came back. You still don't have a place to live, right? The card in here has already been done, and there's a new address and password on it, so you'll first live here during this period of time. Chen Feng took the cell phone. A touch of warmth crossed his heart. He didn't expect her to take such things into consideration. He originally thought that he would be busy when he went down the mountain, but he didn't think that Li Bingbing had already done everything for him. Li Bingbing glanced at the cell phone that kept on vibrating. Her face was serious. You wait here for a while, I will call my secretary to pick you up. My company still has some things, so I will leave first. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Li Bingbing left in a hurry. As Li Bingbing said, not more than a few minutes later, the man with the thick eyes from earlier appeared outside the caravan. With a decent smile on her face, the secretary opened the rear door and smiled. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Xiao Wang who was sent by Mr. Li to take you home. Please get in the car. Chen Feng nodded and sat in the back seat of the car. Xiao Wang was not driving too fast, and while driving, he secretly surveyed Chen Feng in the back row. He could not stop muttering in his heart. This morning, when he saw that General Manager Li went out in a hurry, he thought that something big had happened, but he didn't realize that it was just to meet someone. This person's dress is the same as a countryman, and he doesn't look like a very powerful person. So why would he be favored by General Manager Li? Xiao Wang was puzzled, but such words could only be spoken in his heart. If General Manager Li knew what was on his mind, this job would not be wanted. Chen Feng looked at the scene skimming outside and organized his thoughts. There were too many things that happened today, and his brain felt like it was stored in a mess, and he couldn't find the head. Thinking back to Qin Wei's attitude, Chen Feng let out a long sigh. What can't be brought back after all, and now he can only look forward. Chen Feng's thoughts drifted away, and his heart felt like it was missing a piece. Empty. He also had to thank Li Bingbing. After experiencing such things, if not for her, he would really be homeless in this city. Mr. Chen, it's here. As Xiao Wang's voice came, Chen Feng's thoughts returned. The car stopped in front of a villa. This was a villa area, and the location where they stopped was the center of the villa area. This was the most expensive villa area in the entire city. The house price was in the tens of millions of dollars. The more central the location, the more expensive the house price. And the people who lived here were either rich or noble. Chen Feng got off the car and looked at the gorgeous villa in front of him. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes, not expecting that the place Li Bingbing had arranged for himself was actually here. Chapter 6: A Strange Illness. Mr. Chen, there are still things inside the company that I need to take care of. This is my phone number. If there is anything, feel free to call me. Xiao Wang handed a business card to Chen Feng and turned his head to drive away. Chen Feng put away the business card and surveyed the villa in front of him. Not far away, the familiar woman was affectionately carrying another woman's hand. Chen Cheng's heart was full of complacency. The one beside her was the Missy of Wang's group. Although Wang's group was not comparable to Huayun group, its ranking was also one of the best, especially in recent years. It was flourishing. As long as they had a good relationship with the group's Missy, was their Chen family still worried about having no one to cooperate with? Miss Wang rubbed her arm that was scratched by the shopping bag. and casually threw the shopping bag to Chen Xing. These things reward you. It's considered your reward for accompanying me shopping today. Go back. Chen Xing's eyes were full of surprise. Inside the shopping bag was a bag worth $1 million. Although with the strength of the Chen family it was not a problem to buy $1 million bag, but this was a global limited edition. To get this bag, one would have to spend at least $10 million at the store. Chen Xing joyfully accepted the bag, turned his head to leave, and was about to go home from the small road when he saw a familiar back. Chen Xing rubbed his eyes, in a trance thought he had misread, looked carefully, his eyes were full of surprise. Isn't this that imposter? How is he here? That's opposite. Looking at Chen Feng receiving the business card in the hands of the suited person, and seeing the two people talking happily, the anger in Chen Cheng's heart rubbed up. Could it be that this imposter again followed the identity of the Chen family to climb up the ladder for himself? Chen Chang stared dead on, only to see the person whose back resembled Chen Feng change into the villa. She waited here for a few minutes without seeing that person's face. Looking at the figure it was indeed undoubtedly Chen Feng. But how could a bumpkin who had just come down from the mountains afford to live in this place where every inch of land was gold? Not to mention that the place where he was standing was still the most central area. Chen Chang was silent for a moment, his mind torn in a million directions. No, the person who could afford to live in this place definitely couldn't be that imposter. It might just be a more similar figure. Chen Xing's eyes crossed a few smudges of calculation. That person's figure was just too similar, and even Chen Xing could imagine how obnoxious that person's face was when he turned around. Chen Xing sighed, straightened his coat and muttered, not right, it still feels wrong. Can it be that it's really that kid who was using the Chen family's identity to climb up the ladder? No, still need to go back and ask. Saying that, Chen Xing pondered while walking out. In the villa, after a tiring day, Chen Feng wanted to find a place to take a good rest. After taking a cursory look at the living room, he turned his head and returned to his room. The whole person lay down on the large soft bed before his tense nerves relaxed for a moment. Chen Feng's mind reverberated with the phone call he received this morning. His biological parents wanted to meet with him. From the time he had memories, it was the Chen family that appeared in his memories. There were no memories of his biological parents inside his mind. The entire 10 years of his life had been spent on the mountain, and the only thing related to his family was the care he received before going up the mountain. The original family had been broken and a new one was about to arrive. Chen Feng's heart was inexplicably excited, yet with a few worries. His own biological parents still don't know what they look like and what they do, nor do they know if they will be disappointed when they see themselves. Chen Feng's heart was complicated, and he was getting more and more rambunctious. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the cell phone on the side rang. A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. At this time, whose call could it be? Above the cell phone was a string of hidden numbers. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Feng still picked up the phone. A muffled voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Feng? I am. May I ask who you are? We're from Zhong Haitian. Our officer would like to make an appointment to see you the day after tomorrow. It's set at the Haitian Hotel. We still hope that you'll be there. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Just based on the man's thick voice, he could hear that this man was very different from normal people. His strength was several times that of a normal person. There were even people with this kind of strength under the mountain? A hint of interest flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Zhong Haitian. It would be necessary to go and have a look. Alright, I know. I will go. As the words fell, Chen Feng hung up the phone. The next morning, before Chen Feng woke up, the cell phone on the side beeped. The sound was urgent as if it was urging for his life. Chen Feng frowned tightly and rubbed his eyes to get some wakefulness. Li Bingbing's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. Just now, my family came to call, saying that my father has a strange disease, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to come to your place today. Chen Feng frowned. Strange disease? He was curious. What kind of disease could be called a strange word? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng worriedly said, Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go with you. I know a little bit about medicine, so I might be able to help. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and finally compromised. Alright, then I'll send you the address. Looking at the address sent by Li Bingbing, Chen Feng packed up and left the door. Half an hour later, the cab stopped outside an independent villa area. Looking at the villa that was like a manor, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with shock. There were quite a few luxury cars parked outside, and beside one of them, a few young men were flanking a white-bearded old Taoist as he walked forward. Grandmaster, please come this way. The Grandmaster stroked his beard and asked, How is Mr. Li doing? The young man frowned tightly. Not too good. He hasn't woken up yet. After saying that, the voices of several people gradually faded away. What Li Bingbing saw when she came over was Chen Feng standing alone in place pondering, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Li Bingbing come over, Chen Feng asked. I see that a white-bearded old Taoist went in just now. This is the master that my brother invited over from the Hong Kong side to specialize in healing, a Chinese medicine family heirloom. It is said that his medical skills are quite good. It took a lot of effort to invite him. Chen Feng gently nodded. Looking at the old Taoist's back, he always felt a bit familiar. Seeing Li Bingbing coming over, the other people took the initiative to make way, and Li Bingbing pulled Chen Feng inside. This was the first time Li Bingbing had brought a man home, and the other people's eyes were filled with inquisitiveness. The hot eyes were focused on Chen Feng's body, and Chen Feng frowned unhappily. He had spent the previous 10 years in the mountains and had never felt such a hot gaze. Now that he felt it, his entire body felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Very uncomfortable. Chen Feng frowned unhappily and swept his eyes over. A dangerous aura, if any, instantly crawled up the backs of the people who were peering. They felt a chill on their backs and hastily withdrew their eyes. There was another person standing in the crowd. That person was immortal and wearing a lab coat. Chen Feng fixed his eyes on it, and it was indeed the master that he had seen just outside the door. Chapter 7, Treating the Disease to Save the Person. The master seen earlier was standing in the center, fiddling with the wooden box in his hands. After fiddling for a moment, the master picked up the silver needle inside the box and walked inside. Near the corner of the bed, there was a middle-aged man lying on the bed. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His face was pale, and his arms were covered with black lines, like tattoos. The Grandmaster was holding a silver needle on the man's acupoints. His face was unusually calm, but the hand holding the silver needle was shaking like a sieve. Chen Feng almost laughed out loud as he looked at the Grandmaster's grave appearance. Just now, listening to Li Bingbing's introduction, he thought that this master was some kind of extraordinary person, but he didn't realize that he was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. But he couldn't even hold a needle steadily. The name master is so good, right? As if sensing Chen Feng's gaze, the master finished a needle and looked toward Chen Feng's place. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Chen Feng didn't move. His eyes met the master's straight on. The Grandmaster stabbed several needles, fiddled with the man's eyes, and produced a sigh. Master, can't even you cure this disease? Looking at the master's appearance, the bespectacled man asked cautiously. The Grandmaster shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness. This disease comes from a strange place. The old immortal also doesn't know where to cure it. You guys better ask for another expert. The moment these words came out, the other people's eyes were filled with surprise. The master in front of him was the most powerful Chinese medicine master in the world, claiming to have the ability to make flesh and bones from the living dead. If even he couldn't cure him, then this person was truly hopeless. Chen Feng followed beside Li Bingbing and carefully observed the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man's pupils were blanched and he had already fainted. His skin was pale as if he was dead. If not for the fact that his chest was still slightly heaving, he really looked like a corpse. The Grandmaster once again looked at Chen Feng and frowned unhappily. This little brother, since you have been watching here for such a long time, could it be that you have some solution? With the Grandmaster's words, all eyes were focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng let out a light smile. You're right, I really do have a solution. With that, Chen Feng took a few steps forward and said, this disease isn't really a strange disease. It's just a bit scary looking, and it's not so bad that it can't be cured. When this was said, the master laughed out loud, his eyes full of disdain. You're not old enough. Your breath is not small. Do you know Chinese medicine? Do you know how to cure diseases? Just mouthing off here. The people next to them listened to the conversation between the two and whispered, this is a brat that came out of nowhere. How dare he question Master Bai? It seems like Li Bingbing brought him back. I don't know where he brought him from. So rampant at such a young age. The surrounding words reached Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng turned a deaf ear and turned his head to quietly look at the Grandmaster. Chen Feng looked up and down at the master. This so-called master was just a little older, with a white beard, looked immortal. Even this small disease could not be cured. Still called a master. Really ridiculous. Seemingly sensing Chen Feng's mockery, the Grandmaster was furious. The cane in his hand struck the floor fiercely. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Are you looking down on the old immortal? Chen Feng laughed lightly. Your words are serious. I am not looking down on you. Although he said so, his eyes were nakedly disdainful. The Grandmaster was so angry that he tapped his cane 3 times in a row. If not for the presence of bystanders, this cane would have been afraid to reach Chen Feng's body. Fine, fine. Then come and heal. I'd like to see how capable you are. Chen Feng hadn't wanted to expose his strength too early, but now that things had come to a head, he had to reveal some of his strength as well. Fine, I'll heal as I heal. The Grandmaster snorted disdainfully and stepped aside. A brat, only talking big words. He would like to see how this kid can heal. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with suspicion. They were more trusting of the reputable Grandmaster than trusting a young man of unknown origin. Many people came to the side with the mindset of watching a good show. Wanting to see how Chen Feng would be able to get off the stage after these words, Li Bingbing was filled with worry. Why don't we just forget about it? Chen Feng shook his head with a light smile. Don't worry, I will cure your father's disease. Chen Feng's eyes seemed to carry endless hope, and with just a glance, Li Bingbing's panicked heart inexplicably settled down. Chen Feng approached Li's father, who was lying on the bed, and his heavy breathing could be heard between them. Breathing was very laborious, as if something was stuck in his throat. Chen Feng observed a bit and said, I heard that you are from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Can I borrow the doctor's box for a while? The master snorted coldly and pointed to the wooden box next to him. Kid, I advise you not to be too stubborn. Young man, stubbornness is not a good thing. Chen Feng opened the wooden box as if he did not hear the master's words. Inside the wooden box, there were silver needles, pliers and other instruments. Chen Feng took out a silver needle and carefully observed Li's father on the bed. But in 3 seconds, he quickly stuck the silver needle, which was as thin as a hair strand, onto his shoulder. Seeing this scene, the others snorted disdainfully. Didn't the master of this place also stabbed it just now? It's of no use. It seems that this brat really is just like what the master said. He only knows a little bit about it. Their words reached Chen Feng's ears. He remained unmoved, his mouth smiling as he pressed on Father Li's knuckles, every 3 strokes apart. As the frequency of pressing became faster and faster, Li's father's cheeks were tinted with a little bit of redness, and his pale complexion tended to normalize. The entire treatment process does not exceed 5 minutes, accompanied by a cough from Li's father. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Feng took a few steps back. All right. The surroundings were silent, turning their heads to look. All of them waited for the suddenly awake Li's father, as if they had seen a ghost, obviously a person who was about to die before. But in 5 minutes' time, he came back to life. What in the world is this young man? How could he have this kind of strength? The master's lips trembled as he waited for Father Li, his eyes full of unbelief as he murmured in a low voice, how is this possible? How is it possible that he got better just by sticking a few needles in? Chen Feng looked at the Grandmaster with a few sneers in his eyes and laughed softly. Grandmaster, how is it? I've learned this skinny well, right? The Grandmaster's face turned blue, his eyes dripping as he looked at Chen Feng, his chest heaving with anger. How could he not hear the meaning in Chen Feng's words? This kid was mocking his medical skills. The words fell on his face like a slap. The Grandmaster's old face twisted together. His smile could not be maintained. Chen Feng clapped his hands and made way. Seeing this, Li Bingbing quickly stepped forward and came in front of Li's father, who blinked, a little more clarity in his eyes. Why are there so many people at home? What happened? Li Bingbing cried with joy. Dad, you finally woke up. Chapter 8, A Gracious Invitation. Li's father had just woken up and didn't know what had happened. Looking at his own precious daughter with red eyes, a touch of heartache surfaced in his eyes. Dad is fine. What happened? Li Bingbing briefly told Li father something about what happened. Li father looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression. From Li Bingbing's mouth, Father Li knew that it was the young man in front of him who saved him. But this young man looked to be in his mid-20s, and he still trusted the flowery white-bearded Grandmaster next to him more than he trusted him to treat himself. Make way, all of you. A sudden voice interrupted the silent atmosphere as a small old man shouted while laboriously squeezing out from the crowd. By the time he came out from the crowd, the old man already had disheveled hair and looked like a scavenger. Even so, no one around dared to talk about this little old man. Li's father's eyes were filled with surprise. Other people couldn't recognize him, but how could he not? The little old man in front of him was no other than Su Ning, the dean of the Huazhong Medical College and the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Su Ning looked at Chen Feng with a smile and looked up and down, his eyes filled with appreciation. He was also at the bottom just now. Although he was a bit far away, Chen Feng's maneuvers still could not escape his eyes. Born medical wizards, he studied Chinese medicine all his life. Hands are not so stable. A young man's hand is actually so stable. At first glance is a good seedling. Such a good seedling, he did not want to miss. Chen Feng took a few steps back from this hot gaze, barely squeezing out a smile on his face. May I ask what you are looking for me for? Not bad, not bad. If I'm not mistaken, was the stitch you just performed the 12 stitches of Qi Men? The so-called Qi Men 12 needles was a needle technique that had survived in an ancient book. Famous doctors throughout the generations had used this needle technique to save the people of the world. But unfortunately, in the course of history, the needle technique had gradually been passed down, and all they were able to learn about it was only half of the volume. That is, the first 6 needles. What Chen Feng had just used was precisely the first needle, which was also the most widely spread needle. Those who studied Chinese medicine basically knew a little bit, but only a little bit. Not that they were unwilling to learn, but the threshold of the 12 needles of this strange door was very high. The needles used were as fine as a cow's hair, and only people with steady hands could learn them. Chen Feng gently nodded. The old man in front of him was much more powerful than the master, and saw through his needles with a single glance. Su Ning smiled cheerfully and asked as if he had gotten a treasure. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Chinese Medicine Association? When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. That was a place that all doctors dreamed of. As long as one joined the Chinese Medicine Association, it was equivalent to having unlimited resources and connections. A position that no one with money or power could shake. The Grandmaster gritted his teeth in hatred. He had repeatedly applied to enter the TCM Association and was repeatedly rejected, not realizing that a brat who came out of nowhere had actually gained the president's appreciation, and was even invited to enter the association. The Grandmaster quickly walked a few steps to Su Ning. President, this brat only knows a little bit about the skin. With his qualifications, it's not enough to enter the association, right? Su Ning turned his head to look at the Grandmaster, his eyes filled with coldness within. What? Are you questioning my decision? Am I the president or are you the president? The Grandmaster sweated coldly and stammered, unable to utter a single word. Su Ning turned his head to look at Chen Feng again, his eyes filled with anticipation within, waiting for the other party's answer. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. He had just come down from the mountain and did not know this place well, and did not intend to join the so-called Chinese Medicine Association. Thank you for your kind invitation, but I don't intend to join any association. Let's talk about it later if we have the chance. Su Ning's face was filled with disappointment, like a deflated balloon, his entire being losing its vigor. The mouths of the people around them were open as if they could swallow a whole egg. From just now, they had been in a state of shock. Not only did they not expect Chen Feng to actually be able to cure diseases and save people, they also did not expect that. As a result, they had gained Su Ning's appreciation. What exactly is this person's origin? To actually be able to receive the president's appreciation, I don't know what kind of blessing he cultivated in his previous life. I heard that Grandmaster also applied to enter the association, but was rejected by the people over at the association. Could it be that this young man's strength is even greater than Grandmaster's? Definitely even the master has no way to treat the disease. Let this kid cured. Definitely more powerful than the master Maybe also which Chinese medicine family out. Then are we going to get acquainted? After all, it's not easy to get acquainted with a powerful doctor. People with money and power are most afraid of death, and capable doctors have a high status. The people around them were talking a lot. Their words weren't suppressed very low, and all of them reached the master's ears. The master's eyes flashed a trace of annoyance, staring viciously at Chen Feng, a belly full of resentment but can only contain it in his heart. This is the Li family, not a place where he can throw a fit. This brat did not know where to come from. Not only did he steal his own spot, he also stole his own limelight. If this continued, his position would definitely be threatened. There had to be a way to get rid of this brat. Even he couldn't get into the association. Why should he let a punk kid in? The Grandmaster's eyes were filled with gloom and coldness, as if they were hardened with poison, and a coldness emanated around them. Chen Feng did not notice the Grandmaster's thoughts and sized up fatherly. His illness was not considered a strange disease. It was just a misuse of a medicinal herb that had led to a meridian disorder. He had already helped fatherly get his meridians adjusted, and with just a little bit of rest and recuperation behind him, there was no major problem. Since the family head's body has healed, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Li Bingbing froze for a moment and approached Chen Feng. You're leaving so soon? Not going to sit down again? Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. I'll come as a guest if I have the chance in the future, but right now, there are still some other things to take care of, so I must leave. Li Bingbing was filled with disappointment, and wanted to persuade her a few more times, but her eyes touched the firmness in Chen Feng's eyes, so she could only compromise and look at Chen Feng reluctantly. Alright then, I'll see you off. Chen Feng looked at Li Bingbing fixedly, unable to bear to refuse anymore, gently nodded, and the two of them walked out. The two came outside, side by side. Wait here, I'll go drive. At those words, Chen Feng hurriedly pulled Li Bingbing back. Don't bother, there's no need to send me that far, just drop me off here. After all, your father has just gotten well and still needs you to take care of him. This was the right thing to say. A trace of emotion crossed Li Bingbing's eyes. Until now, her father couldn't leave her, so she had to nod her head. Okay, then be careful on your way. After saying that, Li Bingbing returned to the old mansion. The location of the old mansion was very remote. The outside was covered with mountains and forests, like a paradise in general. The old man liked quietness and lived in the old mansion all year round. Chen Feng's eyes flashed a trace of regret. A pity. Originally thought to come over to see the old master. Did not expect to see or not. Chen Feng slowly walked towards the front, thinking about tomorrow's events as he walked. Tomorrow would be the day he would meet his real parents. It was time to think about what to say at the meeting. Mr. Chen, right. What a great skill. So good at healing? A slightly sarcastic voice rang out not far away. Chapter 9, Looking for Trouble. Chen Feng frowned tightly as he looked at the Grandmaster who had gotten down from the car. The Grandmaster had gone out one step before Chen Feng and had been sitting inside the car waiting for Chen Feng to come out. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Why? Does the Grandmaster want something from me? The one standing in front of him was not alone. The Grandmaster was followed by two strong men. Two men wearing black suits, like door gods guarding his side. The Grandmaster raised his eyebrows proudly. You kid does have some skills. Are you interested in joining my medical center? Chen Feng took a step back. That was what he said. But looking at the master's posture, it was not like he had come to find himself to join. Instead, it was like he had come to seek revenge. I'll take your good intentions. Let's work together when we have the chance in the future. The person standing next to the Grandmaster snorted. You really think we're here to find you to cooperate? Why are you so shameless? A little bit of kung fu is too good to be true, isn't it? Dare to take Master Lu's face. Chen Feng lightly laughed, his face unafraid, lightly said, your words are not right. What do you mean by losing face? This is what your master told me to cure. How come I cured it, and in turn blamed me? A sentence to the master is about to export words stuck in the throat, up nor down, face stifled into a pig's liver color. Well, how dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson today. Thinking of the quota he was robbed of, and the snickers of those people today, the Grandmaster's heart blazed with rage. With that, the Grandmaster waved his hand, and the two men beside him quickly rushed to Chen Feng, fierce and vicious as if they wanted to eat someone. Chen Feng took a few steps back and snorted coldly. Fighting? This was the thing he was best at. After more than a decade of boredom in the mountains, he could only fight with the mountain spirits and monsters to gain pleasure. The spirits and monsters in the mountains were much more vicious than these two people, and if they were not careful, they would lose their lives to the beasts. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, flashing to the back of one of the men the moment he rushed over and kicked the man in the waist. With a tom-tom sound, the person who attacked Chen Feng instantly flew out, smashing into the hillside like a cannonball, his head tilting as he fainted. Chen Feng did not bother about the fainted man, but reached out and tackled the next man's arm. The man froze, and jerked his hand hard, then no matter how hard he tried, his hand was firmly stuck in Chen Feng's hand, as if it was caught in a vice, and the bones seemed to be crushed. The intense stinging pain made the man unable to resist screaming out, yelling out while yanking his hand as hard as he could. Three-legged kung fu. You can't even compare to a rabbit in the mountains. Chen Feng sneered and shook off the man's hand. The man staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with panic. This man's strength is so strong. In that instant just now, he felt like his arm was going to be ruined. The man turned his head to look at the Grandmaster. Grandmaster, what should we do now? This kid seems to be a practiced fighter. We can't beat him. The Grandmaster did not reply. Instead he stood at a distance and stared angrily at Chen Feng, as if he was going to burn Chen Feng to death with the fury in his eyes. I didn't expect you kid to have a few skills. However, you should be able to enter the Li family by virtue of the Chen family's identity. An imposter still dares to grab a position with me. Your guts are really big. After saying that, the Grandmaster looked like he had caught Chen Feng's handle and became more and more complacent. He had been to the Chen family some time ago to help the Chen family head prescribe some medicine and happened to overhear their conversation. Having seen Chen Feng and Li Bingbing's interaction just now, he expected that Chen Feng was relying on this layer of Chen family's relationship to dish out a high branch like the Li family. The Grandmaster looked at Chen Feng smugly. You say, if I tell the Li family about this, what will happen to you? The imposter? As if he had thought of something interesting, the Grandmaster laughed out loud, his laughter sinister. Chen Feng sneered and looked at the Grandmaster fixedly. Fine, go ahead and tell then. Between the words, there were a few moments of indifference, like he didn't care about this matter. The Grandmaster snorted coldly. Don't pretend. I know that you are also afraid. After all, the Li family is not something that anyone can climb up to. How about this? As long as you give me your needling technique, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. And this matter of you posing as the young master of the Chen family, I guarantee that I won't tell anyone? Chen Feng was almost exasperated and laughed. He had never seen such a shameless person. Chen Feng moved his muscles. Grandmaster, on account of my first time down the mountain, I will not bother with you on this matter. The identity of the Chen family's young master. I don't care about it, and I don't want there to be a next time for this matter, or else I don't know if this old bone of yours will fall apart. After saying that, Chen Feng leisurely walked past in the gaze of the Grandmaster. Only when Chen Feng left did the Grandmaster react. Damn, give your face no face. After saying that, he looked viciously at the two men again. You two losers. You're not good enough to accomplish anything, but you're good enough to lose. You can't even beat a punk kid. At this time, the Chen family. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you preoccupied? Seeing his big sister frowning, Chen Feng walked up and asked with concern. Chen Xing shook her head. Nothing, It's just that I encountered a very imposter-like person over at the villa yesterday. Do you think he'll take advantage of the Chun family's young master's identity? Chen Feng skimmed his eyebrows. Big sister, are you sure the place you're talking about is the villa area in the city center? Chen Cheng nodded. Chen Feng snorted disdainfully. Since it's a villa in the city center, it's even more unlikely. I guess it's a misreading. That imposter has been in the mountains for 10 years, like a wild boy. What can he earn in 10 years in the mountains? How can he afford to live in a villa? However, big sister, what you said also has a few points of truth. Don't worry, I will find someone to go and take a look. If it's true that he then proceeded to benefit himself as the young master of the Chen family, I'll definitely have to teach that kid a good lesson. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with viciousness as if he had spit poison. Chen Chang nodded. Having said that, for some reason, there was always an ominous premonition in her heart. It always felt like something was quietly changing. By the way, how are the preparations for your return banquet going? Don't worry, big sister. Mom has already prepared it. It'll be held in the most flashy hotel in the city, feasting a lot of people, as well as some reporter friends. By then everyone will know that I'm the Chun family's rightful young master. Chen Feng was majestic, like a proud rooster. Chen Qing lightly laughed. It seems like you're looking forward to it. But yes, even if that kid does a lot of things by using his identity as the Chun family's young master, when the return banquet is over, everyone will know that he's an imposter. So let's see how he's going to explain himself to all those people at that time. After saying that, the siblings laughed out loud. The rampant laughter echoed throughout the Chen family villa. Chapter 10. Biological Parents. The weather was getting cooler, the breeze was blowing, and there was a kind old woman standing under the big tree at the entrance of the suburban orphanage. Seeing this, Chen Feng took a few quick steps. This old woman was none other than the director of the orphanage, wearing a pair of gray glasses and smiling at Chen Feng. A trace of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He hadn't stayed in the orphanage for a long time and hadn't seen much of the dean. Listening to the cold voice on the phone, he had thought that the dean was a very cold person. I didn't expect that it was actually an amiable old woman. Come in and sit down first. It's cold outside. Be careful of catching a cold. The dean beckoned. Chen Feng nodded gently and followed the dean to the parlor. The dean pushed a cup of hot tea and handed it to Chen Feng. It has cooled down in the past 2 days. Drink a cup of tea first to warm up. Your parents are still on their way. They will be here soon. Chen Feng nodded. His mind was filled with thoughts. Yesterday, he had thought about it all night, and didn't know what kind of state he should be in to face his biological parents. Chen Feng held a cup inside his hand and looked out the window fixedly. After about 10 minutes, a knock suddenly sounded outside. The dean smiled and got up to open the door, accompanied by a burst of warm voices. The man wearing a suit and dressed elegantly walked in holding a gentle woman. The woman looked 40 to 50 years old. Her hair sideburns were gray. Her stature was erect. Although she was not wearing any big brand, she looked as elegant as an aristocrat, with a faint smile on her face, as if she was a young lady in the Republic of China, gentle as water. Seeing Chen Feng sitting on the sofa, the woman's eyes were full of surprise. Quickly walked a few steps to Chen Feng. Her eyes reddened. You are Fenger? Chen Feng was stunned. No one had ever addressed himself this way. Looking at the woman's excited appearance, Chen Feng still nodded his head blankly. I didn't realize that our Fenger had grown so big. The woman stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Chen Feng's cheek, but just as her hand reached into the air, she withdrew it. It seemed like she was considering meeting Chen Feng for the first time. Her hand moved, but in the end, she did not stroke Chen Feng's cheek. The man standing next to the woman walked over and placed his hands gently on the woman's body. Turning his head to Chen Feng, we are your biological parents. Back then, there were some changes in the family that made you my fault. The man's eyes also carried some moistness, tightly grasping the woman's shoulders. In this situation, Chen Feng's heartbeat accelerated, and a long-lost feeling struck his heart. Although it was the first time he had met with the couple in front of him, there was no mistaking that kind of bloodline connection. The wildly beating heart, the sizzling blood, all of which signaled that they were a family. Chen Feng's throat was extremely choked. Originally, he thought that he had become a person without a family since then. It didn't occur to me that after losing a family, another family had been welcomed. Was this compensation for staying in the mountains for 10 years? Chen Feng's hands kept shaking and his body was somewhat unsteady. Chen Feng took a few deep breaths to calm his wildly beating heart. The dean at the side also comforted. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, don't get excited first, come in and sit down. Hearing the dean's words, the two nodded and sat on the sofa opposite Chen Feng. Hearing the dean's address, Chen Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen. One's surname was indeed Chen, but how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The family that adopted him was the Chen family, and his own biological family was also the Chen family. I would like to ask, what is my name? Hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng ultimately did not call out those two words. It was just too weird, and he couldn't accept calling a strange couple mom and dad for a moment. Mr. Chen. Mrs. Chen didn't mind either. Mrs. Chen wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said in a warm voice, "Your name is Chen Feng. It was your grandfather who gave it to you, but unfortunately, the old man's health wasn't very good, and he passed away not long after." A trace of regret crossed Chen Feng's eyes. Originally, he had wanted to meet his grandfather who had fixed his marriage, but he had never thought that the old man had passed away. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. "However, you guys just said that some changes have arisen. What changes are they?" Speaking of this matter, a trace of annoyance flashed inside Mr. Chen's eyes as he said viciously, "If it wasn't for that couple, we wouldn't have been reduced to this." Saying this, Mr. Chen turned his head to look at the dean. "Dean, excuse me, I want to talk to my son about some family matters." Hearing this, the dean immediately understood and nodded with a light smile. "All right, you guys go ahead and talk. I'll go outside and serve some snacks." After saying this, the dean left the place, and carefully closed the door before leaving. Waiting for the dean to leave, only then did Mr. Chen continue to say, 20 years ago, that is, when you were just born, your mother had a very close sister. That family is not too rich. Our family is big, and we help them in every way, without ever thinking about it." Mrs. Chen took over the words. "I took Qinwei as a good sister. What's good is tight to her first, but she coveted our family's property, secretly colluded with our opposite family, wanting to bankrupt our company." Hearing this name, Chen Feng stared incredulously. "This familiar name? You mean, that good sister of yours is called Qinwei?" Mrs. Chen nodded. "Why, could it be that you know this person?" Chen Feng's face was complicated. "I didn't stay in the orphanage for long, and I was adopted by a family behind me, and the mistress of that family was named Qinwei." "What? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? If it was really like what one's parents had said, then wouldn't everything that he had cherished before be?" Chen Feng's face was complicated. For a moment, he did not know what to say. It was as if his brain was entangled in a thread. It was impossible to think. The husband and wife sitting opposite Chen Feng looked at each other. Similarly, their faces were complex. After a short silence, Chen Feng quirked his lips a bit and said, "Can you tell me more about what happened at that time?" Mr. Chen nodded and slowly told Chen Feng what had happened back then. When Chen Feng was still very young, the relationship between the two people was not as incompatible as it was today. Back then, Mrs. Chen and Qinwei were like brothers and sisters, and had even bought a house not far from their own home for Mr. and Mrs. Qinwei in order for the two families to meet frequently. Their sisterhood lasted until the birth of their child, which Qinwei did not take care of well and lost her own child. When Mrs. Chen heard about the incident during her menstruation, she rushed to comfort Qinwei, helped her take care of everything, and even spent a huge amount of money to hire a caregiver for her. Qinwei's health gradually improved, and she originally thought that life was getting better. "I never thought that on Chen Feng's birthday, Qinwei pretended to take Chen Feng out to play, but left him at the door of the orphanage." Speaking of this, Mrs. Chen was silent for a moment and said, "You shouldn't have much of an impression of the current dean. The previous one looked a bit similar to her. Qinwei gave the previous dean a sum of money, allowing him to block our clues to finding you." Speaking of this matter, Mrs. Chen gritted her teeth in hatred. Chapter 11. Acceptance of an offer. Back then, she had spent so much time and energy, almost turning the city upside down without finding her son. She didn't realize that it was actually Qinwei's secret work. At that time, she was too trusting of Qinwei's character and didn't blame her for the loss of her son. Later on, this little joined with other people to take away her family's assets. Mrs. Chen regretted it. Seemingly seeing the emotions in Mrs. Chen's eyes, Chen Feng silently walked to Mrs. Chen sighed and said softly, "Mom, this matter is not your fault. It's that woman Qinwei who is too scheming. You did the right thing. Kindness is a virtue, but kindness is not a reason to be victimized by them." Mrs. Chen asked with incredibly wide eyes, "What did you just call me?" Asking this, Chen Feng was embarrassed and called out again, "Mom, ugh." Mrs. Chen reached out and patted Chen Feng's hand, the corners of her eyes wet with tears. With this word, the anger that Feng had felt because of the memories completely disappeared, and Mrs. Chen's heart and eyes were filled with Chen Feng. A trace of warmth crossed Chen Feng's heart. This was the first time that he had been annotated so gently by someone. Unlike Qinwei's falsehood, this time around, he had truly experienced a kind of motherly love. "Don't worry, since I already know about this matter, there's no way I'll let them be arrogant again." At first, he thought that they were his own salvation, but it didn't occur to him that they were the leaders of his own disaster. If it wasn't because of these people, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered for 10 years in the mountains. Obviously, he could also have a happy and fulfilling family and a wonderful childhood. but all of this was broken by that woman. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to tear that woman into pieces, but facing his own mother, he still restrained the look in his eyes. Before, he had treated Qin Wei as someone who had saved him, and even missed the fact that he had such a good sister. But now, the moment he thought of that family, Chen Feng felt sick. How could this group of people be so shameless, robbing their own family property and shamelessly kicking themselves out, calling themselves imposters? The more Chen Feng thought about it, the more vicious he became, and it was as if his eyes were on fire inside. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll make sure that the Chen family is back in our hands, and we'll make that couple get what they deserve. They were the imposters. The two Chen family couples nodded in relief. This was their good son. Chen Feng secretly clenched his fists as the words spoken by Chen Feng surfaced inside his mind. 7 days later, it was his return banquet. Nope, specifically it was not Chen Feng's return banquet. Rather, it was his own return banquet. His Chen Feng's return banquet. Chen Feng's eyes were burning with a blazing fire. It was as if this blaze was going to burn everything. Mom and Dad, where are you living now? His own family fortune had already been taken over by that couple, so his parents should be having a tough time right now. A trace of heartache flashed through Chen Feng's eyes, as if sensing Chen Feng's thoughts. Chen mother smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, we still have a house to live in, but where do you live now? Chen Feng told his mother the address. While a few people still wanted to talk more, a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside. The dean walked in with a plate of snacks in his hand. Seeing the dean walk in, the words that several people were about to say ended up being swallowed. It's not too early now, we'd better go home first. Since they had already found their biological son, their family of 3 was finally able to reunite. There was a hint of a smile on both the couple's faces, and it warmed Chen Feng's heart to see it. As he was about to get into the car, Chen Feng suddenly thought that he had to meet with the people of Zhonghaitian the following day. Chen Feng was not familiar with the people of Zhonghaitian, but he had heard rumors about them. He had heard that the people there were not to be messed with, and although he did not know what they were looking for from him, he must not spill over to his parents. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng said to his parents, Mom and Dad, I still have a bit of work to deal with, so there may not be a way to go back with you today. Wait for me to deal with my work first, and then I'll go back to you in a few days, okay? After all, it was a bit inconvenient to live with his parents. Chen Feng planned to take care of this matter properly, and then go to fetch his parents over. Chen mother was still reluctant to let go. It was not easy to see her son, but she only saw him for such a short few hours. Chen father was a reasonable person. Looking at Chen Feng's appearance, he knew that he should have something important to deal with, so he went up and gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder. I know, you take care of your work, we'll pick you up tomorrow. Chen Feng gently nodded and watched the couple's car leave before the warmth on his face disappeared. Coldness crept back onto Chen Feng's face, recalling all the things that had happened. The anger in his heart seemed like a roaring lion that was about to spurt out. Chen Feng quickly left the place and returned to the villa. He only knew about this place, Zhonghaitian, but not very well, and his heart was inevitably apprehensive. To meet with the other party, he could not allow himself to be caught in a passive situation. Chen Feng looked up information about Zhonghaitian on the internet to get a general idea, and prepared himself for the next day's meeting. The Haitian hotel was not far from the villa area. In the center of the business district, this piece of land are inches of gold, both shopping malls and hotels, exclusively for the rich. Chen Feng took a taxi for more than 10 minutes and arrived. Standing in front of him was an exceptionally luxurious hotel, with 2 stone lion statues standing next to the revolving door, looking majestic. Chen Feng had come down from the mountains not long ago, and seeing the ferocious lions, he felt more than a little familiarity in his heart. Pushing open the revolving door and walking in, there was a transparent pillar in the center of the lobby. Inside the pillar were all kinds of sea creatures. Those fish were swimming freely inside, as if they had come to the underwater world. This was one of the most famous and high-end hotels in the city. Even the hotels where foreign guests stayed when they visited the country were here. There were a few people in suits standing around them, like the hotel's management. A few people stood together and spoke, their voices reaching Chen Feng's ears word for word. I heard that a big shot came to the hotel today. Is it really true? Naturally it's true. I heard that it's someone from Zhonghaitian. I didn't think that someone from over there would actually be able to come to our hotel. I heard that he's still waiting for a guest. I don't know who it is, but he actually has that much face. Yeah, really want to meet them. Chen Feng heard their conversation in thought. A few people seemed to have noticed Chen Feng's gaze as well and waved their hands impatiently. What are you looking at? The front desk is over there. Don't go the wrong way. Wearing dozens of dollars of ground goods and still dare to come to this hotel. I'm afraid you don't know how much a night here costs. So, Chen Feng looked at them fixedly and let out a light laugh. Not caring about these people's outbursts, he still had important things to do. Let them say what they want to say. He looked at the address on his cell phone. turned his head to survey the surroundings and walked towards the front desk. Chapter 12, Despise. The front desk lady was sitting in her seatboard. It was now the off-season for tourism. Their hotel was unusually flashy, and not many people came during this off-season. The receptionist looked down at her cell phone with a smile on her face, not knowing who she was chatting with. It was only when Chen Feng walked in front of him that the other party put her cell phone away in a panic and raised her head with a flustered face, a decent smile on her face. "I'm really sorry." Before the words were finished, the expression on the receptionist's face instantly froze, frowning slightly as she looked Chen Feng up and down. Chen Feng was dressed unusually simply, a shirt that cost tens of dollars and pants that cost $100 or $200, no different from an ordinary person. Those who came to stay at the hotel were all elites in suits. Chen Feng was out of place in this gorgeous hall. "Excuse me, how do I get here?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, the receptionist snorted coldly and did not answer Chen Feng's words, but instead looked at Chen Feng with a condescending look, as if Chen Feng was some kind of trash. Chen Feng frowned tightly and patiently asked again, "May I ask how to get to this room?" The receptionist still did not answer Chen Feng's words. Only when Chen Feng asked for the third time did the receptionist look at Chen Feng lazily. "Sorry, this is not a place you can come to. I think you're going the wrong way. The place you're going to go out the door and turn right." Turning right out the door was out of the business district and was an ordinary hotel. The receptionist did not even look at Chen Feng's cell phone before saying such arrogant words. Even though Chen Feng had a good temper, he could not help but frown. He hadn't wanted to start a conflict with the receptionist, but since this guy was so dog-eyed, there was no need for him to endure it. A faint murderous aura surfaced around Chen Feng's body. The aura of his body had gradually synchronized over the past 10 years or so, as he had been in the company of the beasts in the mountains on a daily basis. The receptionist couldn't help but shrink her neck, looking at Chen Feng with an inexplicable hint of fear in her eyes. For some reason, she had just felt that a raging lion was staring at her. The receptionist couldn't help but shake her head, throwing out the thoughts in her mind. Seeing that Chen Feng was still standing in front of her, she impatiently urged, "I'm not talking to you. You're looking in the wrong place. Why are you still staying here? Do you want to stick around?" As the words fell, the front desk lady seemed to have thought of something, and snorted disdainfully. "You wouldn't want to come here to rub the air conditioner, would you? Does your family even have an air conditioner?" The words were full of mockery. Deceitful. Just as the 4 words fell, a sharp voice rang out from the side. "Yo, isn't this that imposter? What? Is there no place to stay so you want to stay inside the hotel?" As a duck-like voice rang out, Chen Feng frowned tightly and turned his head to look. Chen Feng walked over with a woman with a sexy figure half in his arms, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "Young Chen, who is this?" The woman snuggled into Chen Feng's body and asked in a soft voice, her narrow eyes looking at Chen Feng, the inside of her eyes filled with dislike. This is the imposter I told you about who has been relying on my family for many years and refused to leave. Before he even begged our family bitterly. Now he probably also wants to live in the hotel for free based on the Chen family's identity." Chen Feng snorted coldly. "The imposter is really an imposter. I warned you a long time ago not to try to take advantage of your false identity. How come you just didn't listen? Or is it that you don't even want your face anymore after your identity has been revealed?" With that said, Chen Feng laughed out loud, and the woman next to him covered her mouth and laughed as well. The people around were attracted by the commotion and witnessed the farce. Chen Feng did not say anything. He just looked at Chen Feng quietly, as if Chen Feng was a jumping clown, not enough to draw his attention. "I advise you to hurry up and get out of here. I heard that a big shot is coming today. You punk don't make trouble here. This is not a place for you to stay. You better get out." Seeing that Chen Feng was still unmoved, a hint of annoyance flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. However, he did not make a move. When the receptionist next to him spoke, "Didn't you hear what Young Chen said? You imposter better hurry up and get out. You are not welcome in our hotel. If you don't get out, I will call security." "Call security? I didn't realize that this is how your hotel is managed. The VIP I invited. Is it not something you can move?" As soon as the front desk's words fell, a thick voice came from the side, only to see a middle-aged man of about 40 to 50 years of age, slowly walking in, followed by a group of people in suits. The man's face had a scar on it, and his entire person exuded a majestic aura. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng's eyes were glowing. "This is the people from Zhonghai Tian." Chen Feng's face immediately put on a flattering smile. "Hello, I am the Chen family." Before the words could fall, he was interrupted by the person next to him. "What kind of a thing are you? There's no room for you to speak now." As soon as those words came out, Chen Feng's face felt like it had been slapped. A fiery pain. A sneer came from the surroundings. The sneer reached Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng viciously scanned the surroundings. The surroundings were all dignitaries. Even if the other side made laughter, Chen Feng could not do anything to them. On the other side, a man ran over sweating profusely. blaring viciously at the front desk. Turning his head to the people of Zhonghai Tian, he said in a low voice, "I'm really sorry. It's our people who are wrong. I didn't know. This is the guest you invited. Please forgive me if I've offended you." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and slowly stepped in front of Chen Feng, facing the man's majestic aura. Chen Feng was not afraid in the slightest and looked straight at the man. The corner of the man's mouth contained a smile, and after a moment had passed, he was bowing heavily to Chen Feng. "It was our negligence. Please forgive Mr. Chen." Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were astonished. Did I see it right? Someone from Zhonghai Heaven actually bowed to a youngster. What exactly is this guy's origin? To actually make someone from Zhonghai Heaven bow, does it mean that he's some kind of big shot? Not only that, the receptionist who had just spoken out against Chen Feng stared in surprise, not even noticing that his cell phone had rolled on the floor. What? How could this happen? How did this dirtbag have a relationship with someone from Zhonghai? The receptionist had been working in the hotel for many years, and had seen all kinds of people, so she naturally knew how extraordinary Zhonghai's people were. Even his own energy was respectful, but he had just spoken out against his guest. The receptionist took a step back, her entire mind blank. There were only two words in her heart: finished, completely finished. She had offended someone she shouldn't have offended. Chapter 13. Taking charge of the industry. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. How could he not have thought that Chen Feng actually knew these people? The origins of these people? He had also heard his own mother say that if he was able to climb into a relationship with the people of Zhonghai, then his future would be infinitely bright. A hint of jealousy flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. What kind of luck had this guy stepped on? Incorrect. Now that he hadn't clarified himself, the people of Zhonghai shouldn't know that he was the real young master of the Chen family. It was probably because they thought of Chen Feng as the Chen family's real young master. Good you Chen Feng, how dare you use my name to climb up the ladder? Count yourself as somewhat capable. Flames flickered inside Chen Feng's eyes as he stared fiercely at Chen Feng, itching to tear him to pieces on the spot. However, Zhonghai's people were still here. The return banquet hadn't started, so it was futile to say anything now. However, a smile hung at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Right now, the people of Zhonghai did not know that they were receiving a fake young master. This was also considered a good thing. He would like to see. 5 days later, when everything became clear, what would this imposter look at him when he climbed to the top with his fake identity? The higher you stand, the harder you will fall. For the time being, let him be arrogant for a while. Anyway, it's only a few days. He can't be arrogant for long. Thinking of this, Chen Feng snorted coldly, gently patted the beautiful woman in his arms, and turned his head to leave. Mr. Chen, can we move to talk? Chen Feng knew that this was not the place to talk. Although he had a million doubts in his heart, he still nodded. Chen Feng followed the group of people out of here and arrived at the room on the topmost floor. The room here was exceptionally luxurious. A whole floor was a separate room with all the facilities inside. The middle-aged man made a motion of invitation. Chen Feng nodded slightly and sat on the sofa opposite the middle-aged man. The door to the room was closed, isolating the sound from outside. Only Chen Feng and the middle-aged man remained inside the entire room. Behind the middle-aged man, followed by several people in black suits, all stood outside, guarding the door like bodyguards, not allowing anyone to approach. Chen Feng cleared his throat and asked, "Who are you guys? I don't recognize you guys." The middle-aged man put a smile on his face as he sized up Chen Feng while answering his question. "It is true that you don't recognize us. After all, you've been in the mountains for more than a decade. It's only right that you don't recognize us. But you don't know us. We know you." Chen Feng frowned tightly and asked, "What does that say? Zhonghai's industry was originally your industry, left to you by the old master." Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng stared incredulously. "Old master? You mean my grandfather?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wei Zhonghai, and I am the temporary head of Zhonghai." Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng gently nodded. "I called you over today, not only to talk about this matter, but also to talk about another matter. When the old master passed away, he handed over all of his properties to me, asking me to hand them all over to you when you come down from the mountain. How did you know I was on the mountain?" Wei Zhonghai smiled without saying anything. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with doubt. Ever since he had met Wei Zhonghai, he felt that everything seemed to be not quite right. It always felt like someone was plotting something. Originally, he had thought that he had been in the mountains for 10 years without anyone knowing. According to Wei Zhonghai's words, the old man was aware that he had been on the mountain for 10 years. But if he knew that he was on the mountain for 10 years, why didn't he come to pick himself up? Or was it something to do with that old man on the mountain? Chen Feng was silent for a moment. The old man on the mountain echoed inside his mind. During the 10 years on the mountain, he had not wanted to kill the old man at all times. But on the other hand, this old man had given himself quite a few good things. and had given himself all of his life's learning. Anymore, it was also considered giving himself a home. Nor did he let himself die on the mountain. Could it be that the old man had some relationship with his grandfather? Chen Feng's heart was filled with speculations. He wanted to ask his guesses out, but because there were so many guesses, he didn't know which one to ask first for a while. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Wei Zhanghai also saw the look in Chen Feng's eyes and said with a light smile, I know that you have just come down from the mountain. There are some things that you still don't understand. It doesn't matter. There are some things that you can slowly understand, but the handover procedures must be done now, said Wei Zhanghai, then took out a contract from inside the bag. Above is the transfer agreement. He originally helped to keep these industries. Now it is also considered to be returned to the original owner. Chen Feng's face was complicated. The value of the industries above were written on the back. The value of each industry was extremely high. They could even buy an entire country. Chen Feng looked at Wei Zhanghai with a complicated expression. After being in charge of the industries for so many years, he actually did not have the slightest bit of greed. So it could be seen that this person should be someone trusted by his grandfather. The vigilance in Chen Feng's heart was completely lowered. Nodding vigorously, he signed his name on the signature side and pressed a seal. After signing his name, Wei Zhanghai's heart let out a sigh of relief. In fact, after being in charge of the industry for so many years, his heart was also a bit frightened. The old master entrusted the industry to himself before he passed away. The old master treated himself well during his lifetime. If the industry had problems in his own hands, he was afraid that his death would not rest in peace. Although the industry has come into my hands, but after all, you are the most familiar with the industry. I hope that the industry can be in your hands first, and slowly transition to me. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wei Zhanghai nodded vigorously. That's of course. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to assist you. Wei Zhanghai's eyes were filled with determination. Chen Feng nodded lightly. On the other side, Chen Feng had already returned to the Chen family. Seeing that Chen Feng's face was filled with hostility, Xin Wei couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? What happened? Why the unhappy face? Hearing his words, Chen Feng snorted coldly. Mom, guess who I saw today? Who? I saw that imposter at the hotel. That imposter shamelessly used our Chen family's identity to climb up the ladder and flaunted it in front of me. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng told Xin Wei what had happened today. Xin Wei's face changed drastically as she gritted her teeth fiercely. That imposter is quite capable, daring to use our Chen family's identity to climb up to Zhonghai Tian. Yes, it seems like we have to teach him a lesson, or else this brat really doesn't know the heights of heaven. As the words fell, Xin Wei snorted coldly. Son, you don't need to care about this matter. Mom has her own way to properly teach that brat a lesson. Chapter 14, Remembering. On the other side, Chen Feng sneezed violently, rubbed his nose and returned to the hall. Just after taking a few steps, a roar came from his ears. Chen Feng looked towards the source of the sound, only to see the previous receptionist standing in the corner with his head hanging down, and in front of him stood a chubby man wearing a black suit, fierce and vicious, spittle from his mouth splashing on the woman's face. Do you know what those people were just now? How dare you talk like that? Has all the previous training been trained inside a dog's stomach? The man cursed sentence after sentence. The woman stood cowering in place, not daring to say a word. Only after the man had finished venting did the woman cautiously look at the man, her eyes filled with thirst. This job paid well, and she didn't want to lose it. The manager let out a long sigh and waved his hand. All right, you don't have to come in tomorrow. At these words, the receptionist's face turned pale. Manager, what do you mean by this? Isn't the meaning of what I said obvious enough? You're dismissed. Hurry up and pack up and get out. Hearing this, Chen Feng sneered. This woman deserved it. What he hated the most was people who looked down on others with dog eyes. Chen Feng patted the dust on his clothes and turned his head to leave. Coming out of the hotel, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Feng touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten all morning, and now he was really a bit hungry. The neighborhood was full of high-class restaurants, but Chen Feng wasn't short of money. The person who placed him in Zonghaitian gave him a card with a few $1,000,000 in it. Chen Feng casually entered a restaurant. This restaurant's decoration was very luxurious, with a foreign flavor. Chen Feng had just entered the front door when a man hurried over. The man was dressed in a suit and tall, frowning tightly, very unhappy. I'm really sorry, we are a members restaurant. Please show us your membership information. The man looked Chen Feng up and down as he spoke, his eyes filled with impatience. Chen Feng was still wearing the same set of clothes, a shirt and pants that cost a few $100s. Facing the man sizing up, Chen Feng frowned slightly. As expected, there was more than just one thing that was not long for the eyes here. Oh, then how can I become a member of your place? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. The man would still speak, when one of the people next to him snorted disdainfully. Membership is something you can't afford in this lifetime? What? To get into this place with my Chen family's identity? The familiar voice rang from his ears. Chen Feng frowned tightly and looked at the man opposite him. Why was this guy so shady? Chen Feng snorted coldly. Don't think you're great just because you've climbed the big tree with Chen Jia's connections. A fake is a fake after all. And an imposter is an imposter after all. Chen Feng had finished discussing that matter with his mother and had planned to come out for a meal, but he hadn't expected to see this imposter again. I advise you to hurry up and leave. Don't get kicked out later. Meeting Chen Feng here was really unappetizing. Chen Feng frowned tightly, his eyes filled with impatience. The waiter on the side heard Chen Feng's words and immediately expressed his attentiveness. Yes. Didn't you hear what Young Chen said? This is not a place for you to come. The waiters who worked here were all human beings, and those few words just now naturally distinguished which one was the one who truly deserved respect. Chen Feng sneered. How much does a member here need to recharge? Is 400,000 enough? Is $500,000 enough? Is 1 million enough? So it was said that there was only $1 million inside the card. But Chen Feng didn't just have a card in his hand. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the waiter frowned tightly and looked at Chen Xiao with no confidence. Looking at Chen Feng's arrogant appearance, he might really be able to pull out $1 million. Chen Feng snorted coldly. Still puffing up your face here. Even if you have $1 million in your hand, that's still something taken from my Chen family. It's best not to take what you shouldn't. Chen Feng did not believe that Chen Feng could pull out $1 million at all. Chen Feng laughed softly. This card has $1 million in it. Charge it all in. With that, he handed a card to the attendant. The waiter half-heartedly took the card and swiped it towards the POS machine. With a drop, $1 million successfully arrived in the account. The waiter's hand trembled, incredibly looking at the string of zeros in front of him. There was actually $1 million on this card. Chen Feng also saw the number displayed on it, and the whole person was enraged. Good, you imposter. I'm sure your hands and feet are not clean. You've already been kicked out of the Chen family, and you still stole the Chen family's money. There weren't many people around, but Chen Feng's voice was so loud that people coming and going couldn't help but stare, especially after hearing Chen Feng's words. Quite a few people gathered around, wanting to see what was going on. There were also some who pointed at Chen Feng. This man looks human-like. I didn't expect him to be a thief, stealing money and still coming to spend it in this kind of upscale place. How shameless. Hearing this, Chen Feng was so smug that his eyebrows flew up to the sky. Chen Feng sneered. You're really shameless. Everything is owned by your family. Why don't you say that this restaurant is also owned by your family? It's true that all families are thieves, stealing things and really taking them seriously. What do you mean by that? Previously, Chen Feng had not wanted to get into it with Chen Feng, but now Chen Feng had learned the truth. All of this clearly belonged to his own family, but now he was being mocked by this guy. How could he not swallow this breath in his heart? How dare you TMD talk about lousy? Chen Feng's eyes were ablaze as he quickly rushed over. His hand raised high and he watched as the next second the slap landed on Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng dodged and dodged Chen Feng's attack. Chen Feng's hand that had yet to fall was tightly grasped by Chen Feng. As Chen Feng's hostility grew, several bright red finger marks appeared on Chen Feng's wrist. Even onlookers could hear the sound of bones clicking, as if the bones at Chen Feng's wrist were about to be crushed alive. The intense pain caused Chen Feng to scream miserably, and the entire person struggled frantically, like a wriggling maggot. Chen Feng laughed coldly. As he threw off Chen Feng's arm, he slapped Chen Feng's face, followed by left and right. His speed was very fast, like a gust of wind. Hula but a minute, Chen Feng's face had already swollen into a pig's head. The whole face was swollen and wrinkled together, completely unable to see what he looked like. The people next to him were stunned by this scene. All the people watching froze in place for a moment. MD, you guys are still looking. Why don't you hurry up and call the security over? Chen Feng lightly clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows at Chen Feng's miserable appearance. The pain from before still hasn't made you remember. Chapter 15, First Meeting. Chen Feng covered his face and backed up a few steps, and inside his mouth he stammered something, but his mouth was so swollen that he could only understand a few words. The waiter next to him had long since run out of sight, presumably to call for help. Chen Feng did not leave the restaurant, but stood here. This waiter really couldn't see the situation clearly. He could casually take out $1 million. Even this so-called young master of the Chun family, I'm afraid he couldn't take out that much money. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with hostility. His body was covered with a murderous aura. The people watching around him couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Chen Feng with a bit of fear in their eyes. For some reason, Chen Feng gave them a very dangerous feeling at this moment, as if he was being stared at by a furious lion, as if he could be bitten to death at any time. A few people couldn't carry this monstrous aura and silently shrunk their necks, knowing that they shouldn't watch this hilarious event and turned their heads away. With one person starting, the others followed closely behind, but in a moment's effort, only Chen Feng and Chen Feng were left here. However, in a moment's time, a group of people had already hooted and hollered from the side. Those people were wearing security uniforms. They were the restaurant's security guards. Every high-class restaurant would be equipped with security guards, and this place was no exception. The waiter looked left and right. His heart was apprehensive. Although this man was able to take out $1 million, but he still trusted Chen Xiao's words more. After all, the Chen family wasn't something he could afford to offend with just a small waiter. So this is your restaurant's hospitality, ah? So unwelcome to me? Be sensible and get out quickly. The waiter was furious, scolding Chen Feng while secretly looking at Chen Feng, trying to brush off a good impression in front of the Chen family's young master. This, Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be here. The swords were drawn. A voice suddenly broke the deadlock. It was a pale but powerful voice. Chen Feng turned his head in confusion, only to see an old man in his 60s or 70s hurrying in. Chen Feng frowned tightly. He did not recognize this person. May I ask who you are? Seeing what the visitor looked like, the waiter's face was startled. Boss, why are you here? The boss snorted coldly. If I don't come, I'm afraid I won't be able to open this restaurant. Next door was the hotel. The restaurant owner was in contact with the hotel owner, and the hotel owner had told the restaurant owner about what had happened before. The reason why he hurried over was precisely because of this matter. Fortunately, it was quite timely to come. If it was a little bit later, he was afraid that his restaurant would not have a foothold in this city. Who dared to offend the people of Zhonghai Tian? The boss gave the waiter a vicious look, itching to tear him apart and eat him into his stomach. The waiter silently shrunk his neck, not daring to speak again. I didn't know that Mr. Chen had come to visit, so I'm sorry to welcome you. Hearing the boss's words, the person next to him cautiously reminded, Boss, this is the Chen family's young master. You're looking at the wrong person. What the are you wasting your words for? It's not like I'm blind. Which one is the one I'm looking for? I don't know, ah? The throat of the person who reminded at the side moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Hospitality is not necessary. I hope that the boss can keep a good eye on his own people and not let his own people out to scream. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. Only when Chen Feng left did the boss look viciously at the group. Do you guys want to die? Do you know who that person was just now? That was the person Zhong Haitian had his eye on. Everyone had heard of Zhonghai Tian's great name. A few people's faces turned pale. They were so close. They would have been in big trouble. Luckily the boss rushed over in time, or else their lives would have been hard to protect. On the other side, Chen Feng hadn't walked out for long before he was attracted by an old man on the side of the road. The old man was gray-haired and hunched over, limping forward with some dirt on his body, looking like he had just fallen. Chen Feng frowned tightly. For some reason, he always felt that this old man had a familiar aura about him, and could not help but approach. By the time he reacted, the person had already arrived in front of the old man. The old man looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Young man, I see that you are somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere? When these words came out, Chen Feng was struck by lightning. 10 years ago, that old man had also used such a sentence to bring himself to the point of no return. 10 years later, I never thought that I would be able to hear these words from an old man again. Chen Feng's face was complicated as he looked at the old man with a scrutinizing gaze. The old man looked at Chen Feng with a smile, as if he did not notice Chen Feng's scrutiny. Old man, you are the one who perceived it wrong. We have never met. The old man smiled and shook his head. Your surname is Chen, right? At these words, Chen Feng instantly understood. This old man just knew himself and had just been pretending. A hint of annoyance flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. You know me? The old man laughed out loud. I've seen you just now when I was in the hotel. I was just joking. I'm not ashamed to be my chosen one. Good boy. A trace of confusion flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. What do you mean by that? By way of introduction, my surname is Li. I am Bing Bing's grandfather. Chen Feng's pupils crinkled. He did not think that the old man in front of him was actually the grandfather he had always wanted to meet. Chen Feng's expression eased. So it's you. I thought it was. The old master laughed out loud and patted Chen Feng's shoulder vigorously, like an old boy. After a few moments passed, the old master shouted to the surroundings, you guys just stop hiding and come out. As the words fell, several people walked out from the nearby corners. Those people were all dressed in suits and looked like the old man's bodyguards. The party is a little test for you. Just a few words were said, and it was unknown what the test was. However, thinking of the other party's words, Chen Feng was silent for a moment, looking at the old man with a hint of complexity in his eyes. The old master was betrothed to his own grandfather, and the two should have a good relationship, and his own grandfather was also somewhat related to the dead old man on the mountain. Did that mean that all three were related to each other? Chen Feng didn't ask rashly, he just kept thinking in his mind. The old man seemed to have seen what was going on in Chen Feng's mind, but didn't say anything, only gently patting Chen Feng's shoulder. This is the first time my old man has met with my granddaughter-in-law. Let's go. The old man invites you for a meal. Faced with the old man's invitation, Chen Feng couldn't refuse anymore and had no choice but to nod his head and follow the old man. The old man patted the dust on his clothes. The appearance just now was all an act. The purpose was to attract Chen Feng's attention. Now that the drama had been played out, he was back to his spirited appearance. Chapter 16, Showing Your Hand. What? Still not going to follow me? The old man turned his head, looked behind him at Chen Feng, and asked with a smile. The smile on the old man's face was exceptionally kind, just like the Maitreya Buddha, carrying a kindred spirit if nothing else. Chen Feng quickly walked a few steps to follow the old man. The old man looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face. His pair of cloudy eyes seemed to be able to see through what Chen Feng was thinking in his heart. I know what's on your mind. I also know that you have a belly full of questions. Don't worry first. I'll take you to see someone and you'll know. After walking a few steps, the two got into a black car. The man who drove the car was wearing the same black clothes as the bodyguard, but slightly younger, like a child. The car drove very steadily. The two people did not have much to say in the car, sitting quietly, but Chen Feng could still detect the old man sizing up. This sizing up was not offensive. Chen Feng also let this old man look. After about 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of a villa. Before even getting out of the car, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. There were quite a few luxury cars parked in front of the entrance. It seemed that a banquet was being organized here. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what the old man had brought himself here for. Looking at the old man coming over, the person who was talking inside stopped talking and walked over with his wineglass raised. It's been a long time, old man. Your health is getting better and better. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in a white suit, with a mustache and eyes full of sharpness. The old master laughed out loud, seemingly fond of the man in front of him, and patted his shoulder vigorously. Come, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter-in-law. You know. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Chen Feng's body, his gaze a little more sharp, seemingly scrutinizing Chen Feng. Chen Feng was unassuming, looking straight into the other party's gaze, even as his aura was slightly overpowering the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man couldn't help but take a step back and laughed. Master, this granddaughter-in-law of yours is quite something. He has a few skills. While the man was sizing up Chen Feng was similarly looking at the man. A faint bloody aura permeated the man's body. This man was not a character to be messed with. There were multiple scars on his body, and even old wounds on his bones. With just a glance, Chen Feng had judged the man's body. Since you're here, let's go in first. The man raised his glass and took the lead to walk into the house. Chen Feng and the old man also followed closely inside. There weren't too many people inside, probably about 24, all dressed rather homely, not like a proper banquet, but like a family feast. Seeing the middle-aged man go in, the others were about to come up and talk, when suddenly, there was a thumping sound from behind them, followed by a woman's scream. Dad, Dad, what happened to you? The woman desperately shook the old man who had fallen to the ground, her face filled with anxiety. Wait, don't panic, let me see. Chen Feng was about to go over to help when a man next to him had already snatched a step ahead of him. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and stood back up again. The old man smiled as he witnessed the scene and said to Chen Feng, Young man, don't be too hasty. Chen Feng nodded and did not say anything. The one who walked over was a young man in his 20s. The man seemed to have studied medicine and carried a small flashlight inside his body, shining a light on the old man's pupils. His face was grave. I am afraid that it is a brain bruise. At these words, Chen Feng snorted out a laugh. His laughter was especially noticeable in the silent atmosphere. As soon as the laughter came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Feng, and all of them looked unfavorable. The one who had fallen on the ground was the owner of this house, and he dared to be so arrogant in someone else's territory. I'm sorry, I just find his diagnosis a bit funny. This is no brain bruise. It's just a symptom of pre-stroke. Just a few random needles and you'll be fine. The man was furious and turned his head to look at Chen Feng viciously. Are you questioning me? I'm a medical student. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and shrugged helplessly. Then try it. The man stared angrily at Chen Feng, his fingers clenching into fists, itching to punch Chen Feng in the face. You've studied medicine? The middle-aged man came in front of Chen Feng and asked slowly. Chen Feng shook his head. Not exactly learned. Just a little knowledge. Then can you cure it? If there is a silver needle. Of course I can. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, seemingly pondering over Chen Feng's words. The man next to him couldn't help but whisper. Brother, you can't really believe this kid's words, can you? This kid doesn't look like he's studying medicine either. And he also said that he only knows a little bit about it. Let's just find a professional doctor to come over. The family doctor is on vacation today, and the nearest hospital will take more than an hour to come over. I'm afraid the old man won't last more than an hour. Just bring my medical kit over. Brother! The man next to him still wanted to struggle, but the middle-aged man's eyes could not be refused. The man sighed helplessly. All right, Chen Feng waited here for 5 or 6 minutes before the medical box was brought over by the man, and under the gaze of his own brother, the man reluctantly handed the medical box to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened the medical box and looked at the configuration inside, which was complete. Whether it was silver needles of all sizes and thicknesses, it was even more delicate and complete than the medical box he had gotten earlier. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, but did not think that this man who was full of blood actually knew Chinese medicine. It was really true that people could not be recognized by their appearance. Everything you want has been prepared. Can we start the treatment now? Seeing that the middle-aged man really believed Chen Feng's words, the man next to him jumped anxiously. What does he know? He might as well let me do it. Facing the man's words, the middle-aged man turned a deaf ear. For some reason, when looking at Chen Feng, there was always a few more moments of peace in his heart. It wasn't that he had seen Chen Feng's medical skills, it was just that he trusted the feeling in his heart. That was why he had given this matter to Chen Feng. Chen Feng gently nodded. Since the middle-aged man believed in himself so much, he himself definitely could not let down his trust. You guys make way first. Leave a circle with a radius of 1 meter to let the air flow in. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the others took a few steps backward, leaving some space for Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked over the old man's eyes. Just a moment ago, he had his judgment after just a glance. Now after taking a look at the old man's grayish eyeballs, it reinforced his judgment. The old man was the precursor to a stroke. The stroke came in a hurry, which was why he suddenly fell to the ground. Chapter 17, Engagement Matters. Chen Feng stuck the silver needle at the old man's temple. The best treatment for a stroke was the top of the head, but the old man's posture did not allow for movement, so Chen Feng retreated to the location of the temples. Although Chen Feng was allowed to try and save the old man, the others also contacted the doctors at the nearest hospital at the same time. Chen Feng focused all his strength on his wrist, his eyes unusually determined, as if he could see the acupoints inside through the skin. The first needle energized the qi and blood. The second needle energized the tendons and veins. Chen Feng's mouth whispered inside, and the middle-aged man standing beside him heard all of his words in his ears. The middle-aged man's eyes had more than a few moments of surprise. His lips quirked as he watched Chen Feng concentrate on the needles. The questions in his heart ultimately did not ask. The treatment was a long process. A few people's legs were numb from standing, but as they watched the old man's qi getting better and better, they didn't dare to disturb Chen Feng, and only had to move their legs and feet in small increments. Chen Feng pulled out the last needle and let out a long breath. It's done. The previously ashen old man had now returned to normal. His skin was rosy and lustrous, and he was even more spirited than before. In the crowd, the talents of the Chinese medicine pavilion from a distance of 10,000 miles hurriedly rushed over. When Rinyu wiped the hot sweat on his forehead, panting and squeezing in from the crowd, apologizing, Boss Huang, I'm really sorry, the traffic jam on the road delayed a lot of work. Boss Huang? Chen Feng looked towards the middle-aged man. Could this be Boss Huang? Boss Huang frowned unhappily. No need for you. This little doctor has already cured the old man. When Rinyu looked in the direction that Boss Huang was pointing to, only to see Chen Feng wiping the beads of sweat from his hands in the crowd and lightly looking over, he looked Chen Feng up and down. He was born in a Chinese medicine family. He basically knew everyone inside the Chinese medicine circle. He had never seen Chen Feng before. When Rinyu moved closer and asked, May I ask which family this little brother belongs to? Chen family. So you're the Chen family's youngest. Long time no see. Hearing these two words, the skepticism on Wen Renyu's face immediately disappeared and turned into a look of flattery. Although he was born in a Chinese medicine family, his family had long since fallen, not to mention that he was only a collateral. The truly powerful one was his master. Unfortunately, his master was traveling today, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. When Renyu's eyes gurgled, if he could climb up to the Chen family through this opportunity, it wouldn't be in vain for him to make a trip for nothing. Chen family? How did I hear that the Chen family's young master is someone else? A slightly shrill voice came out from the crowd. Chen Feng frowned as he looked, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. The woman who came out from the crowd was the same woman Chen Feng had seen in the hotel earlier, in league with Chen Feng. No wonder she had come over to pick a fight at this time. The moment these words came out, the crowd's eyes instantly focused on the two of them. What does that mean? Does it mean that the one in front of them isn't the Chen family's youngest? No way. I think he was brought here by elderly. Isn't his granddaughter-in-law surnamed Chen? The words around them reached the woman's ears. The woman coldly snorted a few times. I thought you were an obedient one. I didn't expect that you were still using Chen Xiao's signboard when he wasn't around. You really don't know how to be ashamed. The woman's words became increasingly unpleasant. Chen Feng frowned tightly. His original good mood all but disappeared as the hatred towards Chen Feng surged in his mind. A strong murderous aura erupted from his surroundings as he looked viciously at the woman, who couldn't help but take a step back, her whole body shivering violently, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying creature that could snap her neck in the next second. Chen Feng stepped closer. I hope that there are some words that you use your brain before saying. The woman snorted coldly. Even with a trembling voice she was as arrogant as ever. I'm telling the truth. You imposter, don't scream here. The woman still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Boss Huang. Enough. This is not the place for you to make trouble. Whether he is the Chen family's eldest young man or not. Since he saved the old man today, he is my Huang family's benefactor. Security guards, get this woman out of here. When did cats and dogs enter our house? You. The security guard on the side rushed forward and said to the woman, Miss, please come with us. The woman looked viciously at Chen Feng, stomped her foot, and reluctantly turned her head away. Boss Huang came to Chen Feng and handed a bank card to Chen Feng. This is your payment. There is no password. Thank you very much. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. No need to pay for something that goes by the way. Boss Huang flinched for a moment. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes. When he gave those people payment earlier, one picked it up faster than the other. He didn't expect Chen Feng, who was only wearing a few dozen dollars of clothes on his body, to not pick it up. Mr. Chen, it's better to take it. It's $1 million in here. The man on the side couldn't help but urge. For the Huang family, $1 million was just a sprinkle. Boss Huang knew a little bit of medicine. The words that Chen Feng recited under his breath just now, he had read them in an ancient book. If he could exchange $1 million for a chance to make friends with Chen Feng, it would be worth it to spend the $1 million. Chen Feng still smiled and shook his head, unwilling to take it. Boss Huang sighed, understanding Chen Feng's meaning, and looked at him with a few more points of appreciation in his eyes. Okay, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, call me. I will do my best to help. Chen Feng nodded. What was worth more than money was Boss Huang's favor, casually being able to come up with $1 million, and also having such a good relationship with elderly. This Boss Huang's identity must be very impressive. This kind of person's favor is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Elderly cheerfully walked over, gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder, and rushed to Boss Huang. How is it? My granddaughter-in-law is okay, right? Boss Huang nodded. Elderly is really lucky. Grandpa, why are you here? A familiar voice came from not far away. Li Bingbing, who had just gotten off the bus, saw her own grandfather at a glance, as well as Chen Feng, who was following beside him. What are you guys? Li Bingbing's eyes wandered back and forth between Chen Feng and the old man, confused. How was it that the two knew each other before she was even introduced? You've come at the right time. I have an announcement to make. The old master gestured a 6 in a mysterious manner. Since the two of you have already met, choosing a day is better than bumping into it. Let's finalize the marriage this Saturday. What? Li Bingbing was shocked. How could this old man say anything? Although the two of them had already been engaged for a long time, but their feelings hadn't been cultivated yet. It wasn't too good to hastily get engaged. Thinking of this, Li Bingbing stole a glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression was faint, seemingly thinking about something, and after a long time, he said, Master, I think this matter is still up for discussion. After all, before that, I still have one more important thing to do. Chapter 18, Dog Eat Dog. Chen Feng's eyes flickered with a blazing fire. Chen Feng had been sitting in the position of the Chen family's young master for too long. It was time for those ES to give back the Chen family that they had taken away. Chen Feng's entire body looked like it was about to burst into flames, his aura suddenly becoming stronger. The old master had planned to persuade him a few more times, but sensing Chen Feng's state, he eventually compromised. Good, then let's talk about it in a few days. Li Bingbing's heart was also slightly relieved. When she received a call from the assistant beside the old man at work, she thought that the old man was in a hurry to call herself over for something important, but her feelings were that she was here to get engaged. It was good that Chen Feng did not agree. Li Bingbing sneaked a glance at Chen Feng, although she had a good impression of Chen Feng, but after all, the two had not met for a few days. They still had to get along for a while longer. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number, inviting him to meet at a nearby coffee shop in a while. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Not many people knew about this call. Who would ask himself out? Chen Feng coughed slightly. Elder, I still have a friend to meet, so I'll excuse myself. The old master waved his hand. Go go go. With Li Bingbing here, Chen Feng was also relieved to leave. Following the address given by the man on his cell phone, Chen Feng took a taxi to the coffee shop. There was also a young man in an apron grinding coffee beans in the coffee shop. Other than that, there was no one. Chen Feng hesitated to go in, but a familiar voice came from beside him. I didn't expect you kid to actually dare to come over. Chen Feng turned his head to look. Chen Feng was looking at him disdainfully with the beautiful woman who had been kicked out earlier in his arms. Oh, you're quite capable. You even got my number. Your cell phone number is not a rare thing. This young man moved his finger not to get it. If not, Xiaoli told me, I really do not know that you an imposter again under my name to solicit. This time all danced to the front of Boss Huang. You really ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Chen Feng's pair of eyes looked like they were spitting poison as he looked viciously at Chen Feng. Sure enough, it was right with his guess. All of you come out. Give this brat a good lesson today. With a wave of Chen Feng's hand, a few people with sticks came out from the coffee shop. The little brother who was grinding coffee did not raise his head when he saw this scene, so he must be one of Chen Feng's people as well. No wonder he asked himself to meet here. So he had already made preparations. A few people kept approaching Chen Feng. Chen Feng rubbed his fists and said, I didn't look for you, but you sent yourself to the door instead. In that case, I'll settle a score with you first. A few people waved their sticks and rushed out. The sound of shouting accompanied by the air-breaking sound of weapons being swung. The momentum was full. Chen Feng laughed coldly and took a few steps back, effortlessly catching their waving sticks. Several people were shocked, only to see Chen Feng firmly blocking several steel clubs with one hand, his body not moving at all. What's going on here? The man leading the group tried to move forward, but he was unable to take a step forward no matter how hard he tried. Chen Feng threw his force and several people flew out instantly as if they had been hit by something heavy. Someone's head accidentally knocked into the steps, offering blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was chaotic. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng took a step back in surprise. How is this possible? How is this kid's strength so great? Looking at Chen Feng's sneering appearance, an inexplicable feeling of fear surged through his heart, and his face stung involuntarily, the feeling of being beaten in the first place echoing in his mind. Seeing Chen Feng approaching her, Xiaoli, who was leaning in Chen Feng's embrace, was so scared that she lost her color and screamed, What do you want? I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything to me, the Chen family will not let you go. Even though his body kept retreating, Chen Feng's arrogance remained unabated. Chen Feng snorted, You're really tough talking. The person you brought is like this, and you're still foxing around here. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his arms left and right, and his two big mouths caused Chen Feng's face to instantly turn red and swell up high. Chen Feng opened his teeth and claws and tried to fight back, but he didn't even touch a single strand of Chen Feng's hair. Like a jumping clown, Xiaoli collapsed on the ground. She did not expect Chen Feng to be a practitioner. So many people combined could not beat him. In her heart, she regretted 100,000 times. If she was given another chance, she would definitely not follow Chen Feng over. Xiaoli's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Her hands and feet were so scared that she couldn't move a step. She couldn't stop her lips from trembling, shivering. It's nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. It's him who told me to say it. Yes, it was him. He forced me to say it. Chen Feng stood in front of Xiaoli, like a lofty mountain, pressurizing Xiaoli. The woman who was still arrogant and dejected just now was so scared that she couldn't speak, dumping all the pots and pans all on Chen Feng's head. When Chen Feng heard Xiaoli's words, he stared incredulously, only reacting after a long time, slurring his words and cursing, asterisk. You dare to talk about old me like that? Profane words continued to pour out of Chen Feng's mouth. Xiaoli was not willing to show weakness either. She cared more about her little life than offending Chen Xiao. Just now Chen Feng gave her the feeling as if she was looking at a dead person. A life-threatening feeling made Xiaoli's whole body unable to stop trembling. Seeing the two people dog-eat-dog, Chen Feng felt bored. Originally thought that Chen Feng was a brain. Now it seems to be nothing more than that. To deal with a Chen Feng, the matter of moving a finger. The important thing was not him as a person, but the Chen family behind him, and the minions that the Chen family had buried over the years. Today's Chen family was like a stinking tree. The rotting roots were densely packed. Wanting to pull them out immediately was not an easy task. Chen Feng clapped his hands and turned his head to leave. This picture of a dog eating a dog. It was better to let their own people enjoy it. The sun was setting, the afterglow of the setting sun spilling over the earth. Chen Feng didn't take a taxi. Instead, he walked towards home while enjoying the view of the city. It wasn't very far from home, so he could still think about things while walking, sorting through the things that had happened after coming down from the mountain. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. The taking of the Chen family was not just the work of Qin Wei and his wife. There were also people who secretly helped them. To be able to obtain the Chen family secrets, they must have a great relationship with the Chen family. This was something that Chen Feng had guessed from the time Mrs. Chen had said it. However, more than 10 years had passed since that incident. Wanting to explore again was not that easy, not to mention that the number of people the Chen family had contacted was not very large, and the collateral lineages of a large family were also quite large. Even so, Chen Feng would not give up. Since those scum dared to touch his own things, then Chen Feng would definitely make them get the price they deserved, letting them know that his Chen Feng's things were not so easy to move. Chapter 19, Finding Fault. There were still 2 more days before the Chen family held their banquet, and during these 2 days, the Chen family was busy. and basically all of the prestigious families in the city had received invitations from the Chun family. The injury on Chen Feng's face had been treated and was almost healed. At this moment, he was like a proud rooster, patrolling the banquet grounds. His Chen Feng's return banquet naturally had to be incomparably luxurious, which would only highlight the strength of his Chun family. However, there was still one person left to deal with. Mom, you said earlier that you wanted to teach Chun Feng a lesson. How is it going now? Qin Wei sat on a chair, fiddling with the cell phone in her hand. Don't worry, Mom has already found someone to teach that kid a lesson. It's about time now. He should be here. After saying that, a hint of viciousness flashed through Qin Wei's eyes. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows in triumph. This damn Chen Feng. Last time it was him who brought fewer people. This time the people were hired by Qin Wei with a lot of money. Let's see what this kid will do. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who was preparing a gift for his parents, suddenly felt a chill at his back, as if something was peering at him. Chen Feng frowned and looked behind him. Behind him was empty. There was nothing. Yo, isn't this an imposter? A slightly shrill voice rang in his ears. Chen Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Chen Qing in a light-colored shirt walked over on the arm of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. The girl's entire body was covered in designer labels, and she looked like a young lady from a certain family. Chen Qing looked at the red velvet box in front of Chen Feng and laughed coldly. It seems that the previous lesson still hasn't made you remember. You still dare to rely on the Chun family's identity to solicit money. How dare you? Inside the red velvet box was a pure gold bracelet, a gift from Chen Feng to his parents. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the counter girl who was about to pack the bag became strange, hesitating to pack the bag or not. The counter assistant knew Chun Chang. She was a regular customer here. Every time she came, she bought a lot of jewelry. On the contrary, Chen Feng was a first-time visitor. Seeing the counter sister's eyes, Chen Feng snorted coldly. You don't even do a deal that's delivered to your door? Chen Chang walked in front of the counter and took a closer look. This gold bracelet was worth a lot of money. The master craftsmanship originated from a master craftsman, and it was several times more expensive than an ordinary bracelet. Even she would have to bite her teeth to buy it, let alone this poor boy. Chen Chang looked at Chen Feng suspiciously. Originally thought that this money was from him using the Chen family's identity to solicit it, but now it seems that maybe he stole it from the Chun family. I advise you to hurry up and give me the money you took from the Chen family. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Feng stared incredulously. For a split second, he thought he had heard wrong. He had never seen such a shameless person. Chen Feng couldn't stop his sneer. You're not mistaken. Everything belongs to the Chen family. Why don't you say that this mall also belongs to your Chen family? You! Chen Qing had a burst of fire in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, this kid looked like a different person. Becoming sharp-tongued, Chen Feng ignored Chen Chang, turned his head to the counter sister and said, delivered to the door for sale. See if you want it. This single commission should be quite a lot, right? The counter sister's eyes flashed a heartbeat. Chen Feng was right. This single gives her a lot of commission. If this single, the year-end prize is not hers. But just now Chun Cheng said something that made the counter sister's heart muttered again. This Chun Cheng at a glance and Chen Feng have a grudge. They are in front of Chun Cheng will be his things wrapped up. I am afraid to offend the Chen family. See, the counter sister is still hesitant. Chen Feng is no longer entangled. This bracelet and not just one of them have. Where to buy is not to buy. Next to a family. Chen Feng without the slightest hesitation, turned his head to the other side, pointed to the counter and the party bracelet almost the same style, said, this, wrap it up for me. Swiped the card. The counter boy who was watching the show was flabbergasted for a moment, and then smiled with joy. Originally he just wanted to watch the fun. Did not expect this heavenly fortune suddenly came to his head. The counter girl on the side saw the scene and regretted everything in her heart. She did not expect Chen Feng to leave as soon as he said he would, not even giving her a little time to think. Originally, this bonus should have been her own, but in the end, it was taken by someone else. The counter sister stared viciously at the counter boy and turned her head to look at Chen Chang again. If she had known this, she shouldn't have cared about the Chen family. Chen Chang was furious. Quickly walking a few steps rushed to Chen Feng and said, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Saying that, one hand reached up and wanted to throw Chen Feng a slap. The moment the slap fell, it was caught by Chen Feng, whose eyes were filled with coldness. Chen Chang pushed back, but her hand remained motionless. Intense pain like bones being crushed instantly spread throughout her body. Chen Chang screamed in pain. Let go. What do you want to do? Revolt. Even at this point, Chen Chang still had that arrogant face. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? The little girl who followed Chen Chang on the side did not say anything the entire time, with a hint of watching a good show on her indifferent face. Out of place with that well-behaved dress. Chen Feng frowned. For some reason, he always felt that this girl gave him a very unpleasant feeling. The aura emanating from her body did not seem like a good person. Not only that, This girl's looks were also a bit similar to someone he had seen earlier. Seemingly noticing Chen Feng's gaze, the girl turned her head towards where Chen Feng was, a hint of a smile on her lips. Chen Feng was unwilling to pay any more attention to these few people, ruthlessly shaking off Chen Cheng's hand and turning his head away. Only after Chen Feng had left did the girl come to Chen Qing's side and asked, "That man just now is the imposter you're talking about?" Chen Cheng nodded viciously. "That's right, but it doesn't matter. In a few days it will be my brother's return banquet, and at that time, I will definitely make this guy pay back 100 times over." After saying that, Chen Qing's eyes flickered with hot flames inside. Chen Feng didn't walk out for long before he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the group of people walking down from the car. Those people were dressed in suits and looked like someone's bodyguards. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "You guys have followed me all the way. Is there anything you want?" The group of people had been following them since they left the mall, and now that they were in a remote place, they were even more unscrupulous, not even willing to cover up. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the man in the lead laughed out loud. "I didn't expect you kid to be quite perceptive. You actually noticed it. Since that's the case, we won't bend with you. Kid, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Since the other party hired us to come here, we are bound to do it, so don't blame us for being merciless." With that, several people rushed over. Their target was obvious. It was Chen Feng's arm. All of their strength was swung towards Chen Feng's arm. It looked like they wanted to waste his arm. Chapter 20, The Return Banquet. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with gloom. "These guys are really good tactics, favoring to stare at my arm over. It seems the guy has already told the Chen family about what happened before." Chen Feng did not expect them to disregard their feelings in the slightest. After all, he had lived with them for a while when he was small, retaining some fond memories. These people were truly snakes and scorpions. Since this was the case, there was even less reason for him to let go. Chen Feng was like a ghost weaving in and out of these people. Those people had a lot of strength. It looked like they had practiced, but even so, they had nowhere to use their strength. Chen Feng's figure was extremely fast. They could not capture it at all. Several people were sweating profusely, but they did not even touch the corner of Chen Feng's coat. Chen Feng's mouth smiled. "With your kind of three-legged kung fu, it's better to give up on dealing with me." These words stimulated the nerves of the leader, and the other party ruthlessly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave a wink to the others. The others immediately understood what he meant, and the few people standing at the very back rushed to the car, but in a moment's time, turned their heads and went back to the back of the group. Only this time they had a few more weapons in their hands. One of the weapons was a polished machete. If he was cut by this knife, his arm constantly had to be ruined. "Big brother, what if we cut someone to death? This is against the law, right?" the little brother at the side asked with some concern. Hearing the other's words, the elder brother sneered. "You don't have to worry. The employer said that he would break one of his arms and he would take care of the rest. Don't you still trust the Chen family?" Chen Feng's eyes were clear. Sure enough, it was the same as what he had guessed. It was the Chen family that had done the trick. Big brother's words undoubtedly gave the group a peace of mind, and they rushed over without fear. Chen Feng couldn't stop the cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he clenched his hand into a fist and knocked it onto the back of the sword. The buzzing sound was unceasing, like the sound of electric current zipping and pulling, accompanied by violent trembling. As if struck by lightning, the entire arm holding the handle of the knife was tingling. With a fluttering sound, the railroad instantly fell to the ground. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Why didn't I know that the Chen family still had such a great ability to cover the sky with only their hands? This is not putting the rest of the people in their eyes? Chen Feng looked around. This place was sparsely populated and a small road. There were no cameras, so it was no wonder this group of people were so arrogant. After all, even if one called the police, there was no evidence. It had to be said that the Chen family was really a good plan. A few people took a step back. Although Qin Wei had already taken precautions before, they still hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so strong. Not even a few of them combined could match it. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the few people behind them. "This guy is just like a monster. Casually knocked our weapons off. Looks like he's more powerful than us all." Although the boss's heart did not want to admit it, it was a fact that his opponent was strong, and it was impossible for them to fight against a stone with an egg. Chen Feng looked at the person leading the group and then at the others. "Go back and tell Qin Wei that I will slowly settle these scores with him." After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. The few people could only watch Chen Feng leave without any means. Even if they wanted to block him, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. Chen family. The venue for the banquet was almost set up, and at this time, the family was eating their meal beautifully. Suddenly, the cell phone placed beside them rang. Qin Wei looked down at the message sent from the top of her cell phone, and the smile on her face instantly froze. Chen Feng on the side noticed Qin Wei's expression and asked worriedly, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so ugly?" Qin Wei shook her head, trying to maintain the expression on her face. "It's not a big deal. You guys eat first. After saying that, she took her cell phone and walked to the bedroom. Chen Feng and a few of his sisters glanced at each other, probably guessing what was going on. Their faces were not very pretty. Chen father was the only one, holding a newspaper in his hand, reading it with pleasure. It was only after a moment that he opened his mouth and asked, "How are the preparations for your return banquet going?" Speaking of this, Chen Feng became interested and spoke with great interest. "The return banquet is almost ready, but the location of the reporters hasn't been arranged yet, and I intend to arrange for them to be in the outer field." A return banquet, prepared as if it was some kind of product launch. Not only were all the families invited, even the major well-known newspapers, news reporters were invited. Father Chen didn't say anything, just nodded gently. While a few people were talking, Qinwei adjusted her state and sat back in her chair. The 3 days passed in a flash. On the day of the return banquet, there was a line of cars outside. The people of the Chun family were all dressed in incomparable splendor and stood at the main seat of the banquet. "Long time no see, Mrs. Chun." A sharp voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, a bright light flashed in Qinwei's eyes and she quickly walked a few steps to the door. "So it's Mrs. Wang. It's been a long time. You've become beautiful again." Mrs. Wang smiled from ear to ear, pulling Qinwei aside to chat, waiting for almost all the people to come. Father Chen, standing on the stage, cleared his throat and gave a greeting to the people next to him. "Everyone be quiet for a moment. Today we invited everyone to gather here, mainly to talk about one thing." After saying this, he patted Chen Feng next to him, who smiled with a smug look on his face. "This one, Chen Feng, is the son of my Chen family? The one from earlier was just an imposter." When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. "What? I didn't realize that the previous one was actually an imposter. I seem to have seen him walking with the old man of the Li family the other day. How could he be an imposter?" "Mr. Chen has said so. It's always impossible for it to be a fake. But this real young Master Chen looks much more imposing than the earlier imposter. Yes, the real young Master Chen is truly a man of honor." Listening to the words of flattery around him, Chen Feng smiled so much that the corners of his mouth flew to the corners of his eyes. Looking around, Chen Feng took over his father's microphone. "Introducing myself, I'm the real young master of the Chun family, Chen Feng. I hope everyone will keep their eyes peeled and not be deceived by some imposter." As soon as the words fell, the sound of high-heeled shoes walking came from the side. Li Bingbing, who was dressed in a white dress, walked onto the stage, and seeing Li Bingbing come over, a hint of amazement flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. He did not remember inviting anyone from the Li family at home. How did this Li Bingbing appear here? Could it be that she had come specifically for herself? It was probably because she had learned that she was the true Chen family member and understood who she should be looking for. Thinking of this, Chen Feng looked at Li Bingbing triumphantly. The greed in his eyes overflowed. Li Bingbing snorted coldly. "Mr. Chen, I have come here on behalf of the Li family, and I also want to talk to you about one thing." Chapter 21, the main character of the banquet. Chen Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and stepped aside, looking at Li Bingbing with anticipation inside his eyes. Such a great beauty. From the very beginning when they met, he could not wait, and now he was finally able to hold the beauty. Chen Feng mooshed his palms, itching to eat Li Bingbing on the spot. Li Bingbing glanced at Chen Feng in disgust and walked to the side. Following Li Bingbing's gaze, the crowd's eyes were focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng also saw Chen Feng, and his eyes were filled with surprise. "Why are you here? Our Chen clan didn't invite an imposter like you." Chen Cheng, who was on the side, also saw Chen Feng and frowned. "What? Did you rush over specially because you were afraid that the imposter's identity would be exposed?" Chen Cheng's eyes were filled with disgust, as if Chen Feng was some kind of dirty trash. Chen Feng sneered. "So this is the upbringing of your Chen family." These words undoubtedly slapped the faces of all the Chen family members present. "What are you saying, you imposter? You are not welcome in our Chen family. I brought him here. Do you guys have a problem with that?" Li Bingbing slowly walked over to Chen Feng and stood beside him, her eyes as cold as icebergs. The Chen family was a large family, but it was still no match for the Li family. This grievance, they could only hold it hard in their hearts. After speaking, Li Bingbing turned her head to look at Chen Feng and asked in a low voice, "Are you alright?" Chen Feng lightly laughed and shook his head. It was just these clowns saying a few words. They couldn't shake him yet. "Mr. Li, you've gone a bit overboard with this matter. Right, what are you doing bringing an imposter over for our Chen family's return banquet?" There were quite a few people from the family around. In this matter, Li Bingbing did not take advantage of the situation. "Yes, Mr. Li, our two families have just talked about cooperation. Don't move our relationship because of an imposter." Chen Feng cheerfully came over. Li Bingbing flew back a few steps, reaching out to wave the air around herself, as if she had just been contaminated with something dirty. Chen Feng's outstretched hand stopped in the air, his eyes becoming embarrassed. A burst of giggles came from the surroundings. Does this Chen Feng like Mr. Li? As soon as we met, he was just like that pug. Can't you see that Ms. Li doesn't pay any attention to him? I'm afraid it's just his wishful thinking. The discussion around them was not too loud, but it clearly reached Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng's face turned red with anger. His hand clenched into a fist, but due to the presence of the crowd, he could only hold this anger in his heart silently. What exactly does Mr. Li want to come over here? Father Chen walked up and asked. Speaking of the previous cooperation, I came here today to tell you that I am announcing something on behalf of the Li family. Our Li family will sever all trade dealings with the Chen family starting today. The crowd was shocked at these words. Chen's father took a step back incredulously. Mr. Li, you're joking, right? 80% of the Chen family's work was related to the Li family. If they cut off trade with them, it would be equivalent to a machete cutting into their aorta. The loss figures could not be counted on one hand. Father Chen's entire body kept shivering as if he had been struck by lightning. Li Bingbing's eyes were filled with coldness. I'm not joking, but I'm officially informing you. Chen Feng's face was iron blue as he angrily stepped forward. Today is my return banquet as well as our Chen family's clarification meeting. You have to make a scene here, don't you? So what if it's just making trouble? Li Bingbing didn't speak. Instead, a rough voice came over, only to see a middle-aged man walk over with a group of people in suits. The middle-aged man had a scar on his face and was so aggressive that he forced Chen Feng to take a few steps back. This is the people from Zhonghai Heaven. The clothes worn by the people of the Middle Sea Sky were greatly elaborate, and they would carry a special symbol on them. The crowd could tell at a glance. Why are the people from the Middle Sea Sky here? Could it be that they're here to stand up for the Chen family? I don't know. If that's the case, then the Chen family has a lot to live up to. It was important to know that climbing up to the people of Zhonghai Tian was equivalent to climbing up to the black and white. It was something that everyone could only dream of. Oh, it's so lively here. Then I'll come and join in the fun. A familiar voice came from beside him, and Chen Feng looked over in surprise. Walking over from afar was a white-bearded old man, who had Boss Huang by his side. Long time no see, little brother. The old man lightly laughed and greeted, like an old codger. Boss Huang also nodded at Chen Feng. I'll go. This is Boss Huang, isn't it? Hasn't Boss Huang been abroad all this time? When did he return home? This Chen family is so big that they can even invite Boss Huang over. Boss Huang is a famous rich merchant and is so eccentric in nature that he usually doesn't attend banquets. Looks like this banquet is the right place to come today. Listening to the voices of their discussion, a hint of smugness flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. He wasn't sure how these people had come over. There was no one of this caliber among the invitations. However, based on the discussion of those people just now, Chen Feng quickly recognized their identities and immediately put a smile on his face. So it's Boss Huang. I didn't expect that a return banquet could invite you over. As the young master of the Chen family, flattering words would naturally be said. He didn't know who Boss Huang was, but the three words Huang Fu Shan were news headlines. He had naturally heard about it. The person who reigned over real estate at home and abroad was rich as hell. Boss Huang snorted coldly. Do I know you? With these words, Chen Feng's smile instantly froze on his face, and the hand that stretched out in preparation for a handshake was already frozen in the air, neither closing nor releasing. Boss Huang took a few quick steps and came to Chen Feng's side. Long time no see. How have you been? What? I didn't see it wrong. Boss Huang actually took the initiative to greet this imposter. What's going on here? Wasn't the one just now the real Chen family young master? Chen Feng froze for a moment and instantly reacted. Smiling and shaking hands with Boss Huang, you've been doing well lately. I didn't expect to see you here as well. Not to be outdone, Zhong Haitian's man brought the others to Chen Feng in unison. Standing upright and bowing with a serious face, Chen Feng waved his hand. There's no need for such a big salute. You guys get up first. What the hell is going on here? How is it that even the people from Zhonghaitian are so respectful to him? What exactly is his origin? The mouths of the surrounding people were open in surprise, as if they could swallow a whole egg. Their mouths hadn't been closed since the appearance of these numbers. Wave after wave of shock crashed into their heads. The eyes of those watching around them were filled with confusion. They couldn't even tell who the main character of this banquet was. Was it Chen Feng or Chen Feng? Chapter 22, Reduced to a Clown. Chen Feng was so angry that his eyes went black. Originally a good return banquet had turned into what it was now. Everyone's attention should have been focused on himself, but now it was focused on Chen Feng, the imposter. How could he not hate it? Wei Zhenghai looked at Chen Feng with cold eyes. As the hand of Zhonghaitian, anything that happened in the city could not escape his eyes. He had also heard from his men about Chen Feng picking a fight some time ago, daring to disrespect the young master of Zhonghaitian. This guy was afraid that he had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Chen Feng noticed Wei Zhenghai's eyes. The very compelling eyes made his heart shake and he couldn't help but take a step back. Wei Zhenghai walked in front of Mr. Chen, his eyes sharp. Mr. Chen, the main reason I came over today was to talk to you about cooperation. General Manager Chen smiled with joy. Did he mean that the people from Zhonghaitian wanted to cooperate with him? It was important to know that cooperating with Zhonghaitian was equivalent to stepping into the top circles with 1 foot, something that many clans could only dream of. Qinwei on the side also loosened her wrinkled brows. She was still feeling remorseful for talking about the Li family just now, but now she started to feel smug again when she heard Zhonghaitian's words. With Zhonghaitian, his Li family was nothing, so what if he didn't cooperate with them anymore? Their Chen family didn't even care. Mr. Wei, what kind of business do you want to talk to me about? Wei Zhanghai snorted coldly. I'm announcing something on behalf of Zhonghaitian and all of its groups. From today onwards, all political cooperation with the Chen family will be severed. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Mr. Chen looked at Wei Zhanghai incredulously. Mr. Wei, you're not here to talk about cooperation? Our Chen family hasn't offended you either. Why are you doing this? As the words fell, Wei Zhanghai looked at Mr. Chen with cold eyes. Mr. Chen, this is to ask your son and wife what good deeds they have done. After all, the most important criterion for judging the families that we cooperate with in Zhonghaitian is character. Mr. Chen naturally knew what Qinwei and Chen Feng had done. That sort of thing was also something he had tacitly approved of. After all, there was no need to affect their family's relationship for the sake of a little bastard. Mr. Wei, this is just a little bastard. You guys are afraid that you've mistaken the wrong person, right? Chen Feng walked up and asked. Even though Wei Zhanghai was already so respectful, he was still unwilling to believe Chen Feng's identity. A little bastard, an imposter. How could he possibly be acquainted with someone from Zhonghai Tian without relying on the Chen family? They must have been mistaken. By now you are still deceiving yourself and others. More than that, my Huang family will also cut off economic dealings with the Chen family from now on. The Huang family not only controlled the real estate field, but also the banking field, the largest foreign company owned by the Huang family. This also meant that the Chen family's banking field abroad was completely blocked. Not only did one family have to cut ties with themselves, but even all the titled families cut ties with themselves. The major blow caused Mr. Chen to take a few steps back, his eyes filled with despair. If this was really the case, then he was afraid that his company would not be able to continue. Not to mention that they had invited quite a few people over for this banquet, and those people were all flatterers. And seeing such a situation, they definitely wouldn't cooperate with the Chen family. After all, no one would offend the people of Zhonghaitian, the organization that was only here to cover the sky. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hung up a smile. This was exactly the scene he wanted to see, but Boss Huang's appearance was something he had not expected. It was an unexpected surprise. Chen Feng slowly walked in front of Mr. Chen, his cold eyes sweeping over the Chen family one by one. Coincidentally, today, I will also say one thing. I am not here to cause trouble, but to completely sever relations with your family. However, even if the relationship is severed, my name remains the same, except that the Chen character of my Chen Feng is also not the Chen of your Chen family. Chen Feng's words were resounding. It seems that this Chen family is going to fall. It's fortunate that we're attending this banquet today. Otherwise, we don't know what great disaster will be caused afterward. Originally thought it was a rising star. Didn't think it was the birth of a scourge. You say this Chen's eyes are not very good. Drive away a person who has such a good relationship with Zhonghaitian, and instead got a young master who is not good enough to accomplish anything, but is good enough to fail. The playful laughter of the people around them reached Chen Feng's ears, and Chen Feng's face turned iron blue, his eyes flickering with bearish fury within. The previously high-flying Chen Feng had completely disappeared, and all that remained was a man filled with rage. Chen Feng's face was twisted and his entire body was close to looking at Chen Feng as if he was going mad. Chen Feng also noticed Chen Feng's facial expression, but the corner of his mouth still contained a cold smile, not putting Chen Feng in his eyes in the slightest. The good return banquet was completely reduced to a joke. The people watching around them secretly made up their minds that they definitely couldn't work with the Chen family again. After all, so many bigwigs had given their word. If they still worked with the Chen family, they were not giving face to the bigwigs. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with annoyance. Since Chen Feng was messing around like this, then don't blame yourself for not being polite. The other people who came over were just going through the motions. They still had important things to do. A few of them nodded their heads and signaled with Chen Feng, turned their heads and left the place. Chen Feng was the last to leave, turning his head to look at the ashen faces of the Chen family as he left. His heart was incomparably pleased. But things didn't end there. This was only the beginning of his revenge. He was going to double all the pain he had experienced on the Chen family. Let them also taste what it meant to be desperate. After Chen Feng left, the others were suddenly bored. After such a thing happened, they didn't want to get involved with Chen Jia either, and one by one, they found an excuse to leave the banquet. In but a moment's time, only a few members of the Chen family were left in the entire banquet. Mom and Dad, what should we do now? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup that kid has given to the people of Zonghaitian, but he can actually make them so obedient. It was clearly his own return banquet, and in the end, it was he who became the clown instead. This strong sense of disparity made Chen Feng's heart feel as if it was harboring a ferocious beast. That beast was roaring and whistling out. The Chen family's parents did not say anything. Each one of them had an iron color. They did not know what to say. Things had come to this. They could only deal with the company's matters first. Before Chen Feng was retrieved, he had been on the road for a while, and knew quite a few foxes and friends. Because he had to return to the Chen family, those friends didn't have much contact with him, and he wanted to be his own Chen family's youngest, but there were people who weren't long for him. Since this was the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. Thinking of this, Chen Feng came to the other side, carefully observed his surroundings, found that no one was looking at him, and dialed a call. It's me. There's something I need help with from my brothers. Chapter 23, Helping Out. I thought you weren't contacting us anymore? Then how come? I'm not trying to settle down and get back to you guys. Alright then, meet at the usual place. After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone, his face easing up quite a bit. Chen Feng actually dared to make such a decision. Then he would not blame him for being impolite. With such a big event happening in the Chen family, the husband and wife seized the time to go to the company to take care of business. Li Jia cut off all cooperation with their family. The Chen family's capital chain instantly collapsed. There was no way to carry out the previous projects, and even owed a huge sum of money. The husband and wife were so worried that their hair turned white. They had no time to care about Chen Feng. Chen Feng leisurely tossed the car keys and parked the car at the entrance of a remote alley. Looking around, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. This was the place where he had often lived before he was retrieved, and was incomparably familiar with the roads here. Passing through the deep alleys, he arrived in the middle of a dilapidated mansion. Before he even entered, he smelled a strong odor of alcohol, and several rough voices came from inside. Damn you, playing tricks with me aren't you? I say brother you can't say that. I'm relying on my skills. Hearing the familiar voice, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth slightly hooked up as he quickly walked a few steps into the house. Seeing Chen Feng come over, the burly man sitting on the left looked Chen Feng up and down, grimacing. Haven't seen you for such a long time. You've become a man in a suit. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and did not get angry. The other slightly thinner man wore a pair of broken glasses, and was refined like a downtrodden scholar. Come on, what's the matter with finding the brothers? Chen Feng put his hand inside for a moment. Inside were a few bottles of good wine and a few plates of food. Chen Feng did not say anything. He just silently poured a few cups of wine and toasted to a few of his brothers, downing it in one drink. It was my fault before. I apologize to the brothers. Now there is a matter that needs the help of all the brothers. Please help me out again. After all, before Chen Feng was recognized back, the few of them had been wandering here, wandering for several years, and they were all on good terms with each other. Even if they were outwardly fierce and vicious, they could not bear to see their brothers being bullied by others. What exactly happened? Brother Rain frowned and asked. Chen Feng told the several brothers all the causes and consequences. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the eyes of several brothers instantly lit up with rage. TMD, he dared to touch even my brothers. Don't worry, this matter is wrapped up in my buddies. Definitely clean up that kid properly. Brother Rain before is in the road mixed people. The courage is very big, or at that time a quite famous team leader. Know a few people. But, how do you kid want to deal with him? Chen Feng's eyes were filled with resentment. Of course it's to treat him to a big meal. Saying that, a few people laughed. Chen Feng, who was walking on the road, sneezed violently and rubbed his nose as an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart. It was as if he was being targeted by something evil. Early the next morning, Chen Feng received a call from Zhong Haitian. He was asked to go to talk about cooperation in the afternoon. This cooperation had to be personally appeared by Chen Feng. It was specified by the other party. The object of the cooperation was a foreign client, a very large client. It was also said to be related to a foreign royal family. Chen Feng sighed a long sigh, reached out and patted his clothes. It seemed that he had to go even if he didn't want to. Seeing Chen Feng pack up his clothes and walk out of the villa, a few people who had been squatting outside the villa for a long time gestured. Brother Rain narrowed his eyes, staring carefully at Chen Feng and asked, "Is it this guy?" The little brother next to him nodded and pulled out a photo from inside his pocket. The person on the photo looked exactly like Chen Feng. That's right, it's this guy that young Chen was talking about. It seems like this guy is very well off nowadays, living in such a nice villa. This kid is somewhat capable. If it wasn't for the fact that I have someone here, I really wouldn't be able to get in. The villa area was not a row of villas, and there were several roads separating them. Chen Feng had just left the house when that ominous feeling in his heart worsened. He frowned slightly as he looked around. A powerful malice came from all directions. Before he could take a few steps, several people blocked his path. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and took a few steps back. quietly looking at the few people in front of him. Do you guys have something to look for me? Of course there's something. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Don't bull asterisk 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 with him, teach him a lesson. As the words fell, several people instantly rushed over. Chen Feng was on guard when he saw them appear. A dodge dodged the attacks of several people. A few people staggered and fell. They had just rushed too fast, not realizing that Chen Feng's speed was faster than theirs. Inertia prevented them from controlling their bodies. A few people fell like dominoes. Chen Feng sneered. Another one sent by that guy? He's really a shadowy soul. Chen Feng hadn't offended a few people since he had come down from the mountain. The only ones he had offended were probably the Chen family. And these people in front of him were clearly the people sent by the Chen family. What happened yesterday had caused the Chen family's industry to take a big hit, and now they probably regarded themselves as a thorn in their side. Chen Feng lightly looked at the people in front of him, his eyes filled with disdain. With just a few of you you still want to deal with me. Simply delusional. He hadn't stayed in the mountains for 10 years for nothing, and was more than capable of dealing with these few people. Even if Chen Feng said such words, brother, you did not panic in the slightest. Are you sure we only have these few people? Saying that, he clapped his hands, and dozens of people scurried out from inside the surrounding alleys. Not just one alley, but inside every alley, adding up to several hundred people. They had all kinds of weapons in their hands, the most obvious of which was the polished machete. The formidable machete emitted a cold light, and it was also stained with a bit of blood. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The visitor was not good. Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves and turned his head to look around. They had formed a huge encirclement, and this place happened to belong to the surveillance pinch point area. No matter which road, surveillance could not see this place. It was no wonder that these people were so arrogant. Looking at Chen Feng frozen in place, Brother Rain laughed out loud. Now you know you're scared, but it's a pity it's too late. After offending my brother, you always have to pay the price, said Brother Rain as he waved his hand. All the men began to gather towards the center. They were fierce and vicious, as if they were a man-eating lion. I already knew that you have a few skills, but even if you have all the skills, facing so many of us, I'll see how far you can fight. It's better to obediently suffer death. Chapter 24, Fighting. This is what happens when you offend our brothers. But don't worry, we won't really kill you. We just want to break one of your legs. If you behave yourself, you might still have a chance of survival, said a few of the other men laughing. Their laughter was extremely wild. Chen Feng's mouth contained a cold smile. Since they had all said so, there was no need for him to let go. Chen Feng's figure was as light as a ghost, scurrying in and out of several people. Not even a single strand of hair was allowed to touch them. Those people looked at Chen Feng's proximity and stretched out their hands, but they couldn't touch anything, as if Chen Feng was as ethereal as a puff of green smoke. Several people's eyes were filled with annoyance. The more they couldn't catch Chen Feng, the angrier their hearts became. Several people pulled out their weapons and frantically hacked at Chen Feng. The sound of breaking air came from the air. However, no one's knife touched Chen Feng. Chen Feng sent the man closest to him flying out with a palm strike. The man didn't even have a chance to struggle as he was instantly sent flying and fell heavily onto the wall, which was smashed out into a deep pit with a thud. The man collapsed on the ground, breathing weakly. The sudden change shocked everyone. There was a momentary pause in the movements of their men, but Chen Feng did not intend to let them go. Chen Feng assumed the stance of a cloud crane, punch after punch, palm after palm. Even his palms traced residual shadows in the air. It was dazzling to watch. However, in a few moments of effort, the screams and the sound of breaking air mixed together. The surroundings were filled with screams. A group of people fell on the ground and kept screaming. There were different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Chen Feng patted his shirt, not even a drop of sweat on his face. Although these people had a few skills, they were far from the elves in the mountains. MD, how did this kid carry the fight so well? The people next to him sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but take a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear. Even Brother Rain couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Initially he didn't put Chen Feng in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he didn't need that person to come out, but now it seemed that he still had to let him come out. Otherwise, this matter couldn't be resolved. Don't just stand there. Quickly call Brother Hay over. Brother Black? Chen Feng keenly captured this title. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hongwu's powerful voice rang out from beside him. No need. I'm right here. Following the voice, standing not far away was a man who was a full 1.9 meters in height. The man had a bronze-colored muscle that looked very robust. The top of the muscles were full of veins and hard, as if they would be bursting in the next second. Seeing Brother Black come over, a light flashed in the eyes of the others. Great! Brother Black has come over. Let's see what this kid will do. Yes. Brother Black is the boxing champion of Southeast Asia. This punch can knock the out of this kid. The surroundings were filled with foul language. Brother Hay acted as if he didn't hear them. A pair of sharp eyes, staring at Chen Feng to death. He was a Southeast Asian, living in the midst of a bloody storm, living a life of licking blood from the mouth of a knife. Naturally, he could detect that Chen Feng was different from ordinary people. Chen Feng's body carried a very strong bloody aura. It was not the same as the unique human blood bit they carried. It was a mixture of various beasts' blood flavors. Chen Feng licked his lips, his aura in full swing. Those people just now, he did not place them in his eyes at all, and only had a few interests in Brother He in front of him. In Chen Feng's eyes, Brother He was like a wild beast on a mountain, eyeing himself. This also aroused Chen Feng's desire to challenge him. His entire blood boiled as if there were flames burning his blood, and the sound of blood gurgling resounded through his body. Finally, something to watch. Chen Feng rubbed his fists, his entire being favored. Chen Feng's aura was in full swing, his eyes staring straight at Brother Black. Brother He frowned tightly and took a deep breath, smoothing out the agitation in his heart. Even he was suppressed quite a bit in the moment when Chen Feng's aura was in full swing. It was as if what stood in front of him was not Chen Feng, but some kind of flooded beast. Which road are you on? Brother Black's calm voice came over. This was the black language of their line of work. I'm not from the same school as you. I'm from a proper lineage here. Chen Feng's eyes did not hide his disdain for Brother Black. The work that Brother He carried out was just unorthodox, and when put in front of them, they didn't even want to look at it. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng sneered and stopped talking. Brother He was infuriated. He had originally wanted to poke around. Then since this kid had refused to do so, then don't blame himself for being impolite. Brother He took a few quick steps. His speed became faster and faster, and he rushed over in a flash. Chen Feng stood in place with a smile, and in the moment the other party rushed over. One hand gently lifted up, instantly gripping Brother He's fist that came flying. Too slow, too slow. Even a rabbit in the mountains is faster than you. You! Brother Black was furious, itching to skin Chen Feng alive. Brother He's other hand clenched into a fist, wanting to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Feng. However, as if Chen Feng had already predicted his movements, he instantly knocked his arm down before his fist could be raised. A tingling sensation came from his elbow, and the strength in his arm was instantly removed. Black's eyes widened incredulously. What did you do to me? Chen Feng laughed out loud. Just a little gift for you. Brother He still wanted to exert himself, but he realized that he couldn't move his arm. He couldn't exert any force at all. Only the other arm was still movable. Chen Feng flew up with a kick that looked weak, but as the foot landed on Brother Black's body, it was as if a sledgehammer had struck him hard in the stomach. Brother He screamed miserably and instantly flew out with a thud, the loud noise causing the surrounding walls to shake. Clattering bricks fell all over the place. Black Brother crawled up from the bricks covered in wretchedness. How is it possible? How did you get so big? What the hell is going on here? It wasn't just Brother Black who was surprised. There were also the people around watching the show. I didn't see it wrong. A light kick actually sent Brother Black flying out. This is too unscientific. Could it be that this person is even more powerful than Brother Black? It can't be. What the hell is going on? Brother Rain frowned tightly and walked quickly to Brother Black. Brother Black, are you alright? Brother Black clenched his teeth and waved his hand. It's fine. I was just sneak attacked by this kid. Don't worry. His kick was like scratching an itch to me. After being beaten like this, he was actually still talking tough. Chen Feng snorted. Looks like everyone on your side likes to talk tough. Come on then. Chapter 25, Finding Someone to Teach a Lesson. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He could vaguely see Brother He's hand constantly pressing at his stomach. The kick just now had caused a fatal injury to Brother He, and he was still somewhat restrained. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to still be able to climb up after the kick just now. If it was before, Brother He would still be able to retort and refute Chen Feng's words. But now, he could only endure. He couldn't open his mouth, and the moment he did, moans of pain would leak out of his mouth. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Brother Black. He had already seen through Brother Black's patience. Brother Black was now a strong bow that would shatter at the slightest touch. Brother He could not help but take a step back. For some reason, facing Chen Feng's eyes, he always felt that the other party had already seen through him. That feeling of being seen through was creepy. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth slightly hooked up, a hint of provocation in his eyes. One hand gently raised and hooked his index finger at Brother He, an extremely provocative action. But Brother He did not have any reaction. The person beside him cautiously looked at Brother Black and muttered to the person next to him. What's wrong with Brother Black? In the past, if he encountered such an arrogant person, I'm afraid he would have already rushed up. Why is he so tolerant today? Not only him, even Brother Yu was puzzled. Chen Feng approached step by step. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why have you suddenly become subtle now? Brother He also did not expect Chen Feng to press forward step by step, as if he had already seen through his stubbornness. Brother He's throat shrugged violently, and some panic appeared within his eyes. Chen Feng did not give Brother He a chance. The moment Brother He retreated, Chen Feng dashed over and directly kicked Brother He in the abdomen. Originally, He's abdomen had already received a heavy blow. Now this kick directly sent the person flying out. He screamed miserably. The 1-meter-9 tall man fell to the ground curled up, looking exceptionally pitiful. The surrounding people back with the sudden change was shocked. One by one, they looked at Chen Feng in surprise. How could this happen? Does it mean that even Brother Black can't be defeated? Their eyes were filled with astonishment inside. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hung a cold smile. Today is just to give you guys a lesson. Go back and tell your people that if they want to touch me, then let him try. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place, leaving only a field of people looking at each other in disbelief. The few remaining people rushed over to Brother He's side, who was covering his abdomen and kept curling up, looking in pain. Brother Black, how are you doing? What are you waiting for? Why don't you grab an ambulance? After dealing with this matter, Chen Feng was refreshed. However, keeping Chen Feng here was ultimately a scourge. This guy's whole troublesome thing every day was like a time bomb, not knowing when it would explode. A hint of coldness flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. Before it was a small fight, he could not put it in his eyes. But this time it was different. This guy even wanted to break his own arm. Then he should be given the price he deserved. The other side, Zhang Haitian's headquarters. A man burst into the office out of breath. Wei Zhenghai frowned tightly as he looked at the person in front of him and asked, "What's wrong? In such a hurry? Brother Wei, the person we sent to protect the young lord has sent word." Hearing this, Wei Zhenghai stood up in a flash. "Quickly show me." The man handed Wei Zhenghai the information in his hand, and looking at the experiences of those people, as well as Chen Feng's name, Wei Zhenghai was enraged. This guy has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. It seems that the lesson given to him last time wasn't enough, so let's give him another big one. After saying that, Wei Zhenghai threw a business card to the man. "You go and do this. Make sure to waste his leg." Hearing Wei Zhenghai's words, the man nodded vigorously, lighting a candle for Chen Feng in his heart. This kind of person really didn't have eyes. Even the young lord of Zhonghai Tian dared to offend him. At this moment, Chen Feng was at a high-end KTV, drinking and having fun with some of his friends. Even though the Chen family had undergone such a change, it didn't delay him from spending his days drinking. "Young Chen, I heard that someone caused trouble at your banquet some time ago. Is that true?" After the banquet, the Chen family had blocked all news. However, those who were invited over to the banquet at that time still knew what had happened. These things would more or less reach the ears of the minions. A few of the minions glanced at each other, their eyes filled with inquiry. The reason they followed Chen Feng was also because he was the young master of the Chen family, which was one of the top families in the city. Although they didn't know much about business, they also knew that if they hadn't cooperated with those big families, the Chen family wouldn't even be in the position it was in today. Chen Feng furrowed his brows in annoyance. The wine glass in his hand instantly shattered on the floor, glass slag splattering everywhere. "What do you all mean by this? Is this an attempt to betray me? I'll tell you all. As long as I'm around, our Chen family will always be one of the top families in the city." Hearing these words, the hearts of the several juniors breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces returned to a playful look. "Chen Xiao, we are just curious and asking. Don't be angry yet. Come drink. Chen Feng snorted coldly, picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go. At the same time, a huge sense of crisis was born in his heart. Before, he hadn't felt anything, but now, an inexplicable feeling surged through his heart. Chen Feng became more and more irritated in his heart, and cup after cup, he drank, but in a few hours, he was drunk. "Chen Xiao, I have already called a good car for you. Do you want to go?" Chen Feng waved his hand forcefully. "No, I'll go back by myself. You guys play first." Seeing how stubborn Chen Feng was, they had no choice but to compromise and slowly nodded. "All right." In the evening, with the cool breeze blowing, Chen Feng's alcohol sobered up quite a bit. However, his pace was still shaky, and he leaned on the railing for a while, catching a few breaths. At some point, he turned onto a remote thoroughfare, which was next to the highway and sparsely populated. Chen Feng frowned, and was about to call for a car, when suddenly, a white light flashed, and a black van stopped not far from Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned slightly, not yet understanding what had happened. In the next second, a group of sweatshirt-clad thugs walked down from the vehicle. Seeing this, Chen Feng took a step back in panic. The inside of his eyes were filled with panic, not knowing what this group of people wanted to do. The group of thugs came before Chen Feng in an aggressive manner. "You guys, what do you want?" The man leading the group laughed out loud. "I thought it was someone else. So it's just you, a little brat. Isn't that good to deal with? Who have you offended? You should be clear in your own heart." Chapter 26, Master Bonesetter. What do you mean by that? Who have I offended? Chen Feng couldn't figure it out, but even so, he could feel the malice of these people in front of him, as well as their imposing appearance. Chen Feng's eyes kept rolling as he stepped back while observing their movements. seemingly looking for an opportunity to leave. The man leading the group had already seen Chen Feng's mindset long ago, and the corner of the other party's mouth pulled out a cold smile. "No one has ever escaped at our hands. You are no exception," said the man in the lead, waving his hand. The others gently nodded, and one by one, they rushed over with their sticks. Chen Feng and Chen Feng were not the same. Chen Feng was more than capable of dealing with these people. That Chen Feng was just a person who used the identity of the Chen family to act as a tiger. Facing this group of vicious men, Chen Feng's legs couldn't help but shiver. He had drunk a lot of wine earlier, and now his legs were limp. Even though he was incredibly scared in his heart, he was unable to take a step forward right now. Break his legs. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng was so scared that both of his eyes glared in terror as he moved backward one step at a time. It was like a bug. "Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Chen family. If you dare to touch me, the Chen family will not let you go." Hearing the other party's words, the few people in front of them laughed out loud. "A mere little Chen family. We don't put it in our eyes yet. What are you still waiting for? Go!" The stick struck Chen Feng's calf forcefully. The intense pain caused Chen Feng to stifle his screams. However, this road was unusually silent and sparsely populated. Even if the sound of his miserable scream was incomparably loud, it would not attract anyone's attention. "Didn't even eat? Harder!" Chen Feng's forehead was in cold sweat from the pain, and his entire body almost fainted. However, it was as if those people didn't see the cold sweat on his forehead, and they exerted more force than once. As the screams became weaker and weaker, Chen Feng's entire body fainted. Seeing this scene, the other men wiped the sweat from their foreheads. "This leg is already ruined. Should we continue?" The man in the lead looked at Chen Feng's half-dead appearance and took a few pictures with his cell phone. Mission accomplished. Go back. Their purpose was originally to waste one of Chen Feng's legs. Now that the mission had been completed, there was naturally no need to stay here. On the other side, the Chen family couple was busy. It was almost 12 o'clock, but Chen Feng had yet to return. Chen father was furious and cursed. Looking at the flow of consumption in his hands, he said viciously, "This is the good son you raised. The company has turned into this, and he actually has the mood to drink and have fun outside." Qin Wei stammered, not daring to speak again. She was quite an arrogant one outside, but the entire company still had to rely on Father Chen. "Still don't hurry to give this rebellious son a call. How late is this? Still not going to come back?" Hearing Chen father's words, Qin Wei hurriedly nodded and grabbed the time to call Chen Feng. A little bit of time passed, the cell phone rang for a long time, and still no one answered the phone. A trace of doubt flashed through Qin Wei's eyes. Usually when she made a call, Chen Feng would definitely pick it up. Could it be that something had happened today? Listening to the beeping ringtone next to her, Father Chen's heart grew more and more irritated. Still not answering the phone? Qin Wei nodded cautiously. "Forget about him then. We'll talk tomorrow." Throughout the night, Chen Feng did not return. The next morning, the couple had just woken up from their bed when the sound of things being dragged around came from outside. Qin Wei frowned tightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes as she yawned slightly and walked out from inside the bedroom. In the middle of the living room stood a man in a suit, but the suit looked like it had been pulled out of muddy water, woefully out of shape, and emitting a foul odor. Qin Wei waved her hand and chided, "Where's Wang Ma? Why are you leading any beggar to the house?" "Mom, it's me." Hearing a familiar voice, Qin Wei fixed her eyes on the person in front of her, and it was no other than Chen Feng, who had not returned for a night. "What happened to you? How did you get into this state?" Not only was his body full of woes, he was also limping when he walked. "Mom, I was beaten up." It was in the early hours of this morning that Chen Feng, who was hiding outside, was discovered. Some kind-hearted people dragged him to a nearby small clinic, but the money on him had already been scavenged, and the small clinic could only simply help him out, allowing him to limp back home. Hearing this, Qin Wei was heartbroken, quickly walking a few steps to her own son, her eyes moist with heartache, tears falling down in large chunks. "Who on earth is so bold to touch our Chen family's son?" "Mom, let's not talk about this first. Get the family doctor over here." Qin Wei nodded and hurriedly took out her phone to contact the family doctor. The family doctor lives nearby, and arrived in the living room in just 10 minutes. The family doctor carefully observed Chen Feng's wounds. The surface didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, just some dark purple on top of the skin, but after touching the bones of the leg, the family doctor let out a long sigh. "Ma'am, this leg of the young master was broken by someone, and the force used by that person was very strange. It doesn't look like a dislocation, and there is no way to reattach it back. The only solution is to replace it with a prosthetic limb, or it can only be used as a sloping leg." Hearing the family doctor's words, the two men stared incredulously. Chen Feng's eyes went black and he nearly fainted. He touched his ears, doubting for a moment that he had heard wrong. "What did you say? I'm going to be a slope foot for the rest of my life?" The huge sense of contrast was too much for him to accept. as he had a brilliant future and had easily returned to become the young master of the Chen family. This hadn't even gotten away with it for a few days yet, but he had actually become a slope-foot. If those people knew that he had become a cripple, he would definitely be laughed at. Qin Wei also anxiously asked, "Is there really no other treatment?" The family doctor frowned slightly. "I know a doctor who is famous for treating bones, but that's an old Chinese doctor, and he's in an odd mood. Unless you guys go and beg him, there might still be a silver lining. Here's his address. There's only so much I can do." After saying the family, the doctor sighed helplessly, placed a business card on the table, turned his head and left the place. Qin Wei carefully looked at the business card on the table, which had an address written on it. No. 23, Sephora Road, Locust Flower Road, not very far from one's home. At this moment in the compound of No. 23, Sephora Road, an old man was lying on a rocking chair, with some snacks on the table next to him, rocking while shaking a bushel. So uncomfortable. Seemingly hearing something moving, the old man slowly opened his eyes. "You're here." Chapter 27, Finding a Doctor. Chen Feng gently nodded. "Isn't this what you told me to come for?" The old man in front of him was a close friend of that old guy on the mountain. So to say that he was a close friend of that old guy, that was not a bad relationship with Chen Feng. Having helped Chen Feng a few times before, the two had gradually gotten acquainted. "What's the matter with calling me over?" A trace of doubt flashed through Chen Feng's eyes as he slowly asked, "Is it that the old man on the mountain died? I heard that he gave all his abilities to you. I have a big client here. I'm afraid that only you can cure him." Chen Feng froze. The words were so, but listening to these words, his heart was always not in the right place. "What person? I'll take you to meet you and you'll know. Stay here for today. Someone will pick us up tomorrow afternoon." Chen Feng pondered for a moment, and before he could respond, a familiar woman's voice came from behind him. Chen Feng frowned tightly and turned his head to look, only to see Qin Wei standing at the door with a smile on her face, carefully knocking on the door. "May I ask if this is Master Lu's home?" "Yes." "May I ask what's the matter with you?" Hearing this, Qin Wei's heart breathed a sigh of relief as she walked into the courtyard. A small smile just unfolded on her face, and in the next second, the smile on Qin Wei's face froze. Qin Wei looked at Chen Feng incredulously. "Why are you here?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. "I would like to ask you why you are here." The old man's eyes strung back and forth between Qin Wei and Chen Feng as he asked curiously, "You kid and this woman know each other?" "Yes, very familiar." Chen Feng's words carried a sneer in them. "What are you imposter doing here? I didn't expect to come out and actually see such an obscure thing." It was truly appetizing. However, given that the old man was still beside her, Qin Wei's words were still tempered. The old man frowned. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean this kid is an imposter?" Facing the old man, Qin Wei reverted back to her flattering appearance. "Master, you don't know. This kid is an orphan we adopted before, but is a white-eyed wolf. We adopted him for many years. Not only did he not return the favor, he also borrowed our Chen family's identity to solicit. After we found out and kicked him out to be annoyed, he wantonly retaliated against our family." Listening to Qin Wei's words, the smile at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth did not change. This Qin Wei is really capable. Black can be said to be white. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Qin Wei's words. "Is that so? My old man has known this brat for 10 years. How come I haven't heard of this brat being so capable?" Qin Wei was still planning to say something, when she heard the old man's words. The words she was about to exit instantly stuttered in her throat. "Are you talking about this person? I'm afraid you've misremembered. How could this kid possibly know you? Although my old man is old, he is not yet in a state of senile blindness. Come on, what's the matter with finding my old man?" Speaking of this matter, Qin Wei remembered his ultimate purpose today. Qin Wei hurriedly pulled out a few piles of money from inside her pocket. "Master Lu, my son's leg didn't know what went wrong and suddenly broke. I heard that you're a good doctor for bone setting. I still hope that you'll help take a look at it." "Leg suddenly broken?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. It looked like this Chen Feng had gotten his comeuppance for his evil deeds. Seemingly noticing Chen Feng's eyes, Qin Wei glared viciously at him, but due to what the old man had said earlier, she could only glare a little and dared not speak out in anger. "Some people, do a lot of evil. This kind of leg injury cannot be cured," Chen Feng said with cold eyes. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the old man laughed out loud and immediately understood what Chen Feng meant. The old man turned his head to Qin Wei and said, "I'm sorry, I can't take this job. You'd better hire another person." No, Master Lu, do you think the money is not enough? Don't worry, this is just a deposit. After the job is done, there will be more money." The smile on the old man's face instantly disappeared when these words came out. He hated this kind of person who used money to hit people. He was empty of medical skills, so if he wanted money, he could naturally have it with a wave of his hand. What he wanted was not money, but a sincere heart. The old man's eyes went cold. I have already said that I can't take this job. You'd better hire someone else. The old man still has things to do, so I won't see the guest off. Saying that, the old man stood up from the rocking chair and turned his head back to the house. Chen Feng followed behind the old man and turned his head to look at Qin Wei with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Qin Wei clenched her fists viciously and waited for the two of them to enter the room before she broke into cursing. Damn this little bastard. How come he's everywhere? What kind of luck did this kid have? Even this kind of person can be recognized. According to the family doctor's words, the only one who could treat Chen Feng was Master Lu, but Grandmaster Lu had already clearly rejected his request. There wasn't even any way to lure him with money. A tangle flashed across Qin Wei's eyes. There was no way she would allow her son to become a slopefoot. Where would their Chen family's face go when this matter was told? The company was already in a mess, and most of the partners all chose to cancel their cooperation with the Chen family. If something like this happened at this juncture, then their Chen family might be declared bankrupt in advance. Qin Wei's eyes rolled as if she had thought of some idea, and it was as if poison had been quenched in her eyes. Good, you little bastard. Since you dare to treat me like this, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. After saying that, Qin Wei left the place. Chen Feng, who was waiting in the living room, was incomparably anxious. His leg had already undergone simple treatment, but it still hurt when he moved now. The entire person was unusually irritable. Listening to the doorbell coming from outside, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. Qin Wei slowly walked in. Seeing the anticipation in Chen Feng's eyes, she could not bear to tell him the truth. After wriggling her lips for a while, she finally said, Mom went to look for it. That master is not here today. I heard that he will only be back in a couple of days. Just rest assured, your leg can definitely be cured. Hearing this, Chen Feng's heart let out a sigh of relief. Right, did you find out who did it? Those people had inexplicably appeared on the road and didn't have any features on them that represented their identity. It was just like some ground hooligans. The only thing that could guess their identity was the words they said, who they had offended. However, based on this one sentence alone, Chen Feng could not really guess who did it. After all, there were a handful of people he had offended, but all of them were in the way of the Chen family's status and did not dare to deal with him. I've already asked your big sister to handle this matter. Don't you still believe in your big sister's ability? Qin Wei comfortingly patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, son. Once we find out who did this, Mom will definitely not let him off. Chapter 28, Composure. Chen Feng followed the old man inside the house. Inside his mind still echoed the words that Qin Wei had just said. There was an incomparable pleasure in his heart. It had only been a short while, and Chen Feng had already received retribution. The old man seemed to have sensed Chen Feng's thoughts and asked, You have a grudge against that woman from earlier? Chen Feng nodded. The old man had a good relationship with him and had helped him many times before. He also knew the old man's character. There was no need to hide such things. The old man's heart was clear. Just now he had sensed that the eyes of these two people were not quite right, so he asked one more time. This room is yours. You can stay here today. The old man hadn't seen anyone for a long time, so it wasn't easy to see a Chen Feng and dragged him to play chess for the rest of the night. The old man was not very good at chess, but he did not admit defeat and played for a night. The next day, both of them had dark circles under their eyes. The people who came over to pick them up were wide-eyed with surprise. The place they were going to was a restaurant, which was modeled after an ancient building and was a famous Netflix attraction. The dishes inside didn't taste good, but they were very expensive. You two wait a moment. I'll go in to get a sign and come out soon. Those who ate inside the restaurant had to take a sign, using it to show off their identity. Inside was a membership system, so members could not enter. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. There were quite a few rules here. After all, they were people's rules, so the two people could not say anything. The two waited outside. Look at what the two of them are wearing. Who wear sweats to eat inside a restaurant? Ah, they are really country bumpkins. I'm afraid it's their first time here? Maybe it's just a look. After all, this place is a membership system. Look at the two of them. How can they afford a membership here? Two people came around at an unknown time. The two of them discussed Chen Feng and the old man in a cheeky manner. Chen Feng frowned slightly, his sharp eyes glaring over. The girl among them was startled and subconsciously took a step back, but quickly reacted. The girl's eyes, painted with thick eye makeup, flicked to Chen Feng and looked up and down. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll sue you for harassment. Chen Feng smiled faintly and did not say anything. In the face of such unreasonable people, there was no need for him to get involved with the other party. Not to mention it was just a stranger. There was no need to take it to heart. Chen Feng was also considered to have given her a step down. However, the girl was still unforgiving. Just now Chen Feng's eyes seemed to have enraged her. The girl condescendingly came to Chen Feng and snorted coldly. Truly an old man of the soil. You don't even know where the entrance to this place is, do you? What era is it now, to actually wear these kind of clothes? I guess it's a bumpkin from some countryside. The man next to him also began to laugh loudly. Yeah, look at this bumpkin look of theirs. It's really appetizing. The duo's voices were so loud that the gazes of the people around them were focused on Chen Feng's body, as if they were being spied upon, causing Chen Feng to frown in displeasure. What are you guys doing? The two men still wanted to pickpocket them, and before Chen Feng could do so, the man who had previously walked in to get the sign came out again. Seeing the two honored guests being treated like this, the man was enraged. Hearing the man's words, the two men turned their heads to look and immediately changed their attitude when they saw that the man was dressed in a suit and had a valuable fountain pen pinned on his chest. I'm sorry, our voices may have been a bit louder just now. It's just that these two people don't go in to eat. They keep standing here, delaying us from going in to eat, so we said a few words. Yes, these two people can't afford to eat at a glance. They can only stand outside and delay other customers from eating. It's better to quickly call the security guards to kick him out. The way I see it, the ones who should be kicked out should be you two, the man said indifferently, his eyes piercing at the duo like a sword. The smiles on the two's faces instantly froze. What do you mean by that? These two are our restaurant's honored guests. Is it for you two to insult? Security guards, hurry up and kick the two of them out. Don't let that kind of miscellaneous people in the future. The one who spoke was the manager standing next to the man. The manager's eyes revealed unhappiness. He had long learned from the man's mouth that these two were the honored guests that his gold master father had personally invited over. If the friends of the owner's father were offended because of two unrelated people, he was afraid that his restaurant would not be able to open. When the security guards heard the manager's words, one of them yanked one of them and dragged the two of them to a faraway place. The manager changed into a smile again and walked over to Chen Feng with a big belly. I'm really sorry, two honored guests. It's because of our poor hospitality that you've been treated like this. I am here to express my apologies to you on behalf of our restaurant. As an expression of humility, this is our restaurant's highest level membership card. Please, the two of you can smile. With that, the manager handed over two black cards. The old man snorted coldly. Just now he had looked at those two young men with displeasure. Now he was even more displeased. A mere two cards want to get rid of my old man? You guys are looking down on people too much. After saying that, the old man snorted coldly. I came here today to see a friend. As for your broken card, it's better to keep it for yourselves. After saying this, the old man walked in with Chen Feng, leaving the manager and the people next to him looking at each other in disbelief. The manager also did not expect this old man to be so difficult to deal with. His heart was full of remorse, and he hated those two people to the bone. The two people slowly walked in, and before they even entered, they heard the laughter coming out from inside. Seeing the old man and Chen Feng walk in, the man in the lead greeted. Come to introduce you. This is that Master Lu I was talking about. This is. After the greeting, the man only seemed to see Chen Feng. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as he turned his head to look at the old man. This is my close friend. To be exact, today, the one you invited should not be me, but him? The man looked confused. Master Lu, what do you mean by that? The only one who can solve that thing you told me before is this little brother. Hearing this, the man looked Chen Feng up and down, surprise flashing within his eyes. You're joking. How could it be this little brother? He doesn't look to be more than 20-something years old. The old man snorted coldly. He looks young in age. Don't you dare underestimate him. Saying this, the old man shoved Chen Feng, who immediately understood what he meant. Chen Feng slowly walked over to a few people and extended his hand to them. Hello, first time meeting, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face, very composed. Chapter 29, Healing. Since it was recommended by the old man, the man chose to trust the old man even though there was some hesitation in his heart. Alright, Master Lu, please follow me. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. At first, he thought that this was where they were going to talk about things, but it did not occur to him that the place to go was not here. There was another hotel behind the restaurant, and that hotel was quite grand. The hotel and the restaurant were linked together and were under the same company, serving all the big families. It was also a membership system. A few people had just entered the hotel, and even before their feet hit the ground, the sound of a woman's playful laughter came from their ears. I say, cousin today is the old master's birthday. What are you doing bringing these two dirt old men over? Isn't this purely making the old master upset? After saying that, the woman looked at Chen Feng and the old man behind the man with a look of disgust, as if the two of them were some kind of dirty trash. The man frowned gently and said, Little is this your upbringing? These two are the guests I invited over. It's time for you to learn some manners. Hearing this, Xiaowen sneered. Just two bumpkins. Can such people still be called guests? This place is a membership system. Not just anyone can come in. After saying that, Xiaowen coldly glanced at Chen Feng and the old man and took the lead to walk up. The man sighed helplessly. This cousin of his had always been acerbic, and no matter what he said, The other party did not change. The man apologized and looked at Chen Feng and the old man. I'm really sorry, I've made you all laugh. Chen Feng waved his hand. It's alright. The old man, however, snorted coldly, his face unhappy. There were many rules in their family, even if they wanted to teach Xiaoan a good lesson. But the old man's birthday must not be delayed. Even though there was more anger in his heart, he could only go up and say so. The private room had already come to a lot of people, and when the crowd saw the man walk in with Chen Feng and the old man, a hint of oddness flashed in their eyes. The old man sitting on the main seat saw the old man walking over. A hint of surprise flashed inside his eyes. I didn't expect Elder Lu to come too. It's really been a long time. Seeing that the old master's body was still considered sturdy, Master Lu's heart breathed a sigh of relief. He often gave this old master medical treatment, and the old master was also a keen chess player. So over and over, the two became pen pals. Next to this is? The old master saw Chen Feng and looked up and down asking, Old man Lin, all of you little brothers the ability can be greater than me. You are not always out of some old body problems. I specially brought him over to give you a look. As soon as Master Lu's voice came out, Xiaoan immediately walked up to him sarcastically. This little brother looks to be only in his 20s. His strength is actually stronger than yours. It can't be the son of any of your relatives, right? Xiaoan's words were extremely sarcastic. From the very first time Xiaoan had met them, Chen Feng had sensed that this girl was extremely hostile towards herself. Obviously, it was the first time they had met, so why was there such heavy hostility? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Xiaoan up and down. Xiaoan did not notice Chen Feng's eyes. Instead, she lightly looked at the man, looking at him with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Chen Feng's heart was clear. It turned out that there was some entanglement between Xiaoan and the man, and as he was the one who the man had brought here, it was no wonder that the other party was looking at him in a bad light. After saying that, Xiaoan seemed to have thought of something else. The corner of her mouth hung up a cold smile. Right, I heard that my cousin's recent company's earnings are not too good. Do you need cousin to help you out a bit? The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on the man. Even Master Lin's eyes were focused on the man. Master Lin asked worriedly, what's wrong? Is something wrong with the company? The man gently shook his head. It's nothing major, just a small matter. Don't worry, old master. After saying that, the man quickly tugged Xiaoan and walked out. Xiaoan did not even have a chance to struggle. Chen Feng looked at the backs of the two men as they left and narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't just stand there. Quickly go and give the old master a look. Hearing Master Lu's words, Chen Feng nodded and walked over to the old master. At the same time, the man standing beside the old master looked at Chen Feng with a skeptical expression. The other man was dressed in a suit and had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses over his eyes. So young? Really capable? Chen Feng keenly detected the smell of Chinese medicine on the other party and said lightly, you are also studying Chinese medicine, right? As for whether I am capable or not, don't you know just by looking at me? The man froze for a moment, not realizing that he had invited Chen Feng's retort just by making a casual remark. The man snorted coldly. Since you said so, then I'd like to see how capable you are. Chen Feng walked over to the old master's side and gently lifted one of the old master's arms, scrutinizing the lines underneath the arm. The old master was very old, and his body was covered in old age spots. Ordinary old age spots presented a brownish color, but the old age spots under the old master's arm presented a purplish color. Chen Feng squinted his eyes slightly, originally thinking that he was just checking whether the old man's body was healthy or not, but never thought that he had found something extra. Chen Feng let out a long sigh and lowered the old man's arm. The man on the side gloated when he saw Chen Feng's actions. Can't check anything out? Looks like I guessed right. You really are bluffing. After saying that, the man turned his head to look at Master Lu again. When the time comes, your eyes will have to be a bit brighter in the future. After all, not everyone is worth cutting ties with, especially this kind of imposter. The last three words made Chen Feng freeze for a moment. Imposter? Could it be that the man in front of him had some relationship with the Chen family? Noticing Chen Feng's gaze, the man let out a cold smile and said, you guessed correctly. I already know all the things that happened before. After saying that, the man turned his head back to the old master and said, Old master, finding someone to cure you still depends on the character of the person. For this kind of person with bad character, I would suggest letting him get out as early as possible. The old master frowned slightly. It was clear that he didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know why the man said that. You're also studying medicine? Chen Feng did not directly face the other party's question, but instead asked indifferently. Upon hearing the other party's words, the man raised his head condescendingly. That's right, Chen Feng sneered. Since you are a medical student and have spent so much time by the old master's side, how come you didn't see that the old master was poisoned? Or did you put this poison in place? When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Their eyes widened incredulously, and even the old master's mouth opened wide in surprise. Chen Feng, Are you telling the truth with these words? Master Lu couldn't help but ask. Chapter 30, Toxin Expulsion. One must know that such words were not something that could be said casually. Seeing the look cast by Master Lu, Chen Feng gently smiled. Just rest assured. I wouldn't say such words without full certainty. Holding a breath in his heart, the old master turned his head to look at Chen Feng and asked, what kind of poison is inside my body? According to what I just checked, your pulse, as well as the spot underneath your arm, the poisoning has been going on for many years, and you might have been poisoned 5 years ago, only that in these 5 years, the poison has not only not dissipated, but instead, it's been increasing with each passing day, and that's why your spot has become that way. As Chen Feng spoke, the old master's face became more and more ugly. When Chen Feng finished speaking, the old master turned his head to look at the man viciously. I asked you to help me look at the spots on this before. Didn't you say that it was a normal thing? A few drops of cold sweat seeped out of the man's forehead, and he stammered, unable to say a word. Eventually, he blamed Chen Feng. Master, don't listen to this man's nonsense. He doesn't know any medical skills. He's probably just out to woo people. Don't believe his bull *********. At these words, Chen Feng was not happy. It's your business if you're not capable. I can admit that my art is not as good as yours, but you can't delay an old man's condition because of this. If this toxin goes any deeper, it's going to reduce life expectancy. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the old man's heart believed him a few points more. The other men had also heard Chen Feng's words. Their faces were complicated. They hadn't thought that a young man could say such righteous words. Compared to Chen Feng, the men were much inferior. Little brother, then what is this toxin I have? I eat and drink very carefully. How could I possibly be infected with a toxin? Hearing this, Chen Feng sneered. You'll have to ask the people around you about that. The old master was also a human being, and upon hearing Chen Feng's words, he naturally understood what was going on. The smile on the old master's face instantly disappeared. A kind of scrutinizing gaze looking at the people around him, looking at the hearts of the people around him. Then how is it going to be healed? It's very simple. All you need to do is lie comfortably on the chair and leave the rest to me. With that, Chen Feng picked up the silver needle on the bag next to him. The one he held was the short and thick one. Usual Chinese medicine practitioners would only use the silver needle in the very center, and for those with very good medical skills, the doctor might use a very fine silver needle, but very few people use the thicker ones. They could not be controlled, and once they were used poorly, the patient would be completely wasted. There were many acupuncture points on a person's body, and each one represented a different place. Seeing Chen Feng take out the thickest silver needle, the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The man was even staring at Chen Feng incredulously. You guys see, am I right? How could anyone treat a disease with such a thick silver needle? This one looks like a fake imposter. Chen Feng didn't care what the man said and focused all his attention on the old man. An aura, if any, emanated from Chen Feng's hands. The others could not detect it, but a bright light flashed in Master Lu's eyes. Since he was able to become close friends with Chen Feng's master, he must have a few skills. Master Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Chen Feng with a few moments of infatuation in his eyes. Originally, he thought that this kid had only learned a few of his master's skills, but unexpectedly, this guy had actually learned a solid one, and was even more powerful than his master. Chen Feng kept chanting inside his mouth. The 12 stitches of Qi Men. The 8th stitch. In one stitch, it removes poison. In one stitch, it strengthens the body. While chanting the mantra, he felt for the acupuncture point. The place where this acupoint was located was exceptionally odd, and it would change slightly as one's physique varied. Even a change of a few millimeters could be fatal to the patient. This point is difficult to find. When the needle should be firmly in the center, it could not be deviated by a millimeter. A few drops of cold sweat dipped out from Chen Feng's forehead. The others held their breaths, and all eyes were focused on Chen Feng's body, as if they could scorch a hole in his back. The crowd did not dare to utter a single breath. The old master was calm and relaxed, slightly closing his eyes, seemingly not noticing Chen Feng's expression. As Chen Feng's hand exerted force, the old master's body stiffened violently, followed by a stream of black blood that slowly flowed out, following the edge of the silver needle and rolling down to the ground bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng's heart let out a sigh of relief. As long as this toxin could come out along with the blood, then the old master's body would not be in any serious trouble. It was a good thing that the old master usually ate better. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this toxin would have already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. At that time, even if the greatest immortal came, he would not be able to cure it. The healing process didn't take more than 5 minutes, but it was like they had gone through an entire century. That's good? Isn't that nonsense? Can't you see that the toxins are already out? The old man must be fine. The surrounding people chattered and discussed. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth at the center of the incident hooked up slightly. I've already drained out your poisonous blood for you. All you need to do next is to take a few days of convalescent medicine, and don't worry about anything else." The old man's heart was relieved. After Chen Feng's shot, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from his body all of a sudden, and his entire body had become lighter. "Ha ha ha, old man Lu, your little brother really has some skills. Not bad, not bad. Where did you recognize such a talent?" Old man Lu's heart was relieved. At first he was more worried. When he saw Chen Feng move, the worry in his heart had been completely removed. "I've known this little brother for many years. As for where I met him, it's a secret, so I won't tell you." The man standing beside the old man looked at the scene incredulously. From the moment Chen Feng picked up the silver needle, his face became extremely ugly. In his heart, he was still convinced. After all, he had never seen a treatment take such a thick silver needle before. However, it had not occurred to him that Chen Feng had really succeeded. The man's face was unusually distorted, as if he had swallowed a fly alive. "How about it? My skills are alright." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the man. Chen Feng's words focused everyone's attention on the man. The man wanted to leave quietly, but before he could move his feet, he became a target. The man's lips continued to wriggle, unable to say a single word. The old man let out a cold snort. This man was the one he had specially found to adjust his diet for him. "I heard that he had some background in Chinese medicine, but now it seems to be nothing more than three-footed kung fu." Chapter 31, Being picked on at the door. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile if any at the corner of his mouth. "Elder, what are you doing?" "What, mister?" Lin saw when he came in was Elder Lin condescendingly looking at the family doctor. The old man was furious, pointing at Lin Xiaoan's nose and cursing. "This is the good doctor you found. I'm afraid no one will know if my old man dies in the house one day." When these words came out, Lin Xiaoan looked confused. Just now she and Mr. Lin were outside talking about things and didn't know what was happening here. Old man Lu reached out and tugged Chen Feng over. The purpose of their visit was to treat old man Lin. Now that the treatment had been completed, there was no need to involve them in their family matters. "Since the disease has been pretty much cured, then we will leave first." Old man Lin didn't stop him. After all, family scandals could not be publicized. His old man still wanted to save face and didn't want this kind of thing to be known by outsiders. Chen Feng and old man Lu walked out of the hotel. Not long after stepping out of the hotel, a familiar voice came from beside them. The woman who had been taught a lesson by the old man earlier pointed condescendingly at the two of them and said to the burly man beside them, "Brother Wang, it's the two of them that are bullying me. You must help me teach them a good lesson." Saying that, the woman winked at Wang. Wang instantly blossomed, stopping the woman's shoulder to lean inside the embrace. Chest Chenju said, "Don't worry about it, a white boy, an old man. Don't worry, Wang must help you teach them a good lesson." Brother Wang led a group of people to block in front of Chen Feng and old man Lu. The people around cast curious gazes, but none of them helped. Chen Feng snorted coldly and protected old man Lu behind him. This old man was old. It was better to leave this kind of thing to him. "Kid, if you and this old man kneel down and properly apologize to my sister today, our brothers might even let you live. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Chen Feng snorted disdainfully. "Just buy you guys?" Contemptuous eyes swept back and forth over the few people in front of him. The few people in front of him were burly and looked to be practiced fighters, but Chen Feng did not have the slightest bit of fear on his face and did not put them in his eyes at all. Brother Wan was extremely angry. Rolling up his sleeves, he said, well, in that case, let's give this kid a little lesson." With that, several people rushed over. The surrounding onlookers saw this scene and wailed in fear, rushing to find a place to hide and peek. Chen Feng's figure was extremely fast, with one fist blocking Brother Wang's hand, and the other hand slapping the burly man beside Brother Wang. The burly man incredulously covered his red and swollen cheek. "You dare to hit me." With that, the burly man rushed over as if he was crazy and swung hard at Chen Feng. Ever since he was a child, no one had dared to hit him. Today, he was actually slapped by this brat. In this instant, the strong man's heart had a few more points of killing intent. The people around him were also frightened by the strong man and took a few steps back. The strong man's strength was immense. Each punch was wielded with tiger-like force. If this fist landed on a person's body, they would be seriously injured without dying. Chen Feng laughed coldly. Between dodging, he slapped the burly man's face again, a bright red slap mark on each left and right side of his face. Looking miserable, the stinging sensation on his cheeks and being violently shamed caused the burly man's eyes to turn crimson as he roared and snarled in anger. Chen Feng took a step back in disgust as the strong man's saliva almost sprayed onto him. "Humph, and still want to fight against elephants? Not self-conscious." Chen Feng resisted the burly man's robust body with just one hand. The other hand easily picked up the burly man. A 1-meter-8 man was like a small chicken in his hands. "You let go of me." The strong man was shocked and furious, his body struggling frantically, but Chen Feng's hand remained motionless. Chen Feng's gaze and the strong man's gaze met. the strong man's pupils suddenly shrunk. In that instant, it was as if something had sucked the life out of him. An extremely dangerous feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The strong man's throat was held down. The feeling of suffocation made his face redden. His whole body flopped like a fish on the verge of death. Kid, that's enough. The police are coming. Feeling old man lose tugging, Chen Feng reacted and hurriedly put down the strong man. The burly man collapsed on the ground, gasping for air and looking at Chen Feng with fear in his eyes. In that instant, he had even seen the face of Hades. Chen Feng felt for his hand, which still carried a trace of warmth. If it wasn't for the old man interrupting himself, maybe he could have really killed this guy ruthlessly just now and strangled him to death. In that instant, in his eyes, the burly man was no longer a burly man, but Chen Feng. That was why he couldn't control his emotions. The police came in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a few deep breaths and looked at the police in a fixed manner. The police didn't make things difficult for them. They simply asked a few questions. The policeman obviously knew Huang's people and turned his head to look at Huang, who hurriedly smiled. I said you just got out a few days ago. Why are you restless again? Are you still wanting to go in? Brother Huang quickly shook his head. I don't dare to. I won't dare again. The policeman snorted coldly. Alright, wait for me to go back to the bureau. All day long net to me to find things. The woman who brought Huang's men over just now had long since disappeared, presumably having run away when she saw that Huang was at a disadvantage. Old man Lu looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression, and after a few moments, he let out a long sigh and ultimately said nothing. The matter has been settled, so I'll leave first. Chen Feng hurriedly said and left without looking back. He had to meet with his parents in the afternoon, so he had to adjust his state. Finding a place where no one was around, Chen Feng took a few deep breaths, finally calming his wildly beating heart. However, the flames in his eyes had not completely disappeared, and wherever his gaze traveled, it seemed as if it could scorch everything. Still have to control it. Take your time. This is a society of law and order. Chen Feng constantly warned himself in his mind. As his beating heart gradually calmed down, his entire being returned to normal. Inside his pocket was a red velvet box, which was a gift purchased for Chen's mother. Chen Feng took out the box and looked at it carefully. His eyes suddenly became sharp when they touched the edge of the box. If he remembered correctly, the sign clipped to the side of the box before should have been milky white, not yellowish. This yellowed one rather looked like someone had intentionally made it old. Chen Feng quickly opened the box. The bracelet inside didn't look any different from the one he had bought, but Chen Feng always felt something was wrong. He was certain that this was not the bracelet he had chosen in the beginning. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed necessary to go back to the store to take another look. The gold store was not very far from here, and it took 10 minutes to walk there. The two counter sisters inside were chattering away, and when they saw Chen Feng coming over, they immediately greeted him with smiling faces. What does this customer want? You guys gave me the wrong thing I bought last time, said Chen Feng and placed the box in his hand on the counter. How can that be? You're probably mistaken. Our family will double check when packing. Absolutely no mistakes. The one who spoke was another counter girl with a bit of contempt in her eyes. Chapter 32 Uninvited Guests. She'd seen a lot of people like that. There were always people who wanted to take advantage of the situation and use a fake product to exchange it for the real one at their place. Originally, looking at Chen Feng's human-like appearance, she had thought that he was an honest man, but she hadn't thought that he was also a scoundrel. Chen Feng frowned tightly. I only got my hands on this yesterday. There's no need to lie to you guys, not to mention that my shopping tickets are all here. Saying that, Chen Feng put the shopping ticket on the counter, but the counter lady didn't even look at it and snorted coldly. I say you, don't waste your efforts. We've seen many people like you. Some anger bubbled up in Chen Feng's heart mischievously, but he still said in a nice voice, if you don't believe me, you guys can tune the surveillance. The counter girl looked Chen Feng up and down and snorted disdainfully. Seeing you wearing these clothes, you don't look like someone who can afford to buy a bracelet. Do you know how much this bracelet costs? I'll call security if you don't leave. Chen Feng laughed back in anger and looked around. The counter girl who received him yesterday was not at work. This place was a shift system. It was not yet time for him to go to work. The conversation of a few people also reached the ears of the people around. The people around who came to look at the jewelry looked Chen Feng up and down, pointing at him. Look, this man looks like a human being, but I didn't expect to do such a nasty thing, trying to exchange a fake for a real one. The other counter sister has already poked him, and still he's lying here and not willing to leave. He's really shameless. The words of the surrounding people pointing their fingers reached Chen Feng's ears, and Chen Feng's cold gaze swept over them one by one. The voices of the people who were speaking came to an abrupt end, silently shrinking their necks. It was as if there was a knife on their necks in that instant, scaring them so much that they couldn't even speak properly. Then call your manager over. Chen Feng was not willing to tangle with this woman here. She couldn't represent anything. He didn't want to eat this dumb loss. Our manager is something you can call and come over? The counter girl snorted coldly, unperturbed. What happened? A middle-aged man's rough voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing the man's voice, the counter assistant's face immediately put up a smile. Mr. Huang, why are you here? Mr. Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and took a big stride over. I came over to make my rounds. What happened? It's not a big deal. Just an old rascal here. I've already called the security guards. The security guards will be able to kick him out soon. Following the counter girl's gaze, a hint of surprise flashed in Mr. Huang's eyes. A hint of surprise also appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. This general manager Huang looked a bit similar to Boss Huang, except that he was much younger than Boss Huang. You are Chen Feng. Chen Feng froze. You recognize me? Mr. Huang laughed loudly. Of course I know you. The previous Boss Huang is my brother. I have long heard of your great name in his mouth and have seen your picture. I didn't expect to be so lucky to see you here today. Mr. Huang smiled while sizing up Chen Feng, his eyes full of appreciation. Previously, hearing his brother say that he was not quite convinced, today at a glance, the young man in front of him really had an extraordinary temperament. The counter girl at the side heard the conversation between the two dumbfounded, standing beside her with a stiff smile, not reacting for a moment. What had happened? Mr. Huang asked cordially. I don't know if there's something you came over for. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Feng let out a cold snort. Since General Manager Huang knew himself, it was a good thing. Chen Feng shook the velvet box in his hand. I bought a gold bracelet in your store yesterday, and what you packed for me was not the gold bracelet in the first place. And this counter girl of yours, I'm sure you heard what she said just now. Chen Feng looked straight at the counter sister, who had a cold sweat on her forehead. There was a million regrets in her heart. She also did not think that Chen Feng actually knew General Manager Huang. If she had known that these two knew each other, she would not have been able to say something like that. Mr. Huang looked viciously at the counter sister. What the hell is going on here? The counter sister mumbled. Mr. Huang, I didn't know that he knew you. I thought he was an old scoundrel. The counter sister's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, like a mosquito screaming, her head hangs down, not daring to look at Mr. Huang again. Mr. Huang took a deep breath. Well, there's no need to say anything. Go settle your salary after work today. You don't have to come tomorrow. Mr. Huang. The counter sister still wanted to say something, but Mr. Huang waved his hand, no longer wanting to talk to her. I'm sorry, it's our employee's fault. Don't worry, we will immediately call the surveillance to investigate this matter. Please wait for us for an hour. We guarantee that we will give you satisfactory results. Chen Feng nodded and stood by the side without saying anything. Mr. Huang walked into the surveillance room with a grave expression on his face, and after less than half an hour, walked out. When he came out again, he was holding another velvet box in his hand, with an apologetic face. Mr. Huang said to Chen Feng, I'm really sorry, it was our fault. Don't worry, the unit employee has been dismissed, and there will definitely be no such thing in the future. Chen Feng's face eased quite a bit, took the new box over and carefully observed it. This time it felt right. It was the same pair of bracelets that he had picked out. Mr. Huang's efficiency is good. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. I'll see you off. Chen Feng gave a light smile and did not refuse. Mr. Huang sent Chen Feng to the door and watched him leave before returning to the store. The secretary at the side was puzzled. Boss, looking at what he is wearing, he is just an ordinary person. Why are you being so respectful to him? Mr. Huang raised an eyebrow. How can he be an ordinary person? Someone who can be addressed like that by my brother can never be an ordinary person. Such a person must be dealt with well. The secretary was silent for a moment, not speaking. Chen Feng looked at the time. It was only half an hour from the appointed time. Gotta hurry back. On the other side, Chen's mother, who was preparing at home, hummed a little song as she brought the last dish to the table. Looking at the wall clock next to her, her heart was filled with excitement. This was the first time they had eaten with their son in more than a decade, and this kind of image had appeared many times in their dreams. They had never dreamed that they could find their lost son. As the doorbell rang, a smile hung on Chen mother's face. The husband and wife went to open the door with joy. However, the smile on the two faces instantly disappeared when they saw the face of the person outside. Mother Chen's face reddened with anger. What are you doing here? You are not welcome in our home. Get out of here. Father Chen was also shivering with anger. The person at the door let out a laugh. Don't say that, my good sister. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I've come to see how you two are doing. Chapter 33, Ancient Books. Standing at the doorway was no one else but Qin Wei, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Dressed in a high-fashion gown, Qin Wei looked condescendingly at Mrs. Chen, her eyes full of disdain. It's thanks to you guys, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get such a good life right now. Mrs. Chen frowned tightly. What are you doing here? It shouldn't be just to say this. Sure enough, Even though we haven't met for years, you're still the one who understands me the most. As if she had entered her own home, Qinwei sat straight on the sofa, her gaze scanning a circle of the meals on the table as she snorted. Since your son has already been retrieved, I hope you take care of your son. Hearing this, Mrs. Chen frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Just as the words were asked, Chen Feng walked in from the doorway with a smile on his face. Mom and Dad, I'm back. As soon as the words left his mouth, the smile on Chen Feng's face instantly froze, and his gaze went straight to Qinwei, who was sitting on the sofa. What a way to speak of the devil. Qinwei ignored Chen Feng who had entered, instead turning her head to look at Mrs. Chen. My words have been brought to you, and you all know the consequences of not listening. On account of the fact that we were once sisters, I've come over to remind you, if you don't listen, then I don't know what will happen afterward. After collecting, Qinwei left the place. Mrs. Chen's face swelled red with anger, but because Chen Feng was in front of her, she tried to calm herself down. Mrs. Chen took a few deep breaths and a smile reappeared on her face. Forget about that, let's eat first. Chen Feng did not say anything. His eyes darted around, glanced at Qinwei's back as she left, and sat back down in front of the table. This was the first time Chen Feng had eaten with his family. Mrs. Chen was busy, but after a while, the bowls in front of Chen Feng were piled high. Right, Mom and Dad, do you know where Grandpa's old home is? Chen Feng seemed to have thought of something, and asked while picking at his meal. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a trace of doubt flashed through Mrs. Chen's eyes. Her father had already passed away for many years, and the family's old home had long been overgrown with grass and hadn't been tended to for a long time. In the countryside. Why are you asking this? I just haven't seen Grandpa in the past 10 years or so I want to go and see what the place where Grandpa used to live looks like. So that's how it was. A trace of emotion flashed in Mrs. Chen's eyes as she gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder. I'll give you the address later. If your grandpa knows that you have this kind of heart, he will be very happy in heaven. Chen Feng laughed softly and did not speak. The meal was a pleasant one, and after finishing the meal, Chen Feng found an excuse to leave. When he was out of the neighborhood, Chen Feng looked at the address in his hand. This was the address that Mrs. Chen had written for himself just now. Going to see Grandpa was an important thing, but there was another thing that was even more important. Thinking about it, Chen Feng dialed the familiar phone number. I've got the address. Are you sure the stuff is there? A middle-aged man's bright voice came from the other end. Don't worry, young master. Our information is accurate. Chen Feng softly hummed and hung up the phone. The place where he was now was the city center, and if he wanted to go to the place on top of the note, he would need at least a day's time. Looking at his cell phone, the moving train was a bit faster, and he should be able to make it to the countryside in the evening. Chen Feng took a long breath. This matter could not be delayed. The longer the delay, the more trouble he would encounter. Earlier when he had chatted with Wei Zhanghai, he had exposed that a group of people had been looking for an ancient book which detailed a lost needle technique, and that book was in the hands of his grandfather. However, his grandfather had passed away, and before he passed away, he had told Wei Zhanghai the exact location, so that Wei Zhanghai could tell him when he came down from the mountain, and he was the only one who could open the passage to the ancient book. A trace of warmth flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. This old man was really heartfelt. He didn't forget that he had a grandson before he passed away, and he even left a sum of things of great value. Chen Feng bought a train ticket online. It was not rush hour now. There was not a single person at the station. There was still half an hour before the drive. Chen Feng simply found a place to sit for a while. Grandma, I want that too. Suddenly, a small child's voice broke into Chen Feng's ears, and Chen Feng fixed his eyes on it. He only saw a little boy pointing at the cell phone that was exposed inside his pocket and tugging at his grandmother. The little boy's grandmother was standing right next to him, coaxing the little boy while looking at Chen Feng. Hey, give my grandson your cell phone to play with. Chen Feng froze for a moment and looked at the grandmother incredulously. Are you talking about me? Is there anyone else here besides you? Quickly give my grandson the cell phone inside your hand to play with. If it's not some rare thing to hide. Chen Feng was simply going to laugh in anger, not knowing how this old lady shamelessly said such words. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Naturally I can't give this to your grandson. If you want to play with it, go buy it yourself. After saying this, Chen Feng no longer paid attention to these two, stuffed his cell phone away and turned his head to enter the moving train. Just after sitting down at his seat, that old lady brought her grandson to sit next to Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned slightly. He was really unlucky. He happened to sit together with these two people. Naturally, both of them had bought tickets, so he couldn't say anything. The little boy was still making noise, and even tried to reach out his hand to pull out the cell phone from Chen Feng's pocket. Chen Feng frowned slightly and switched the cell phone around. The little boy did not relent and struggled to reach it while flailing his teeth and claws. Seeing that he could not reach the cell phone, the little boy cried more and more. Grandma, I want that. You quickly let him give it to me. The crying voice grew louder and louder. The old lady stood up with a miso and looked angrily at Chen Feng. What's wrong with giving your cell phone to my grandson to play with? It's not like it's something rare. You're a funny old lady. This is my thing. Why should I give it to you? The little boy's voice was really noisy. The people next to him had a bored look on their faces. The man sitting in the front seat stood up and shouted angrily. It's not just a cell phone. So what if you give it to him to play with it a bit? It's noisy. Chen Feng's complexion went cold. Originally, he did not intend to bother with these few people, but since they were so shameless, there was no need for Chen Feng to be merciful. A powerful aura emanated from Chen Feng's surroundings as he looked coldly at the little boy. The little boy seemed to have sensed something, slightly cowering a bit, not daring to look at Chen Feng anymore. His tears falling down in big drops and his crying became louder. Shut up! With Chen Feng's roar, the little boy was so frightened that he hurriedly shut his mouth and choked quietly. Chapter 34, Settlement of Matters. The old woman on the side saw this picture and hurriedly protected her grandson in her arms. What do you want to do to my grandson? Let me tell you, the old lady's health is not good. A naked threat. The surrounding people were all looking on with a look of amusement. Before Chen Feng could speak, a familiar voice reached the old lady's ears. If the old lady is sick, she should hurry up and get cured. Embarrassing a young man here is really shameless. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Dressed in a close-fitting suit, Li Bingbing walked slowly, a notebook in her hand. Why are you here? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Bingbing let out a light laugh. I also wanted to ask how you are here. What a coincidence. I went on a business trip, and I didn't expect to actually be in the same car as you. It really was fate. The old lady's eyes darted around, her gaze darting back and forth between Chen Feng and Li Bingbing. Good. You two have joined forces to bully an old man like me. Ouch. My little heart. Agu. Agu. The old lady yelled while covering her chest and collapsed to the ground. The train yuan next to her was shocked and rushed over to assist the old lady. However, the old lady was still unforgiving, and inside her mouth, she kept hurling curses at Chen Feng. You dare to do this to me? My son won't let you go. You have to compensate me for the money. Compensate for the medical expenses. Compensate for the mental damages. The people around them knew that the old lady was putting on a show, but they couldn't do anything about it in the face of someone who relied on the elderly. Besides, this old lady was old and couldn't say for sure. She really had some kind of heart disease. If she pestered them, the rest of their lives would be ruined. In the face of such difficulties, Chen Feng was not afraid in the slightest. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Chen Feng slowly stood in front of the old lady. Chest pain? This just happens to hit my specialty. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. In that case, I'll come and take a look at you for free. As soon as these words came out, the old lady's face changed drastically as she looked at Chen Feng incredulously. It did not occur to her that Chen Feng was actually a Chinese medicine practitioner. The people watching around them also had a flash of surprise in their eyes. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners they usually saw were in their 40s or 50s, and most of the powerful ones were in their 70s or 80s, with a long white beard that made them look immortal. They had never seen such a young Chinese medicine practitioner. Liar! How could there be such a young Chinese medicine practitioner? Yes, young people nowadays like to talk nonsense. I guess this young man is also talking nonsense. In order to scare this old lady, their words also reached the old lady's ears, and the old lady's slightly flustered face quickly became calm. What the people around her said was not unreasonable. Where could there be such a young Chinese medicine practitioner? The old lady tilted her head proudly. Don't brag about it. I'm telling you, I'm relying on this today. $200,000. Unless you come up with $200,000. Otherwise, we'll wait for the lawsuit. 200,000. The people around them sucked in a breath of cool air. This old lady was really a lion, daring to say any number out loud. $200,000. How was this a figure that an ordinary person could take out? Chen Feng couldn't stop a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. You old lady is really greedy. At your age, you can still say such words. $200,000. What do you want to use it for? Your life buying money? Chen Feng's chi was on full blast when he said this. A coldness instantly swept across the old lady's back, as if someone had a knife on her neckstock. The old lady couldn't help but shiver a bit as a trace of panic surfaced in her eyes. People who were older were most afraid of death. This feeling of being on the verge of death made their entire being breathless. The old lady's lips kept shivering. The way she looked at Chen Feng was as if she had seen a ghost. The little boy next to her didn't dare to say anything either. What? Still want that $200,000? But it's fine to give you $200,000. I just don't know if you have the life to spend it now that you're old. Chen Feng said word by word. Each word was like a knock on the old lady's heart. The old lady covered her chest and hastily took a step back. Without saying anything, she tugged her grandson away from her, watching the old lady communicating her position with the conductor. Chen Feng hooked a smile with satisfaction. However, There was still one more person left to resolve. Chen Feng turned his head to look at the man who had spoken earlier. The man spoke without any suspicion, and now that he looked at Chen Feng looking at himself, he smiled awkwardly and turned his head in a hurry. Li Bingbing obediently sat down beside Chen Feng. Her position was on the other side, just in time to switch places with the two men. The two people begged for it. Just now, when their eyes touched Chen Feng's eyes, it was as if they saw the king of hell beckoning to them. The two people who were so afraid of death naturally did not dare to approach Chen Feng again. Where are you going to get off from? Li Bingbing asked curiously. Hearing her words, Chen Feng lightly smiled and said, I'm getting off at Tian Town, countryside. What are you doing in the countryside? I haven't even seen my grandfather after staying over there for more than 10 years, so I want to go see where my grandfather lives. So it turns out, Li Bingbing had heard the old man talk about Chen Feng's grandfather before and had seen him when he was a child. A very amiable old grandfather. It was a pity that his health had never been good, so before Chen Feng had even returned, he had already passed away. Chen Feng leaned on the back of the chair and rested for a while after he finished speaking. Although his eyes were closed, his perception was still put to the maximum. The movements of the people around him could not escape his eyes. Chen Feng's nerves relaxed a little. There seemed to be something pulling him in the underworld. Although he did not know what kind of needle technique was recorded on top of that ancient book, but Chen Feng's sixth sense told him, this was definitely what he needed, and it was the only one in the entire world. It was a little after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky turned dark, the wind was howling outside the car, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Chen Feng carried his luggage to the town. There were only a few old people living alone in the town with a few lights on. The rest was silent. Chen Feng arrived at the southernmost house according to the address. This house was a hotel, like a farmhouse, with its own earthen kong. Seeing Chen Feng come in, a 17 or 18-year-old girl wearing rough clothes hurriedly walked over. Hello, may I ask if you are eating or staying? Staying in a store. By the way, how do I get to this one? Although the detailed address was written on it, but this town was crooked and winding, Chen Feng really couldn't figure out the way. Seeing the note that Chen Feng handed over, the girl read it carefully. You're going to Uncle Chen's house? Uncle Chen. It was hard to believe that this little girl and the old man knew each other. The little girl looked Chen Feng up and down. What kind of person are you, uncle? I'm his grandson. Chapter 35, The Roadblock. A trace of shock flashed inside the little girl's eyes. She hadn't thought that the person in front of her was Uncle Chen's grandson. After carefully sizing up Chen Feng, other than that, Chen Feng's looks did have a slight resemblance to Uncle Chen. Come in with me first. The surrounding sky was not very good. It looked like it was going to rain. The whistling cold wind blew on his body. Chen Feng did not hesitate and followed the girl into the house. You'll be staying in this one. The girl pointed to the room next to her, which had a big one written above it. There were many different rooms here, and it looked like they had split their house into several and used it as a farmhouse. After inquiring about Chen Feng's identity, the girl did not say anything and turned her head to leave the place. The inside of the house was cleaned. The soundproofing here was not very good, and the girl's intermittent words reached Chen Feng's ears. The girl seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. Her voice carried a bit of urgency. What should we do? Uncle Chen's grandson is back. He won't find out about that thing we did, right? Hearing the girl's words, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. It could be seen that this girl should know her grandfather, but listening to the girl's words, it seemed that they had done something that they did not know about. Something seemed to have been said on the other side of the phone. The girl was silent for a moment and sighed helplessly. Okay, I know. After saying that, the girl hung up the phone and lost movement on the other side. Chen Feng's mind echoed inside the girl's words just now. Although he did not know what the girl's words meant, Chen Feng always had an ominous premonition in his heart. After staying here for a night, Chen Feng left early the next morning, but Chen Feng still had an ominous premonition in his heart, always feeling that he was being spied on by something. Such a premonition made his heart uneasy, but after hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng still greeted the little girl, turned his head and left the place. But strangely enough, the little girl who was indifferent yesterday had become much more enthusiastic this time. The corner of the little girl's mouth hung up a smile as she cheerfully came to Chen Feng's front and said, Aren't you going to Uncle Chen's house? It just so happens that I'm also going over there, so I'll take you with me. Looking at the little girl blinking her eyes, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth carried a touch of coldness. The reason why this little girl was following him, I'm afraid that it was related to what they were discussing amongst themselves. It was good not to go over there. Chen Feng was really curious about what this girl was doing behind his back. It would be clear when the time came. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Alright then, I'm counting on you. Saying that, Chen Feng followed behind the little girl. The road was unusually rugged, and the end of the road was overgrown with weeds, but a mansion could be vaguely seen. A trace of nostalgia crossed Chen Feng's eyes. This little girl had led him to the right place. This was indeed his old home. and although it was overgrown, he could recognize it. Chen Feng slowly walked towards the front. However, after not even a few steps, a few people suddenly appeared, and those people had just walked out of the old mansion. At a glance, they saw Chen Feng and the girl next to him. It was also the first time for the little girl to see these few people. Surprise flashed within her eyes, and then she became annoyed. Who allowed you guys to come here? Hearing the little girl's annoyed words, the man in the lead laughed out loud. The other party looked Chen Feng up and down, then turned his head to look at the little girl. When his eyes touched Chen Feng, he paid special attention. I feel that you look like a deceased person. Are you related to the people of this old mansion? The man in the lead narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. Chen Feng did not say anything, only looking at them with an indifferent expression. Seeing Chen Feng's expression, they became more and more certain of what they had in mind. Fine, fine. In that case, what the old man owes us. If the old man can't pay it back, then let his grandson pay it back. The man in the lead took out a slip of paper inside his hand, with something written on it. The man handed the note to Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned slightly and scrutinized the note carefully. There were some words written on it, roughly the same as his grandfather asking how much money they had borrowed. But there was only one sentence. There was no stamp or any signature to sign it. Chen Feng snorted coldly. But it's just a note. What's there to prove? Besides, you guys are just trespassing. I can sue you anytime. Not knowing which of Chen Feng's words had irritated them, the man in the lead glared viciously at Chen Feng. Fine, fine. Are you planning to renege on your debt? Seeing the men's fierce and vicious appearance, Chen Feng's heart was clear. Speak up, did they send you here again? These people are really shady. Chen Feng did not want to tangle with these people here. Frowning slightly, he intended to bypass this group of people and walk into the old mansion. However, how was the man leading the group willing to let Chen Feng go? Seeing that Chen Feng had no one in sight, the man was furious. The people beside them also looked at this scene incredulously. This Chen Feng was treating them like air. It was really too detestable. The little girl behind him had never seen such a scene, and had already taken a few steps back and silently shrunk her head as these people spoke. What are you still waiting for? This kid is so arrogant. Then give him a good lesson. Seeing a few people rushing over, the little girl who had initially followed Chen Feng screamed and turned her head to run. Chen Feng easily dodged the attacks of the people in front of him. He originally did not want to tangle with these people, but if these people did not support the punishment with a toast, then there was no need for him to be merciful. Chen Feng viciously fell on the face of the leading man with a punch. The man had not expected Chen Feng to be so fast. Not reacting for a moment, he was punched in the center of his nose. A sharp, aching sensation traveled throughout his body from his nose. Goo, my nose! The man covered his nose and staggered back a few steps, and the soreness still didn't go away. The man screamed miserably. The others saw this scene and froze in place. For a moment, not knowing whether to first help the man who was leading the charge up, or say to deal with Chen Feng. Chen Feng lightly clapped his hands, his very intimidating eyes casting at the man. It swept back and forth over the few others. The other few people couldn't help but shiver, a coldness rising from their backs in Niso. It was as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Several people's teeth were chattering. It wasn't particularly cold right now, but a few people's bodies couldn't help but shake. Boss, I think we should leave first. This guy seems to be practiced. Chapter 36, Drawing on Knowledge. Hearing the other party's words, the man leading the group hesitated for a moment, the sore feeling in his nose still spreading throughout his body. The other party's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance, and knowing that he could not beat Chen Feng, he gave Chen Feng a vicious look and had to turn his head and leave the place. Watching them go away, Chen Feng clapped his hands and opened the door leading to the old mansion. The inside was overgrown with weeds and littered with a great dusty odor. Those people should have just come over and not gone inside. The footprints on the ground only spread to the outside. Chen Feng's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was afraid that these people had taken away the things that his grandfather had left for him, but now it seemed that he was still relatively fast and rushed in time, based on the clues left behind by his parents. Chen Feng fumbled around next to the cabinet, and in just a few moments of effort, he found a small hidden compartment. Drawing the drawer downwards, the hidden compartment was opened, and a palm-sized book inside was presented to the eye. This book looked like it was already very old. Chen Feng casually flipped through it a few times, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Sure enough, this was the ancient book that everyone wanted to own. It was also the best gift that Grandpa had left for himself. Boss, am I right? Let this kid in first. He's sure to find something good. The item had just gotten into his hands when a familiar voice came from outside. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look, only to see that the people who had left earlier had gathered over again at some point. And this time, the number of people was much larger than the previous number. The man leading the group looked greedily at the things in Chen Feng's hands. Chen Feng froze and silently put away the thing in his hand. It looked like this guy's purpose from the start was this ancient book in his hand. Everything that he had said earlier was an excuse. It was all theater. The purpose was to let down his guard. Chen Feng had only reacted now. However, it was not too late to react now. Feng had already figured out their strength. In Chen Feng's eyes, these people could be defeated casually. Kid, if you're sensible, hand over what's inside your hands. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing their words, Chen Feng sneered as a cold light flashed inside his eyes. If you want what's inside my hands, then let's see if you have the life to take it. Saying that, Chen Feng scurried out. The others froze for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed across their eyes, not expecting Chen Feng to actually take the initiative. A few people immediately went on the defensive, but Chen Feng's speed was exceptionally fast, shuttling between them like a ghost. Wherever they went, there was a wailing. In just a few moments of effort, most of them had fallen to the ground. Chen Feng gently clapped his palms, and even the corners of his clothes were not messed up. There was a hint of disdain in Chen Feng's eyes. I thought that a few of you were capable of much, but it turns out that you are just a bit outnumbered. Hearing his words, the people around him were enraged. However, they still looked at Chen Feng with a face of fear. It hadn't occurred to them that so many of them couldn't deal with Chen Feng. What the hell was wrong with this guy? What should we do now? The little brother next to him also did not expect such a thing to happen and looked at his big brother as if for help. What else can we do? We can only go together. I don't believe that so many people still can't deal with a coward. A cold light flashed in the hands of one of them. Taking advantage of Chen Feng's inattention, he quickly stabbed over to where Chen Feng was. The dagger in his hand stopped when it was less than 10 centimeters away from where Chen Feng was. Chen Feng caught the dagger steadily with 2 fingers. There was no way for the dagger to advance the slightest bit. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth pulled out a cold smile. Sneak attacks are not a good habit. The man exerted his force forward, but the dagger in his hand remained motionless. It was as if it was embedded in the stone. After a great deal of effort, he could only loosen the dagger. Chen Feng fumbled with the dagger for a moment, the chill in his eyes seeming to overflow. If it was really like what he had guessed, these people in front of him were related to the Chen family, that would also mean that his whereabouts were exposed. However, one's whereabouts were only known to one's parents, and a few other people. There was absolutely no way that this matter was exposed by them. It was most likely that the parents had slipped up when discussing it with the others. It also meant that there was a spy on their side. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Originally, he had thought of resolving the few people in front of him, but now, it seemed that instead of resolving these few it would be better to utilize these few people to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Drop out the one behind them. He would like to take a look. Who dared to betray himself? Even the sneak attack didn't work. Seeing Chen Feng about to come over, the people around him were scared less. Turning their heads, they ran. Chen Feng coldly looked at their departing backs. These people would definitely not let up. They had come from the ancient books in their hands to begin with. Without getting their hands on it, they would not stop. Watching these few people leave, Chen Feng found a new place. Turning over the ancient book in his hands, the words on it were simple and easy to understand. The moment he turned it over, a white stream of qi suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's body. That white air current appeared from the book. The moment it entered his body, Chen Feng's head felt like a light had been lit. The entire person's consciousness became clear. Some of the things inside the book were still rather obscure and difficult to understand, but with this white qi, all of those obscure and difficult to understand knowledge turned into easy to understand knowledge. One by one, they entered Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng continuously drew on the knowledge within, but after half an hour of effort, all of the knowledge inside had been absorbed almost to the brim. A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. There was not just one of the needle techniques in here. Rather, it was many kinds. It was a set series. Basically, all difficult cases could be treated. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. At first, he had thought that it was just a set of lost needle techniques. He did not expect it to be even better than he had imagined. It was no wonder that so many people coveted this ancient book, but letting those few people go, I'm afraid that other people will know that they have been here. I'm afraid that the next few days would not be easy. Chen Feng let out a long sigh, but even so, he did not have the slightest fear. As for these people, come one, he would settle one, come a pair, he would settle a pair. He wanted to see what else these people were capable of, as well as what the big fish behind them actually looked like. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with viciousness. The eyes of the entire person seemed to be quenched with poison, and on the other side, the few people who had left with their asses pissing in a panic came to a mansion. The man in the lead was trembling. The other few juniors knelt beside him, not daring to say a word. Young master, we didn't get back what you wanted. Chapter 37, The Su Family. What? A small book you guys can't even get back. What use do I have for you? The man known as the young master was furious. and the teacup in his hand slammed fiercely onto the leader's body. The scalding hot tea instantly scalded his exposed skin, but the man insisted on not saying a word. After all, the young master in front of him was not someone he could offend. The man in front of him was none other than Su Qinghe. The Su family was the most famous Chinese medicine family in the country. It was a large Chinese medicine family during the Republican period, extending to the present, and now it was a powerful inheritor of Chinese medicine culture. Su Qinghe looked at the people below with cold eyes. This ancient book is also as many inquiries to find the specific location. The old man who held the ancient book earlier had not yet passed away. His mouth was very tight. The ancient book was well hidden by him, but now that the people had all died, the news of this ancient book had naturally circulated. Su Qinghe frowned and asked, "Who were the people who stopped you?" "We heard from the people in the town that this young man is that old man's grandson and his name is Chen Feng." Chen Feng? Hearing this familiar name, Su Qinghe raised his eyebrows. He had also heard about the things that had happened in the Chen family before. After all, the Chen family and their family conducted different businesses, and he would just watch such things for fun. When he heard that a young guy named Chen Feng knew many capable people, he was a bit curious and wanted to meet them, not realizing that one day, he would actually get involved with himself. Moreover, I heard from the people over at the Li family that Chen Feng is the granddaughter-in-law designated by Elder Li, and even the engagement is ready. The junior brother below spoke cautiously. Everyone knew that Su Qinghe, the young master of the Chinese medicine family, liked the Li family's young lady, but because the Li family's young lady was not fond of the young master, the two did not cross paths too much. However, Su Qinghe still can't get enough of Li Bingbing, waiting for the day when he can marry this woman home. Li Bingbing is not only beautiful, more important is the Li family behind her. The old master is old. Li Bingbing is his favorite granddaughter. As long as you get Li Bingbing, Huayun Group is not a handful. I didn't expect to be robbed by a brat who came out of nowhere. How could he swallow this? I heard that he also knows Chinese medicine? Su Qinghe took a look at the information sent over on the computer. The previous image of Chen Feng healing the sick and saving people had also been recorded by quite a few people and could be found casually on the internet. The people below did not dare to utter a single breath. This Su Qinghe jealousy is very heavy. Itself and a bit of talent. The most cannot stand to see someone better than him. Those old people he cannot move. But in recent years the young talented Chinese medicine basically have been secretly resolved. Either they went abroad or had a sudden accident. In short, none of them could go on smoothly. Su Qinghe let out a cold snort. How come he hadn't discovered such a person before? But it wasn't too late to find out now. The old rules you guys know. Tell Chuchi and the others to settle it. Deal with it cleanly. The people below nodded vigorously. At this time in the old mansion Chen Feng sneezed violently. Chen Feng silently wiped his nose. A trace of strangeness surfaced in his heart. It always felt like something was thinking about him. The next second, a violent knocking sound suddenly came from outside. Chen Feng had already gotten his things and was about to go back. He did not expect that someone would actually come to his door again at this time. Chen Feng frowned tightly as the sound of knocking on the door grew louder and louder. By the time it reached the back it had already started kicking the door. The old home was already in disrepair. The outside door was in disrepair. Just a few kicks would do the trick. Outside the house hooting and hollering stood a group of people. The man leading the group was particularly familiar. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. What? Do the Chen family still want to find trouble? Peace Chen family. I'm from the Su family. I'm telling you, if you're sensible, hand over the stuff and immediately get out of the country. Otherwise, you won't be able to get your hands on it. Su family? A trace of doubt flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. He didn't know anyone from the Su family and had never dealt with anyone from their family. Why were they suddenly looking for trouble with themselves? You guys are looking for the wrong person. I don't know any people from the Su family. It doesn't matter if you don't know them. You just need to know that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Saying that, the few people behind him swarmed up. The few people behind him were big and thick-looking. Their bodies were porous and powerful, and they were holding throwing sticks in their hands. At a glance, they were professionals. Chen Feng quickly dodged the first person's attack. The other party's attack speed was very fast and every hit was straight to the vitals. Chen Feng's eyes went cold. Since this was the case, there was nothing that could be done about it. He rolled up his sleeves and smoothly grabbed the flinging stick that flew over, grasping it in his hand as he kicked the owner of the flinging stick. The flinging stick was made of steel and was exceptionally heavy. If it was smashed, the bones would be broken. Chen Feng deftly waved the club, and the sound of breaking air reached the ears of the few people in front of him. For some reason, at this moment, they actually did not dare to meet Chen Feng's eyes. A few people slightly retreated a few steps back, while at this moment, Chen Feng was approaching step by step. The compelling aura caused a few people's backs to chill, as if they were being stared at by some flooding beast. However, the others only froze for a moment. They had never been afraid of anyone before. A few people would stare viciously at Chen Feng. The one leading the group gestured to the people behind them, and all of them swarmed up. They were outnumbered. How could they be afraid of a brat? Chen Feng sneered. The throwing stick in his hand swung with a snap, and the person leading the group was momentarily unaware and received a direct hit on his face. That one blow made his entire body scream in agony. The swinging stick in Chen Feng's hand didn't stop. Crackling sounds blossomed on their flesh and skin. Each and every one of them screamed more miserably than killing a pig. But in a moment's time, a group of people collapsed to the ground. They all had a few more red marks on their faces, looking especially wretched. Several people looked at Chen Feng incredulously. How is this possible? How can you, a brat, have so much strength? Let me tell you, even if you finish off a few of us, the Su family won't let you go. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Su family? Chen Feng, haven't been afraid of anyone yet, so let him come over. I want to see what kind of goods he is. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. Hearing Chen Feng's words, several people instantly felt their scalps tingle. For some reason, they actually heard a strong killing aura within Chen Feng's words. It was as if they would become a corpse before long if they continued to stay here. Killing was against the law, and Chen Feng had only caused them to be seriously injured. Patting the corners of his soiled clothes, Chen Feng snorted coldly and turned his head to leave. A few people did not dare to block his steps. After all, what they had just experienced was still fresh in their minds. They could only look at Chen Feng's departing back with trepidation. Chapter 38 Aggressive. The few people returned to the Su family in a sorry state. Su Qingha had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw these few people return with their asses in the air, a dark color flashed in his eyes. How did things go? The few people at the bottom had a sheepish look on their faces. Young master, this guy is a practitioner, and has practiced for what should be many years. The few of us who went over there wouldn't be able to beat him. At these words, Su Qingha's eyes suddenly widened. Wastes, a bunch of wastes, can't even solve one person. What's the use of me raising you guys? The man's eyes were filled with difficulty. Young master, this person is different from the ones we met before. He has a few skills in him. Yes, young master, although he can't be moved as a person. However, we can start from the other side, said man's eyes gurgled as he came over to Su Qingha's side to say a few words. Hearing his words, Su Qingha laughed out loud. Or you have a way. Then this matter will be handed over to you guys. Tomorrow I'm going to make a trip to the Li family. You guys, follow me. Chen Feng returned to the villa in the night. The palm-sized ancient book had been in his pocket with some warmth. He didn't know what the Su family was, but that didn't stop him from looking up the information. The Su family, as a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, abounded in the achievements they had attained. A casual search would be able to find it. Chen Feng carefully browsed through it and let out a cold laugh. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he was from this family. No wonder they wanted what they had in their hands. This had all become traceable as well. Originally, he thought that they were with the Chen family, but he did not expect that there was another Su family. And this family seemed to be even harder to deal with than the Chen family. Chen Feng let out a long sigh and rubbed his tired temples. Chen Feng was not the only one who felt troubled. Li Bingbing had just returned home when she heard people inside the house discussing something. The sound was not very loud, but it clearly entered Li Bingbing's ears. What? You said Su Qingha is coming over? Hearing Li Bingbing's words, the old man who was speaking nodded slightly. Their family and ours are lineage families, so if he wants to come over, we can't always refuse. Not to mention, the old master and the Su family's old master were good friends, and the Su family's old master loved this grandson of his extremely dearly. This matter was very difficult to deal with. Grandpa, why do they suddenly want to come over? Li Bingbing had a very bad impression of this person. He had met a few times before, and every time they met, that guy always pestered himself. Even though he had clearly rejected himself, the guy was still dead set on following him, and was intent on trying to move his hands. I don't know. Call Chen Feng over tomorrow. The old master obviously also knew what had happened between them, and after thinking for a long time, he uttered these words. Li Bingbing froze and instantly understood what the old master meant. A hint of joy surfaced on her face. I know Grandpa. I'll go call him now. Chen Feng accepted Li Bingbing's invitation and arrived at the Li family's old mansion at 9 o'clock the next day. He had come relatively early and was unaware of what was about to happen. When the old master saw Chen Feng walk in, he smiled and waved his hand. Come, let me introduce you. This is the granddaughter-in-law I told you about. Next to the old master stood an old man. That old man was smiling, but his smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. When he looked at Chen Feng, his eyes contained a few scowls. A kind of unkind scowl. You are Chen Feng? The one who spoke was not the old man, but the young man not far away. That's right, I am Chen Feng. I've heard of your name before and thought that you were some kind of marvelous character, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. Just mediocre. The young man held a great deal of hostility towards Chen Feng as soon as they met. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never met this person before. Why was he so hostile towards himself upon meeting? Ching-ha, enough, be polite. What did I teach you at home? The old man said with a smile, seemingly lecturing his grandson, but in reality, the meaning was self-evident. Old man Su, this grandson of yours has become sharp-tongued after not seeing him for such a long time. Hearing this address, Chen Feng suddenly widened his eyes, staring carefully at the young man in front of him. Unexpectedly, this person in front of him was the young master of the Su family who had sent someone to find trouble for himself yesterday. It was really a fate. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with a cold color. Elder, I'd say that your vision is really not very good, actually promising such a person for your granddaughter. I heard that this person's character is not very good. You'd better investigate more. Yes, old master. I heard that he has done quite a lot of recruiting under the name of the Chen family. That's right. I even saw him in a bar last time. This kind of indiscreet person. I'm afraid he hasn't already contracted some kind of disease. You can't push your granddaughter into the fire pit. Yes. Isn't there a just right candidate for this? Anyway, both families are lineage families. The sons and daughters of both families are engaged in one. This is a kiss on a kiss. The people next to him kept talking. Su Qinghe was so proud that the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the sky. Li Bingbing was furious and stomped her foot fiercely. I won't bother you guys with my affairs. And this person wasn't chosen by Grandpa, but I personally chose him. Li Bingbing directly blocked in front of Chen Feng, a pair of eyes shooting sharply at Su Qinghe. Chen Feng's eyes darted around, sweeping back and forth between Li Bingbing and Su Qinghe. He sort of knew why the other party's malice towards him was so heavy. On one hand, he wanted to obtain the ancient book in his hands, and on the other hand, he was actually interested in Li Bingbing. It was probably because he was annoyed at being robbed of his position by himself that he did such a thing. Chen Feng gently patted Li Bingbing's shoulder and came around from the side, looking straight at the grandfather and grandson. I apologize for not having the time to bring any gifts for our first meeting. However, the gift that young Master Su gave me last night, I like it very much. You should have received a return gift from me as well. When these words came out, the other people were confused. They did not know what Chen Feng meant by that. Only Su Qinghe was furious and his face was red. His hand clenched into a fist. If it wasn't for the fact that all the other people were present, his fist might have gone to Chen Feng's face. What happened to you guys last night? Li Bingbing asked in a small voice. Chen Feng looked at Li Bingbing as if he was comforting. Don't worry, nothing happened. Seeing that Chen Feng was unwilling to speak, Li Bingbing sighed helplessly, and was not in a position to press for more. Elder Li, is this your good granddaughter-in-law? Still really aggressive. Elder Li frowned tightly. Old man Su, this matter doesn't fall under my control. Let the young people's matters be resolved by their young people themselves. Chapter 39, First Meeting. Old man Su turned his head to look at his old buddy, seemed to understand something, and let out a long sigh. It seemed that there was no way to say anything about this matter. Even if the two of them were friends, there was no way he could forcefully insert his grandson into it. Not to mention that if he were to cross swords with his old buddy because of this matter, it would be a loss that would outweigh the gain. Alright, I get it. You're right. The young people's matters, we older generation will stay out of it. As soon as these words came out, Su Qinghe looked at his grandfather incredulously. This time, he had gotten his grandfather to come over in order to utilize his grandfather's relationship with Elderly to teach that brat a lesson. But he hadn't thought that that kid didn't know what kind of mesmerizing soup he had given to Elderly. And even at this point, he was still defending him like this. There was also his own grandfather. Obviously they had spoken well when they were at home, but when they arrived here they suddenly changed their words. He really didn't want to understand why things had developed to this state. Grandpa. Su Qinghe wanted to say something else, but old man Su waved his hand, not wanting him to say the words that followed. A trace of viciousness flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes as he looked viciously at Chen Feng. Since the old man was not willing to help himself, then this matter would have to be dealt with personally. Elder Li's face eased quite a bit, and he did not want to affect his relationship with his best friend because of this matter. Chen Feng detected the resentment in Su Qinghe's eyes and glared back with a disinterested face. He had not put Su Qinghe in his eyes from the very beginning. It was nothing more than a tiny mole cricket. To try to shake a big tree as well, it was simply delusional. Grandpa, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first. Su Qinghe was unwilling to stay here, and after a few shallow words, he left the place. On the way back, the more Su Qinghe thought about it, the angrier he became. Why should a brat be able to get what he couldn't, and still flaunts it in front of himself? Since this was the case, then don't blame him for not being polite. Wasn't he the best at medicine? Let's see how he can still learn medicine after losing both his arms. The junior brother at the side carefully asked. Then what should we do next? Young master, isn't he good at healing people? Then let's make his reputation stink. I'll see if the Li family will defend someone whose reputation has already been stigmatized. said Su Qinghe with a cold snort, his gaze like a torch. There's a road in heaven that you don't take, and there's no door in hell that you have to step into. Then I will surely leave you with no bones left. Su Qinghe's sudden outburst of aura startled the people around him. Faces of awe looked at Su Qinghe. That night, a video with the title of an unknown doctor plotting to kill his patients with expired medication reached the hot search. Although it was released at night, the heat was still high. It was even noticed by major news. On the video, an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s, holding his ID real name information inside his hand, tearfully accused Chen Feng, saying that Chen Feng had not only taken away a lot of his money, but had even messed up his body by using the name of helping him. Chen Feng was sitting in Zhong Haitian's office when he learned of this matter. Wei Zhanghai handed his cell phone to Chen Feng, and the video that was playing on it was the very video that had rushed onto the hot search. Chen Feng frowned slightly. I haven't seen this old man. What he said is false. Wei Zhanghai let out a long sigh. Of course I know that what he said is false. The point is that people don't know. Not to mention that he posted your picture. A young man and an old man. Surely it's the old man who will gain sympathy. After saying this, Wei Zhanghai seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to stare at Chen Feng. Have you offended someone recently? Chen Feng sneered. Since I came down from the mountain, I have offended quite a few people. However, I think I already know who released this video. The Chen family had not slowed down from the blow yet. They were busy with their own business. So naturally, they did not have the time to persecute themselves. As for Chen Feng, he didn't have the brains for it. The only one who could sabotage himself was probably that Su family. Su Qinghe. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth pulled out a cold smile. It was someone from the Su family who messed up. You should know that, right? Su family. Wei Zhanghai pondered for a moment. As the head of Zhong Haitian, he knew all the families in this city clearly, and he naturally knew of this family that was known for its Chinese medicine. But their family's reputation had always been good, and they had never thought that they would do something like this. Not to mention that they and Chen Feng have not met. Why suddenly? A dark color flashed in Wei Zhanghai's eyes. Suddenly he thought of something. His face became serious. Young master, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. You don't have to worry. We will suppress the hot search immediately. Chen Feng waved his hand. There is no need for that. Suppressing the hot searches. On the contrary, it would be sitting on this matter. Letting this matter ferment. The so-called the higher one stands, the worse one falls. Seeing Chen Feng's convinced look, Wei Zhanghai laughed lightly. Could it be that you have already thought of a solution? Chen Feng nodded. That was of course. Since they had found such an old man, they would definitely hide the old man. When the time came to find this old man, the rumors would naturally not break. With the Su family's strength, finding it is not an easy task. But you can rest assured, we have professional personnel who have already located and found his IP address. And before long, the address will be sent over. Chen Feng gently clapped his hands. Good. This would be much easier. On the other side, Su Qinghe looked at the sharply rising browsing degree on the network. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. You guys did a good job. But is that old man lying well? Just rest assured. That old man has been arranged by us in a very remote place. It's heavily defended. Even a fly can't get in. Su Qinghe narrowed his eyes. This time, he wanted to see how Chen Feng would solve it. The news on the internet had also reached the Chen family. And when the Chen family members, who were already burnt out, saw the news, a hint of elite flashed in their eyes. Not only that, their dying company suddenly had a miraculous survival. It had never occurred to them before that they could cooperate with the Su family. And this time, they were actually the ones who took the initiative to come to their door. Although it was unclear what their intentions were, this was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Didn't you say that you were going to meet with young Master Su today? Why are you still here? Seeing her own son come over, Qin Wei frowned tightly and slowly asked. I was just about to go. Isn't there an hour left now? You'd better go earlier. Don't make young Master Su unhappy. Son, you have to know that this business is the business that helped my Cheng family rise from the dead. I know. The place where the two met was a remote restaurant. There was not a single person inside the restaurant. Chen Feng arrived at the innermost part of the place as agreed upon, and there was already a man sitting on the seat. Seeing him come over, the man raised an eyebrow. Greetings, Chen Clan young master. Chapter 40, Finding People. The man sitting inside was no other than Su Qinghe. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he sat opposite Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe's eyes were extremely oppressive, as if a feeling of fear grew from the bottom of one's heart just by looking at them. Su Qinghe raised his eyebrows and looked Chen Feng up and down. He had only heard of this Chen family's great young man and had not met him. Now, it seemed that it was far inferior to the Chen Feng he had seen last time. I don't know what young Master Su called me for. I heard that you have an enemy, and his name is Chen Feng. Upon hearing the word Chen Feng, Chen Feng's face instantly turned ugly. The reason why he was struggling to move forward was all because of Chen Feng. Obviously, in the beginning, He was able to rely on the name of the Chen family's youngest son to call the shots, but since the end of the return banquet, this name of his could no longer make any big waves. Everyone felt that the Chen family was about to be wiped out, and he was even looked down upon when he walked on the road. Everything he had experienced was thanks to Chen Feng. He now hated to skin Chen Feng and eat his flesh. Seeing the hatred in Chen Feng's eyes, Su Qinghan nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of person he wanted. A little cooperation? It's just as well. I also look at this brat in a bad light. Hearing these words, Chen Feng froze, then became ecstatic. By himself, he was undoubtedly a mayfly shaking a tree. But if he added someone from the Su family, the success rate would be as high as 80%. Then what should I do? There's no need for you to do anything yet. I'll contact you when I have the chance in the future. Here's my business card. After saying that, Su Qingha left the place. Unbeknownst to him, the conversation between the two of them was heard by Chen Feng. Chen Feng's hearing was already exceptional, and he also happened to be eating here today, but on the side of the store. He had also seen Chen Feng when he walked in just now and followed him over, just a wall away from where the two of them were talking. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Actually cooperating? How interesting. He hadn't experienced anything so interesting since he came down from the mountains. There were a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. With Chen Feng's stop, the public opinion on the internet became more and more intense. Some people even reported Chen Feng's cell phone number, and every day, endless people called to troll. However, Chen Feng ignored it, and turned off his cell phone. Uncontested with the world, now was not the best time. Not to mention that the old man had not yet been found. Looking at the positioning on top of his phone, the positioning showed a small fishing village by the sea. There were at least a few hundred kilometers from here. Even driving there would take days and nights. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Going was definitely the way to go, but not by car. Chen Feng waited inside the restaurant for a while, and finally waited for Wei Zhenghai's message. Young lord, the helicopter you asked for, we've already arranged it. We're sending someone to pick you up now? Good, come pick me up. With the addition of the helicopter, the original several days and nights of traveling was narrowed down to 2 hours. The time of arriving at the other city was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and as soon as I stepped off the airplane, I smelled a strong smell of the sea. The people who lived here were fishermen who made their living by fishing. Everyone was fit, and when they saw Chen Feng coming over, their eyes were filled with ill will. This town used to be a tourist location, but now that it was off-season, there weren't many tourists. According to the positioning, the old man was on the small 2-story building in the center. Downstairs 2 men were smoking and drinking at the same time. What do you think this old man's origin is? Why is the young master spending so much manpower to watch over this old man? The other man gently shook his head. I don't know either, but since it was ordered by the young master, it's better to do it properly. Seeing Chen Feng coming this way, the 2 men stood up in a mischievous manner. They did not recognize Chen Feng, and the one leading them said impatiently, "You're on the wrong side of the street. This is not the place for you to be. Go, go, go." Chen Feng had a smile on his lips and didn't listen to these 2 men. Instead, he walked forward as he pleased. You don't understand human language, do you? The person next to him said angrily. I'm telling you, don't blame us for not being polite if you dare to come over again. That old man is up there, I think. The duo was startled and quickly took a step back. However, Chen Feng already did not give them a chance, punching one of them to the ground and turning his head to look at the other. The other man panicked and scrambled backward, turning his head to run towards the other end, shouting as he did so, it's bad, someone's coming, come out. With a shout, quite a few dark-skinned people in the surrounding houses poked their heads out. The group looked at Chen Feng intently. There are quite a lot of people. It seems like this young Master Su has still put in some blood. What's the noise? With a rough roar, a man with yellow hair walked out. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with 2 scars on his face, fierce and vicious, his body covered in the smell of fish. The man who had just fled hurriedly came over to the yellow-haired man's side and said, Big brother, he just said something. Is that old man upstairs? He should be the person that the young master is talking about. Hearing his little brother's words, the yellow-haired man laughed out loud. There is a road in heaven that you don't walk on. There is no door in hell that you have to barge in. The heavens have eyes, and this sends you over, said the yellow-haired man, sizing up Chen Feng. Looking at Chen Feng coming over alone and without any defense weapon in his hand, he became even more rampant. Since you're here, don't go back. With that, the yellow-haired man beckoned, and the people around him surged forward. But before they could touch Chen Feng arrived in front of the yellow-haired man with a flash. Capturing the thief was the first step. The yellow-haired man had completely not expected Chen Feng to be so fast. He didn't even have a chance to retreat. His throat was pinched by Chen Feng to death. The yellow-haired man's face was suffocatingly red, breathing heavily, but he could not suck in a bit of air. Chen Feng kicked the yellow-haired man to the ground. coldly looking at the people around him. The bloody air around him filled the air. He seemed like a Shura that had risen up from hell, making people tremble. Be sensible and hand over that old man. I can still spare you guys. Don't force me to use hard tactics. You brat. So arrogant. The yellow-haired man was furious and looked viciously at Chen Feng. Damn. Just now I was not on guard and was drilled by this kid. Losing face in front of his own men. How could he swallow this bad anger? Why are you still frozen? Can't the few of you beat a brat? Seek death. Chen Feng let out a furious roar. His fists waving with tiger-like vigor. His fists reaching the flesh. Crackling sounds were unceasing, and the people around them fell to the ground. Everyone kept screaming as if their bones had been broken. Screaming miserably. In less than 10 minutes of effort, Chen Feng was the only one left standing on the ground. The yellow-haired man looked at Chen Feng with a terrified expression on his face. What the hell are you? Chapter 41 Treatment. Chen Feng sneered. Remember my name clearly. Chen Feng. Chen Feng. They had heard this name in the young master's mouth. A thorn in his side and a thorn in his heart. They had heard that he was a doctor without much skill. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that they had heard it wrong? A few people were in a state of shock and doubt in their hearts. Chen Feng lightly glanced at them and walked directly to the second floor. No one dared to stop them. After all, the pain was still all over their bodies, and it was a struggle for them to get up. One could only watch as Chen Feng walked in. There was nothing they could do. Only after Chen Feng walked in did the yellow-haired man react and hurriedly said to the person next to him, "Quickly contact the young master." Only then did the other people react and helpfully nodded their heads, pulling out their cell phones from inside their pockets. And before the phone number could be dialed, something that came out of the air pierced through the phone. It was a wooden chopstick that flew over with great speed. At this moment, the old man was being assisted by Chen Feng, his face yellow and thin, looking cautiously at Chen Feng. As soon as he had passed just now, Chen Feng knew that this old man had a very serious dementia. There were other symptoms inside his body, and he had been malnourished for a long time, so it was estimated that he had been imprisoned here for quite a long time. Go back and tell your young master that I will take the person away. As the words fell, Chen Feng brought the old man to a black car not far away. The car was prepared early in the morning, waiting for Chen Feng to finish settling things and drive to pick them up, waiting for Chen Feng to completely leave. The yellow-haired man was relieved in his heart. The moment he was stared at by Chen Feng just now, his entire breath stuttered as if he was being choked by something, but fortunately that suffocating feeling was now gone. Boss, do we still need to contact the young master? The henchman looked cautiously at the boss. If the young master knew that so many of them had failed to guard an old man, then they would be finished. A taste of blood filled the yellow-haired man's throat. This matter, even if they didn't tell the young master, with the Su family's strength, they would still know. It would be better to take the initiative to tell. At least the punishment would be lighter. Isn't that nonsense? Hurry up and change your cell phone to call the young master. At this moment, the young master they were talking about was lazily lying on the sofa, enjoying the video of many people trolling Chen Feng inside his cell phone. It's not good, young master. News came from the fishing village side, saying that the old man has been taken away by Chen Feng himself. Hearing this, Su Qinghe immediately sat up straight. How many people did he bring over? Just brought one person. The little brother who spoke carefully glanced at Su Qinghe. After all, when he received the call, he hadn't expected that so many people hadn't defended against a young man. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. I've arranged so many people, and all of them failed to defend against a single person? However, Su Qinghe reclined again. This matter had long been in his calculations. That old man was childless and demented. So what if he was brought back? Anyway, the old man does not have a few days to live. This pot has been buckled to his head. Want to take off again? Not so easy thing. How could an old man with dementia let him explain about the video? Thinking of this, Su Qinghe laughed loudly, his eyes filled with triumph. Chen Feng had already brought the old man back, but the old man's eyes kept showing a chaotic state, like he didn't know anything. Wei Zhenghai also saw the old man's appearance and asked with a frown, "Why does this old man look like he has Alzheimer's?" Chen Feng nodded. "You guessed right. This old man just has Alzheimer's. But how do you clarify a person with Alzheimer's? It's simple. Wouldn't it be enough to cure him?" Chen Feng lightly came up with a sentence. Wei Zhenghai stared incredulously. The disease of Alzheimer's was not something that could be cured easily. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be so many lost elderly people every year. Seeing a hint of suspicion in Wei Zhenghai's eyes, Chen Feng did not say anything. "Trouble you to help me find a medicine chest. The most common medicine chest for Chinese medicine practitioners, with all the instruments inside. Do you need to find another Chinese medicine practitioner to come over? It just so happens that there is a doctor who would like to pay a visit." "Who are you talking about?" "Young master you also recognize. He is the dean of the Huazhong Medical College and also the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Su Ning." Hearing this name, A trace of surprise flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. So it was him. Then it was possible to let him come over. Then let him come over. As soon as the words fell, a man's voice came from outside the room. Su Ning joyfully walked in. It's been a long time. Ah, little divine doctor. There's no need to be a divine doctor. Just a slight understanding of a few skins. Su Ning hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. I also heard your conversation just now. Are you sure you can cure him of his dementia? Su Ning asked cautiously. Chen Feng nodded. His eyes filled with certainty. Curing an Alzheimer's was no big deal to him. He hadn't wanted to cure people to save them. But naturally, after every time he treated a patient, there would always be an extra touch of white breath inside his body. Such a white aura could increase one's strength. This was the spirit-embodied chi in his body. This time, healing the old man was not only to clarify the public opinion on the internet, but also to confirm his own conjecture, whether or not healing every single person would be an aura of aura. Dean, so you're here. As he spoke, a young man around his mid-20s walked in. The young man looked very elegant and nodded at Chen Feng. Su Ning coughed slightly. Let me introduce you. This is my disciple. He came today, mainly because he wants to observe. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Chen Feng looked up and down at the young man. This young disciple looked like a seedling to learn medicine by then. Whatever. The process of treatment wasn't a secret. There was no harm in letting the two of them observe it. Not to mention that this was also considered selling Su Ning a favor. He would have to return this favor afterward. Give me the medical kit on the side. While they were talking, Wei Zhanghai had already prepared the medical box that Chen Feng had asked for. It had all the instruments inside. Chen Feng took out a silver needle from it and accurately stuck it on the old man's forehead. Seeing this scene, the apprentice exclaimed in shock. This. How could you do this? The sudden outburst startled everyone. What are you doing? Chen Feng frowned in displeasure. Master, are you sure he's not here to play? How can they casually stick a silver needle in a patient's forehead? Moreover, no one he had learned from would ever stick a silver needle in the forehead. This was just too outrageous. Not only was the apprentice's heart shocked, even Su Ning's heart was incomparably shocked. Not to mention his disciple. Even he had been practicing medicine for many years and had never seen a Chinese medicine practitioner stick a silver needle in a patient's forehead. Chapter 42 Paying the Price. Chen Feng snorted coldly. Don't yell while I'm healing. You guys just watch. He had thought that something big had happened, but it turned out to be this trivial matter. As Su Ning looked at Chen Feng's look of conviction, he silently pulled his disciple to the side, signaling his disciple to keep quiet. The disciple was silent for a moment, and finally chose to press down the excitement in his heart and stood by the side to watch. Chen Feng's hands were fast. 3 silver needles, presenting a triangular area, were stuck in the old man's forehead. Each time the needles were placed, an exclamation of surprise from the apprentice was ushered in. This time's observation simply surpassed what he had learned in the past few years. He had never seen such a treatment before. Are you a Chinese medicine practitioner? If not, then hurry up and let go. You're going to harm this old man. Unable to bear it, the apprentice didn't care what his master looked like and righteously stood in front of Chen Feng. He even had to reach out to block Chen Feng's movements. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Dean, it seems that this disciple of yours doesn't have much of an understanding. Originally thought to be a good seedling, but in the end, he is also a fool. Being said so by Chen Feng, the disciple's face swelled red with anger. What kind of words are those? Before the words were finished, a hoarse voice came from the side. The others looked at the old man incredulously, and the old man, whose eyes were originally cloudy, suddenly turned his eyes becoming clearer bit by bit. The disciple originally wanted to say something, but after seeing this scene, the words he was about to say were instantly blocked in his throat. This, how is this possible? With just 3 needles on his forehead, this old man actually came to his senses. Although his sanity wasn't fully awake, this was a huge improvement. The disciple took a few steps back incredulously, his eyes filled with incredulity. Su Ning was even more excited. How on earth did you do that? Dean Su, you've been practicing medicine for many years. Can't you even see this set of stitches? This is the Yi-Man 3-point needle. Only 3 stitches are needed to get rid of the disease. This was the needle technique recorded above the ancient book. Even for someone with academician Su's education, he had only heard of it and had never seen such a needle technique. Not to mention that in their impression, this kind of needle technique should be quite complicated, with a lot of preparations to be done in front of it. But Chen Feng had hastily stuck 3 stitches. How could they think in that direction? Su Ning sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking at Chen Feng's bland demeanor, he took a step back and bowed. It is I who am ashamed of myself. I did not expect a tiny young man to have such attainments. He had lived these decades in vain. The disciple was also shocked beyond words. He had wanted to retort before, but once the name came out, his entire being was plunged into shock. Just as Su Ning had been surprised, they had only heard of this needle technique, yet, they had never seen it before. I wonder, Who taught you this stitch? A young man. It was always impossible for him to have learned it on his own. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. My master is dead. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it even if you want to. Looking at Chen Feng's appearance, it was clear that he did not want to bring up this topic. Since this was the case, Su Ning could not say anything. It was just that the eyes that looked at Chen Feng became more and more burning. The old man next to him was getting clearer and clearer, and was also able to say a few words intermittently. Who are you guys? Although the old man was demented, he still retained his previous memories. Old man, we are doctors here to treat you. This is our ID. Su Ning appropriately revealed his own documents, and seeing the thing in Su Ning's hand, the old man's heart let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was the one who was treating for himself. This was a relief. Recovery will take a day. For now let him rest. We'll come back to ask after a day. Anyway, the person had already been found, and the public opinion on the internet had already developed to such a point. Even if it was delayed for another day, it wouldn't be a big deal. Li family. The old master looked at the news in his hand with a grave expression. The woman with heavy makeup next to him said sarcastically, I say old master, your vision is not very good. This is that brother-in-law of mine. TSK, this kind of character, is he worthy of entering the Li family's door? These words also reached Li Bingbing's ears. Li Bingbing coldly walked up to the woman. No matter what, he is also your brother-in-law. Where is your upbringing? The woman laughed out loud. I say sister just like this you still regard him as your brother-in-law? There are plenty of good men out there, but you're hanging on this crooked tree. Is your head filled with water? Saying this, a hint of calculation flashed in the woman's eyes. I think, you'd better disassociate yourself from him earlier, lest you set yourself on fire afterwards. Li Bingbing clenched her fists. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. The woman snorted coldly and was about to say something when the old man knocked on the table with force. Enough, did you come here just to say this? Hearing the old master's roar, the woman rolled her eyes. You're biased. You're the one who will lose face in the end anyway. I just came to take a look. There's nothing going on so I'll leave. With that the woman left the place. The old master's lips trembled with anger and said to Li Bingbing, go and call Chen Feng and ask what's going on. The old master naturally did not believe that Chen Feng would do such a thing. However, now that public opinion had fermented to such an extent, Chen Feng had yet to clarify, and the people beside him were still fanning the flames. It was inevitable that he would think one more minute in his heart. Li Bingbing dialed the phone, and a busy tone came from the other end of the phone, followed by a prompt that the phone had been turned off. Li Bingbing frowned tightly, dialed the phone again. Still no one answered. She let out a long sigh and turned her head to the old man. Chen Feng is probably not doing anything. Let's call him tomorrow. The old master's face was grave and he wasn't speaking. After a day of recuperation, by evening, the old man's sanity had fully recovered and he also remembered what had happened before. As soon as he remembered what had happened before, the old man trembled with anger. Those shameless people had imprisoned him, an old man, in a hard place, and forced him to record some videos that did not fit the facts. Looking at Chen Feng in front of him, the old man's eyes were filled with apologies. I'm really sorry. It's my old man's fault. I didn't expect. Those words just now were fresh in his mind. The internet was all about cursing Chen Feng. To put an old man in that state, such a person doesn't deserve to be a doctor. This is someone from the Chun family, isn't it? Really shameless. Didn't think that the Chen family actually produced such a person. To clarify, this isn't the real Chen family's youngest. This is an imposter. There were countless words like this. However, Chen Feng did not place a single one of them in his eyes. Chen Feng gently shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. You are also a victim. Don't worry. I will make those people pay the price they deserve. Chapter 43, Internet Opinion Fermentation. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a trace of emotion flashed in the old man's eyes. When he stayed inside the house, he thought that he was going to die in this shady place in his old age, but he never thought that he would be able to come out one day. This was all because Chen Feng had helped himself. Elderly man, this online matter still needs your help to shoot in a clarification video. After the old man had come to his senses, Chen Feng showed the video to the old man. The influence of the video was strong enough, coupled with Chen Feng's indulgence. Almost every video had over 1 million plays. The following were all unpleasant tirades, and the old man was shivering with anger just from watching a few of the videos. Although it wasn't very relevant to the old man, being used against Chen Feng, and the fact that Chen Feng had saved his life regardless of previous suspicions had originally made the old man feel guilty. And now when he heard Chen Feng's words, he panicked and nodded his head. Of course, what should I do? Chen Feng laughed lightly and patted the back of the old man's hand. Just don't worry. Just tell us everything you've experienced. Looking at Chen Feng's sincere gaze, the old man nodded vigorously. Chen Feng greeted the cameraman next to him, who immediately understood what he meant and began filming. When the filming was completed, but in half an hour, the video editing was successful. Chen Feng had already contacted Zhong Haitian's people long ago, and they reposted the video in batches, bound to make the video hang on the hot search for 3 days and 3 nights. That afternoon, a video instantly rushed to the hot search. Not only was there a push from Zhong Haitian, coupled with the fact that there were a lot of people who had previously paid attention to this matter, everyone was squatting, and once the clarification video came out, it instantly received tens of thousands of retweets. What's the situation? What does this mean? The previous video was a fake, according to this old man. Wouldn't it be that all of us have been tricked? I even scolded for so long some time ago. In the end I scolded the wrong person. What do you mean? All of us are clowns. The people who saw the video were incredibly surprised. They had previously thought that Chen Feng would post a clarification video, so they had been waiting for it, but it had been so many days. It was basically the nail in the coffin. Now there was a sudden reversal. If it was literal evidence or other evidence, they wouldn't have believed it, but it was this old man's own words. They had to believe it. The public opinion on the internet was instantly reversed. The netizens fell back and began to angrily scold the person who posted the video and used the old man. But the Su family did this very well. Anything that happened was something they were directing, but it didn't pass through their hands. Even if someone investigated the person who sent the video, it was just a scapegoat for the Su family. The news quickly reached Su Qinghe's ears. Looking at the clarification video on the computer, Su Qinghe stared incredulously. Isn't this guy senile? Did you guys add the medicine I asked you to add inside his food? The little brother in front of him trembled as he replied. We did as you said. There's a video here. Every day we record videos. With that, the little brother handed Su Qinghe a USB flash drive. Su Qinghe didn't look at it, since the junior brother dared to take out this USB flash drive. This also meant that the other party wasn't lying. But looking at the old man in the video, he was glowing with vigor and did not look half demented. Su Qinghe naturally did not believe that it was Chen Feng who had cured the old man, and only thought that he might have found some powerful doctor to cure the old man. A dark color flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes. This kid's luck was not bad, actually really cured the old man. Originally, he had planned to have the Chen family appear afterward, but now was the time of the fire, and he absolutely could not let the public opinion lean towards Chen Feng's side. The power brought about by the internet was immense. Su Qinghe understood this in the end. After a moment of silence, Su Qinghe dialed Chen Feng's phone. At this moment, Chen Feng was enjoying the care from Qinwei at home. Ever since he became a slope foot, Qinwei had become careful for fear of upsetting him, coupled with the fact that with the help of the Su family, the company's affairs eased off quite a bit, and the people in the family were obedient to Chen Feng in almost everything. Little Feng, Mom has asked someone to find a master. I heard that he can cure your leg. After you change your medicine in a few days, Mom will take you to the temple to meet that master. Okay? Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widened as he looked incredulously at Qinwei. Mom, are you telling the truth? Qinwei laughed softly. Of course it's true. Mom can still lie to you. That master saved a patient just like you some time ago, even a little more serious than you. Now that person is able to live and breathe. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with joy. He had dreamed of making his legs better. Apart from the last time he saw Su Qinghe go out, he hadn't gone out for a while. After all, he didn't want his hoofer friends to know that he was now a sloping leg. A sudden vibration came from the cell phone next to him, the sound of the vibration interrupting Chen Feng's fantasy. Picking up the phone, Su Qinghe's voice came from the other end. Chen Feng, you should have seen the video on the internet as well. This time it's time for you to step up. The heat is not low right now. Su Qinghe nodded and hung up the phone. When he chose to rescue the Chen family, he had long ago investigated the nature of the Chen family as well as what had happened before. Naturally, he knew what to say. Hearing Su Qinghe's words, Chen Feng opened his computer with a puzzled expression, and the push on the browser's home page was the clarification video. This was the first time he had seen this video, and with just a glance, Chen Feng stared incredulously. What's wrong? Qinwei asked curiously when she saw Chen Feng's face. Mom, look at that, actually found the old man. With that, Chen Feng pushed the computer screen in front of Qinwei. Qinwei also saw the scene and stared in surprise. This, Chen Feng stared viciously at the screen. Definitely can't let this matter pass just like that. Having said that, Chen Feng suddenly thought of what Su Qinghe had said just now, and he was right. Now was the time when the heat was on. They couldn't give up such a good opportunity. Letting an outsider come would not work after all. A hint of calculation flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he whispered a few words in Qinwei's ear. Son, is this really okay? Chen Feng nodded. Mom, just rest assured. The internet is so developed now. This kid can't get any benefits. Besides, he's made our family look like this. You don't want him to be so fastidious, do you? This was true. Qinwei hated Chen Feng to the bone, but all she could do was to flaunt herself in front of the Chen family couple for a bit. But this couldn't cause any harm. It had to be said that after hearing Chen Feng's plan, he was indeed moved. After a long while, Qin Wei nodded. Alright, a smile hung at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Chen Feng, this time, I will definitely make you lose your reputation. Chapter 44 wastes his legs. This public opinion was but clarified in less than a day's time, and another piece of news rushed onto the hot searches. 3 in a row were all about Chen Feng's people, and many people were curious about what kind of person Chen Feng was. Chen Feng also didn't expect them to dare to come out and pop up after such a powerful video appeared. Curious, Chen Feng opened one of the newly released hot searches. What appeared was still a video, in which Qin Wei tearfully recounted what had happened after she had adopted Chen Feng when he was small, and what Chen Feng had done to the Chen family after he had returned. The entire perspective of a victim. If it was Chen Feng before, when he saw this video, his heart must have been very complicated. But now that Chen Feng already knew about the family history, he only felt rage when he saw this video. Chen Feng's grip on his cell phone crumbled tightly as he laughed in anger. Everyone had heard about what happened some time ago, but they didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, and listening to Qin Wei's words, a connection was made, and they were instantly taken off course. Sure enough, an imposter is an imposter, truly a white-eyed wolf. Yes, if I had been adopted by the Chen family for such a long time, I'd have to die of Gao Xin. Why is this guy so unaware of his good fortune? It seems like the real parents aren't good people either, or else they wouldn't have raised such a white-eyed wolf son. Looking at the online tirades, Qin Wei's heart moved and sent another dynamic, but this time it wasn't about Chen Feng, but about the Chen family couple. Upside down words, unknown truth netizens are extremely easy to head, coupled with the previous video fermentation. Some people in a fit of anger pick out the place where the Chen's couple live. At this time, the Chen's couple did not know that such a thing had happened on the internet. Chen mother went out early in the morning to buy vegetables, only to feel that today's vegetable market vendors look at their eyes are not quite right, but did not take it to heart. Looking at today's leeks were relatively fresh. Thinking that Chen Feng loved the leek-filled boxes he made last time, he planned to buy some to go back and fry the boxes. Boss, how much does this leek cost per caddy? The boss was a young girl, looked Chen's mother up and down, and snorted coldly, out of stock. The young girl's tone was very bad, and Chen mother frowned. Young girl, aren't you laying it out in front of you? How can there be no goods? The little girl looked coldly at Chen mother. My food is only sold to people with good character. You, better go buy elsewhere. As soon as these words came out, Chen mother's face became unusually ugly. How do you talk to this little girl? I don't know you, just that white-eyed wolf son you raised, and all those salacious things you did before have already been posted online. Don't pretend to be here. Not only me, just the other vendors here, anyone who is online, are afraid that they won't sell their vegetables to people like you. What? Mother Chen frowned tightly. She hurriedly took out her cell phone, and the top video was the one Qin Wei had posted. And hearing Qin Wei's words of turning black and white upside down, Chen mother trembled with anger. No wonder when she came out today, she always felt that the eyes of the people around her were not quite right. Qin Wei inside the video also hung up a photo of the Chen's couple, which was so obvious that it was instantly recognizable. It was clear that they wanted to find their trouble. Chen mother dishes did not buy, hurried back home. Chen father glanced at Chen mother who hurried back with nothing in the basket in her hand and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You came back without buying any vegetables." "Don't say it. What else to buy vegetables? You quickly look at the internet." That, sparing the good quality of Chen mother, she couldn't help but curse out when she encountered such a situation. Originally, it was good enough that the couple didn't pursue them, but they were still unforgiving and didn't want them to live in peace for a single day. Chen Feng had long ago sent a portion of his men to protect the Chen couple, and what happened during the day had also reached Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng viciously slapped the table. It didn't matter if he messed with himself, he could deal with it on his own. But they actually went and messed with his parents. His parents were Chen Feng's scales and could not be touched. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with rage. His entire throat felt like it was wrapped in a ball of flame. His eyes became red, and his throat smelled like blood. After a long time, Chen Feng made a call to Wei Zhenghai. The time has come. Abolish him. Wei Zhenghai managed the entire Zhonghaitian. No news could escape his ears. He had long wanted to settle that brat who didn't know better. But Chen Feng had never given a clear response, and now that he had received Chen Feng's order, his entire being became fervent. The public opinion on the internet developed enthusiastically, and the effect was surprisingly good. Chen Feng had a smile on his face when he went to change his medicine. This time, let's see how Chen Feng, would still turn the tables. This is what happens when you offend his Chen family's youngest. Humming a little tune inside his nose, Chen Feng walked towards the hospital. After sitting for not long, a girl dressed as a nurse walked over. The girl smiled faintly at Chen Feng. "May I ask if you are young Master Chen?" Chen Feng looked the girl up and down. The girl was sweet looking and had a small dimple when she smiled. "Very cute." "That's right, It's me. What can I do for you? Spying Chen Feng's unsuspecting glances, the girl did not take it to heart and slowly spoke. Dr. Wang is still dealing with the last surgery, and has instructed me to give you anesthesia. Anesthesia? Chen Feng frowned tightly. I'm just changing a medicine. What more anesthesia do I need? This medicine change requires cleaning the wound. It's very painful. For your safety, anesthesia is still necessary. Looking at such a sweet girl, the suspicions in Chen Feng's heart dispelled, allowing the girl to push her way into the ward. With a shot of anesthesia, when he woke up, Chen Feng felt as if he was pressed against something, his body unable to move, nor did he know where he was now, and a foul odor permeated the surroundings. The effects of the anesthesia had not completely worn off, and his brain was still in a cloudy state. In a daze, Chen Feng seemed to see two figures in white coats approaching him. Left leg or right leg? Both legs? Sure, it's arranged from above. Just do it. If anything happens, the people over there will naturally take the blame. As the words fell, a sharp pain hit him. Chen Feng opened his mouth. The effect of anesthesia seemed to be on his mouth. He opened his mouth, a scream could not be sent out. His leg was like being cut by a knife bit by bit. The sharp pain made his body twitch, his whole body shaking like a sieve, but still a cry came out. The pain came in waves. I don't know what kind of drugs were injected into him, but even if he was in pain, he was still conscious. Chen Feng's eyes stared at the dark ceiling, and in that moment, it was as if the king of hell was beckoning to him. The pain lasted for a long time. Chen Feng's face was covered in cold sweat. There was no telling how long it had been. The familiar voice sounded once again. It's done. Throw it in the garbage dump. Chapter 45, crippled from now on. It rained heavily that night and the roads were wet. A skinny old man walked out early in the morning with a sack. The old man's cloudy eyes looking around in the dump, trying to find something useful to take out to sell money. After searching for a long time, he didn't find anything useful, but instead heard a moan. The old man was startled, looking for the sound, only to see a humanoid wrapped in foul-smelling mud climbing on the ground. Qinwei received the news as already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Listening to the voice coming from inside the phone, Qinwei's entire face is white, his body shaking, paralyzed on the ground. The other end of the phone was still saying something, but she couldn't listen to a single bit of it, and the inside of her head was filled with the zipping sound of electricity. After a while, Qinwei slowed down and grabbed the time to leave the place, but in half an hour she arrived at a small clinic on the outskirts of the countryside. There were only 4 people inside the room, a police officer, a doctor in a white coat, and an old man, and his own son was lying on the hospital bed. His whole body was bruised, as if he had been beaten up. Doctor, how is my son? The doctor let out a long sigh. Was his leg injured before? Qinwei nodded. The doctor was silent for a moment. I'm afraid your son's legs can't be saved. The muscles in both of his legs are already necrotic, so he can only amputate and install prosthetics, or he can't move, but he can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Qinwei stared incredulously, as if struck by lightning. Qinwei's face squeezed out a little smile. Doctor, are you guys mistaken? My son only has one leg injured. The other leg is still fine. How can it be amputated? You are not believing the results of our doctor's appraisal? Qinwei looked at the doctor and then at her son who was still unconscious. A nameless fire surged in her heart. Don't you dare to talk nonsense here. My son only has one leg injured. I think it's because you guys don't have the ability to treat him and are talking nonsense here. Be careful, I'll sue you. Qinwei pointed her finger at the doctor's nose. The doctor couldn't stop sneering. He had seen many such family members. Facing Qinwei's angry roar, the doctor was indifferent. Since you don't believe it, then change hospitals. After saying that, the doctor left the place. Qinwei took her cell phone and dialed the driver's number, asking the driver to bring someone over immediately. After making the call, Qinwei carefully approached Chen Feng. The stains on Chen Feng's body hadn't been completely cleaned up yet, and his entire body exuded a stench of foul-smelling sewage. Qinwei's eyes were moist, stroking her own son's head. Son, who did this in the end? You tell Mom. The only thing that responded to her was the sound of rain pattering outside the window. Wei Zhanhai also received a photo sent in the afternoon. On the photo, Chen Feng was thrown to the garbage dump like a dead dog. Controlled? Hearing Wei Zhanghai's words, the subordinate let out a light laugh. Don't worry, we strictly followed what you said. Naturally we won't let him die, as simple as that. Wei Zhanghai nodded with satisfaction. Anyone who threatened the young lord had to get what they deserved. Now that both legs were gone, he would like to see how this jumping clown could still come out and jump around. In order to prevent anyone from harassing his parents again during this period of time, Chen Feng simply moved in with them. With Chen Feng's company, the faces of the Chen's couple eased up quite a bit, but the public opinion on the internet was still festering, and in this matter, Chen Feng had no way to produce evidence, but to deal with those people, it was right to fight violence with violence. Looking at the photos Wei Zhanghai had sent over, The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. There were not only the photos he had sent over on his cell phone, but also Su Ning's invitation. After something like this happened, the other people hated to avoid it, but it was this little old man, Su Ning, who was still the same as before. Traditional Chinese Medicine Exploration Society. He himself had just come down from the mountain and was not influential enough, so this was a good opportunity to make connections. What's more, the news that Wei Zhanghai had been asked to investigate had already come to light. And back then, when the Chen family was taken away, not only did Qin Wei and the distant relatives of the Chen family act, but there was also a person who played an important role in it. That person is Su Mao, the most talented person in the sideline of the Su family. But unfortunately, he went abroad for further study some time ago, and now he is only back through this Chinese medicine exploration meeting. The Su family was a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, so it was only natural that they wouldn't miss this kind of seminar. Su Qingha has always disliked to participate in this kind of meeting. The only alternative to the Su family to participate is Su Mao. Chen Feng looked at the list of participants in the meeting in his hand, let out a light smile and agreed to Su Ning's invitation. Su Ning received Chen Feng's message and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't want such a good seedling to fall because of those idiots of the Chen family. Chen Feng put away his cell phone and smiled at Chen mother. Mom, tomorrow I have to go out for a trip. You and Dad are at home. Call me if anything happens. It hadn't been peaceful outside lately, and even with Zhang Haitian's people protecting his parents, Chen Feng wasn't completely at ease. Hearing his instructions, the Chens nodded. Nowadays, Chen Feng had been transferred to the most luxurious ward in the city. All of the doctors here were top-notch in the medical field, and among them was the famous bone-setting master. The master looked at Chen Feng's legs and let out a long sigh. If you had sent them over that night, you might have been able to save these legs, but now it's already too late. There are only two ways to do it. One is to amputate the legs, replace them with prosthetics and still be able to walk, and the other is to keep the legs as they are now but have to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Hearing the master's words, Qin Wei paralyzed in disbelief. In the hospital bed, Chen Feng had long woken up, feeling the wisps of pain coming from his legs. The whole person had not reacted before hearing the bad news from the doctor outside the room. Chen Feng incredibly pounded his legs. How could it be like this? Who actually harmed him? In despair, Chen Feng let out a burst of roars. The entire person was in a frenzy. Hearing the sound inside the hospital room, Qin Wei rushed in and hugged Chen Feng. Son, don't do anything stupid. Chen Feng's eyes were red as he viciously rushed at Qin Wei. It must be him. It must be that son of a... It's him. Mom, it's him. I want him dead. You mean Chen Feng? Chen Feng nodded. It's definitely him. We just released the video and I was subjected to something like this. It must be him who found someone. Hearing this, a trace of resentment flashed in Qin Wei's eyes. Don't worry, son. Mom will make that kid pay the price he deserves. Early the next morning, Chen Feng followed Su Ning's car and set off. The location of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Association was at the People's Hall, and before he arrived, he heard a hot and bustling sound coming from the neighborhood. Following the sounds, one could only see quite a few reporters carrying cameras and setting up positions in the outfield. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. There were actually reporters at this research meeting. Things were becoming more interesting. Chapter 46: Happiness in the Jail. Not long after Chen Feng went out, a rough knocking sound came from outside the house. A trace of doubt flashed in Mother Chen's eyes. The knocking was getting louder and louder, to the point where it was almost a slamming of the door at the back. It looked like the people outside were coming from a bad place. Should we open the door? Chen Mother asked cautiously. They had heard Chen Feng say about the recent events, and were now very hesitant. In case it was a bigoted netizen outside, what if they made a big mistake at that time? While the duo was hesitating, the sound outside came to an abrupt end, followed by a rumbling sound. The door was directly kicked open. Qin Wei's eyes were red and she looked viciously at Chen Mother. Where is Chen Feng? Where did you hide that bastard? Mother Chen frowned. What do you mean by this? You are not welcome in our home. Get out. Qin Wei didn't listen to Mother Chen's words at all, leading a group of people to barge in, directly rushing towards the bedroom. What are you doing? Mother Chen tried to stop Qin Wei, but she was thrown off by the people Qin Wei brought with her and fell to the ground in a flash, a color of pain flashing in her eyes. You dare to do this to my lady? Seeing that Chen Mother was being bullied, Chen Father rushed over. However, the people Qin Wei brought with her were all strong and well-trained. How could a single Chen Father deal with them? Qin Wei snorted coldly. In that case, let's take you guys as an example first. Seeing several people rushing towards the Chen's couple, the people outside only arrived late. Outside the house were Zhang Haitian's people who were protecting the Chen's couple. Only a few of them were in the vicinity. The rest were in the headquarters. It was only after receiving the news from the people outside that a portion of them rushed here in a hurry. The man in the lead had a stocky build, grabbing the hand reaching out to Chen's father, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Still want to make a move? What? Do you want to go to the bureau to drink a pot of water now? Qin Wei turned her head to look. There were at least dozens of people standing outside. Their people added up to just 10 or so, completely no match for these people. A few people glanced at each other, their eyes filled with fear. A few people looked at Qin Wei as if they were seeking help. After all, it was Qin Wei who had hired them to come. Qin Wei also didn't expect something like this to happen. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You're quite capable. Let's forget about it today. Next time I catch a chance, I won't let you off the hook. A good man refuses to suffer beforehand. Qin Wei also understood this, and with a few people, she planned to leave the place. Just as they were about to leave, the people outside slammed the door shut. Do you think this is your home? Come when you want and leave when you want? Qin Wei frowned tightly. What do you want? Not doing anything. It's just that there's a gentleman on our side who wants to see a few of you. Come with us. The man's eyes were filled with threats. Qin Wei took a step back, her forehead sweating coldly. Looking at the man's icy cold eyes, it was as if she would die here immediately if she didn't agree. Qin Wei's throat stymied, snorted coldly, and could only follow the men away. The man smiled at the Chun couple and carefully closed the door, leading Qin Wei and the others away. Qin Wei sat in the black van, looking at the stream of vehicles around her, seeing that the more she traveled, the more remote she became, the more terrified and uneasy her heart became. Where are you taking me? To see an old friend. Of course. The man in the lead snorted coldly, not speaking. After an hour or so, the car stopped outside a courtyard, which was in a small town in the countryside, and the man urged Qin Wei to get out of the car. Inside the house, Wei Zhenghai had already been waiting for a long time. Seeing the man come over, he nodded with satisfaction. There's nothing for you here. You go down first. Qin Wei frowned as she looked at Wei Zhenghai. She knew the identity of the people in front of her, the people of Zhonghai Tian, but they hadn't offended the people of Zhonghai Tian. Why were they doing this? I have no grievances with your Zhonghai heaven. What is it that you are looking for me for? Wei Zhenghai stared at Qin Wei. I'm sure my people have already spoken to you. This time I've asked you to come over mainly because I have a friend who wants to meet you. Saying that, Wei Zhenghai clapped his hands and a woman in her 30s or 40s, dressed in plain clothes appeared in front of Qin Wei. Looking at the woman in front of her, Qin Wei quickly took a few steps back, her eyes glaring as if she had seen a ghost. Su Hongyan, you're not dead. Su Hongyan sneered. What? You're disappointed that I didn't die? Su Hongyan's eyes were filled with coldness inside. At one time, she and Qin Wei were the best sisters, even better than the relationship between Mother Chen and Qin Wei. She didn't expect that such a good sister would actually bear to push herself off the bridge because of interest. If it is not her life, was nearby fishing people saw fished up? Perhaps now the bones or fish gnawed. Qin Wei was rarely flustered, her eyes darting around. What happened before was my fault. It was me who was obsessed and listened to the words of that Su family. If it wasn't for him, we would still be good sisters. Over the years, I also feel guilty. I don't sleep well every day, and now that I see that you are safe, I'm relieved. Listening to Qin Wei's words, Su Hongyan was filled with disappointment. Even if Qin Wei had done such things to herself, there was still a hint of fluke in her heart that Qin Wei would repent. She didn't expect that this person not only didn't repent, but instead tried to deceive herself. Su Hongyan was filled with disappointment. I came here today because I wanted to tell you that when you pushed me down, someone recorded the video and it's in this cell phone. Originally I thought that if you repented, I would let you off the hook, but you're still thinking of deceiving me. In that case, it's better for you to go to the inside of the prison and repent. No, 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 you can't do that. Saying that, Qin Wei wanted to pounce on her, but the surrounding ones were prepared and controlled her when she came over. Su Hongyan walked towards Wei Zhenghai. Mr. Wei, thank you for your help, but the thing you said, although I heard about their plan, it's been many years since then, and I don't have any evidence. With my mouth, it's impossible for others to believe it. I'm sorry for not being able to help. Wei Zhenghai shook his head. You're already very good. As long as you people are still alive, it's the biggest help to us. Su Hongyan lowered her head and smiled to herself, quickly adjusting her mood. The sound of a police car dripping came from outside. Qin Wei sat on her knees disheveledly. The uniformed police officer came in front of Qin Wei, flashing the ID in his hand. Ms. Qin, someone has accused you of intentional murder. Please come with us. With conclusive evidence, although Su Hongyan was not dead, intentional homicide was already enough for Qin Wei to spend several years in jail. The news enacted by the police was quickly published on the internet, coupled with the fact that Zhonghaitian's people were interceding inside. It caused an uproar on the internet. Everyone knew that this person was the same person as the one who released the video earlier. All of them instantly fell down. Chapter 47, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. I was pitying her before. I didn't think she was actually a murderer. I repent. Had I known she was a murderer, I shouldn't have sympathized with her. What good words can come from the mouths of criminals? That's right, I live in the neighborhood of the Chen family couple. Both of them are usually very kind people. I said, how could someone like that do something so excessive? Sure enough, it's all because of this murderer. The internet says wind is wind, and rain is rain. But in a moment's time, a large number of people began to fall down. On the internet, everyone was a righteous person. Naturally they couldn't stand people like murderers. And the rumors didn't break. Everything Wei Zhenghai had done, Chen Feng was still unaware of. Su Ning brought Chen Feng slowly stepped into the venue. Su Ning, as the dean of Huazhong Medical College, was also a resounding figure. As soon as he stepped off the bus there were quite a few people who came over. People who had never seen Chen Feng before, curiously sizing up Chen Feng and asking, Dean Su, is this your student? Su Ning smiled and waved his hand. This is not my student. He is much more powerful than me. If you really say so, I am the student. The people around him laughed out loud, obviously not taking Su Ning's words to heart, only thinking that he was joking. With a decent smile on his face, Chen Feng looked around and locked his eyes on the man not far away. The man was dressed in a black suit, with blonde hair and a pair of black-framed glasses on his face, looking very civilized. However, Chen Feng could still see a hint of madness in his eyes, a hint of madness that was out of place with that scholarly look. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He thought that this should be Su Mao, the returnee from the Su family. Sensing Chen Feng's gaze, Su Mao looked over, and the moment his eyes met, a spark blossomed. Although Su Mao was abroad, he had heard about Chen Feng in the last 2 days, and he was a bit curious about the person Su Qing had cared about extraordinarily. Looking up and down Chen Feng, he didn't know why. He always felt that Chen Feng looked like a deceased person. Not only that, that deceased person was also surnamed Shen. Su Mao took a sip of tea thoughtfully and found a seat. Senior brother Su, is this your student? It doesn't look like much more than that. After so many years, you still haven't taught a good student. As a mocking voice sounded behind him, Su Ning's face instantly turned pale as he slowly turned his head. The one who spoke was a mixed-race man in his 40s or 50s. The man was dressed in a very youthful manner, but he still couldn't hide the wrinkles on his forehead. Senior brother, long time no see. Senior brother? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the one in front of him was Professor Deng, who had won an international medical award? However, as far as Chen Feng knew, this Prof. Deng was not a good person. Although he had excellent medical skills, he was a lackey. Come, let me introduce to you. This is my student Su Mao. I'm sure you guys have heard of him. Currently, he and I are pursuing further studies in Cherry Blossom Country. If Master Su can't learn anything here, why don't you go over there with us? After all, Cherry Blossom Country's medical skills aren't something that can be compared to here either. It just so happens that we still lack an apprentice over there. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people around them changed drastically. Not only was this an insult to Dean Su, it was an insult to every doctor in the country. I've heard of Professor Tang's great name before, and I was particularly impressed, but now it seems that it was my previous thinking that was too narrow. There are so many famous doctors in the country. Why should I admire a frog at the bottom of a well in a small bullet point? Deng Yunchuan snorted coldly. This is the student you taught. Not even a little bit polite. Su Ning wasn't used to him either. On my side, politeness depends on the person. For those brutes who don't even care about the righteousness of the country, why should they give him politeness? Yeah, looking down on our medical skills. Why come to us for a meeting? Get the hell back to your Cherry Blossom Country. This kind of person is really disgusting. No medical ethics at all. The voices around him rose and fell. Tang Yunchuan was baffled. He also did not expect his words to cause so many people to reject him. His face became unusually ugly. Su Mao stood out, his eyes filled with apologies. I'm really sorry. This teacher of mine, who is dedicated to the study of the medical arts, is not very good at talking. Please forgive me. Everyone present is a leading medical practitioner. I have long heard of all of you, and this time I came over here. I also want to learn from all of you. With Su Mao's words, the faces of the people around eased quite a bit. Chen Feng looked at Su Mao one more time. This man was remarkable. He had learned the skill of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger quite well. Su Mao reached out his hand at Chen Feng. Hello, I am Su Mao. You look like an old friend of mine. I wonder if there is this opportunity to make a friend. Su Mao looked like he was in his 20s, but in reality, he was already in his 30s. Chen Feng hung a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, not giving Su Mao the slightest bit of face. Yes, you also look like one of my enemies yet. There's no need to make this friend. Su Mao also did not expect Chen Feng to actually give so little face. His entire face became ugly. The people around him sucked in a breath of cool air, knowing that Su Mao was very well liked. Plus being a member of the Su family, it was the first time they had seen someone so disrespectful. Due to the presence of other people, Su Mao had no way to vent his anger in his heart. He just looked at Chen Feng silently, calculating in his heart how to give this kid a lesson. Su Ning brought Chen Feng to find a random seat. After sitting down, Su Ning gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. He had long looked at these two people with displeasure. What Chen Feng had done just now was really powerful. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and did not say anything. Before his but was even warmed up, the person who was standing on the stage and speaking suddenly stopped talking. His throat felt like it was being strangled by something, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. The sudden act of getting up startled the people around him. The crowd rushed to their heels, only to see that the person on the stage's cheeks were suffocating red and his breathing was weak. Other than that, there were no symptoms whatsoever. The doctor standing next to the patient touched the patient's hand, but could not see anything. This all happened too suddenly. It's really strange. This doesn't seem like a big deal. Why did the person suddenly collapse? The one who spoke was an old Chinese doctor. Looking at the patient in front of him, puzzled, the surrounding people also came forward to help, but they didn't have any clue either. Seeing this scene, Su Mao changed over, looked the patient up and down, and let out a light laugh. I heard before that all of Dean Su's students are exceptionally good. Why don't we let him help the patient with his diagnosis and treatment? After saying that, Su Mao looked towards Chen Feng, his eyes full of provocation. Chapter 48, Diagnosis and Treatment. As soon as Su Mao's words came out, the people around him turned their gazes towards Chen Feng, and many of them held the attitude of watching a good show. He's just a student. What with all the people here? It's not too good to let a student go for treatment, right? The one who spoke was an old man. Only this old man opened his mouth to speak for Chen Feng. The rest of the people were all unconcerned. Chen Feng gave a light smile at the old man. This was Su Mao's way of giving himself the slip. It was to retaliate for what he had said just now. Since the provocation had come to him, there was no reason not to take it. Besides, the 10 years he had studied in the mountains was not for nothing. Chen Feng was incredibly confident that none of the people present could withstand his medical skills. And what Chen Feng had learned was not just Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine was only part of the knowledge. More was to explore the human body's aura. Good. Since everyone wants to see it, I can't spoil everyone's fun. With that, Chen Feng came to the patient. The patient was collapsed on the ground. His breathing was already weak, and his entire face was swollen as if he was being strangled by something. Chen Feng understood what was wrong with him just by looking at him. Any scissors? There was a session of cutting things here, and the scissors were on the table next to him. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Ning hurriedly handed Chen Feng the scissors on the table. Chen Feng picked up the scissors and made a few gestures, cutting open the man's collar under the astonished gazes of the crowd. One hand pressed 6 times on the man's chest, which remained one deep and one shallow. After the 6 strokes, the red color on the man's face gradually receded and returned to its normal state. A flash of white light suddenly appeared on Chen Feng's hand, but this flash of light could only be seen by Chen Feng alone. The human body contains some aura within it, and this aura could sustain the needs of the human body. Only cultivators could see it. In the crowd's perspective, Chen Feng's actions were unusually indecent, as if he was threatening men. The people around him frowned as they watched, and Su Mao gloated. It seemed like what he thought. This guy didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, just letting the patient breathe a little bit smoother. Such an operation. Even college students who were taking classes in school knew about it. If you don't know how to do it, then just say so. Don't be stubborn. After all, there are so many people here. We will definitely help you. Su Mao seemed to be kind, but Chen Feng knew what he meant by that. The surrounding people were also filled with disappointment. I thought Dean Su's student was some kind of powerful person, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Yeah, what a waste of anticipation. Hearing their words, Su Ning's face became unusually ugly, but Chen Feng's face remained devoid of any expression, as if he hadn't heard their words. As Chen Feng's aura entered the man's body, the disturbed qi flow in the man's body returned to normal. This massive spiritual qi wrapped around the man's heart, and the heart that was originally beating rapidly gradually calmed down. Seeing such a situation, Chen Feng's heart let out a sigh of relief. Chen Feng stood up, turned his head to look at the skeptical gazes of the people around him, and lightly smiled. It's done. That's good? The others stared incredulously. This kid wasn't joking. The man then eased his face quite a bit. The person hadn't woken up yet. Don't joke. Don't pretend here if you don't have that strength. Look at it. The person hasn't woken up yet. How can this be called already well? As Su Mao's words were spoken, the others nodded their heads in succession. That's right. The person hasn't even woken up yet. And he said such words. It's really pretentious. As soon as those words came out, the person who was still collapsed on the ground next to him suddenly let out a groan, followed by the entire person sitting up. The sudden movement caused the words everyone was about to say to get stuck in their throats. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Mao. Isn't this waking up? How could it be? So many of them hadn't seen how this Chen Feng had cured someone with a single strike. Even the process didn't take more than a few minutes. Just a few massages and the person was cured. Those who didn't know thought that this was a trust that Chen Feng had hired. Chen Feng ignored the surprised gazes of the others and said to the man sitting up, "Your body is not very good. It's best not to be too emotional or stand for too long. It's easy for your heart to palpitate." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the man standing on the stage instantly understood what had happened. He let out a long sigh. "This is an old problem. I've found many doctors to look at it, but nothing can be done." The reason why the man had come here was because he wanted to take this opportunity to find someone who could treat him, but he hadn't expected to fall ill before he even started. It was fortunate that Chen Feng was here, otherwise he might have died here. When the others heard the man's words, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. So it was an old disease. No wonder the herbalists around couldn't tell what the symptoms were. Chen Feng sneered. "Your disease isn't very complicated. There is no reason why it can't be cured. If someone says it can't be cured, it's because his skills aren't in place yet." The moment these words came out, an old man who was in the crowd instantly blackened his face. "What do you mean by this? Is this questioning the old man's ability?" The old man in front of him was no other than the old Chinese doctor who had diagnosed the man. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Feng looked the old man up and down. The old man had a flowery white beard and looked immortal, somewhat similar to the pretentious master he had met before. However, since they could be invited here, most of them were people with a few skills. The thing they were most afraid of was people questioning their medical skills. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. "I didn't say that your medical skills are not good. It's just that this disease is supposed to be cured, so there is no reason why it can't be cured." The old man was furious as if his eyes were about to pop out from inside his eye sockets, his entire being furious. Well, this is Dean Su, your good student. What a good teaching." Dean Su frowned tightly. "I said long ago that this one's strength is even stronger than mine." "Not my student." The man looked at the old man, then at Chen Feng, and suddenly poofed down in front of Chen Feng. "Master, please save me." He had already searched for many powerful doctors, but none of those doctors were able to do anything. Chen Feng was the first one to say that he could cure himself. Although Chen Feng was only 20 years old and didn't seem to have much ability, this was the man's only hope. A dead horse was a living horse. He could not give up on any chance. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, and before he could speak, the old man next to him spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Didn't you say that this disease is very treatable? Then treat one and show us." The people around him were murmuring and pointing at Chen Feng. If even Elder Su can't treat someone, can just this brat do it? To actually dare to challenge Elder Su's authority, this kid is too ignorant to know better. Chen Feng laughed cheerfully. Of course. Chapter 49, Lost Needle Technique. His favorite thing was to be challenged by others. Man, the reason why other people couldn't diagnose, it wasn't because their medical skills weren't superior, but because they were just ordinary people. They could only see the problems with some of the body's acupuncture points, which were on the surface, and on a deeper level, they couldn't see it. The man was the aura inside the body was disordered. All the auras had not returned to their proper place. All that was needed was a dash of more powerful aura to unclog it, and then open up the acupoints, and he would be fine. Such a simple thing could be healed even by a child who had been studying for a year. It was laughable that these people were still called the leaders of the medical world. Chen Feng walked to the man. "There are too many people now. Why don't we go somewhere else?" There were a lot of reporters outside. Originally the meeting was going to start now, but it hadn't occurred to me that such a situation would suddenly arise. The others looked at each other. They didn't want something like this to get out either. After the resolution of the crowd, it was decided that the opening time would be delayed by an hour. There was a place specially prepared for them to rest. Chen Feng led a few people into the resting place. After all, it was a resting place for Chinese medicine practitioners, so there were all sorts of implements inside. Watching Chen Feng walk past which implements little by little, but only take 3 silver needles, the other people couldn't help but take a long breath. This brat, it was too arrogant. Su Mao turned his head to look at Elder Su, his eyes filled with ill will. He knew that Su Lao's ability was the same as Elder Su's, and Su Lao is a person who is vindictive. Today being taunted by such a young kid, his heart must be unusually upset. He would like to see what he, Chen Feng, could do with a patient that even Elder Su could not do anything about. Chen Feng made the man lie down on a chair and carefully took his pulse. The aura in the person's body filled all the tendons and veins. It should be rushing in the same direction, from the outside to the inside, but the aura in this man's body was intertwined, like a mass of twine filling the inside of his body. How could he not sort it out? A ball of breath appeared on Chen Feng's hand, and as the breath was degreed into the man's body, the man felt that his internal organs became warm, as if they were being roasted by flames. The entire man's body relaxed and all his exhaustion dissipated. Seeing the man's relaxed appearance, Elder Su's eyes were filled with inquisitiveness, and the eyes that looked at Chen Feng changed slightly. A stream of aura flowed along the man's meridians, combing the disordered auras one by one. Chen Feng's aura was extremely overbearing. Ordinary people could not withstand it. It was just a small strand that entered the man's body, and the disordered aura was immediately scared back into place. Now, only a few major acupoints needed to be opened and their turbid qi released, and the man's body would return to normal. Chen Feng lifted up a silver needle and watched as it was about to be stabbed towards the location of the man's palm. The others hastened to stop it. Don't stab needles if you don't know anything. What kind of person treats a disease by stabbing needles here? The man on the side could not stand to watch. This Chen Feng healing was just like a child's play. It was really too much to put them, the leading practitioners of Chinese medicine, in their eyes. Facing that person's skepticism, Chen Feng was not accustomed to it either. He was most annoyed by people who came out to mess up when he was healing. If it wasn't for the fact that healing could increase his merit and turn it into his own cultivation, Chen Feng wouldn't bother to get into this mess. Since you don't want to, then you do it. Hearing Chen Feng's words and feeling Chen Feng's grim gaze, the man silently shrunk his neck and took a step back. No longer speaking. Kidding aside, there was nothing he could do for someone who could not even be saved by Elder Su. Chen Feng snorted coldly. The same goes for the others. If you don't have the ability to treat them, don't talk nonsense here. The crowd dared to be angry, but it was fine. Anyway, according to this kid's treatment, it looked like he was a talentless one. We'll taunt this brat later. Su Ning looked at Chen Feng worriedly. Although he knew that Chen Feng's strength was very strong, but could he really cure someone that even Elder Su couldn't? With that said, Su Ning's gaze towards Chen Feng stagnated. His eyes widened incredulously, and his entire body trembled. Elder Su also looked at Chen Feng as if he had seen a ghost. However, both of them did not speak, and only after watching Chen Feng pull out the silver needles did Elder Su could not help but open his mouth. You this? Who in the world taught you this needle technique? Su Ning was also incomparably excited. It did not occur to him that after living his entire life, he would really have the opportunity to see such a needle technique. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Elder Su, not realizing that Elder Su was also a knowledgeable person, actually seeing that the needle technique he used was different. Yangchun 3 needles. Isn't this a needle technique that has long been lost? I saw a doctor use it when I was young, but that Chinese medicine practitioner was already very old and childless, and after he passed away, this needle technique was lost. How did this kid know? The crowd was shocked. The eyes of several old TCM doctors looking at Chen Feng carried a sun-like heat within them. Although they were already the leaders of the Chinese medicine industry, this kind of lost needle technique was extremely tempting to every Chinese medicine practitioner. Su Mao sensed the expressions of the people around him and a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Originally, he had come to see Chen Feng's jokes, but things had suddenly changed in flavor as he watched. Su Mao's eyes rolled, his stomach clanking with bad water. I heard that old Chinese medicine practitioner has no inheritor. You wouldn't have stolen this needle technique, and said that it was an imitation of the Yangchun 3 needles. Imitation and stealing is a big taboo in Chinese medicine. Once it was discovered, it would cause everyone to be ostracized. Hearing Su Mao's words, the others came to a realization. It seemed that this was the only explanation to look at now. The eyes of the people looking at Chen Feng instantly became incomparably contemptuous. This kind of person did not deserve to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Chen Feng looked at the smug Su Mao with cold eyes. It was he who had underestimated him. This guy's skills were much more powerful than that idiot Chen Feng. It was no wonder that he had helped that Qin Wei to seize his family's fortune. Dr. Su, the way you say that old man died 30 years ago. I'm only in my 20s. What? Did I steal the lessons inside my mother's womb? The moment these words came out, Su Mao instantly froze in place. When Feng spoke, he had indeed not gone through his brain. Forgetting about this matter, the people around him also reacted. They hadn't believed that Chen Feng was able to learn such a powerful needle technique. When they heard Su Mao give a reason, they concurred, completely not thinking that there was such a thing as age. A few people looked embarrassed and were unable to say a word. The man stood up from the chair, his entire body refreshed. It was as if the fatigue of the past days had been swept away, and the suffocating feeling that once appeared all the time had completely disappeared. The man looked at Chen Feng gratefully. Thank you so much. This is my little payment. There are $3 million in it. Please accept it. Chapter 50, Despicable People. 3 million. This figure made all of them stare in surprise. Although they were the leading practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, a share as large as $3 million was something they wouldn't necessarily be able to earn even if they worked for a year. Now that Chen Feng had casually treated one person, the $3 million had arrived in his pocket. Su Lao's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the man's attending doctor. Logically speaking, the 3 million should be his. He didn't expect that after just a day or two, the 3 million would be in the possession of a brat. How could he be willing to do that? Accompanying the bank card was a business card. Chen Feng picked it up and took a closer look. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing that the man in front of him was plain and ordinary, It did not occur to him that the other party was actually the president of Lin's bank. That was one of the largest banks at home and abroad, controlling all finance. The other people also saw the name on the business card, and their eyes were equally surprised. Seemingly seeing the doubt in Chen Feng's eyes, Governor Lin smiled cheerfully. The organizer here is a friend of mine who came over specially to help. So that was the case. A hint of realization flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Since this was the case, it was all the more reason why he could not accept this 3 million. After all, compared to the 3 million, what he wanted more was the other party's favor. And with the other party's identity, he would definitely be of use in the future. Chen Feng slightly cleared his throat. This 3 million is not necessary. You'd better keep it for yourself. I'm just stopping by to settle it, and your health being unharmed is the best ending. Hearing Chen Feng's words, a trace of approval flashed inside the governor's eyes. He didn't forcefully ask Chen Feng to take it either, and smiled gently. Even if you're not willing to take this money, you should still take this business card, right? That's natural. Chen Feng silently took the business card. The other people looked at Chen Feng with a hint of jealousy inside their eyes. It was such a waste to not want a good $3 million. To know that this 3 million, it was something they would spend years to earn back, especially those with lesser fame. Let me in, let me in, let me get him killed. A loud noise suddenly came from outside, followed by a woman rushing in. Seeing this woman, a trace of doubt flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. The woman in front of him was no other than Chen Qing. Say, was it you who did this? You're the one who got my mom into this. Hearing the other party's words through gritted teeth, the crowd was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. Where's the security? Where's the security? What are you guys doing for food? Such a serious occasion. Actually letting a crazy woman in. Chen Qing coldly slapped away the hands of the others. Let me tell you, don't look at this person as a human being. He is an imposter murderer. You have to talk about evidence with that statement. Otherwise I'll sue you for slander. My mom was fine before. Since posting that video she's been in the station. So is my brother. This must be your doing. Saying that, Chen Qing wanted to pounce on him. Chen Feng dodged and made Chen Qing pounce. In the other party's words, Chen Feng also understood what happened. It looked like Zhong Haitian's people were very efficient and got the person in so quickly. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly as a trace of pleasure flashed in his eyes. This flash of expression happened to be captured by Chen Qing, who hated his guts, and the taste of blood filled the inside of his entire mouth. Chen Feng coughed slightly. Don't come over here and go crazy without evidence, but I will call the police. Compared to a crazy woman, the crowd trusted Chen Feng more. The security guards came quickly and a few strong men dragged the woman down. Only then did the venue return to normal. Suma looked thoughtfully at the woman being dragged down and silently retreated. The meeting that had been delayed for an hour officially started. There were more people and the crowd did not realize that Su Mao had quietly left. After Chen Chang was dragged outside, the security guards returned to their original positions, with someone in front of them blocking the way. There was no way for Chen Qing to go in even if she wanted to again. Are you from the Chen family? Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Chen Qing silently turned his head. The person standing in front of him was dressed in a suit and looked very gentlemanly. That Chen Qing had never seen this person before. Yes, you're looking for me for something? Suma let out a light laugh. I'm a member of the Su family. I heard that the Su family and the Chen family had cooperated some time ago, and I didn't have time to pay a visit. Hearing Su Mao's identity, Chen Qing's face eased quite a bit. Only someone from the Su family was willing to cooperate with their family, which was considered to be saving their family from the fire. Chen Qing naturally could not pull a face. Chen Qing sniffled slightly, her eyes reddening. What is it that you're looking for me for? Can you tell me what exactly happened? Maybe I can help. A hint of calculation crossed Su Mao's eyes. Chen Qing hesitated for a moment and eventually told Su Mao everything. Hearing Chen Qing's narration, Su Mao let out a light laugh. Don't worry. I didn't expect that person to look like a dog, but he actually did such a thing in private. I will avenge you. Su Mao had a face of righteous indignation, as if he was a righteous man. With these words from Su Mao, Chen Chang nodded his head vigorously. You can't get in through the front door. How about this? You see that there are so many reporters here. You also want to make his ugly behavior public. I can bring you in through the back door. As for what to do next, it's up to you. Su Mao let out a light laugh and turned his head to look at Chen Chang. Chen Qing instantly understood what Su Mao meant and nodded vigorously. Thank you so much. I can't repay your great kindness. There's no need to repay. After all, our two families are also partners. We always need to help out. Saying that, Su Mao brought Chen Qing to the back door. He also thoughtfully draped a jacket for Chen Qing. The people at the back knew Su Mao and simply said a few words before letting the two of them in. Chen Feng, who was inside the venue, did not know why an ominous premonition sprouted in his heart. This premonition grew stronger and stronger, causing his breathing to stagnate a bit. The person on the stage quickly finished his speech. and the reporters around him clicked and snapped at him. Just as the next person was about to go on stage, the microphone in his hand was suddenly snatched over, only to see a woman wind up on the stage, picking up the microphone and splitting her head. Today, on behalf of the Chen family, I'm going to expose the ugly face of a person in front of all the reporters. That person is shameless to the extreme, harming my Chen family to the core. This person does not deserve to be a TCM practitioner, does not deserve to be a doctor. His name is Chen Feng. The crowd was shocked, not expecting such a thing to happen. The surrounding people froze in place for a moment, unable to react. Chapter 51, Investigations. Chen Feng froze for a moment. Even he had not expected Chen Qing to suddenly run here. It seemed like they weren't too stupid, at least guessing that this matter was related to themselves. However, Chen Cheng's cleverness was limited to this. So what if he came over in a hurry? So what if he made a fuss at the venue? Did he really think that the people behind him, Zhang Haitian, were dry? Chen Feng did not have the slightest fear in his eyes and looked at Chen Qing like a clown. When Chen Qing saw the look in his eyes, he froze, and for some reason, a feeling of weakness suddenly arose, as if the thoughts in his heart had been seen through. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and withdrew his gaze back. The person who was kicked out suddenly appeared here, using his toes to think. He knew who did this. Su Mao Ah. It seems that the Chen family was able to rise from the dead thanks to the help of the Su family. Originally, he had planned to let the Su family off the hook for the sake of elderly, but since they were going to stop him, then don't blame him for letting the Su family be destroyed. The surrounding journalists clicked and snapped at Chen Chang. This was big news and would definitely be a huge hotspot on the internet. Everyone was unwilling to let go of such heat. Deng Yunchuan sort of understood what had happened. A hint of calculation flashed in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Feng had suffered a defeat under Chen Feng, and now was a good opportunity for revenge. Senior brother, this is your good student. Empty skills but no character. We don't welcome such people. What healers valued most was character. Hearing Deng Yunchuan's words, the eyes of the others looking at Chen Feng changed. Su Ning frowned tightly. He naturally didn't believe that Chen Feng would do such a thing, but he also didn't have any evidence to prove that Chen Feng hadn't done such a thing. In the face of Deng Yunchuan's mockery, he could not say a word. In the face of such a situation, Chen Feng did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked up, and even in the face of everyone's accusations, he still did not panic. However, in the eyes of the others, what Chen Feng was doing was just a forced composure. However, in a few moments of effort, the sound of a police car honking suddenly sounded outside, followed by a large swathe of uniformed officers barging in. The people present froze in place. They did not know what was happening, and one by one, their eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on here? How did the police come here? The people around them murmured, their eyes filled with confusion, not knowing what had happened at all. The police officer leading the way rushed over to Chen Feng, and the corners of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Comrade police officer, she's the one who not only disturbed the order of our venue, but also falsely accused me and slandered me. The surrounding reporters were confused. They were still waiting for Chen Feng's explanation. They didn't expect Chen Feng to press on without an explanation, directly letting the police settle the matter. Most of the things were done by Zhong Haitian's people. Even if the police went to investigate, it had nothing to do with Chen Feng. This kind of thing could not be pulled over Chen Feng's head. Chen Chang was also confused. She just wanted to let the other people know Chen Feng's ugly face, and she didn't have any definite evidence. Facing the police's questioning, she stammered and couldn't say anything. Chen Qing completely lacked the arrogant look she had before. The other people also understood when they saw Chen Qing's appearance, and with a long sigh, a few people's faces eased up quite a bit. So it's a misunderstanding. I told you that Dean Su's student couldn't possibly do such a thing. Now the truth is finally revealed. That's right. This crazy woman who barged out from nowhere actually dared to slander us like this. Before they were still looking at Chen Feng in that manner. Now that they had learned the truth, each one of them changed their faces faster than turning over a book. Su Ning snorted coldly and ignored them. After such a thing happened, there was definitely no way for the exchange meeting to go on. Estimating that it was about time, Chen Feng turned his head to Su Ning and said, Dean Su, I have other things to take care of. Since the exchange meeting has ended, I won't stay much longer. Su Ning nodded, with a few apologies in her eyes. I'm really sorry. It was me who took it upon myself to invite you over, only to have this mess happen again. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with you. You are also kind. Don't worry about it. After saying this, Chen Feng left the place. He did not return home, but directly came to Wei Zhenghai's office. Seeing Chen Feng enter, Wei Zhenghai let out a bright laugh. Young master, we have done everything you arranged. Here is the photo. Take a look. Chen Feng took the photo and scrutinized it. The man's miserable appearance on it was vivid in his mind. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Although he had achieved the result he wanted, it was not enough. He had suffered for 10 years in the mountains, and came back to be humiliated by them again, using 2 legs to try to make up for the sins they had committed. It was far from enough. Seeing the look in Chen Feng's eyes, Wei Zhanghai was silent for a moment and turned the computer around. This is the matter you entrusted us to investigate before. Su Mao did participate in the previous matter, but he hid it very well. But we still investigated someone. If we have that person, I think it will be easier for us to get the evidence. With that, he put the information of another person in front of Chen Feng. The man on the photo was bearded, and at a glance he thought that he was a beggar from somewhere. But with the other person's face he could still see that he was about 30 or 40 years old. Who is this? This is a person who cooperated with them at that time. Only, they clashed when they were dividing the money. And these people wanted to kill this person. But this person's life was great, and he was not killed, and he is now hiding in a foreign country. You mean, he holds all the evidence in his hands? Wei Zhanghai nodded his head. That's right. This time Su Mao returned to the country just for the transition. In a few days he's going to go back out of the country. There's an important meeting abroad to attend. And this meeting is also an opportunity for him to look for this man. So he also knew that this man was still alive. Someone as devious and cunning as Su Mao would never allow such evidence to remain in the world. Otherwise it would become a stain on his life. A research club abroad. I know. Since the other party already knew that this man was still alive, one would never allow Su Mao to find this man first. One had to strike first. Thinking of this, a dark color flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Suddenly, the cell phone inside his pocket began to vibrate. Chen Feng opened his phone, and a familiar phone number surfaced on it. Chen Feng, there's an exchange meeting abroad in a few days. Grandpa invited you to go there with him. I don't know if you're free. Chapter 52 Finding. A hint of shock flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. He was still wondering how he would be able to get in touch with the foreign exchanges, but he did not expect that the opportunity would let the heavens deliver it to his eyes. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Since it was the old master who said so, then I must go. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Bingbing's heart breathed a sigh of relief, turning her head to meet the old master's expectant gaze. Well then, someone will pick you up tomorrow, so remember to get ready. After saying that, Li Bingbing hung up the phone. Elder Li's heart let out a sigh of relief. He agreed? Of course, don't worry Grandpa, I told you he would agree. With the opportunity given by the old master, it was logical for Chen Feng to go abroad. With this one channel and the help of Zhong Haitian behind him, trying to retrieve the man was a breeze. Chen Feng went home to pack up the clothes he was going to use. And by the way, he said hello to his parents. Wei Zhanghai had already told Chen Feng what had happened inside the house during the day. It was a good thing that there were people from Zhong Haitian who were helping in the dark. Otherwise, Chen Feng could not even dare to imagine what would become of his parents. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. When he came back, there would be no way for these people to get away with it. Early the next morning, Elderly and Li Bingbing came to the door of Chen Feng's house in a car. Chen Feng had already waited for a long time, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw Li Bingbing inside the car. Originally thought that it was with Elderly and 2 people passed. Did not think that Li Bingbing also passed. Li Bingbing saw the doubt in Chen Feng's eyes and let out a light laugh. Such an important occasion. Of course I have to go over. What's the matter? Even if I'm an amateur, can't I learn to learn? Li Bingbing's words carried some mischievous flirting. Chen Feng laughed softly, said nothing and sat in the car. The back seat of the car was stacked with quite a few things. The 2 people were close together. Chen Feng's body was tense. His hands didn't know where to put them. The moment his hand moved, it would touch a piece of scented skin. Also stiffening her body was Li Bingbing. She had never been in such a situation with a strange man. Not to mention that this man was still her nominal fiancé. Inside the car was filled with the scent of flowers. The old master sat in the front row with his eyes closed, but the 2 people in the back row couldn't relax. When the old master opened his eyes and looked in the rearview mirror, he saw the 2 people sitting upright. What's wrong with you two? You're all engaged to be married and you're still so unable to relax. Those who don't know would think we're going to war. With the old man's words, the awkward atmosphere between the 2 eased quite a bit. The research meeting abroad gathered people from all the major families. As long as they were all the prominent families in the country, they would all be invited. Bringing Chen Feng over this time was also to show outsiders that Chen Feng was the one he recognized as his granddaughter-in-law. All the personnel of the research society were gathered in an unusually luxurious hotel. The top floor of the hotel and the floor below the top floor were all wrapped up, and the room that Chen Feng stayed in happened to be in the innermost room of the top floor. The rooms of the second elder and Li Bingbing were on the next floor. Chen Feng was about to put his things in the room when a slightly sneering voice came from beside him. Why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng slowly turned his head. Su Mao looked Chen Feng up and down, his eyes filled with disbelief. At first, when he saw Chen Feng, he thought that he had misread the situation. After all, This research meeting was inviting people from all the great clans. While Chen Feng was nameless and faceless, it was impossible for him to be invited. Chen Feng snorted coldly. It was really a narrow road. He didn't expect that he was actually next door to this guy. If you can come, why can't I come? There were no other people around, and this was a surveillance dead zone. The soundproofing effect was extremely strong. Even if two people were to make a fuss here, no one would hear them. I know, you came here after elderly, but a waste of the Chen family. I don't know what kind of luck you've gotten. Actually climbed into a relationship with the Li family. There were no other people here. Su Mao also stopped pretending, staring viciously at Chen Feng. Counted you lucky before. Now it's my territory. Be careful. What? Do you want to do the same trick again? Su Mao froze and looked at Chen Feng incredulously. Could it be that his previous guess was right? You're from the Chen family? The Chen clan he was talking about was not the current rotten and stinking Chen clan, but the once incomparably glorious Chen clan. Chen Feng laughed softly without saying anything and pushed the door into the room. But such behavior had already given Su Mao the answer. Su Mao looked at Chen Feng's departing back insidiously, his palms clenched into fists, veins rippling in his hands. Su Mao wasn't sure if the other party knew about what happened back then. After all, he had been lost outside for more than a decade. But just in case, it was still necessary to hurry up and find that person. He absolutely could not let his future be threatened. Su Mao walked into the room and immediately dialed the phone. Seize the time to find that person. After you find him, you don't need my order. Just settle it directly. Foreign countries were different from home. Killing people abroad was not a crime. Not to mention that Su Mao had been mixing in foreign countries for so many years, and a certain region had long been in existence with only a hand in the sky. Finding someone wasn't a breeze. But Zhonghaitian's people weren't vegetarians either. But in half a day's work, Chen Feng's computer received a document. On it was the detailed address of the person's location, not far from where he was. It was a remote countryside town, where fish and dragons mixed together and the air was filled with the smell of decay. The research conference would start in 2 days, and they were free to move around during those 2 days. Now was the best opportunity. Chen Feng hadn't wanted to spook the snakes, but yesterday was an exception. It looked like the search would have to be accelerated. Chen Feng took a long breath, quickly rented a car and drove off. After spending 2 to 3 hours, the car stopped near a farm. Before he could enter, Chen Feng heard a pleading sound. Through the gap in the wooden door, Chen Feng saw the familiar man slumped to the ground, and in front of him stood several men in casual jackets. The man in the lead was holding a butterfly knife inside his hand, and he was hemming and hawing at the man. You old man hid deep enough. I finally found it after spending so much time. Please, please, please let me go. I don't know anything. Don't know anything? How ridiculous. Only the dead can keep secrets. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Saying that, the butterfly knife in the man's hand then leaned towards the neck stalk of the person on the ground. A hint of despair flashed in the eyes of the man on the ground, just when he thought he was going to die. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open. Chapter 53 Settlement. The loud ringing sound caused the movements of the people inside to stop for an instant. A few people looked over with slightly narrowed eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes when their eyes touched Chen Feng. These few people had typical European looks, but inside their mouths, they spoke fluent Chinese. Who are you? It's not important who I am. What's important is that I'm taking this person away. Hearing these words, the man looked like he had gotten a life-saving straw and desperately crawled towards Chen Feng's side. The man in the lead looked like he had heard some joke, and the others glanced at each other, and a few of them laughed out loud, their laughter incomparably rampant. Have you got it wrong? This person is one of ours. You've got the wrong person. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Grab your ass and get lost. The few people did not put Chen Feng in their eyes at all. Chen Feng looked up and down at the man in the lead. The man's exposed arm was tattooed with a huge black butterfly. His arm was strong and powerful. He looked like a practiced man. Today, this person, I must take away. Chen Feng's words could not be refused. Damn, how many times have I told you? You can't take this person away. Don't do it until you're forced to do it. Chen Feng did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. Even if they were holding all sorts of weapons in their hands, Chen Feng still did not chicken out. Chen Feng reached out and pulled. The man then hid behind Chen Feng. Damn it, don't give a damn about your face, said the butterfly man and rushed over. The butterfly knife in his hand made a cracking sound and charged straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a step back and dodged sideways, dodging the man's attack, and in the process, threw the paralyzed man on the ground to a safe corner. The butterfly man was stunned, not expecting his attack to be dodged by Chen Feng so quickly. He moved his muscles and took out another butterfly knife. The two butterfly knives clattered as he flung them in his hands. Chen Feng did not give him a chance to strike. Flying a foot, the man was instantly kicked 10 meters away. This place was originally an abandoned farm, and the walls of the farm were crumbling. When hit by the man, they clattered and scattered all over the place. The surrounding people stared in surprise. They had not expected Chen Feng to be so strong. A 1-meter-8 strong man couldn't actually resist a kick in front of Chen Feng. The butterfly man covered his chest, his face pained. He also did not expect Chen Feng's strength to be so great, and this kick had almost kicked out all of his internal organs. His eyes flashed with sinister cruelty. Damn, touching our boss. The others really couldn't look away. One by one, they rushed over with weapons in hand. A group of minions was just a group of minions. Chen Feng did not put them in his eyes at all. Chen Feng's right hand was attached with a layer of white aura. This layer of white aura was visible only to him. When a few people were only a few centimeters away from Chen Feng, it was as if they were being blocked by something, and immediately after that, they bounced back. With how much force they used, they bounced back. With how much force? There was a plopping sound. The man fell to the ground in response, spitting out blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Chen Feng slowly walked up to the butterfly man, condescendingly looking at him. I told you a long time ago, I must take this person away today. With you little minions, how can you still stop me? Chen Feng snorted coldly, looking at them as if he was looking at a piece of trash. The man shivering inside the corner had not expected Chen Feng to be so powerful. His body couldn't help but tremble as Chen Feng came over. Chen Feng's face eased quite a bit. Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you, I'm here to save you. Although Chen Feng's words gave the man some courage, the man's body was still shaking like a sieve. Just as the man was about to stand up, his pupils suddenly shrunk together as he stared deathly at Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng seemed to sense something. His left hand grabbed back and a butterfly knife fell steadily between his two fingers. The butterfly knife was exceptionally sharp, and after just one touch, Chen Feng's hand had an additional bloody gash. Chen Feng frowned tightly. And a sneak attack. You guys are really despicable. The wound on his arm made him very unhappy. Earlier, the fierce beasts in the mountains had failed to inflict a wound on him, but now he was cut on his hand by a minion from nowhere. Chen Feng let go of the man and approached step by step with the butterfly knife. I've heard that the laws in foreign countries allow for killing and it's not a crime to kill. This is a good place. As Chen Feng's words popped out word by word, they backed up one by one as if they had seen Shura. The entire person trembled. An inexplicable sense of fear spread throughout their bodies. This sense of fear pressed down on them and they couldn't breathe. What on earth are you? How could someone have such a terrifying pressure? Their eyes widened incredulously. Chen Feng laughed softly. Go back and tell your master that we'll see. With that said, Chen Feng's hand moved and the butterfly knife was violently inserted into the man's legs, just a few centimeters short. The man would be ruined for the rest of his life. Cold sweat broke out on the butterfly man's forehead. They completely failed to realize what horrible existence they had messed with. Several people collapsed to the ground. They could only watch as Chen Feng took the man away. There was nothing they could do. No one dared to stop them. The intimidating pressure generated by Chen Feng just now was still fresh in their minds. They hadn't even recovered from it yet. After about 10 minutes, the butterfly man carefully pulled out the knife in front of him. The few people around him also stood up with great effort. What should we do now? Now that the man was taken away, how were they going to deliver? Not to mention that the man had only given a deposit, so if things went wrong, they would have lost a large sum of money. The butterfly man was silent for a moment. It was hard to come by business, so they couldn't let it go so easily. Anyway, there's no surveillance here. There's nothing, just find a random bag to put some stones in, bury it and send a video. Hearing Butterfly Man's words, a light flashed in the eyes of the others. Good idea. Su Mao had been waiting for a long time in the hotel. It had already been 2 to 3 hours. Why hadn't those guys sent the video over yet? Just as Su Mao was pacing around inside the hotel, the computer on the side suddenly made a dripping sound. Su Mao moved closer to take a look. It was a video sent over from an unfamiliar account. In the video, a black bag was buried by them. Seeing the black bag, it looked like it contained a person. There was also sprayed blood next to it. Su Mao's heart breathed a sigh of relief. A big stone in his heart finally falling. The money has already been put on your cards. Remember, no matter who asks in the future, you'll all pretend you don't know anything. Deleting the video cleanly, Su Mao's eyes were filled with complacency. Now no one could threaten his future anymore. Chapter 54, The Son of the Hotel. Chen Feng brought the man back to the hotel. The man was cowering all the way, not daring to look up at Chen Feng for fear that the other party would finish him off if he didn't do as well as he wanted. It was important to realize that this place was different from the country. It was very simple to settle someone here. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. In fact, bringing the man back to the hotel was still a risky thing. However, the person arranged by Zhong Haitian would not arrive until a few days later. In order to prevent some sudden changes halfway, Chen Feng had to put the man under his nose. Just after arranging the people into the room, Chen Feng went out with the intention of getting the men something to eat. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Mao leaning on the threshold. looking at Chen Feng with cold eyes. Even if you are a member of the Chen family, so what? The Chen family is not the Chen family that you are now. You don't know your own strength if you want to go against me. After saying that, Su Mao returned to the house. Chen Feng's eyes were complicated. Could it be that by now Su Mao still didn't know that the person had already been taken away by himself? However, this was a good thing. The people sent over by Zhang Haitian were very fast and contacted Chen Feng in less than a day. The third day was when the research conference would begin, and it was indeed inconvenient for the man to stay here. After spending these 1 or 2 days together, the man also understood that Chen Feng was not the same as the person who wanted his life before. So when Chen Feng brought the man to meet the people of Zhang Haitian, the man did not resist. Upon arriving at the meeting place and looking at the visitor, a hint of surprise flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. Why did you personally come over? The person standing in front of him was no one else but Wei Zhanghai. Wei Zhanghai laughed lightly. The young master's matter is the most important matter. Of course I had to come over personally. Chen Feng was silent for a moment and nodded. You still need to take care of my parents' side more. I'm afraid that the Chen family's people will fish out of water. He wouldn't be able to go back until a few days later. And he still had to let Zhang Haitian's people take care of his parents in the next few days. Just don't worry, we'll take care of your parents' side. With Wei Zhanghai's assurance, Chen Feng's heart was relieved for a few moments. Chen Feng looked at the time. It's almost time. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. Chen Feng had just entered the hotel with his front foot when a sound of an argument came over. Looking along with the sound, Li Bingbing was surrounded by a few people in the center, her face unsightly. Hello, you're very pretty. Can I get to know you? Sorry, inconvenient. Even though Li Bingbing had clearly refused, the people around her remained unforgiving. Chen Feng's brows furrowed as he quickly walked a few steps to arrive in front of Li Bingbing. When Li Bingbing saw Chen Feng, a bright light flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Pulling at Chen Feng's coat corner with one hand and carefully hiding behind him, the man in the lead around him was a foreigner with blonde hair. He was human-looking, but his dark circles under his eyes were heavy. He had been exposed to beauty for years. He was a man with a weak body and kidneys. Sorry, this is my girlfriend. She is not convenient to give you contact information. After saying that, Chen Feng was like to leave with Li Bingbing. The person in front of him remained unforgiving. Looking Chen Feng up and down, he suddenly spoke a fluent Chinese. Humph, you can leave today. She can't. The little brother next to him also followed the rampage. You just came from the country. Right. It doesn't matter if you don't know the identity of this person. If you still want to stay here as a city, you should obediently follow what the young master said. I'm telling you, kid, this hotel is all owned by Hua Xiao's family. Hua Xiao? Never heard of this surname before. It should be a Chinese. Really? I have to take her away today. What can you do? You. Hua Xiao was furious. This kid was too much to put him in his eyes. Since that's the case, then both of you will stay here. With that, Hua Xiao beckoned, and the others came forward and pushed Chen Feng, trying to push them inside. There weren't many people around. After all, the hotel was owned by Hua Xiao's family, and the young lady at the front desk had her heart in the right place. Couldn't afford to lose her job for a stranger. Not to mention that Hua Xiao was not an ordinary person, not something she could afford to offend as a little girl. What are you guys doing? A voice suddenly appeared from behind when several people were clamoring. Chen Feng was about to make a move when the sudden voice stopped his movements in place, only to see a man in a suit slowly arrive in front of Hua Xiao. My young master even if you want to play around, you have to pick a time soon the research meeting will start. Play around here. A flash of displeasure flashed through Hua Xiao's eyes. Manager, don't worry, I just want someone. Following Hua Xiao's gaze, the expression on the manager's face instantly solidified. This, the person you want, Hua Xiao, wouldn't be the young lady in front of you, would it? Hua Xiao nodded his head, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Xiao Hua, this is a person specially invited by the research council. It's not something you can move just because you want to. The manager quietly spoke in front of Hua Xiao. As soon as the words fell, there was another rush of footsteps behind him, only to see elderly and a man in his 40s or 50s walking quickly. The man fiercely threw Hua Xiao a slap. Rebellious son, even if you normally play, you actually put your hand on the guest. Hua Xiao covered his face with a burst of aggression. Dad, I didn't know they were guests you invited over. I thought, what did you think? Don't get out yet. A trace of imperceptible resentment flashed through Hua Xiao's eyes, and in the face of his father's accusation, he could only leave in disgrace. After he left, a trace of apology flashed in the man's eyes. I'm really sorry. It's me who didn't teach my son well and caused you such a disturbance. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng did not say anything as Li Bingbing snorted coldly and looked at the man with cold eyes. On the side, Elder Li's face was not very good either. If he had not gotten the man in time, something might have happened behind him. The meeting will start soon. Let's go back first. Hearing the old master's words, Chen Feng and Li Bingbing nodded, and the two of them returned to the meeting place. There were people from all the major clans at the place of this meeting, and when they saw Chen Feng come in, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the others. The clans in the country basically knew Chen Feng's identity. After all, the things Chen Feng had caused some time ago were so big that no one knew about them. Although they knew Chen Feng's identity, they had not thought that the old master would defend Chen Feng to such an extent that he would even bring him to such an important meeting. The old master also noticed the others' surprised gazes and let out a light smile as he reached out to take Chen Feng's hand. Seeing the old master's action, a hint of realization flashed in the eyes of the surrounding people. This old master was announcing Chen Feng's identity, which meant that Chen Feng was his personally appointed granddaughter-in-law. Other people wouldn't be able to come and get their hands on it. Chapter 55, The Ridicule of the Crowd. Most of the things they discussed had to do with cooperation at home and abroad. When it was said to be a research meeting, it was more like a bragging convention. Everyone had a mask on their face and kept bragging about their collaborators. Chen Feng took a long breath. He felt very depressed in such an environment, and after greeting the old man next to him, he turned his head and left the hotel. On top of the meeting, Chen Feng did not see Su Mao. Logically, Su Mao should have appeared on behalf of the Su family, but it was another man who appeared on behalf of the Su family. Just as Chen Feng was still thinking, the person squatting not far outside the hotel saw Chen Feng come out and immediately called Su Mao. He's already come out. Should we start moving? There's no rush. Wait until he's far away from the hotel. There was a small park near the hotel. Chen Feng slipped over and prepared to relax here. The park was large. Chen Feng walked on a relatively remote path, surrounded by tall growing trees. The thick branches and leaves blocked most of the sunlight. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see a few gangly dressed men standing not far behind him. Chen Feng, right? Our boss invites you to come over. Your boss? Looking at the dress of these few men, a hint of realization flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, and he roughly guessed their identities in his heart. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hung a cold smile. So they are Su Mao's people. What is it that you are looking for me for? Several people's eyes were filled with surprise, not expecting Chen Feng to guess their identities so quickly. Since they had guessed it, there was no need for them to bend the rules. The man in the lead sneered. Since you've guessed it, be sensible and hand over that man. Otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing the other party's words, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth pulled out a cold smile. Sure enough, it was still discovered. The man has already been brought back to the country. What do you want? I see that you really don't value your life. A familiar voice came from behind these people. Su Mao looked at Chen Feng with a resentful face. Originally, he thought that things had been settled properly, but it turned out that he didn't expect those guys to actually dare to lie to him. If he hadn't realized it in time, I'm afraid he would have really fallen for their trick. He would definitely not let anyone affect his future. You also know that this is a foreign country. Foreign countries can be much freer than domestic. Even if you die here, no one will hold me responsible. Su Mao spoke one word at a time, each word carrying a threat. Chen Feng lightly glanced at them and rubbed his fist. This kind of scene had occurred more than once. After beating them up earlier, it looked like these people still didn't have a long memory. Come on then, let me see how capable you guys are. Damn it, give it to me. The people around them were all first-class experts, each punch carrying a strong wind. Chen Feng was not the least bit intimidated either. After resisting the fists of the incoming men, his left hand clenched into a fist, and the crackling sound reverberated through the sky as his fist reached the flesh. The man leading the group received several punches on his body, as if his flesh was being mashed, and constant pain came from several parts of his body. Blood spilled from the corners of the man's mouth, covering his fists in agony. Just now, when his fist and Chen Feng's fist met, it was as if he was not fighting against a fist, but a hard piece of steel, and the moment of contact, he felt like his bones were going to break. A hint of fear flashed in the man's eyes and he took a few steps back. Su Mao on the side didn't know what was happening, and seeing the man take a few steps back, he viciously cursed, "You bunch of losers, you can't even deal with a man. Do you still want your money?" The reward Su Mao gave was extremely generous, and a flash of greed flashed across the eyes of several people. The temptation of that sum of money was just too great for them. If they had that money, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. As soon as the words fell, several people rushed over like a few mad dogs, charging at Chen Feng and tearing at him nonstop. Chen Feng took a slight step back, and his hands were suddenly covered with a layer of aura, which furthered Chen Feng's power. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Just like they said, even if these few people died here, they would not be able to implicate themselves. Chen Feng's fist was about to close in on the man, and just as it was about to land on the man's face, suddenly, a fan made of iron blocked in front of his fist, stiffly deflecting his fist back. Chen Feng frowned tightly and looked towards the visitor, who was wearing a black lab coat. around the end of his 30s or 40s, a typical Asian look. Enough, Su Mao, take your man back. You don't want me to tell Elder Su about this, do you? Hearing the man's words, a trace of panic flashed in Su Mao's eyes. He bowed slightly, said nothing and left with the rest of the men. Chen Feng could see fear in Su Mao's eyes and looked at the man curiously. Even a rampant Su Mao would be fearful of this man. What exactly was this man's identity? Seeing Chen Feng sizing up, the man put a smile on his face. Although killing is not a crime here, it can cause a lot of trouble. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step back. He could detect that this man had an extremely strong power in him. Unlike those ordinary people, he, like himself, should have practiced. Which sect are you from? How come I have never seen you before? The man looked Chen Feng up and down. Since he had been practicing, he had never seen anyone who could utilize his aura freely, especially if he was a national. It has nothing to do with you. The man's face was very bad, a calculating person who was not suitable to deal with. Chen Feng also did not want to get involved with such a person. Turning his head, he wanted to leave. The man, however, was unforgiving and took an arrow step in front of Chen Feng. Wait, you have a cultivation level at a young age. Who is your master? Boredom flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. I've said it all. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't want to deal with you either. Farewell. This time, the man did not stop Chen Feng, but looked at Chen Feng's departing back in thought. Chen Feng left not long before he returned to the hotel, took a long breath, and the looks of the man from the party appeared in his mind. It was a stranger, yet not completely unfamiliar. The aura he had just displayed was somewhat familiar to Chen Feng, having seen it in the mountains. This was not a good sign. If the Su family's people were related to him, then it would not be easy for one to bring down the Su family. It looked like he knew very little about the current situation, and it was much more complicated than he had imagined. Not long after the study session ended, Chen Feng's room door was knocked on. Li Bingbing's excited voice rang out from outside the room. Chen Feng, are you free tonight? Can you accompany me to a banquet? Chapter 56, The Banquet. A banquet? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. How did he not know that there was a banquet tonight? Where is it? Li Bingbing laughed softly. Of course it's at this hotel. Everyone attending the research conference will be attending. I happen to be lacking a male companion. Aren't you going to come over? Li Bingbing's eyes were full of anticipation. The words said male companion. In reality, this person originally referred to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's cheeks blushed slightly. Okay, I'll go with you. The old master had already informed the public of his identity. If he did not go there himself, would it not be a slap in the face of the old master? Besides, Chen Feng had a hunch that this banquet should not be an ordinary banquet. There might be surprises. That night, Chen Feng was dressed in a suit, and next to him, Li Bingbing, who was holding Chen Feng's arm, was dressed in a low-cut evening gown, and her delicate and beautiful face drew a slight side glance from the crowd. After Chen Feng entered the venue, he found a remote place to sit down. The entire lobby of the hotel was wrapped up, and on one side of the table were red wine glasses, stacked like a pyramid, and at the top of the tower, the special champagne bottles glittered with a dazzling light. Chen Feng looked around and his eyes settled on the man in a white suit on his left. If he was not mistaken, this man should be someone from the Su family, and he was Su Qinghe's father. The father had come, so he must not be absent. In the next second, a condescending voice rang out from his side. You're here as well? It's really tainted by the Li family. When Feng entered, he also saw Li Bingbing who was holding Chen Feng's arm. Li Bingbing was like a noble black swan. Obviously, such a woman belonged to him, but now the woman who belonged to him was holding another man beside her. Su Qinghe went crazy with jealousy, itching to skin Chen Feng. What? Can't I? After all, I am Elder Li's hand-picked granddaughter-in-law. Chen Feng knew what he cared about the most, poking Su Qinghe's heart with every word. Su Qinghe clenched into a fist, the red wine glass in his hand almost crushed. His teeth were rubbing together, making cackling noises, and a salty taste of blood filled his mouth. Well, you're really lucky to be able to survive until now. That guy Su Mao is really a waste of money as well. After spending so much money, he couldn't even solve one person. As expected, everything Su Mao did was in Su Qinghe's eyes and with his tacit approval. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. He is indeed wasteful. After all, he is a member of the Su family. Such a wasteful person. Your family is still raising him. It's really hard on you. However, you spent so much energy supporting the Chen family. Now that their family's wives are scattered, and those who should go in have gone in, I'm afraid you're going to blow this money. The matter of the Su family supporting the Chen family was not a secret, and could be found out with a little bit of investigation. However, most of the Su family's commercial base was abroad, and the only thing that was famous in the country was the Chinese medicine industry. So even if the other party supported it, the others couldn't care less. What are you guys talking about? A delicate girl suddenly came over. intimately holding Su Qinghe's arm. A trace of dislike flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes, but he did not shake off the woman's hand after all. The woman looked Chen Feng up and down and said in surprise, "You're the one who is dead set on staying in the Chen family. Ha, why are you here?" The woman's voice was not loud, but the people around her heard it clearly. Most of the people didn't know what was happening in the country, but hearing the words, they still cast their curious gazes over. Li Bingbing frowned as she came to Chen Feng's side and held him intimately. "I think you should have misremembered. This is my Li family. That Chen family you were talking about wouldn't be the Chen family that is about to go bankrupt, right? How is a family that's about to go bankrupt worth retaining my Li family's son-in-law? Don't be ridiculous. I heard that mess. Wang already has a fiancé. It's not too good to hold a man intimately like this, right?" Next to her, a man in a suit hurried over. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s with thinning hair. Seeing the man coming over, Wang hurriedly let go of Su Qinghe's arm and gave the man a pleasing smile. Li Bingbing snorted coldly, looking at Miss Wang with a touch of sarcasm in her eyes. "You're really hungry. You can eat anything, obviously." Miss Wang was quite good looking, but she had chosen to find such a disgusting man. Miss Wang's nails sunk deep into her palms, the pain constantly stimulating her nerves. The moment he saw Li Bingbing, a flash of amazement flashed through the man's eyes, but when he heard Li Bingbing's words, his face instantly collapsed. "Who are you talking about? Who should say who?" Li Bingbing rolled her eyes. Although this person had a little bit of money, he still couldn't be compared to the Li family. "Hubby, let's get out of here and ignore them." Seeing that the people around her were casting their gazes over Wang gritted her teeth in hatred and urged the man one after another. The man looked viciously at Li Bingbing and turned his head to lead Miss Wang away. Su Qinghe wiped his sleeve that had been touched by the woman and turned his head to look at Li Bingbing. A flash of desire flashed in his eyes. "Bingbing, how is Grandpa's health these days?" Li Bingbing took a step back and distanced herself from Su Qinghe. "I'm sorry, please call me by my full name. I'm not familiar with you. If you want to ask about Grandpa's physical state, Grandpa is right there. You can ask yourself." Su Qinghe's face sank as he looked at Chen Feng sorrowfully. Chen Feng gently patted Li Bingbing's hand, his face full of smugness. Su Qinghe had nowhere to vent his anger, but could only hold it in his heart, his lips wriggling for a moment, unable to say anything. "Let's go. Just now Grandpa was still talking about you, saying that he wanted to bring you to meet his old friends." Li Bingbing walked towards elderly on Chen Feng's arm intimately. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of the people around them. "This is the Li family's grandson-in-law. What a good fortune to have married such a beautiful woman. It's really enviable." Not only did he get such a beautiful woman, he also got the Li family's property. Isn't this a proper life winner? What kind of luck did this kid have? Why can't I meet such a good thing? The gush of words from the surroundings reached Su Qinghe's ears. Su Qinghe was furious, his heartbeat constantly accelerating as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Chen Feng was brought to Elder Li's side by Li Bingbing. Elder Li's was talking to a few old men around him, and when he saw Chen Feng coming over he hastily greeted him. Come. This is my granddaughter-in-law. How is it?" The few old men beside him laughed heartily and looked at Chen Feng with a smile. "Old man Li is really lucky. Such a handsome grandson-in-law. At a glance, he is a talented man. The future is immeasurable." Hearing their compliments, Old Man Li smiled even more happily. "That's true. When has my old man's vision ever been bad?" Chapter 57, The Plan. The people around them laughed and looked at Chen Feng with admiration inside their eyes. Most of the people invited to this banquet were from the country, and all the major clans in the country had come over. On the other side, Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Chen Feng, who was surrounded by the crowd. Damn Chen Feng! The person standing in the center should have been himself. If it wasn't for this kid's meddling, how would he have been reduced to such a state? The jealousy in Su Qinghe's heart was almost frenzied, like a beast with teeth and claws, wanting to pounce out of his heart. "Isn't that your girlfriend? How come you have another fiancé now?" At some point, a woman sat beside Su Qinghe. The woman gently took a sip of the wine in her cup and said faintly, "What does it have to do with you?" A trace of disgust flashed through Su Qinghe's eyes. The woman snorted coldly. "If I wasn't looking at the fact that we have a common enemy, I really wouldn't be happy to meddle in this idle matter. Don't you just want to make a fool out of him? I have a way to do that. It's just a matter of whether or not you're willing to cooperate with me." Su Qinghe froze, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "What do you mean by that? I remember that you don't have much to do with him, right?" "I don't have much to do with him. The one I have dealings with is Li Bingbing. Hitting him is equivalent to hitting the Li family in the face. Why not for me?" There was a bit of truth in what he said, and Su Qinghe gently nodded. "Good. What are you going to do?" The woman laughed softly, whispering a few words in Su Qinghe's ear. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed through Su Qinghe's eyes. "Are you sure this will work?" The woman's eyes were filled with confidence. "Just don't worry. Follow what I say and you'll be right." Su Qinghe let out a light laugh. "That's good. I'd like to see what he can do with such a thing. Chen Feng and the old man met a few old friends. Older people had older people's topics, and after chatting for a while, Chen Feng returned to his original position. Just as he returned to his position, Chen Feng felt a poisonous gaze shoot at him. Turning his head to look, the gaze suddenly disappeared again. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from beside him. Chen Feng turned his head to look at the woman in a white dress with a smile. It's me. What can I do for you? Chen Feng had never seen the woman in front of him before, but the woman gave him a bad face. Chen Feng frowned slightly and took a step back to distance himself from the woman. The expression on the woman's face froze and quickly returned to normal. A lady surnamed Li has asked me to bring you a message. She is waiting for you in the back garden. Li Bingbing? Chen Feng looked around and did not see Li Bingbing's figure. Chen Feng carefully sized up the woman in front of him. The woman still had a smile on her face, but she did not see half a smile in her eyes. Good. After saying that, Chen Feng got up and left the place. There was an archway in front of him, and outside the archway was the back garden. The back garden here was very famous. It was like a fairyland, with flowers and plants everywhere. Chen Feng walked towards the front while looking for Li Bingbing's figure. The more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. This garden was terribly large, and there were curved trees in front of it, like a labyrinth. But there was not a single person to be seen along the way. Why did Li Bingbing look for herself to make an appointment to meet at this place? Chen Feng stopped his steps. Just as he was about to retreat back, a sudden scream came from the side. Chen Feng was startled and immediately felt bad. This familiar scene, familiar plot. Sure enough, he had said that the person had a bad face and was setting himself up here. A dark color flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Since this was the case, don't blame himself for not being polite. Following the place where the scream came from, Chen Feng flew over. The woman's scream only came out for a single sound before it was quickly covered by Chen Feng's mouth. The woman's eyes were filled with terror. She did not expect Chen Feng to be so fast. This did not conform to common sense. How could someone be so fast? Shut up. Scream again and I'll let you die here. Feeling the extremely oppressive aura on Chen Feng, the woman did not dare to move even for a second. The woman could feel that Chen Feng's words were not to scare her. If she screamed, she might really die here. What do you want? Overly frightened, the woman's eyes overflowed with tears. I know what you want to do. I've seen this kind of trick hundreds of years ago. You'd better be good and say who told you to come here. I might even let you go. Otherwise, you'll just wait for someone else to come and collect your corpse. Chen Feng had always refrained from hitting women, but it didn't mean that he could easily let the other party go. The woman was in tears. Her delicate makeup had long been smudged, and she looked unusually wretched. The woman was truly scared. Someone gave me a sum of money and told me to shout a few words here, and when I see someone, I'll say that it's Chen Feng harassing me. But after scaring a few sentences, the woman revealed everything altogether. Chen Feng sneered. Sure enough, it was the same as what he had guessed. What era is this? Still playing such a childish trick. However, since they were doing this to themselves, then don't blame yourself for doing the same to them. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. If you want to live, do as I say. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. With that, Chen Feng spoke a few words in the woman's ear. When the woman heard Chen Feng's words, a trace of incredulity flashed in her eyes as she hesitated. But if I do this, he won't let me go. Do you want to die now? Or? Chen Feng looked at the woman angrily. The woman trembled and could only nod her head continuously. I know. His eyes caught sight of a group of people walking over not far away. Chen Feng immediately looked for a place to hide. The woman also straightened her clothes and rubbed her crying red eyes. Seeing the group of people, she hastily pounced on them. Suddenly being pounced upon by a woman, the people who were ready to come and get some air were startled. Surprised, they looked at the woman. Chen Feng observed them from the shadows. There was an acquaintance amongst this group of people, and this acquaintance was none other than the woman who had just lured Chen Feng out. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He had never seen this woman before and had no grudges or hatred with this woman. Why would she join forces with the Su family to target herself? Chen Feng couldn't figure it out. The moment the woman pounced over, the man asked with concern, Are you alright? What happened? The woman's heart was filled with thoughts of Chen Feng's words as she cried pear-shaped tears. Just now a man in a white suit with glasses harassed me. White suits. There were very few people wearing white suits amongst the banquet. Among them, the only one wearing gold-rimmed glasses was Su Qinghe. It was self-evident who the woman was talking about. Chapter 58 Plan Failure. What did you say? The person holding the woman up stared incredulously. They had clearly agreed at the beginning. How come now in front of everyone? She started backtracking instead? The woman was too ashamed to look at the expressions of the people in front of her, but there wasn't anything she could do about it. After all, Chen Feng's oppressive force was just too strong. If she did not do what Chen Feng said, then she was afraid that she would die here. But the people around them had already heard what the woman had said. and there was no way for them to defend themselves, not to mention that these few people were all nationals. A few people thought slightly and said, "There seems to be only one person wearing a white suit and gold-framed glasses today, and that's the Su families." Hearing the other party's words, a hint of realization flashed in the eyes of the others. That's right. It seems like he's the only one wearing a white suit. I didn't expect the seemingly serious Su Chingha actually did something like this. No wonder we didn't see any sign of him at the banquet. So it turned out that he ran here to harass others. Those who could be invited at the banquet were all big families. The Su family had been rampant for a long time, and they had long looked at the Su family with disdain. Now that they encountered such a thing, they were naturally very pleased with themselves. And at this moment, Su Chingha did not know that he had encountered such a thing. He was smugly waiting for Chen Feng's embarrassment. However, what he was waiting for was a group of people to come in, and as he watched the group of people walk in, Su Chingha was smug. When he was about to speak, he realized that the people next to him were scowling. There was no telling what it meant. What's going on here? The woman cowered and hung her head, not daring to speak. Su Chingha looked at her like this and thought that things had worked out. The look on his face grew more and more complacent. However, the next second, the middle-aged man next to her slapped Su Chingha's face. Su Chingha's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he looked at the middle-aged man incredulously. "You dare to hit me? The one who hit is you. In broad daylight, you actually dared to do such a thing to my daughter. And you're still a member of the Su family. I poo. What a scum." Hearing the other party's words, Su Chingha was confused and looked at the people around him with a confused expression. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with disdain, and many of them were whispering, "Look at that, a human-looking dog. I didn't think that he would actually do such a thing. He's really a beast." Luckily this girl ran fast, otherwise, I'm afraid that this beast got his hands on her. He actually pretended that nothing happened. People have personally admitted it. The whispers around them reached Su Chingha's ears. Su Chingha became even more confused. It wasn't who harassed her. Before the words were finished, Chen Feng arrived in front of Su Chingha. Chen Feng's mouth carried a touch of smugness. I didn't expect it, seeing as you usually have a moral appearance. You're actually so nasty behind your back. Everyone is still inside the venue. With words having been spoken to this point, there was no way Su Chingha could not understand what was happening. A dark color flashed in Su Chingha's eyes. "Good you Chen Feng. You kid dares to trick me." Chen Feng sneered. Even if Su Chingha knew, so what? The people around him only believed in this girl's words. There was absolutely no way they would believe in his words. Not to mention that this girl was crying like a pear and the wretchedness on her body did not look like she was faking. Su Chingha's companions on the side also looked viciously at Chen Feng, but there was nothing they could do. After all, things had already happened. They could only take one step and see what happened. It wasn't me at all. I was inside the banquet the whole time. All the other people can testify. Su Chingha looked around, but realized that all the people were avoiding them. Whether these people had seen Su Chingha or not, they were more in the mindset of watching the spectacle at the moment. Not to mention that the Su family was already very rampant. They had long wanted to kick out the Su family, and now was the perfect opportunity to do so. Although this woman's status was humble, but after all, she was at the banquet, and the host who opened the banquet was not to be messed with. Su Chingha had stirred up such a big basket. Let's see how he was going to explain. The noise over here attracted the attention of the old people not far away. A few old men slowly walked over. Among them was Elderly. A trace of doubt flashed in their eyes, and Elderly asked curiously, "What's going on here? Why is it so noisy?" "It's just someone harassing this lady, so we wanted to do justice," a young man next to him explained. Hearing the other's words, a few old men looked at each other. Yeah, standing in the main seat was a foreigner. The other was dressed in a civilized manner. His face immediately collapsed when he heard these words. "Yes? Who is it? I would like to see who dares to sow their wild oats in my territory." As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the old man. Unexpectedly, this foreign old man was the organizer of this banquet. At a glance, he was a rich man, dressed exquisitely, all customized models, each one costing tens of thousands of dollars. Su Chingha's face was ugly. Even though he knew in his heart that this matter was not his doing, there was no evidence. Now all the fingers were pointing at himself. Even if he defended himself, no one would believe him. It only felt like he was excusing himself, following the gazes of the crowd. The old man's face grew darker and darker as he looked Su Chingha up and down. "You're that kid from the Su family?" The old man had long heard of Su Chingha, who had a reputation for being arrogant and unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes. It hadn't occurred to him that he had come to his own territory to sow his wild oats. Not only that, all the other people had gathered around. Among them was Su Chingha's father. Su Chingha's father had been on the sidelines for a long time and had sort of understood what had happened. He fiercely slapped Su Chingha's face. Su Chingha dared to be angry. After all, The person in front of him was his own father. If he still wanted to stay in the Su family, he couldn't defend his own father. "You rebellious son! How dare you do such a thing in broad daylight? What did I teach you before?" The organizer was someone who didn't even dare offend the Su family. They had just negotiated a partnership. If now, because of one thing Su Qinghe did, there was no way to fulfill their cooperation, the Su family would lose a large sum of money. General Manager Su was furious, his eyes looking like he wanted to cut off Su Qinghe's flesh. Su Qinghe silently didn't dare to speak and just hung his head, but the resentment in his eyes was still about to overflow. Chen Feng saw the scene and laughed softly. His voice was very small, but Su Qinghe, who had been paying attention to Chen Feng, heard it clearly. He was filled with anger in his heart, and had nowhere to vent it, so he could only hold it hard in his heart. The upper and lower rows of teeth kept rubbing together, and with each friction, he could feel the rusty flavor inside his mouth. Chapter 59 Delegation. General Manager Su, we have just talked about a cooperation, and your son is disturbing the guests at my banquet like this. What do you think we should do? Mr. Su's face was ugly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Facing the old man's questioning, Mr. Su could only smile with his face. "I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not teaching you well, rebellious son. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to this young lady?" Su Qinghe was such a haughty person. It was something he hadn't done in the first place. How could he apologize to the woman? The woman looked at Su Qinghe's vicious eyes and couldn't help but take a step back, her entire body looking like she was stunned. Not a single word could be said. When the other people saw this scene, they became even more convinced that the woman had been persecuted by Su Qinghe, and now Su Qinghe wanted to continue threatening the woman even more. The other people stepped forward. "Mr. Su, we're all here. What kind of look is he giving?" The people around them watched and watched. One person saying one sentence, saying that Su Qinghe's heart was on fire. "I told you to apologize." Su Qinghe stubbornly remained unapologetic, not even willing to lower his head. "Why apologize for something I haven't done? Rebellious son, to think that you still won't admit to this matter. In that case, I'll personally make you apologize." Saying that, General Manager Su stomped on Su Qinghe's knee. Su Qinghe flopped to his knees. The action that caught him off guard caused his knees to become red and swollen. His entire eyes filled with incredulity. He was such a proud man, not thinking that one day he would actually bow his head in front of his enemy. The anger in his eyes seemed to overflow. In this instant, a murderous aura continuously filled Su Qinghe's body. Su Qinghe's body was already tainted with a bloody aura, and now it was even heavier. Mr. Su, however, ignored Su Qinghe's complexion and turned his head to the old man with a smile. "Do you think it's okay to handle it like this?" The old man didn't want to make too much of a scene. After all, the people around him were all talking and laughing. With a slight nod, he and a few other old men turned their heads and left the place. Li Bingbing came to Chen Feng's side and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Chen Feng gently shook his head. Su Qinghe had already stood up. His entire body was like a shadow huddled in the darkness, and when he saw Chen Feng and Li Bingbing together, his entire eyes were eerie. It was as if he was brewing some plan. Chen Feng sneered, "Just your little tricks, teasing a 3-year-old? After saying that, Chen Feng and Li Bingbing left the place. Only Su Qinghe and his companion remained inside the corner. "Didn't you say that this matter would definitely succeed? Why did it turn out to be like this now?" Looking at Su Qinghe's frantic appearance, the woman couldn't help but take a step back. The woman hadn't expected things to turn out like this either. Obviously, she had agreed with that person in the beginning, but she didn't know what happened. But this person suddenly changed his mind. "I also don't know what happened. Clearly in the beginning we were saying goodbye, but when the other people came to the front, this person also didn't know what happened and suddenly changed his mind." A hint of awe flashed in the woman's eyes. Su Qinghe was silent for a moment. Where was Chen Feng just now? "I don't know. It seems like he came in from outside." A hint of realization flashed in Su Qinghe's eyes. Sure enough, it was the same as what he had guessed. All of this was Chen Feng's trick. This fellow actually dared to humiliate himself so much. Then he had to be done away with so that he could relieve himself of his hatred. "I remember that your brother has been home recently, right?" Hearing these words, the woman immediately became alert. "What are you looking for my brother for? You have to know what kind of person he is. There's a price to pay for looking for him." "Of course I know. Take me to him." Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with madness. It looked like he wouldn't listen even if he said anything. The woman sighed helplessly and had no choice but to nod. After all, if she didn't bring Su Qinghe to see her brother, there was no telling what he might do to her. It wouldn't help if they wanted to regret it at that time. The two silently left the banquet and got into the car to go home. In just half an hour, the two arrived at a suburban house. Before they even went in, they heard lively joking and laughing sounds coming from inside. As the duo pushed open the door, several shirtless hunks appeared in front of the few. "What brings you here?" The one who spoke was the bearded big man sitting in the center with a wineglass in his hand. The bearded big man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, all tendon flesh, and slightly narrowed his eyes at the woman. I was the one who asked her to bring me here. I have something I need your help with. Hearing Su Chingha's words, the men laughed out loud. Little brother, I'm afraid you don't know our name. If you want us to help, you'll have to pay quite a bit of money. You guys can pay as much as you want. I can afford it. Su Chingha's eyes were filled with dark colors. Is that so? Then what kind of business do you want us to help you with? As soon as they heard that there was business coming, a few people immediately sat upright, and the smiles on their faces eased up quite a bit. I want you guys to help me get rid of this guy. Make him disappear from this world forever. With that, Su Chingha took out Chen Feng's photo. Seeing the person on top of the photo, several people looked at each other. You mean him? What? You guys know him? Recognizing to not really knowing, but only hearing from their brothers. They had met a very difficult person who looked exactly like the person on top of the photo. A few people's hearts were a bit terrified. Su Chingha seemed to have seen what was going through their minds and smiled coldly. I heard that you guys are very good at what you do. That's why I came to look for you guys. It looks like you guys aren't as good as the legends say you are. It seems like I've got the wrong person. With that, Su Chingha wanted to leave the place. Hearing Su Chingha's words, a hint of displeasure flashed across the eyes of several people. They knew that Su Chingha was provoking, but they just ate it up. A few people were famous triad members in the area, and they were often entrusted with all sorts of things. The money they collected was also very large. Now such a good business came to their doorstep. They naturally wouldn't miss it. Don't worry, as long as you give us the address, we will definitely make him disappear from this world. Although they had heard rumors about Chen Feng, but looking at the thin and frail person on top of the photo, they just didn't believe that so many of them couldn't deal with a young man. With these words from these few people, the corner of Su Chingha's mouth hooked up slightly. Now, let's see how arrogant Chen Feng would still be, to actually dare to treat himself like this. Definitely let him not see tomorrow's sun. The address is right here. In about half an hour or an hour, he will come out of the hotel. Then it will be a good time for you guys to strike. Hearing Su Chingha's words, the others nodded. Chapter 60, In the Face. Ever since this happened, the faces of the other people looking at the Su family had changed. Many people's eyes held gloating within them, and General Manager Su had felt their gazes as well, but couldn't say anything due to the presence of the others. In his heart, he was incomparably resentful. Originally, their Su family was a family that everyone envied, but all of that was ruined today. It was all because of that rebellious son. The moment he thought about what he had done, Mr. Su gritted his teeth in hatred. If he had known that this would happen, he shouldn't have brought Su Chingha here. However, regretting it now would not help. As things had already come to this, he could only accept the strange gazes cast by others. Chen Feng hadn't stayed inside the banquet for long before he planned to go out for some fresh air. The woman from earlier had already disappeared, probably knowing that she would be dealt with if she messed things up, so she left early. Outside the weather is not very good. Dark clouds, gusty winds. Go out, the gust of wind will blow the collar of the clattering straight. Opposite the hotel, on the side of the road stood a burly man. Seeing Chen Feng come out, a flash of calculation slipped through the man's eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes shot straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed the other party's gaze in an instant and turned his head to look. The man was big and thick, with pitch-black skin and some weird patterns tattooed on his arms. The man's eyes were like poisonous snakes, sending chills down his back. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, without the slightest fear in his eyes, and looked at the man indifferently. The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting Chen Feng to dare to stare at him like that. The man hooked his finger at Chen Feng. Such a provocative action. How could Chen Feng not take it? Chen Feng patted his sleeve and slowly stepped across the road. You are brave. You really dare to come alone. Surprise flashed across the man's eyes as he looked Chen Feng up and down and couldn't help but exclaim. What's the matter with calling me over? The man laughed out loud. Kid, there's enough rampage. Someone paid for your life. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng's eyes instantly sharpened. He could detect that the man was not the only one here. There were others as well. The man clapped his hands, and the remaining few big men came out from inside the side path. The weather wasn't great and there wasn't a single person on the main road. A few people looked at Chen Feng intently. Since you're so courageous, why don't you go in and have a chat? The man leading the group had threats in his eyes, as if Chen Feng would do something incalculable if he did not go in with them. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid of these few people. It was just that on the main road, it wasn't too convenient to just want to teach these few people a lesson. Chen Feng nodded, and followed the few people towards the front. The path was covered with layers and layers of greenery that could not be seen at a glance. After walking for a short while, Chen Feng saw an acquaintance. Su Chingha looked at Chen Feng with a rampant face, his mouth emitting an uncontrollable laughter. You have finally landed in my hands. Chen Feng leisurely looked at Su Qinghe without the slightest bit of panic in his eyes. For some reason, seeing such a Chen Feng, Su Qinghe's heart had some panic in it, but Su Qinghe quickly returned to normal, and the other party's mouth was tinged with an arrogant smile. It's already come to this, and you're still so arrogant. Chen Feng faintly scanned the people around him. The people were not exactly large, but each of them were strong and sturdy, and appeared to be practiced fighters. Why are you still frozen? Don't want your honorarium anymore? The remaining few people rubbed their fists. They had heard earlier that Chen Feng was a very powerful person, and they were muttering in their hearts before they saw him. But seeing a young man who was no different from an ordinary person, the worries in their hearts finally fell. With so many of them, it was impossible that they couldn't even solve a young man. Chen Feng slightly took a step back. The man in the lead looked at Chen Feng. Don't blame us. If you want to blame us, you should only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. With that, several people rushed forward with their weapons. The knives in their hands were sharpened. If they were scratched, their skin would surely be split open. Chen Feng dodged lightly, the tip of the other man's knife not even touching the corner of his coat. The man's eyes widened incredulously. Clearly he was rushing towards Chen Feng. How could he dodge his attack so easily? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. In his eyes, the movements of these people were just too slow, like snails crawling on the ground. In a flash, Chen Feng had arrived in front of the man. The man's surprised expression was reflected in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng's lips hooked slightly, and he slapped his hand. The slap looked weak. Quite when the slap touched the man's cheek, the man felt as if his face was struck by something heavy, and his entire body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The other people also saw this scene, and they stared incredulously, not reacting to what had happened for a while. What the hell is going on here? Several people froze for a while before slowly turning their heads to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's slap just now was light and fluffy. It didn't look like it had any strength at all. So how could it possibly drop an adult of over 100 pounds to the ground? They finally realized why those few friends had fear in their eyes when they mentioned Chen Feng. Who would have thought that Chen Feng's tiny body contained such a powerful force within it? A few people sucked in a breath of cool air. Chen Feng patted the dust on his hands and turned his head to look at Su Qinghe, who was still surprised. That's all the tricks you know? But you brought so much trouble to the Su family? Can you still go back? It was fine if he didn't talk about this matter. As soon as he did, Su Qinghe gritted his teeth in hatred. Su Qinghe was about to say something, but the words were almost at his lips, but he retracted them. Catching the look in Su Qinghe's eyes, Chen Feng quickly flashed to the side, and in the next second, a dagger stood where he was originally standing. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Sure enough, still engaging in this sneak attack thing? A few big men couldn't beat a young man. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Mojo's fists wanted to come over again, but Chen Feng didn't have the heart to play with them here. The banquet was over, and with a flight the next morning, he wanted to hurry back to the hotel to rest. Damn, why is it so hard to get along? Just like that dead old man of his. When these words came out, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Realizing that he had spoken out of turn, Su Qinghe hurriedly shut his mouth, and no matter how much Chen Feng pressed him, Su Qinghe insisted on not saying a word. Not willing to say a word, Chen Feng frowned tightly, always feeling that this matter was not quite right. Chen Feng approached step by step. Su Qinghe kept retreating, his previous arrogant appearance gone. Chen Feng's aura was extremely oppressive. Su Qinghe felt as if he was staring at a giant. Chapter 61, The Old Man. I'll give you one more chance. What did you mean by what you just said? Chen Feng said one word at a time. Each word was like a knock on Su Qinghe's heart. Su Qinghe couldn't help but take a step back, his teeth chattering in the face of Chen Feng's oppression. A sense of fear grew involuntarily in his heart. Su Qinghe took a deep breath. So what if I told you? You won't live long anyway. You're just like that dead old man, not worthy of being from the same family. Dead old man? Now that Chen Feng had heard clearly, he also guessed who the dead old man in the other party's words was. It was his own grandfather. He actually knew his own grandfather. When he was in the mountains, the old man had not yet passed away. It was the latter that suddenly passed away. Originally thought it was an accident, but now it seems as if it wasn't an accident. It must have something to do with this person in front of him. Chen Feng's face went cold and he slapped Su Qinghe on the face. Su Qinghe also covered his cheek and looked at Chen Feng incredulously. How dare you hit me? The one who hit is you. What are you guys still waiting for? Don't go yet. Hearing Su Qinghe's words, the people around him however hesitated. They had also seen Chen Feng slap just now in their eyes, and their own big brother had not woken up now after being slapped by that slap. They didn't want to become the same as their big brother. I'll give you double the money. Even so, the people around them still had no reaction. Chen Feng sneered. It looked like these people still had self-awareness, knowing which one to take, money or life. I can let you off today, but remember, don't try to hit me again. Otherwise, I will make your entire Su family never have a foothold again. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place, leaving only a few people to stay on the path in ashes. Seeing Chen Feng leave, the other few people also knew that they were violating the cooperation between them, so without saying a word, the few people turned their heads and left the place. Su Qinghe clenched his fists and looked at Chen Feng's back as he left. His heart was very unwilling. Why? Why could Chen Feng get everything he wanted to get just by moving his fingers? Even his power was stronger than his own. What was this person's origin? He's not an ordinary person. With your strength as an ordinary person, it's hard as hell to deal with him. Suddenly, an old voice sounded from behind. Hearing the voice, Su Qinghe violently turned his head. Time not far away, stood an old man in a black coat. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I can help you deal with him. However, I have a request. Looking at the old man just as weak as he was, Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with suspicion. Just by you? Don't underestimate the old man me. Do you know the Wu family? When these words came out, Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with incredulity. Of course he knew the Wu family. That family that only existed in legends. Their family had practiced martial arts for generations and were very powerful. Most of the people in it worked as bodyguards, and very expensive ones at that. There are even some people who specialize in hiring the Wu family to protect some of their things. It is a very famous family. If it was the Wu family, there might actually be a way. Su Qinghe's eyes rolled. What are your conditions? I want the 2 books in his hand. Su Qinghe's face eased quite a bit. It turned out that he only wanted the 2 items in Chen Feng's hands. That didn't matter, as long as the things wanted were not his own. Deal then. With the help of the Wu family, a small Chen Feng would still dare to run wild in front of himself. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had just returned to the hotel, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. It was as if he was being stared at by something. His chest felt like it was being grasped by a large hand, and he couldn't catch his breath for a moment. At the same time, the bones of the entire person began to ache. Chen Feng frowned tightly. Just now, he had eaten a little bit of the snacks that the hotel had brought over. Other than that, he hadn't eaten anything. Why did his body produce a strange sensation? Could it be that there was something wrong with the dim sum just now? A healer does not heal himself, even if he was a very powerful person. In the face of such a situation, he could only detect a disturbance in his body's aura. Other than that, he could not detect anything else. At the same time, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly came from outside the house. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Who would be knocking on his room door at this hour? A hint of vigilance flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. However, he had never been afraid of anyone, and after the knocking sound sounded for a while, Chen Feng slowly opened the door. Standing outside was an immortal old man. Chen Feng and the old man had met. Looking at the old man, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. May I ask who you are looking for? The old man hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Looking for you, of course. With that, the old man took out a piece of dim sum and put it into his mouth, cackling and chewing. Looking at the snack in the old man's hand, a hint of surprise flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. The dim sum in the old man's hand was exactly the dim sum that he had just eaten. Could it be that the dim sum from the hotel just now was the old man's trick? What do you want? I know that you are different from ordinary people, and this was made especially for you. Chen Feng took a long breath, and as he kept breathing, the pain in his body increased. From the very beginning when he had seen the old man, Chen Feng had already sensed that the old man was different from ordinary people. He was the same person as himself. Chen Feng snorted coldly. So what? What exactly do you want? Hand over the stuff. What things? What else could it be? Of course it's the things you took out from inside the old mansion. That's mine. The old man's eyes were filled with greed. The thing taken out from inside the old mansion. Could it be that ancient book? Chen Feng's heart kept guessing. What was recorded on it was some lost needle techniques. Other than that, there was nothing else. This old man didn't look like a Chinese medicine practitioner. So what did he need that book for? Could it be that the use of that book had a great deal to offer? If that was the case, Chen Feng could not give the book to the old man. After all, this old man was not a good person at first glance. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to rest, so I won't see you off. With that, Chen Feng wanted to close the door, but the old man was stuck in the middle, like a rock, and the door remained motionless. No matter how hard Chen Feng pushed, it just couldn't move. You have lost a large portion of your strength now. I advise you that you had better obediently follow what I say. Chen Feng's strength continued to drain away. It had to be said that what the old man said was not false. That thing was indeed restraining itself. However, Chen Feng did not know when he had provoked such a person. Chapter 62 Cooperation. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourself. I really don't have anything. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the old man slowly walked in. The current Chen Feng had lost all his strength, so the old man did not put Chen Feng in his eyes at all. Looking around inside the hotel, he indeed did not find what he wanted. A hint of doubt flashed through the old man's eyes, and a hint of suspicion arose in his heart. Listening to the people over there, it was indeed taken away by a person named Chen Feng. Could it be that he had found the wrong person? If he had found the wrong person, then wouldn't it be a waste of cooperation with Su Qinghe? Chen Feng's eyes blinked, and in his heart, he roughly guessed what the old man had in mind. I know where that thing you were trying to find is. I did go to get it before, but it was cut off halfway. It should be in Su Qinghe's hands now. Hearing this, the old man stared incredulously, looking Chen Feng up and down, as if he was judging whether Chen Feng was lying or not. After looking at him for half a day, the old man let out a long sigh. Count your kid lucky today. After saying that, the old man left the place. The effects of that snack did not last too long. After doing so for about half an hour or so, Chen Feng returned to normal. Chen Feng moved his muscles. The words he had just said, he did not know if the old man had believed them, but the other party was definitely somewhat skeptical. This also meant that his own guess was correct. At that time when he had gotten that ancient book, not too many people knew about it, and no one had gotten the exact evidence either, so the old man was uncertain. Still, this place couldn't stay. Luckily, the next day's airplane was not missed. Chen Feng and the people of the Li family did not take the same airplane. The people of the Li family needed to take care of some things abroad, so Chen Feng returned home early. Li Bingbing looked at Chen Feng with fondness, but unfortunately she still had matters to deal with abroad. Otherwise she would have gone back with Chen Feng. Zhong Haitian's people were waiting at the airport, and when they saw Chen Feng coming over, they hurriedly waved. Chen Feng had a gloomy face. Wei Zhanghai saw Chen Feng's face and asked, "Young master, did something happen abroad?" Chen Feng nodded gently and told Wei Zhanghai everything that had happened in the past few days. Wei Zhanghai narrowed his eyes slightly. "You said an old man. Was he wearing the costume of an immortal crane? And he wears it all year round?" Chen Feng shook his head. "I've only seen him twice, but both of those times, he did wear the immortal crane costume. And the old man looks fierce. Never seen him before. Take a look. Does it look the same as this man?" With that, Wei Zhanghai took out a photo. Chen Feng took a closer look at the person in the photo and nodded vigorously. "That's right, it's this person. What exactly is his origin? This is someone from the Hu family. The Hu family's people don't know where they've gone now, but back in the day, their power was even stronger than that of Zhong Haitian. Back then, it was an existence that only covered the sky, but then a change occurred and it disappeared without a trace. In the beginning, it was thought that this family had fallen, but now it seemed that they hadn't fallen. They had just shifted their place of development to foreign countries. After all, some of the areas they were involved in were not allowed in the country. I hadn't thought that the one the young master had messed with was actually someone from the Hu family." Wei Zhanghai took a long breath. This was a bit troublesome. "Young lord, these days, it would be best for you to stay in the country. We will have someone specialized in dealing with this matter, so you can stay here at ease." Chen Feng nodded. "By the way, how about the cooperation negotiated for that building a few days ago?" Some time ago, Chen Feng wanted to dish out a building, which was located in the commercial center and was a hot property for everyone. "We've already searched for it, but this guy looked at a lot of people vying for this piece of land. The originally negotiated price was completely nullified. They actually wanted to triple it." As soon as he talked about this matter, Wei Zhanghai's face became unusually ugly. These people were really lions, daring to ask for any amount of money, doubling it. The price they gave was already very high and had far exceeded the value of this property. It was only because the location of this property was better, and as a result, it did not occur to him that this group of old men would actually temporarily renege and increase the price. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to have to take this property. Not to mention, a dark color flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. "There's no need to compete. Just tell them directly that we don't want this property. Forget it, I'll go and say it myself. Make an appointment for me for an afternoon." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wei Zhanghai nodded. That afternoon, Chen Feng didn't even have time to go back to his parents' house and directly came to the Zhanghai Sky Center. The person talking about the cooperation had already been waiting for a long time. Holding the contract was a man in his 40s or 50s. The man stroked his beer belly and smiled smugly. "I say Wei Zhanghai, why did you let a young man come to talk about cooperation with me? Can he run things?" Chen Feng snorted coldly. "I'm not here to talk about cooperation with you. We don't want this property. There's no need to talk about this cooperation. I'm just here to inform you." Hearing this, the man's face changed a few times. "You're not kidding, right? You know that our property is very hot. So many people have flipped these several times to buy my property, and I've specially reserved it for you, and now you're saying you don't want it?" The man's face clouded over. Chen Feng sneered. "Since you've said that those people have doubled their prices several times to buy your property, why don't you just sell it to them? Do you have to sell it to me at a reduced price?" The man froze. It did not occur to him that Chen Feng, a young man, knew so clearly. Nothing could be said for a moment. There is no room for redemption in this matter. although the boundaries of your property are good. It is nothing more than that. After saying that, Chen Feng was ready to leave the place. The man panicked at the sight. After all, Chen Feng had offered the highest price. All of the words that were said just now were nonsense by the man. It was just to raise the price. As a result, it didn't occur to him that Chen Feng wouldn't eat this at all. There are words to discuss. There are words to discuss. This price. Well, we can still talk about it. How about this? I don't want twice as much. Just the original one. How about it? Hearing the man's words, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth still hung a cold smile. I'm sorry, I don't want this property now. And the previous price is null and void. Isn't this what you always want? The man's face became completely ugly. His heart was unusually remorseful. Had he known that Chen Feng would say this, he should have signed the contract in the beginning. The price at the beginning was already the best price, but he was too greedy, always wanting to increase the price. There was nothing that could be done about it now. Chapter 63, Invitation. Is there really not even the slightest bit of room for redemption? A trace of entanglement flashed inside the man's eyes, and he felt remorse in his heart. The man now completely lacked his previous arrogant attitude. In the face of the man's humility, Chen Feng was unmoved. There was only one chance, but unfortunately, the other party did not grasp it, and since this was the case, it was not his fault. My words have been made clear. The contract is also voided. You can leave. Saying that, Chen Feng and Wei Zhenghai left the place first. I'll leave the matters here to you first. I'll go back home. Wei Zhenghai nodded and watched Chen Feng go inside. The inside of the home was bustling with activity, and before Chen Feng could even enter, he heard the sound of laughter coming from inside the house. The laughter was accompanied by the sounds of some small children giggling. Chen Feng frowned slightly and looked up at the door number. The door number was correct. Why was it so lively? Chen Feng pushed the door and walked in. There were a few people sitting on the sofa. Among them there was also an acquaintance. Su Ning saw Chen Feng come in and quickly stood up. The parents also saw Chen Feng coming over. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Back so soon? Come, quickly sit down. The rice on the pot will be ready soon. Just in time to eat together. The woman sitting next to her parents looked Chen Feng up and down and said with a smile, "Is this your own son? Looks really good. A talented man." Chen mother couldn't close her mouth with a smile. Yes, this one is? Chen Feng had never seen the woman in front of him before and couldn't help but ask. This is my wife. Su Ning spoke. Su Ning's madam. It seemed like she shouldn't have any relationship with her own family. Then how did she get along with her own mother like she was a good sister? Seemingly seeing the doubt in Chen Feng's eyes, the father next to him explained. Today Dean Su came to look for you, saying that he had something to say to you, and it just so happens that Dean Su's wife came over as well, not realizing that she and your mother were actually classmates in the same class. So it's a classmate, ah? No wonder the relationship is so good and hot. It's also really coincidental that you can meet acquaintances here as well. I wonder what Dean Su was looking for me for. Su Ning's eyes rolled. You and I will come out for a moment. There are some things that are not suitable to be said here. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng nodded and walked out with Su Ning. Just as he went out, Su Ning asked mysteriously, "Did you meet someone from the Hu family some time ago?" A flash of surprise surfaced in Chen Feng's eyes. How did you know that? Of course I know. The Hu family's people have already found me here. They have heard that your medical skills are quite good, so they want me to invite you to help their old man take a look. Hearing Su Ning's words, Chen Feng was silent for a moment. How did this sound wrong? It seemed like he was looking for his own help, but Chen Feng always felt that it was not right. After all, that old man had already stood against himself, and he wanted that ancient book in his hand. That old man was a member of the Hu family, and to come and invite himself right after this incident. How could it look like a Hongmen banquet? Seemingly seeing the hesitation in Chen Feng's eyes, Su Ning followed up. This is a good opportunity. You have to grasp it well. How do you say that? A flash of surprise passed through Su Ning's eyes. Don't you know? This school I'm in now, including the research society, is contracted by the Hu family, and since they invited you over, your good days are coming. Good days? That wasn't necessarily so, but it was necessary to go and take a look. After all, knowing one's enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Good, then how am I going to get over there? Su Ning gave a light laugh and handed the address in her hand to Chen Feng. This is the address of their old mansion, but it doesn't matter if you don't know it. I'll go and give them a call back, so see when you're free. They'll send someone over to pick you up. This afternoon. It just so happened that there wasn't much to do this afternoon. Originally planning to accompany his parents, but it just so happened that Mr. and Mrs. Su Ning were here, so there wouldn't be anything for himself to do this afternoon. A flash of surprise passed through Su Ning's eyes, not thinking that Chen Feng could go over so quickly. You're going over for a cure. Don't you need to prepare for it? Since you've said so, then their side should have been prepared a long time ago. Let's go directly. Hearing the other party's words, A trace of realization flashed through Su Ning's eyes. Chen Feng was right. Since the other party had already personally invited them, they must have prepared everything already. You're right, then I'll return a message to that side. With that, Su Ning walked to the other side and made a call to that end. And after a while, he rejoined Chen Feng's side. The people over there said that they will come to pick you up in a while. Let me carry the stuff in for you first. Chen Feng was still holding the things he had bought for his parents inside his hands. He was called out not long after he went in just now, and didn't even have time to put his things down. Okay, the two then returned to the house. The person sent over by the Hu family came very quickly, arriving outside the door in 10 minutes. Chen Feng spoke briefly with his parents, turned his head and got into the car that was headed to the Hu family's old mansion. There was only one person in the car who was not very old, wearing a neat suit with a pair of sunglasses, and from the time Chen Feng got on the car, the other person had not said a word. The old mansion's location was remote, but the scenery was very good. Passing through a small road, he soon arrived in the middle of the mansion. This place used to be a tourist destination, but this entire mountain had been bagged, and the mansion on the hill was a good place to cool off. The old man loved this kind of scenery, but there was a certain amount of money to be able to buy the entire mountain. Chen Feng had just gotten off the bus when a few people flanked an old man. The old man was smiling and had a kind face. You are Chen Feng, aren't you? I've heard Su Ning talk about you, and I've heard that your medical skills are quite impressive. This old man didn't look harmless, and his face was also very kind. It was completely different from the Hu family members that he had come into contact with before. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a few oddities flooding his heart. Could it be that there was a second Hu family? How was it not quite the same as what he had imagined? The surrounding people stood next to the old man, each with a decent smile on their faces. Old sir is flattering. I only know a little bit about it. The old man laughed out loud. You're really modest. Don't freeze here. Come in first. This mansion was built in an ancient color. Inside there were all kinds of valuable plants. Even the tables and chairs next to it were all made of valuable wood. As soon as he entered inside the house, he could smell a faint fragrance. Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. This was a place where every inch of land was gold. Extremely extravagant. I heard that you and my son know each other? Chapter 64, Treatment. When these words came out, Chen Feng instantly froze in place. May I ask who your son is? It's me. As soon as the words fell, the familiar old man appeared in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng's face instantly became ugly. As expected, it was just as he had guessed, inviting himself over just for a hongmen banquet. The old man seemed to have seen the look in Chen Feng's eyes and smiled cheerfully. I heard that you have a little conflict between you. My son is a little less serious. You can rest assured that I have taught him a good lesson. Today invited you over. Mainly want to let you help me check the body. I recently do not know how. This waste is always very painful. Seeing that the old man did not speak like he was faking, Chen Feng took a long breath, nodded slightly and followed the old man inside. He even glanced at the old man before leaving. The old master was very old and had given birth to a son who was also an old man, and the two did look very similar. Unfortunately, because the old man's wrinkles covered his entire face, it covered up the similarities between the two of them. The old man's face was devoid of any expression, and the hostility that arose earlier disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Chen Feng's heart was somehow able to produce a wave of eccentricity. However, Chen Feng quickly reacted, following the old man to the living room. There was everything next to him, whether it was something needed by a Chinese medicine practitioner or a Western medicine practitioner. All of them were laid out on the table. You sit down first, I will take your pulse. Hearing this, the old man obediently sat on the sofa. Chen Feng placed his hand on the old man's hand. It didn't matter if he didn't look. It was a shock. There was so much spiritual chi in his body that it was about to overflow. Not quite the same symptoms that he had gotten from that dim sum he had eaten before. He was absorbing too much aura. But strangely enough, a normal person, his bodily functions would automatically go and absorb the surrounding aura and turn it into power inside his body. But the old man's body was not quite the same. The stopped aura was more than enough, but the old man's function of absorbing aura was completely lost. Then this body's excess aura, could it be that someone deliberately injected it? This Hu family was the same number as himself. They were also not quite the same as normal people, and their physical qualities were much stronger than normal people. It was no wonder that the aura in his body was all disorganized to such an extent that the old man was still able to smile. If it was placed on an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already been lying on the ground, unconscious. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Old master, would you like to take a step to speak? As soon as these words came out, the other people knew that the old master's body should not be allowed to go on. A few people looked at each other in disbelief. The old master was silent for a moment. The smile on his face chilled and he nodded at Chen Feng. The two then arrived at an empty room. Old master, I won't beat around the bush. You have too much aura inside this body. A normal person's body aura wouldn't be more than a third of the blood in their body, but your aura is almost equal to the blood, and I found that the organs in your body that absorb aura have already produced damage. Logically speaking, the aura in your body shouldn't be this much, unless someone gave you something to eat, or someone personally injected. After all, the old master was the same person as himself, so Chen Feng did not need to beat around the bush, but directly stated his diagnosis. The old master's face turned completely cold, the smile on his face disappearing completely. You do have a few skills. No wonder. Those people still can't be stabilized. Wanting to pull my old man down so early. I'm afraid that they have long wanted to overrun my Hu family's foundation. Although he didn't know what had happened, but listening to the old man's words, he could roughly guess. Can you help me regulate it? Chen Feng smiled gently. Of course I can. This is not a big deal for me. The old man frowned tightly and looked at Chen Feng suspiciously. This was not even a big deal. If it wasn't for the fact that he was different from ordinary people, I'm afraid that he would have broken off by now. This kind of serious matter was actually not a big deal in Chen Feng's mouth. Could it be that the person in front of him was even more powerful than he had imagined? In the face of the old man sizing up, Chen Feng always had a faint expression on his face, as if he was an expert. Inscrutable. All right, as long as you help me regulate. You are my Hu family's benefactor. My Hu family owes you a favor, and in the future, you can always come to me for anything. There happens to be just one thing. Old master, your son shouldn't have said why he's at odds with me, right? The old master shook his head slightly. He only knew part of the matter, not the whole thing. In the face of what Chen Feng had said, he really wasn't sure what had happened. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. I have an ancient book in my hands that was passed down from my grandfather, and your son wants to take him away from me. What? The old man's eyes widened incredulously. He, the Hu family, had been righteous all his life, and I thought that in the end, he had lost at the hands of his own son. The old master was furious, his entire chest heaving constantly. The reason why Chen Feng had told the old master about this matter was because he could see that the old master was completely different from his son. The old master was an extremely righteous person, which could be detected from the aura that emanated from his body. Such a person would never allow his own family to do such a thing. But old master, you don't have to worry too much, and you don't have to say this matter in the open, because what I want you to help me with isn't this matter. Let me treat you first. I need a quiet place. It's best if it's just the two of us. No one else can come in during the treatment. The old man nodded. Don't worry about that. There's a place they can't step foot in. With that, the old master walked out and said something unknown to the man next to him, who nodded slightly. The man was the one who was at the old master's side at the beginning. With white hair, he looked a bit like the old master's assistant. The old master trusted him 100%. The old master then led Chen Feng to the basement. The basement was very quiet and the decoration was very luxurious. The old master slowly lay down on the sofa, and a flash of white breath suddenly appeared on Chen Feng's hand, followed by that flash of white breath, which followed the old man's hand and entered the old man's body. Originally, the old man's body had all sorts of messy auras within it. It was necessary to force all of this aura out. Otherwise, it would be inside the body, causing the body's functions to gradually fail. Immediately afterward, Chen Feng took out a few more silver needles and stuck those on the old man's hand. However, at this very moment, the old man suddenly screamed. Chapter 65, The Trap. The sudden voice startled Chen Feng as well, and Chen Feng's face became more and more ugly. What's wrong with you? Not only that, with a scream, several people from outside also suddenly barged in. The man in the lead was none other than the old man's son. Could you, Chen Feng? My father asked you to come and treat him, yet you did something like this. What are you trying to do? Want to kill someone? Looking at the aggressive appearance of the people around him, Chen Feng frowned and turned his head to look at the old man again. The old man had completely fainted. The means of his own treatment was correct. The only thing that could have gone wrong was the silver needles they provided. But looking at the smug look of the few people in front of him, Chen Feng knew that he had fallen into their trap. A cold smile hung at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. He said why these people did not show anything when they saw themselves at first. They even allowed themselves to treat the old man alone. These people were already harboring evil intentions and couldn't wait for the old man to die quickly. So how could they possibly listen to the old man? Wanting to solve themselves and the old man, two birds with one stone. It had to be said that they were really good plans, and even they couldn't help but want to applaud themselves. Well, you people are really good at this, actually wanting to use this matter to kill two birds with one stone. Anyway, the old man had already fainted. Even if they said anything now, the old man wouldn't be able to hear them. The few people became more and more reckless. So what if you guessed it? Anyway, the security cameras can see clearly that you were the one who made the first move. I'd like to see how you can explain this time. With that, a few people laughed wildly. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. After all, It was his own carelessness. How could he not have thought that the trap was waiting for him here? But there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, no one could possibly expect such a thing. Chen Feng took a slight step back. This place was surrounded by walls on all sides. There were not even any windows, and the only thing that could go out was a door in front of him. But this door was surrounded by several people, each of them eyeing it intently. So what do you want? If you are sensible, hand over that thing. You might still be able to get out alive today. If you don't hand it over, the only thing waiting for you is death. Is that so? Chen Feng sneered. It had come to this point, and these guys were actually still deceiving themselves. The matter of their cooperation with the Su family had long been known to him. According to that guy's thoughts, there was absolutely no way he would let himself leave here alive. Moreover, this place was originally a deep mountainous forest. Even if he died, by casually faking a slip and fall off a cliff, they could pick it clean. Then what if I don't give it? Don't talk tough when you're dying. I advise you to cherish your life. After all, don't you still have parents? As soon as these words came out, Chen Feng's face turned completely cold. If it was just against himself, it didn't matter much, but they actually dared to hit their parents. This made Chen Feng unable to endure. The thing he was most wary of was involving his parents because of himself, but it did not occur to him that they were still involved now. You say you're going to die even if, in case if your parents have any accidents. The man acted as if he hadn't noticed Chen Feng's complexion and was still rambling on. Chen Feng really couldn't resist the killing chi in his heart. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to keep his hand. Chen Feng had a silver needle in his fingers, which flew towards the lead man's heels at an extremely fast speed. These men were not ordinary people after all, and after seeing Chen Feng's movements, they were on guard. In the next second, several people smoothly dodged Chen Feng's silver needles, which pierced into the wall and instantly disappeared within the wall. Seeing this scene, a few people couldn't help but stare in surprise. They knew that Chen Feng was a cultivator, but they hadn't expected Chen Feng's power to be so terrifying. Such a fragile needle had actually gone into the wall in its entirety. How much manipulation of strength did this require to be able to do such a thing? A few people sucked in a breath of cool air. Be careful, this kid is not easy to deal with. Hearing the words of a few people, Chen Feng's was a strong murderous aura erupted from his entire body. The rich smell of blood filled the entire space. It was as if they had arrived in a sea of blood, and Chen Feng then transformed into a Shura, seeking their lives. A few people took a slight step back, but once they thought that they were outnumbered, a smug smile appeared on their faces again. Even if you are somewhat capable, so what? With so many of us, it's hard to believe that we can't solve one of you? As the words fell, the man's eyes widened incredulously. He hadn't even finished his sentence before Chen Feng had already arrived in front of him. A pair of hands deadlocked the man's neck. A violent sense of suffocation filled the man's body. The man's two legs kept shaking as he struggled hard to get rid of Chen Feng's confinement. You guys should never have mentioned my parents. Nor should you talk about my parents. Nor should you threaten me with my parents. Chen Feng said one word at a time, each word popping into their hearts. The man's eyes bulged out as he was pinched, his entire being on the verge of death. Seeing this, the people next to him rushed to make a move. Chen Feng threw the man away with force, slamming the man against the wall, panting heavily, like a donkey pulling a mill. The smell of death approached step by step. Several people's throats shrugged violently, and their hands couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, they were very confident at the beginning, but now that they had encountered such a Chen Feng, the fear that grew in the bottom of their hearts couldn't be covered up. Even the man who did not place Chen Feng in his eyes at first could not help but take a step back. Who family? I've heard about it for a long time, but how many years have you guys been studying? I didn't learn this 10 years of Kung Fu for nothing. According to the news that came from Zhonghai Tian's side, the Hu family at the beginning was nothing more than a fallen family, and it was only in recent years that they rose to prominence. It was estimated that they might have obtained some sort of ancient book, which was why they had developed into what they were now. But what could they compare themselves with? He was young and had capital, and naturally learned quickly, and they only know a little bit about it. Still dare to come over and pretend with themselves. Do you really think that you can't beat them? Only that you don't want to start a conflict with them in the beginning. You rats in the gutter. You'll only be able to tinker with what you eat and what you use. To fight me head on, do you have that ability? A few people were furious and red in the face, but they couldn't do anything about Chen Feng. Chen Feng was right. Just his aura alone crushed the auras of so many people. Chen Feng approached step by step, as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. Chapter 66 Awakening. In the beginning, he hadn't wanted to put this matter in his mind, but these people were so aggressive, not to mention that he had already given them a chance before, but they had failed to grasp it. Since this was the case, there was no need for himself to let it go. A few people took a slight step back. They had been subdued by Chen Feng's aura, and there was a hint of fear within their eyes. What exactly do you want? I should be the one to ask you guys this. What exactly do you want? Do you really want this ancient book in my hands? Saying that, Chen Feng took out the book, which was still worn out. But seeing the book appear, the eyes of the few people in front of him flashed brightly inside. They were greedy as if they were looking at a piece of fat meat. Chen Feng laughed coldly and reharvested the item. Wanting to get something from my hands? You guys are still a little too young. Let me tell you, this thing is now mine. What's mine is mine. No one can take it. These words were so rampant that the faces of several people became ugly. The man in the lead said viciously, "You can be on our chassis right now, and you also made the old man that way. Do you think the others will let you go?" Although it was a few of them who plotted this, the other few people would definitely be very angry if they saw the old master become the way he is now. The only one who would be avenged at that time would be Chen Feng. How could they not have thought that this matter was actually plotted by a few of them? Are you sure? With that said, Chen Feng came to the old man's side, his hand slowly massaging the old man's arm. From the very beginning when he came here, he knew that this was a hangmen banquet, so every step was taken carefully, just afraid that these people would set a trap, although it had not occurred to him that these people's trap was actually here. But Chen Feng had still left a hand. While sticking the needle just now, he thoroughly pressed another acupoint. It caused the old man to pass out, but his consciousness was awake. It meant that all of their words could be heard by the old master. Now one only needed to press one of the old master's acupoints and the other party would wake up. Seeing Chen Feng's movements, a few people snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with disdain. You don't want to save the old master from waking up, do you? Don't daydream. I'm telling you, it's impossible. However, as soon as the words fell, the old master, who was unconscious just a moment ago, suddenly sat up and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this scene, several people took a step back incredulously as they sucked in a breath of cool air. How is this possible? The old master was not angry, his eyes coldly looking at the several people in front of him. I didn't think that you guys actually harbor such thoughts. What a disappointment to me. As soon as the words fell, the several people immediately broke out into a cold sweat. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the old master had heard what they had just said? The several people glanced at each other. It couldn't be. The old master was clearly unconscious just now. How could he have heard their conversation? The old master seemed to have guessed what was going on in their minds. The old master had indeed invited Chen Feng over to check his health. He meant well, but these people did not mean well. The old master himself was a very kind person, as could be seen from his face. You bunch of fools. I worked so hard to bring you up and keep you under my wing, but I didn't expect you to actually do something like this. Since that's the case, there's no need for you few to stay in the Hu family. Get out! The old master's eyes were filled with disappointment, and upon hearing his words, the few others took a step back, their eyes filled with incredulity. Old master, are you telling the truth with those words? Are you really going to kick us out? Yes, old master, are you really going to kick us out for an outsider? Chen Feng even laughed at this. Was this kicking them out because of himself? The old master wasn't a fool. How could he possibly keep someone who tried to plot against him every day by his side? He had heard the words just now clearly, but these people were still unwilling to believe it. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The old man snorted coldly. Do you guys really think that my old man has passed out? I heard everything you guys said just now, trying to get me killed and still want to stay here. What kind of dreams are you guys dreaming of? The old man's face was red with anger, not realizing that he had raised a white-eyed wolf after decades. Fortunately, he has more sons. Even if he gives up this one, there is another one to make up for it. Saying this, the old master dialed a phone number and didn't know what he said to the other end. But in a moment's time, a few people suddenly barged in. They frowned tightly and directly gave a please gesture to the few people outside. This was an attempt to drive them away. They were originally members of the Hu family, so how could they not know what these few people were doing? These few people were much more powerful than them. There was no way for them to fight hard, so they really gave Chen Feng a vicious look and turned their heads to leave in ashes. The old man let out a long sigh and turned his head to look at Chen Feng. I'm really sorry for today. I didn't expect them to cause so much trouble. Chen Feng shook his head slightly. It's not relevant. What happened to them was their own doing. It has nothing to do with you. The aura inside your body. I've already helped you sort it out. There's no problem next. With that, Chen Feng wanted to leave the place. However, the old master stopped Chen Feng one step ahead of him. Wait a moment. With that, the old master took out an ancient book from inside a nearby cabinet and handed it to Chen Feng. This is another ancient book that they want to get. These sons of mine can't be relied upon anymore. I am also old and will be immortal before long. This one is probably better to give to someone useful. Hearing the words of the other party, a hint of surprise flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. When Chen Feng had dealt with that guy, the other party had always wanted two ancient books. In the beginning, Chen Feng had thought that he was wrong. Now it seemed that he only had one book in his hands, and the other one was actually on his father's body. a bargain for nothing. Not picking it up for nothing. Good, I'll take it then. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. In order to prevent accidents from occurring, the old master had sent his beloved to transport Chen Feng away. After all, the old master was the most aware of his son's nature. His own son was a vindictive one. Having suffered such a big loss here, it was expected that he would retaliate against Chen Feng, and as he was familiar with the environment here, the old master absolutely could not let Chen Feng be affected by any danger. Chapter 67, Car Accident. Chen Feng sat in the car, and the one driving was still the man wearing sunglasses. The man did not say a word, just like a mute. The car drove halfway, when suddenly, a violent shaking sound came, followed by the car braking sharply, as if it had hit something and stumbled violently. Chen Feng frowned slightly and looked around. Now that they had arrived in the city, the vehicles around them were not too many, and there was a car parked next to them, which probably wanted to speed, and as a result, an accidental scrape hit their car. Vehicle sitting on a man and a woman. The man is big and thick, shiny bald head, neck above also hang a gold chain, looks very bad. The man came out aggressively and knocked on Chen Feng's glass. The driver was about to open his mouth, but Chen Feng waved his hand. I'll just go down, you stay in the car. Chen Feng could feel that the driver was an ordinary person who should be specialized in driving, but because of the blessing of the old man, there was no way for the Hu family to move the driver. These two people in front of him were different. They did not know the identity of the driver. If they let the driver go down, he might be the one to get hurt. Chen Feng slowly walked down. The bald man saw Chen Feng's young appearance. The corner of his mouth pulled out a cold smile. How are you driving? Didn't you see our car here? Say it, how do you plan to pay for it? Chen Feng sneered. It was you who tried to overtake and then scraped our car. You are solely responsible. The bald man stared at Chen Feng incredulously. Facing himself, this guy, he actually dared to say such words. A normal person would have already obediently paid the money. Why was this guy so stubborn? The bald man rolled up his sleeves. Open your dog's eyes, take a good look. Is it the old man's full responsibility? With that, the bald man waved his fists. A naked threat. Chen Feng did not have the slightest fear in his eyes. After all, his strength was above the bald man. Watching the bald man's movements was like watching a small child playing. The bald man was irritated by Chen Feng's eyes, and the other man rushed over with vigor, his eyes filled with ferocity. Alright, hubby, this little brother doesn't look like he's doing it on purpose, so don't give him a hard time. The woman next to him gently patted the bald man's shoulder. Little brother, also not we make it difficult for you. You see our car has become this way. Always have to compensate a little bit. The other we will not say. This car is worth several million. This scratch, I'm afraid that there is not 100,000 under. See, you also do not look like a rich man. 100,000 even if 50,000 it. Give us to play 50,000. This matter is settled. It seems to be discussing with Chen Feng, but in reality, it is a lion's mouth. Do you really think you don't know about cars? Such a shabby car, $50,000. Was it made of gold? Chen Feng sneered. You really think I don't know cars? Just this raggedy car of yours, and $50,000. With a little more money, I could have bought one. At this remark, the woman's face also became ugly. This kid is soft and hard. UTMD, let you pay today. What's wrong? Don't want to leave if you don't pay. I'll call the police if you keep this up, said Chen Feng. Took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police. The bald man's eyes flashed a trace of panic inside, while Chen Feng was not paying attention. Immediately snatched Chen Feng's cell phone over. You kids still want to call the police? I told you there isn't any surveillance on this road. Hearing the words he wanted, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. So there isn't any surveillance on this road. That's good. The bald man still did not understand what Chen Feng meant by that, and in the next second, a fiery pain came to his face. The bald man stared incredulously. UTMD, actually dared to hit me. Foul language. Since you've said that there isn't any surveillance on this road, what's wrong with me hitting you? Said this Chen Feng with another slap. The two slaps directly hit the bald man dizzily, not knowing what to say for a while. When he reacted, the bald man wanted to rush over immediately, but how could Chen Feng give him a chance? The moment the other party rushed over, Chen Feng took a step back, followed by another slap. Each slap was viciously thrown onto the bald man's face. The bald man's face was instantly red and swollen, coupled with the comical bald head. It looked like a swollen pig's head that had been beaten. The woman next to him saw this scene and her eyes widened in surprise. You dare to hit my husband, said the woman and lunged over with her teeth and claws open. Chen Feng never hit women. The moment the woman lunged over, she quickly dodged to the side. The woman was wearing what was supposed to be high heels. She stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Her face knocked to the ground and her body was scratched. The woman screamed in panic. Chen Feng snorted coldly. He hadn't done anything. It was this woman who had to pounce on him, and it was also his own fault for turning into this state. Let's go. Chen Feng sat back in the car and spoke to the driver. The driver didn't say anything, just silently started the car. The car started very quickly. The two men still wanted to chase after them, but Chen Feng's car had already taken off. They could only look at the exhaust fumes on the ground. Chen Feng was quickly sent back home. Before his butt was even warmed up, the cell phone next to him suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar caller. Chen Feng picked up the phone. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone. Is this Chen Feng? It's me. May I ask who you are? Don't you even remember me? We were good friends before. There's a class reunion tonight. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Why don't we come and get together? Class reunion. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He did go to school for a few days when he was younger. However, he had stayed there for less than a month, and it did not occur to him that this group of people had invited, and actually invited themselves on as well. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. He could remember that he had not stayed well inside that school. Since that was the case, then it was necessary to go to this reunion. He had not forgotten. At first, he originally had a picture of his parents, but it was because they tore up their parents' photos during their playtime. This kind of thing Chen Feng must get his revenge back. Since you guys invited me, then I'm definitely going. Send me the address. After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone. After a few minutes, the unfamiliar number sent over the location. Tonight at 9 o'clock, so-and-so KTV. Chen Feng sneered. These people had chosen a good place. It was Zhong Haitian's territory. Chen Feng shallowly packed up and went forward to the appointment. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes. Chapter 68 Class Reunion. Chen Feng didn't go too early, and before he even entered the KTV, he heard a burst of laughing and joking sounds coming from inside. There were both men and women, but the voices were all very unfamiliar. Chen Feng slowly pushed open the door, and the people inside turned their heads to look over when they heard the commotion coming from outside. When they saw Chen Feng, a flash of surprise flashed across their eyes. Chen Feng had changed a lot now. He was a different person from his previous skinny appearance. There were a few girls who looked Chen Feng up and down. A hint of amazement flashed in their eyes. Who is this? How come I haven't seen it before? The others were also whispering. This guy is so handsome. Did he go the wrong way? Do you want me to send him back? By the way, I can also ask for a contact information. Chen Feng also sized up the few people in front of him. Although the few people in front of him had grown up, their expressions still had the shadows of their childhood. When they were young, they would have been spiteful and mean, and they hadn't changed much when they grew up. Wasn't it you guys who invited me over? Why are you asking me where I'm from now? As soon as these words came out, a man in the lead suddenly reacted. The man in the lead wore a pair of glasses and looked like a teacher. So it's you. I didn't expect you to change so much, said the man as they gave way. Who is this? The others hadn't reacted yet. This is Chen Feng. Have you guys forgotten? It's the little dwarf from that time. This was a nickname they gave Chen Feng at that time, because Chen Feng was malnourished and skinny at that time. They didn't make fun of Chen Feng with this matter. Even now that they had grown up, these people did not have the slightest sense of shame and still took pleasure in making fun of others. When these words came out, a few people laughed out loud. I thought it was someone else. So it's the little dwarf. It's really something. Now he's finally grown taller. Chen Feng didn't say anything, just looked at them silently. After a few people had laughed enough, the man in the lead said to Chen Feng, where are you working now? Not much of a job. So it's a hobo. Also, looking at the shabby look you're wearing, you don't look like a rich person either. With that said, the conversation turned and they turned their heads to look at the man in the suit next to them. Where does Little Lee work these days? Little Lee smiled gently. I also do a little real estate work, but you guys have chosen this location well. This is the territory of Zhonghai Tian. I know their young master and he is a good friend. Today this meal, I please, knowing the young lord of Zhonghai heaven. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the others. Of course they knew what Middle Sea Sky was. Really? You really know their Shao master? Of course. We even had a conversation about working together last time. He said that he and I hit it off and had a few meals with me. Several people's eyes were filled with envy. Chen Feng, who was sitting inside the corner, had a cold smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Is that so? How did he not know that he had eaten with such a person? This person was really open-mouthed. He could say anything. Just at this moment, a waiter suddenly appeared outside. Inside the other party's hands was an exquisite fruit plate, as well as several bottles of high-grade wine. Looking at these things, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the man in the lead. We didn't order these things. Did you send them by mistake? Not really. This is what the people above specially ordered me to send over. After saying that, the waiter left the place. Hearing this, the other people turned their heads to look at Xiao Li. Xiao Li immediately reacted. I didn't tell him when I came. Who knew he would see me and be so polite? Come on, let's all eat. You're a kid who's mixed up really well. When are you going to introduce me? A few girls looked at Xiaoli with a bright light inside their eyes. Xiaoli's entire body was extremely inflated. The smile at the corner of his mouth never went down. No, I just found a random job. This isn't just a job. Other people couldn't find one even if they wanted to. These words were meant to be meaningful. Although Chen Feng had come to the reunion, it was they who had only sarcastically said a few words at the beginning. Afterward, it was as if he was invisible. Chen Feng was happy to be free. Chen Feng, we've also heard some things about you, even though you don't have a job. But, it's really not good to do that kind of nasty things. The one who spoke was Xiaoli. Hearing the other person's words, all the gazes of all the people turned over. Their eyes flashed with curiosity and carried a gossipy look. One wondered what had happened. What do you mean by that? I've heard all about that incident. The fact that you borrowed someone's identity to woo them is just not very good. Even though a long time has passed since the incident, I feel that it's still necessary for everyone to know about it. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hung up a cold smile. How could he not have thought that the other party would actually take this matter up? Chen Feng took a long breath as a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then I'm going to talk about another matter properly. I remember that you guys tore up one of my photos before. How do you intend to compensate for it? Hearing this, the others froze for a moment. Isn't it just a photo? Why are you so petty? That's right. We're all classmates. It's just one photo. There's no need to be so calculating with everyone. And we're at a class reunion. What are you doing? Want to settle scores with us? Let me tell you, Li is a friend of the young master here. You better weigh your words. As soon as these words were uttered, a few people from outside suddenly walked in. Chen Feng pressed out his cell phone and looked at the few people outside. The man in the lead was dressed in a suit and silently looked at the few people in front of him. Hello guys, I am the manager here. I heard that several of you are the young master's classmates. As soon as these words came out, the man in the lead immediately said with a smile, you might be wrong. We are not the young master's classmates. We are the classmates of the young master's friends. With that, they shoved Little Li over. Little Li's face wore a smile. Manager Zhang, I'm Little Li. I even talked about cooperation with the young master last time. Have you forgotten? How come I don't know that I've talked about cooperation with you? Said Chen Feng as he slowly walked over, smiling lightly. When Manager Zhang saw Chen Feng, an old face immediately put on a smile. So you're here, young master. I didn't see you just now. It was my mistake. The moment these words came out, the crowd's eyes widened incredulously. What was the meaning of this? Why would Manager Zhang call Chen Feng young lord? Could he really be the young lord? How was this possible? But didn't Xiaoli say that he had eaten with the young lord? Why wouldn't he recognize him? Chapter 69, A Chance Encounter. Xiaoli also felt the gazes around him, and his face became extremely ugly. In his heart, he was also very apprehensive. The matter of having dinner with the young lord was originally his nonsense, but after all, no one had ever met the young lord of Zhonghai Sky, coupled with the fact that he had met the person in charge of Zonghaitian with his father before. Thinking about it, jealousy got the better of him and he said such words. But how could he not have thought that the person they had bullied in the past was actually the young lord of Zhonghai Heaven? This was something that no one had expected. The moment Chen Feng said it, Xiaoli was pressured not to believe it. But seeing Manager Zhang say the same thing, Manager Zhang was someone he recognized. It was Manager Zhang who had docked with his father during the previous cooperation. Although it was just a small cooperation, the people who could work in Zhonghaitian were all very good. Little Li was sweating coldly, unable to say a word in the face of the crowd's questioning eyes. Brother Li, didn't you say that you know the young master? What's going on now? Manager Zhang, you've recognized the wrong person. The young master I saw before didn't look like this. This person is a complete fraud. Don't be fooled by him. Even now, Xiaoli was still convinced that Chen Feng could not possibly be the young lord. How could a young lord be like this? Even if he hadn't seen it, he could guess what the young lord looked like. Once Little Li's words came out, the other hearts breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we know him. He's an exceptionally poor person. How could he be the young lord? You guys must be mistaken. The group of people in front of Xiao Zhang were heckling. Manager Zhang's face sank. Although I'm old, I'm not to the point of old eyesight. Who is the young master I can't recognize? Manager Zhang said word for word, his voice unusually majestic. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. It's fine, Manager Zhang. It's just a few of my classmates having a bit of fun here. That being said, you guys haven't answered my question. How do I resolve that matter of you tearing my photo? Daring to tear the young master's photo. The few people following behind Manager Zhang sucked in a breath of cool air. One must know that Zonghaitian was an existence that could only cover the sky here. And Zonghaitian's young master was even more of a godlike existence. No one dared to move here. These little brats actually dared to do such a thing. sympathy flooded inside the eyes of several people. Before, not knowing Chen Feng's identity, they were still able to laugh, but now that they already knew Chen Feng's identity, each one of them was sweating coldly. A few people glanced at each other, and the girls were scared out of their wits, especially the girls at the beginning. They had a million regrets in their hearts. Had they known that they wouldn't have said something like that in the beginning? The ones who didn't say anything in the beginning were somewhat grateful in their hearts. Chen Feng, I didn't think that after so many years of not seeing you, you're actually so developed. Why didn't you say it in the beginning? That's right, causing the students to misunderstand. Chen Feng snorted coldly. It had come to such a point. These people actually could still say such words. Manager Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and directly spoke. You people actually dare to be playful and smile. You dare to touch our young master's things. If you don't make the compensation clear today, you won't be able to leave here today. The moment Manager Zhang's words came out, several people were scared pale. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows as he watched the scene, waiting for the answer from these few people. The few people looked at each other in disbelief, unable to say a single word. There's no need to be so aggressive. We didn't do it on purpose. Besides, how much is that photo of yours? We'll just compensate you. These few people were still unaware of the seriousness of the matter and looked indifferent. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Since this was the case, don't blame him for not being polite. Manager Zhang, remember what I told you before? Manager Zhang nodded slightly. I naturally remember clearly what young lord ordered. After saying that, Manager Zhang let the people next to him bring the remaining few people over. The others still didn't know what had happened. A hint of doubt flashed within their eyes. However, right at this moment, a few familiar people suddenly burst into their eyes. Seeing these few familiar people, a trace of surprise flashed inside their eyes. How is it possible? How could you guys be here? I'll leave these few people for you to take care of. Don't worry, there will be someone beside you to help you. They won't dare to do anything to you. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. The few people just now were all people who were bullied by these few people during their student days, but they were different from Chen Feng. They had no way to retaliate back even after they grew up. Now Chen Feng was giving them a chance. This was also the best lesson for those people. Chen Feng then left the place. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when he left the KTV. There was a cool wind blowing on the road. This was not a lively place, and only a few pedestrians could be seen hurrying past on the road. After walking for not long, Chen Feng suddenly saw an acquaintance. He saw Li Bingbing hurriedly enter a convenience store, and after a few moments, walked out with something looking around. A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This place was indeed very close to the business district. Why would Li Bingbing be here? After looking around, he did not find her car either. Thinking for a moment, Chen Feng walked over. Bingbing, why are you here? Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Li Bingbing was startled and turned her head to see Chen Feng. So it's you. Scared me to death. Seeing the other party's frightened appearance, Chen Feng was even more puzzled. What exactly happened? Why are you sweating profusely? Li Bingbing looked around alertly and rushed at Chen Feng. I came back to get something, and when I passed by that corner, I saw a group of people who were chasing me, and my cell phone was dead, so I wanted to come here to hide. It took going through that corner to get to where her car was parked, but that group of people had been blocking her there, and she didn't dare to go over there even though she was a girl and it was the middle of the night, so it turned out to be so. No wonder the other party didn't look very good. It turned out that something like this had happened. Don't worry, I'll accompany you over there. With Chen Feng by her side, Li Bingbing nodded vigorously and left the place with Chen Feng. The two had just walked to the corner when several people suddenly blocked in front of the two of them. The man in the lead appeared to be in his 20s and was very lewd looking, like a rat that had become a demon. Behind him were several men with dyed hair of various colors. It looked a bit like the punks in this neighborhood. The man in the lead looked at Li Bingbing greedily. The desire in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. Chapter 70, Dating. Kid, a few of us have been squatting here for a very long time. This is not very generous of you to make a move first, is it? Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng frowned, and a moment later, a cold smile hung from the corner of his mouth. What are you talking about? This is my girlfriend. Girlfriend? The leading yellow hair still looked Chen Feng up and down, a disdainful humming laugh coming out from inside his mouth. Just you kid, still want such a beautiful girlfriend? I advise you brat to hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame the brothers for being impolite. Do you know where I am from? If you dare to touch me, you guys will be finished. I don't care where you are from. Since you've arrived at the brothers' territory, then you have to listen to your brother's words. It looked like it didn't make sense. These guys were originally gangsters. They didn't know anything. Even if they took out Li Bingbing's identity, the other party didn't have the slightest fear. Since this is the case, then we can only rely on the fists to say things. There were no surveillance cameras in this corner, and because of this, these people were incomparably rampant. Chen Feng silently protected Li Bingbing behind him and turned his head to give the other party a reassuring look. The two of us have to go today. I'd like to see how those few people are going to leave the two of us behind. Chen Feng's words completely enraged the other party. Yellow Hair let out an angry shout. Brothers, give this kid a little color. With that, several people rushed over. They were outnumbered. It was hard not to be able to deal with one Chen Feng. Chen Feng sneered. The moment these few people rushed past, he shoved Li Bingbing to the other side. Immediately afterward, one person greeted all of them. Chen Feng grabbed the fist of the man leading the charge and squeezed it, causing his bones to creak. The man also did not expect Chen Feng to be so fast. Grabbing his fist in one go, he tried to struggle to pull his hand back, but Chen Feng's strength was so great that no matter what, there was no way he could get his hand back. Damn it, why is this kid so strong? Yellow Hair couldn't help but spit out, and when the people next to him saw the situation, they rushed to punch and kick Chen Feng. However, even so, their fists still did not touch Chen Feng. In front of Chen Feng, these people were like chickens with open teeth and claws. Even if they pushed harder, there was no way they could touch themselves. Chen Feng did not want to delay too long with them either. Releasing Yellow Hair's hand, he kicked down the man with dyed green hair next to him, immediately followed by two slaps that slapped the other two people senseless. It was only a matter of moments. The people who were clamoring around them fell to the ground. They looked at Chen Feng incredulously. No one had expected Chen Feng's ability to be so powerful. A trace of panic flashed inside their eyes. What should we do? This guy seems to be more powerful than we thought. Hearing the other party's words, the others fell silent for a moment. Their faces also became more and more ugly. Chen Feng stood lightly in front of them. However, Yellow Hair was still very unconvinced, and he felt that it was just luck that Chen Feng was able to dodge their attacks just now. Even if he had a bit of skill, with so many of them, how could he possibly deal with it? It must have been his luck just now. I've told you all to go together. Go together. You guys have to go over one by one. Hearing the other party's words, the little brothers behind them, innocence flickered inside their eyes. It was clear that they had just rushed over together, but this guy was just too powerful. Before they even had the chance to make a move, the other party had already knocked them to the ground. Each other's strength was simply not on a line of balance. How was this going to be fought? Chen Feng slowly came in front of Yellow Hair, who was a head shorter than Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked down at Yellow Hair, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yellow Hair's face became ugly. It was as if he had forgotten the pain of being beaten just now as he lunged again with his teeth and claws open. Chen Feng effortlessly pressed down on his head, and Yellow Hair couldn't move, as if his entire head was about to be pressed to pieces. A burst of pain came from the top of his head. Yellow Hair couldn't help but scream miserably. His screams were very mournful, scaring the people around him. Let's go back first. It's already very late. Li Bingbing hurriedly spoke. Hearing Li Bingbing's words, Chen Feng turned his head to look at her and gently nodded, his face returning to its original bland appearance. The two people did not pay any attention to the group of people who had fallen to the ground and turned their heads to leave the place. I'll take you back first. After all, it wasn't too safe for a girl to drive alone. And upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a flash of surprise flashed across Li Bingbing's eyes. She also did not expect Chen Feng to take the initiative to say such words, and a few flushes of redness floated on her cheeks. Good. Speaking of which, although the two of them already had a marriage contract, their time together with each other was relatively short. It just so happened that she didn't have any work to deal with recently. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bingbing turned her head to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was driving with great concentration, and his steely gaze entered Li Bingbing's eyes. Li Bingbing was momentarily shaken. In the beginning, she didn't think very highly of Chen Feng, but as she got along with him, she saw the changes in this man in her eyes. In her heart, her impression of Chen Feng had also changed drastically. Li Bingbing coughed gently. Are you free tomorrow? I'm free. What are you looking for me for? There's an exhibition tomorrow. I happen to have 2 tickets. Do you want to go with me? Chen Feng froze for a moment, turning his head to look at Li Bingbing. Li Bingbing's hand unconsciously clasped her bag tightly. Her heart was very apprehensive, her heart beating very fast, as if it was going to jump out of her chest in the next second. Chen Feng laughed lightly. Of course, I'll accompany you. Speaking of which, he himself hadn't had a good time relaxing either. Not to mention, it had all been promised to Li Bingbing before that the two of them would have to maintain their relationship first. However, Chen Feng hadn't spent much time with girls in the mountains for 10 years, and the two of them shared a car with a slightly awkward face. He could only hide his awkwardness by driving. A little bit of time passed, and Chen Feng sent Li Bingbing to the door of his house. Where is the car parked? I'll take a taxi back. It's very late now. They shouldn't be able to get a cab. Anyway, our home is huge. Might as well. Saying that, Li Bingbing's face reddened again. The whole face was like being roasted by fire. Yes, it's rare to come once. I've already let Aunt Wang pack up the house, so you can stay here. The old master cheerfully walked out. Li Bingbing's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping, Grandpa? Chapter 71, Finding Fault. I'm ready to sleep. Isn't this waiting for you? Said Elder Li, squeezing his eyes at Li Bingbing. Li Bingbing instantly understood what Elder Li meant and turned her head to look at Chen Feng with an expectant face. Facing such a hospitable old master, Chen Feng had no way to refuse and slowly nodded. Alright then, excuse me. The room prepared for Chen Feng was right next door to Li Bingbing's room. Chen Feng simply washed up and returned to his room to rest. The next morning, the two left the mansion. The exhibition they were going to see was a bit far from here. It was a large museum that had more than just a variety of antiques. There was also a huge underground auction. When Chen Feng and Li Bingbing went over, it was already filled with all sorts of luxury cars. It wasn't easy to get the viewing tickets here. Only people from the big families would get them. Before they could even walk in, a burst of sneering voices came from their ears. Isn't this Bingbing? Why are you also good at this? Only a woman in a suit walked over. Seeing the woman, Li Bingbing's eyes went cold. The woman in front of her was someone who was competing with her for a project, and the other party was likewise a strong woman with undeniable strength, but not a good character. Because she was jealous of Li Bingbing, she repeatedly looked for trouble from her. A trace of boredom flashed through Li Bingbing's eyes, not thinking that it was not easy to take a break to come and see the exhibition, but as a result, she still met this guy. What's wrong? Are you upset about meeting me? Your project hasn't been taken care of yet, right? And now you're out wandering around with a man. The more the woman said, the more energized she became, especially when she saw that Li Bingbing didn't refute herself. She thought she had poked her sore spot. Li Bingbing let out a long sigh. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Feng went to take the first step and blocked in front of Li Bingbing. I'm sorry, I remember that loud talking is not allowed here. Since you are also someone who was invited here, I hope you know a little bit about the rules. Gabbing is just too noisy. With a single sentence, the words the woman was about to say were all blocked back. The woman's face was red with anger, going to take Chen Feng without any solutions. Chen Feng slowly walked over with Li Bingbing, not even giving the woman a single glance. It was as if the other party was air. This was a great humiliation for the woman. The woman stomped her foot viciously, the sound of her high-heeled shoes especially noticeable inside the silent showroom. Many people's gazes were focused over. After walking for not long, Chen Feng suddenly stopped in front of a picture. Li Bingbing's gaze was also attracted over. The painting was extremely artistic and was worth a lot at a glance. The main thing was that it was hung in the very center. Seeing Chen Feng stopping here for such a long time, Li Bingbing smiled lightly. Do you like it? I can give it to you if you like it. What are you kidding? Can you afford this painting? And even if you can afford the owner of this painting, there's no way you can sell this painting. You're insulting the owner of this painting with that statement. I don't know where a little kid appeared from, looking 16 or 17 years old, wearing a straight little suit, condescending, looking at Li Bingbing. A 16 or 17-year-old was already very tall in terms of development. This kid carried a sense of mixed blood, but the words he said were exceptionally obnoxious. It looked like he was quite polite, but the words he said were extremely unpleasant. What do you mean by that? Let me tell you, this painting has already been reserved by my father. My father and the painter of this painting are friends. Even if you want it, you can't get it. The boy was incomparably arrogant, and the words he said made the two men frown tightly. Chen Feng sneered. Really? It's a pity. I really like this painting, so I'm going to buy it. Are you unable to understand my words? You can't get this painting at all. I advise you to give up. The voices over here managed to attract the attention of the people around them. The manager who was explaining at the side also slowly walked over, and when he saw the boy in his heart, a smile instantly hung on his face. Isn't this Xiaoxi? Where's your father? Xiaoxi snorted coldly. My dad just went to get something. He will be back later. Uncle Wang, do you think this painting is mine? Then of course it's yours, said Xiaoxi as she looked at Chen Feng and Li Bingbing proudly. Chen Feng did not say anything. He just silently took out a business card from inside his pocket and handed this one to the manager. I want this painting. At first, the manager hadn't reacted to what was happening. In the next second, after carefully looking at the business card in his hand, a hint of surprise flashed inside his eyes. What? You're actually someone from Zhonghai Tian. The manager's eyes widened incredulously. I want this painting. Of course. You can give me your address and it will be delivered right away to where you live. Chen Feng turned his head to look at the boy. Xiaoxi's eyes widened incredulously. What did you say? Uncle Wang, didn't I say that I love this painting? My father will buy this painting. Xiaoxi, you don't know. This painting will be bought from your dad. People see it first. Whoever pays first gets it first. The little kid didn't know what Zhonghaitian was at all. looking viciously at Chen Feng. His eyes were filled with indignation. I'm telling you, you're finished. My father won't let you go. A 16 or 17-year-old should know a lot, but this guy acted like he hadn't grown up. He should be someone who had been spoiled by his parents too much. Saying that, Xiao Shi left the place, trotting along the way. He seemed to be in a hurry to find someone. Chen Feng snorted coldly and ignored the child, instead taking a card and handing it to the manager. Li Bingbing on the side also saw this scene. Li Bingbing looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression. Previously, there were many people who told themselves that finding an engagement partner should be a good match, although he didn't know why. Grandpa insisted on finding Chen Feng, but now it seemed that Grandpa was still very far-sighted, not to mention the fact that the family was a good match. One must know that according to Chen Feng's status, how many beautiful women wanted to become his girlfriend. Li Bingbing somehow had a very uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Looking at Li Bingbing in a daze, Chen Feng gently patted Li Bingbing's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Li Bingbing's face raised a smile. I'm fine. I'm not uncomfortable anywhere. Just rest assured. Let's go. Let's go to the front and take a look. Saying that, Li Bingbing took the lead and walked towards the front. Chen Feng frowned and followed Li Bingbing's pace. It was but a moment's effort. A man's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Are you the ones bullying my son? Chapter 72 Invitation. As the man's voice traveled over, followed by a father and son walking over in a condescending manner, Chen Feng frowned tightly and turned his head to look over. The boy walked over with his father, who was probably in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a suit, with a hint of impatience between his brows. The others were in a state of watching the show. They knew the man's identity, but they did not know Chen Feng's identity. A few people got together and whispered, Dad, that's him, that's the one who's trying to take away my things. As his son's words left his mouth, the man looked Chen Feng up and down, a hint of disdain flashing inside his eyes. The man had never seen Chen Feng before, and naturally did not know Chen Feng's identity as he hummed and laughed disdainfully. So it's you. I advise you, it's best to return the item to my son, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. The person next to him kept trying to speak, but the man continued to ramble on, and he couldn't even get a word in. Chen Feng waved his hand, stopping the other party from continuing to speak, and leisurely came before the man. I saw this thing first. Why, did you paint this picture? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the man froze for a moment. It turned out that Chen Feng wanted to buy this painting. The man frowned tightly. I've already reserved this painting. Even if you came here first, this painting cannot be yours, and I know the author of this painting. There's absolutely no way he would sell this painting to you. Is that so? Then you can call him over. I would like to see if he is willing to sell this painting to me. Listening to Chen Feng swearing with conviction, the man's heart was drumming. Not sure why. He always felt that Chen Feng was not exaggerating. Rather, he really knew the painter. There was a slight apprehension in the man's heart, but he quickly returned to normal. The corners of the other party's mouth hooked up slightly, and there was a hint of disdain inside his eyes. The man did indeed know this painter. Since this was the case, it was necessary to call the painter over. As the man dialed the phone, a rough voice came from the other end. Without knowing what was said, the man hung up the phone. Good, it just so happens that he's nearby. I'd like to see if you recognize him or not. So a few people waited here for a little while. After about half an hour had passed, a man hurriedly walked over. This man looked to be in his 20s, dressed in a half-length dress and with half-length hair. He looked very artistic. The man's eyes revealed a glimmer of light inside when he saw the boy's father. It seemed that he hadn't expected his friend to actually be here. What is it that you are looking for me for? The man asked curiously. I remember you left this painting for me. Right, so what about this man? At first, this painter did not see Chen Feng. It was just that all of his attention was focused entirely on his friend. It was only when he saw his friend's gesture that the painter saw Chen Feng. A trace of surprise flashed inside the other party's eyes, which widened incredulously. It seemed that he had not expected Chen Feng to appear here. Why are you here? Hearing the honorific used by the painter, the man next to him also froze in place. The man in front of him looked to be in his 20s at most, and this painter was definitely older than Chen Feng's age. To actually use honorifics, what exactly was this Chen Feng's identity? A trace of panic flashed inside the man's eyes. Chen Feng laughed lightly. I just came over to have a look and happened to see this painting and thought that it was painted very well, so I wanted to collect it. A hint of surprise flashed inside the painter's eyes. It's an honor for my painting to be seen by you. Saying that, he turned his head and addressed his best friend again. I'm really sorry. Originally this painting was reserved for you, but now this painting has a greater use. If you like it, I can paint another one for you. The meaning of these words was obvious. The man's child next to him was 16 or 17 years old. The other party was not ignorant of anything. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare in surprise. As far as he knew, this painter was a very famous one. and the identity of the person in front of him was unknown to him. Why would this painter be so respectful to him? A hint of panic flashed inside the boy's eyes. The man also didn't expect this to happen. His cheeks were on fire with pain. In the beginning, he was still pretending here. At that time he hadn't expected something like this to happen at all. The entire person was in a state of panic. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the man. The people next to him also stared in surprise. They hadn't expected something like this to happen either. A long sigh escaped. The eyes that looked like Chen Feng carried an inexplicable look within them. Let's go over there and take a look. Li Bingbing suddenly spoke. Hearing Li Bingbing's words, Chen Feng nodded. Chen Feng no longer paid attention to these few people, but turned his head and Li Bingbing to another place. Originally, he thought that he would be able to watch the exhibition properly after this matter was dealt with. As a result, it did not occur to him that the next second, familiar people appeared in front of Li Bingbing. Cousin, long time no see ah. Li Bingbing tightly frowned. Just how unlucky was she? How did one see this guy again? The woman in front of her was none other than Li Bingbing's cousin. The cousin didn't have much ability, her heart was very bad, and her character wasn't good either. Every day she thinks about how to fish for men. Looking at the cousin's eyes as she looked at Chen Feng, I guess she wanted to take Chen Feng as his prey again. Previously, Li Bingbing had also found a few boyfriends, but without exception, these boyfriends were all screwed over by her cousin. Although the character of these boyfriends was not good, but the cousin's behavior still made Li Bingbing very angry. Basically, there was no coming and going. Today was probably bad luck. Actually saw this guy again. At first Chen Feng wanted to say hello, but suddenly saw Li Bingbing's eyes. Chen Feng's hand to greet him was instantly put down with a look of indifference. The cousin also saw Chen Feng and looked up and down, a hint of calculation flashing inside her eyes. Your brother-in-law, we're still meeting for the first time. Hello. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng imperceptibly frowned. As for Li Bingbing beside him, after seeing her cousin's eyes, she immediately pulled Chen Feng behind her. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first. Wait a minute, what's the rush? The two of us haven't seen each other for a long time. We mustn't catch up on old times. I know you guys don't have time today. How about this? In 2 days it's my birthday. Specially invite you two over. Chapter 73, Rescue. With that, the cousin stuffed the invitation into Chen Feng's hand. Obviously, Li Bingbing was standing even closer than her cousin, but this guy had chosen to only stuff the invitation into his own hand. Chen Feng frowned tightly. Chen Feng wasn't a fool, and could also see some ambiguous glances from the other party. Chen Feng took a slight step back, a hint of displeasure flickering in his heart, but the cousin left the place after stuffing something into Chen Feng's hand. Li Bingbing silently looked at the thing in Chen Feng's hand with a complicated expression, but did not say a word. Chen Feng let out a long sigh and handed the thing in his hand to Li Bingbing. What's going on with this cousin of yours ah? I seem to remember that I haven't seen her before. This is a bit overzealous. Hearing the other party's words, Li Bingbing let out a long sigh. My cousin is like this. She wants to go up and hook up with any man she sees, so you better be careful. Her methods are not simple. It doesn't matter, as long as we don't go. Li Bingbing shook her head slightly. After thinking for a moment, Li Bingbing felt that this was a good opportunity. A good opportunity to test Chen Feng. After all, it's my cousin. If the other party invites you, you definitely have to go over there. Otherwise you'll fall on your tongue and it won't be good at that time. This was just an excuse. If Li Bingbing wasn't willing to go, there was no way for the others to settle for it. But since the other party had already said such words, Chen Feng gently nodded. Since Li Bingbing wanted to go, then he would accompany Li Bingbing to go together. However, he was curious as to what kind of big waves a little cousin could make. After strolling around with Li Bingbing for a while, the two of them left the place. Other than the matter of the cousin, not much else happened. But for some reason, Chen Feng always had a very apprehensive feeling in his heart. It always felt like things weren't quite right. Li Bingbing also seemed to have seen the look in Chen Feng's eyes. Somewhat worried, she asked, "What's wrong with you? Is your body not feeling well?" Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng shook his head slightly. "It's not that I'm not feeling well, it's just that I always feel that there's something that I haven't dealt with. Let me send you home first." It was already very late in the day, so it wasn't too safe for Li Bingbing to go home alone. Hearing the other party's words, Li Bingbing didn't push back and nodded slightly. The two then left the place one after the other. The parking lot was on that side of the bridge, and this pavilion they were currently in was on the other side of the bridge. It was on a small island. Just after crossing the bridge, they suddenly saw a person standing at the edge of the bridge and jumped off unawares. The two people instantly froze in place. Time had not yet reacted to what had happened. Immediately afterward, Chen Feng quickly rushed over and jumped directly into the bottomless river, scooping up the person with one hand. The person standing on the bank also froze in place. Originally standing next to them was a young couple. At the beginning they were still talking nicely. I don't know what happened. The girl just suddenly jumped, and the boy next to her was indifferent. It was only after freezing for a while that he panicked. Li Bingbing's eyes were filled with anxiety. She also hadn't expected Chen Feng to jump down so unhesitatingly. However, Chen Feng was not very worried. After all, he had spent 10 years in the mountains. What skills had he not learned? Not to mention this tiny river. Even if he jumped into the ocean, he could still swim freely. The woman kept struggling. Her instinctive desire to survive made her frantically press down after grabbing Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng's water was extremely good, plus Chen Feng's strength was much greater than the woman's. So Chen Feng dragged the woman up without much effort, because she had just jumped. Plus Chen Feng's speed was exceptionally fast, so the woman did not pass out. It just kept choking out water. The man next to her looked at Chen Feng gratefully. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, his girlfriend might have died here today. And when Li Bingbing on the side saw Chen Feng coming over, she hurriedly took her own jacket and wiped the water for Chen Feng. A flash of heartache flashed in Li Bingbing's eyes. Why didn't you say anything and just jumped straight down? How cold is that river water? What if? That last sentence. Li Bingbing finally did not say it. Seeing Li Bingbing's worried appearance, Chen Feng gently smiled. Don't worry, my water is extremely good. Otherwise I wouldn't have jumped. Chen Feng lightly wiped his clothes and turned his head to look at the young couple. The young couple was still grateful. Especially that man. His entire body had been stunned. Only now did he react. Looking at Chen Feng with tearful eyes, he nearly gave Chen Feng an E. Chen Feng waved his hand slightly. You pair of young lovers, in the future, don't just jump into the river when you're fighting. That's a life. If you jump, there's really nothing left. Hearing Chen Feng's persuasion, the two nodded vigorously. Li Bingbing looked at Chen Feng with a hint of complexity within her eyes. It was as if she hadn't been able to see through what kind of person Chen Feng was from the very beginning. In the beginning, she had thought that it was just an honest person. Now it seemed like she had thought wrong. The man in front of her seemed to be even more charming than she had imagined. Thinking about it, the corner of Li Bingbing's mouth hung up a smile. Even Li Bingbing herself did not notice the inexplicable smile on her face. Let's go. Chen Feng turned his head and pulled Li Bingbing's hand slowly towards the front. There was a cool breeze blowing at night. Li Bingbing's hand was fiery hot to the extreme. And even though Chen Feng's body was cold, holding this hand was as if it felt as if his body had warmed up as well. Let's find a place to change clothes first. It's not good for you to keep wearing these wet clothes. I still have a jacket that you can put on first. Having gone down in a hurry just now, Chen Feng had gone down directly in his clothes. Now all the clothes on his body were wet. Hearing Li Bingbing's words, Chen Feng gently nodded. There was no place to change clothes around here, and the only place to change was in the car. Chen Feng and Li Bingbing arrived at the parking lot. Li Bingbing stood outside while Chen Feng went in to change his clothes. Li Bingbing's clothes were relatively small, and when worn on Chen Feng's body, they had a tight feeling. It emphasized the muscles on his body to the fullest. Seeing Chen Feng finish changing his clothes, Li Bingbing was about to get into the car. As soon as she opened the car door, Chen Feng, who looked like he was wearing tight clothes, came into view. The muscle lines on his body were beautiful. Li Bingbing's cheeks flashed a red cloud, slightly coughed to get into the car. Chapter 74 Participation. I'll send you back first. As for that matter of your cousin, I'll come to you tomorrow. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Bingbing gently nodded. Not much was said along the way. After sending Li Bingbing off, Chen Feng returned home. Chen's father and mother had already gone to bed. Chen Feng opened his computer and looked at the message sent over by the people from Zhonghaitian side. Slightly frowning. You're saying that kid is now being kept in the Su family? Inside the email was talking about Chen Feng. He had already been sent in before and was supposed to be a waste of space, but for some unknown reason, the Su family's people had fished him out in an unprecedented manner, and it was also Su Qinghe who personally fished him out. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Now knowing who all the people who helped them rob the Chen family were, all the others were within reason. That was the only person that Chen Feng was puzzled by. After Zhong Haitian's investigation, this person was related to himself, a distant uncle of his, who first had a particularly good relationship with his family. Both sides have also helped, although they have not been in contact for a long time, but after all, they are related by blood. And then how it is impossible to help outsiders off. There was definitely a reason for this, but the years were too long ago, and most of it was verbalized at that time. It wasn't recorded on any paper and there was no way to know why. There was a video attached to the bottom of the email that was sent. The video was of a man who had been rescued from abroad earlier, a man who had recuperated well, and the man inside the video gave an account of all that had happened earlier. But after all, he had been abroad for a few years with a frightened heart, so there were some things he couldn't remember. The only thing he remembered clearly was the incident that led to his return abroad, but it was only a verbal video, without any evidence. selling what was once the Chen family's trade secrets to their rivals. This was an important element that led to the destruction of the Chen family. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. The evidence above was not enough to bring down the opponent, so they had to be careful. Not to mention that what they had done was probably already discovered by the other party, and that distant relative must have already found a place to hide. Trying to find the other party wasn't that easy. Not to mention that it was not certain if this person was alive or not. A hint of annoyance flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. Taking a long breath, Chen Feng closed his computer and lay down on his bed. Suddenly, the alert tone of a cell phone text message sounded, and the faint glow of the cell phone was unusually obvious in the room where the lights were turned off. Chen Feng opened his cell phone to take a look. On it was the message of $2 million being credited to his bank card. This was sent over by Zhang Haitian's side, and he would get a dividend for every cooperation. This was the dividend from the most recent cooperation. It was easy to rise again. After all, he had enough money now. But Chen Feng did not intend to rise again. He wanted to get back all the splendor that once belonged to the Chen family. Definitely not letting these people get away with it. Even if the current Chen family was in shambles, it was in their hands, and in their own hands, it would have the power to rise from the dead. The time Chen Feng and Li Bingbing had agreed on was 9 o'clock in the morning. When the sky had just dawned, Chen Feng had already woken up, a pair of eyes staring straight at the ceiling. It was still early, but it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. But he couldn't sleep, so he sat up. Mother Chen had also just gotten up, preparing to cook for the family. When she saw Chen Feng walk out from inside the room, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Why are you awake so early?" Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng let out a light laugh. "I slept too early yesterday, so it turned out to be so." "Then sit down first, I'll wrap a copycat for you to eat this morning." A smile hung on Mother Chen's face, and a trace of warmth crossed Chen Feng's heart. It had been a long time since he had eaten breakfast. Mother Chen's handiwork was excellent and very fast. In just half an hour, a steaming bowl of chicken soup capra appeared on the table. Mother Chen handed the spoon to Chen Feng. "Quickly taste it and see how it tastes." Hearing his mother's words, Chen Feng nodded vigorously and carefully tasted the copy hand made by his mother. The flavor was very delicious. In fact, the fresh soup warmed the inside of his stomach. Looking at the copy hand inside the bowl, a hint of complexity flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. This was the first time he had eaten his mother's copied hands. It was really delicious. It was much more delicious than all those mountain delicacies he had eaten. Watching Chen Feng freeze in place, Chen mother asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Don't like it?" Chen Feng shook his head. "No, I like it very much. I've just never eaten such delicious capra before." Hearing what Chen Feng said, his mother was very happy. "Eat more if it's delicious. If it's not enough, Mom will pack it for you again." Chen Feng nodded vigorously. After finishing his meal at almost 7 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived outside the Li family. Li Bingbing packed up her things, and just as she walked out the door, she saw Chen Feng walking down from the car. A trace of surprise flashed through Li Bingbing's eyes. "Why did you come so early? Wasn't the appointment at 9 o'clock in the morning?" "I got up early today, so I came early as well." "Let's go. Take my car." Since the two were going to the same place, there was no need for one person to have a car. Li Bingbing nodded gently, following the address. Chen Feng and Li Bingbing quickly arrived at one of the largest clubs in the city. The largest box in the center was wrapped up, and before they even entered, they heard a burst of lively sounds coming from inside. Chen Feng and Li Bingbing walked in. Once inside, a burst of smoke hit their faces. The entire box inside is smoky. There weren't a lot of girls inside, only a few that looked a bit like little girls. The others are all men in suits. Every man had a cigarette in his hand, so it was no wonder that the box was in such a state. Seeing Chen Feng and Li Bingbing walk over, a glimmer of light flashed in her cousin's eyes. "You guys came ah?" Chen Feng did not have any expression on his face and nodded gently. Even though Li Bingbing hated this cousin, the proper politeness was still required, and placed a prepared gift on the table. However, the cousin did not even look at Li Bingbing, and looked at Chen Feng one after another, looking up and down as she did so. Not only was the cousin looking, even the several little girls next to her also looked Chen Feng up and down, a flash of amazement in their eyes. Compared to the few crooked dates inside the box, Chen Feng's handsomeness stood out. The other men's gazes were all focused on Li Bingbing's body. Originally, he thought that his cousin was already pretty enough. As a result, I didn't expect that compared to Li Bingbing, it was simply one heaven and one earth. There was no way to compare the cousin to Li Bingbing. A few men's eyes seemed to stick to Li Bingbing's body. Li Bingbing frowned slightly and took a step back. Chapter 75, Trouble. Li Bingbing's face wasn't very pretty, looking very resistant to these people's gazes, coupled with the fact that this place was so smoky. As soon as she came in, she kept coughing and coughing, her cheeks turning red. Cousin came next to a few girls and winked at a few girls, who then immediately understood what she meant. A few girls quickly came to Li Bingbing's side. pulling and tugging to bring Li Bingbing to her seat. You're her cousin, right? We've heard of your name before, and heard her say that you're very pretty, and I was curious before, but now I've finally met you. The two people were not very familiar with each other. As a friend of the cousin, how could they possibly say such words? A trace of doubt flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. These words were said in such a way that one would think that the two were good friends. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. Li Bingbing was a very educated person. Even if such a person spoke strangely, Li Bingbing's face still wore a smile. Looking at the smoke inside the room, have a sip of water first to slow it down. With that, he poured a cup of water from inside the cup and handed it to Li Bingbing. Li Bingbing was about to take a sip of the water. After all, the smoke around here choked her straight up and she coughed, walking as if the inside was filled with a foreign substance. Itching unbearably, Chen Feng stepped forward and snatched the cup of water from Li Bingbing's hand. I don't think there's any way to relieve it by drinking water. It's better to go out and get some fresh air. You guys play first. With that, Chen Feng pulled Li Bingbing out. The surrounding people also did not expect such a thing to happen. A hint of displeasure flashed inside the mom's eyes. Only after Chen Feng had left did a few of the girls reapproach their cousin. What should we do? This guy doesn't drink water at all. So how do we pull him down? Not only did a trace of impatience flash through the eyes of these few girls, the eyes of the surrounding men were also filled with desire. Didn't you say you'd bring your cousin to give us a taste? How come you haven't even touched the skin now? That's right, you won't keep your word, right? And why did this woman bring a man over? Don't argue, that man is mine. You guys wait first, I'll go out and take a look. After breathing a few mouthfuls of fresh air outside, Li Bingbing's cough gradually eased. What happened just now? There's something wrong with that water just now. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Bingbing stared incredulously. It did not occur to her that Chen Feng had seen through it at a glance. What do you mean by that? If you drank that water just now, I'm afraid that something bad would happen, that's why I brought you out. Li Bingbing frowned tightly. It shouldn't be very likely. After all, she doesn't have that much guts. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. You shouldn't underestimate how jealous she is of you. Chen Feng was right. Li Bingbing knew that this cousin had always disliked herself, and was very jealous of herself. Generally speaking, she had to have what she had. According to what Chen Feng said, she might really do something like this. Then what should I do now? A trace of entanglement flashed inside Li Bingbing's eyes. If they left now, it wasn't very reasonable. But if they didn't leave and something like that happened, what should they do? Not to mention that it was smoky in there. When she went in, she kept coughing. Once she coughed, her brain wouldn't be able to think. A dark color flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. To actually dare to scheme against them, this woman would have to be ready to pay the price she deserved. Don't worry, feel free to follow me over there. I'll handle this matter. Seeing the certainty in Chen Feng's eyes, Li Bingbing nodded vigorously. It was fortunate that she had brought Chen Feng over today. Otherwise, she might have seen something happen on her own. The two stood outside for a while and were about to go back when their cousin suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Have you two rested enough? Everyone is about to cut the cake. Come in quickly. Hearing the other's words, the two slowly walked over. Cousin, how come only the two of us were invited? Doesn't anyone in the family know about your birthday? Chen Feng asked indifferently. Hearing Chen Feng's words, his cousin's face turned ugly. Li Bingbing on the side also realized what Chen Feng wanted to say. The other party's eyes picked up slightly. Right, cousin, it's not too good for you to spend your birthday alone. I've already notified the people in the family. They should be on their way here. What? If the people from the home side came over, wouldn't all of their plans go down the drain? And if the people inside the family saw themselves mixing with this group of people, the people from the family would definitely not spare themselves. The cousin's eyes were filled with panic. Although she had such an image outside, but inside the home she was a good girl. Only Li Bingbing was able to see her true appearance. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You just wanted to ruin my birthday party. Hearing her cousin's words, Li Bingbing laughed out loud. What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who invited me over? How could I possibly sabotage you? I was just kindly informing the family. Although the words were said this way, there was no smile within Li Bingbing's eyes. The people on the side also heard these words, and a trace of entanglement flashed inside their eyes. A few people were extremely anxious. After all, this feeling of having fat meat at their mouth but not being able to take a single bite of it was just too unbearable. One person couldn't stand it and directly stood up. He was closer to Li Bingbing. Anyway, this woman had already promised to give this person to herself. It shouldn't matter much to let him touch it. Not to mention that there were so many of them. As long as the door was closed, they would still be allowed to do whatever they wanted. These few people were the scum of society. They didn't have any bottom line in the first place. Now that they encountered such a good opportunity, they naturally wouldn't let it go. To die under the peony flower, to be a ghost was also a good thing. Seeing the other party's salty pig's claws about to reach Li Bingbing's body, Chen Feng was quick on his feet and quickly opened the man's hand. The man was startled, and there was an additional red mark on his hand, and the entire palm of his hand was in fiery pain. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth pulled. "This is my girlfriend. Remove your salty pig claws? This person is not for you to move." Chen Feng's actions managed to annoy them. The faces of a few people became unusually ugly. A few people glanced at each other as they became annoyed. "Don't give your face to me? I'll do it today. What's up?" They were outnumbered. Is it hard for this kid to still be able to them all over with his own strength? Several people were eyeing the tiger. The cousin on the side also didn't expect this to happen. The actions just now had startled the cousin as well. Chapter 76 Settlement. At the beginning, when I met these people, I only knew that these people were vicious, but I didn't think that the other party wouldn't even give this face. As soon as they came up, they were like this. Cousin reacted and quickly asked, "What are you guys doing?" The person next to him hummed and laughed disdainfully, turning his head to look at his cousin. "What do you think we're doing? Cut the crap. Old me is ing suffocating, and you're still pretending." How could this man not understand his cousin's mind? Nakedly putting his mind on display. Hearing this, the cousin's eyes widened incredulously. "I didn't expect my own mind to be exposed like this." The cousin smiled awkwardly, but at the moment, Chen Feng's gaze was focused on the few people in front of him and had no time to care about her. These few people actually dared to make a move on his girlfriend in front of him. Then he definitely couldn't let go of the few people in front of him. And these few people also saw Chen Feng's eyes, and a hint of displeasure flashed in the other's eyes. "Kid, what kind of eyes are those? I advise you, you'd better put your eyes away. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite." Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng hummed and laughed disdainfully. These people didn't even know that they were about to die, and they were actually still arrogant here. Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to give the man a slap. This slap was given extremely hard. The man was dazed and nearly fell to the ground. The entire half of his cheek was red and swollen. The man's eyes widened incredulously. "How dare you TMD hit me?" No one had ever hit him since he was a child. After growing up, he was also a snake in the ground. It didn't occur to him that he was actually beaten by a kid now. This led him, how could he swallow this bad breath? A moment later, Lai lunged over with his teeth open. However, Chen Feng was not afraid in the slightest, looking towards the other party's movements. In the moment when the other party came over, with a ferocious thunderbolt, he pulled the man's hair. This was immediately followed by a left and right strike. The already red and swollen cheeks became even more swollen. Even the original face could not be seen. Only the high swollen lumps of flesh could be seen. This comical look made everyone present couldn't help but laugh out loud. But after all, it was their own boss who had been beaten. There was no way for them to laugh out loud. "You few, what are you still standing here for? Lousy has already been beaten. You guys are actually still standing there. Why don't you hurry up and get on me?" With the boss's roar, the other few people also reacted. They had originally revealed greedy expressions when they saw Li Bingbing. Originally, they thought that Li Bingbing was in their pocket. They could savor this flower of the high country. It didn't occur to them that they would be interrupted again halfway. It would have made them very upset. Now they heard the words of their boss. Several people rubbed their fists. They planned to deal with Chen Feng together. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. The movements of these few people were like snails in his eyes. They were originally ordinary people. They also only knew some three-legged kung fu. It was not worth mentioning in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng effortlessly knocked a few people to the ground. The cousin on the side also saw this scene. The other party's incredulous one's eyes. The eyes that saw Chen Feng grew hotter and hotter. There was some desire within the eyes. Chen Feng did not notice the other party's gaze. Instead, he walked over to a few people who were paralyzed on the ground. "I warned you guys at the beginning not to try to touch my girlfriend, but instead of listening, you guys have provoked me countless times. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Saying that, Chen Feng kicked again, and of course did not expect that Chen Feng actually still refused to let himself go. The other party squealed as he was kicked, and his entire face became unusually ugly. Incredibly, he took a step back. The few people next to him also fell to the ground, and the other party felt like all the bones in his body were going to be misplaced. Chen Feng's strike and its viciousness. The other people looked at Chen Feng with a face of fear. Their faces became abnormally ugly. How could this happen? How could this happen? Their eyes widened incredulously. In the beginning, they had thought that Chen Feng was a soft target. As a result, they hadn't expected to hit a hard board. A few people stumbled as they desperately tried to get out, but the door at this time had already been closed by Chen Feng. Shutting the door and beating the dog, this was a very good choice. Li Bingbing on the side also looked at this scene with cold eyes. If placed before, Li Bingbing might have stopped it, but seeing the greedy expressions of these few people, Li Bingbing knew that these few people were rushing towards themselves. If Chen Feng had not been here today, What exactly would have happened? She could not even think about it. Li Bingbing wasn't a saintly mother. These few people had such thoughts about themselves, so she naturally couldn't possibly excuse these few people. Li Bingbing turned her head to look at her cousin. Originally, she thought that her cousin was just a little bit jealous, but as a result, she didn't expect that the other party would actually do such a thing. It was really disappointing. I'm telling you, I can forgive you for all those things before, but I absolutely cannot forgive you for this matter. At this moment, Li Bingbing was standing in front of her cousin. The cousin slightly cowered. The cousin could feel the aura from Li Bingbing's body. The other party hadn't expected Li Bingbing to have such a strong aura either, and the entire person was startled, but they quickly reacted. The other party silently nodded. Even if he didn't nod now, there was nothing he could do. Li Bingbing saw the other party's action and let out a cold laugh. Even though the other party made such a move, Li Bingbing knew that this person's heart was very unconvinced. Go. Having already given them a lesson, there was no need for the two to stay here. Saying that, the two people left the place. When the two of them left, the surface viciously looked at their backs as they left, and the few people on the ground also slowed down. They angrily climbed up and turned their heads to look at their cousins, their eyes filled with anger. What now? Said a few people as they kept closing in on the few girls in front of them. The few girls in front of them didn't expect them to turn out like this either. The few people were so scared that they lost their colors. What are you guys doing? I told you guys, don't come over. But these few people didn't listen at all. If it wasn't for the words of the few women in front of them, they wouldn't have been so humiliated. To actually be knocked to the ground by a tiny Chin Fong. This was the most humiliating moment in their lives. A few people naturally couldn't swallow this bad anger. But now, they could only vent their anger on these few girls. However, Chen Fong and Li Bingbing had already walked away. Chapter 77, The Lion's Bounty. Even if there were screams coming from behind them, they wouldn't be able to hear them. After leaving the place, Chen Fong sent Li Bingbing back home. Be careful when you go home alone. These people are vindictive personalities. You just offended them. I'm afraid that when you go home, they'll strike out at you. Seeing Li Bingbing's worried expression, Chen Fong put a comforting pat on the other party's shoulder. Just rest assured. Can't you see my ability? Said Chen Fong as he patted his chest with conviction. Seeing the other party's appearance, Li Bingbing snorted and burst out laughing. I see. With that, Li Bingbing left the place. Chen Fong also turned his head and prepared to go home. However, after not walking for long, at the heels of a small alley, several people suddenly blocked themselves in front of him. Chen Fong frowned slightly, wondering what these few people meant. What is the meaning of you guys? Chen Fong did not recognize the few people in front of him, but looking at their fierce and vicious appearance, he knew that they were here to pick a fight. You're the kid who made my brother look like that. Following the other party's gaze, Chen Fong saw a familiar person. This was the person who was inside the KTV just now, and it was the man who had been most miserably beaten by himself. Chen Fong sneered. These people were really quick to recover. He hadn't even gone home yet, and these people were able to find someone to surround him. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hung a cold smile. That's right, I did this thing. So what? Said Chen Fong with a provocative look between his eyebrows. Hearing the other party's words, these few people were furious. They hadn't expected Chen Fong to be so arrogant either. The entire person's hair stood up in anger. The other party probably didn't expect Chen Fong to be so stiff either. Since this was the case, a few people glanced at each other. A snort escaped from the corners of their mouths, completely not putting Chen Fong in their eyes. Several people quickly rushed over and surrounded Chen Fong in the center. It was Chen Fong who did not have the slightest bit of fear within his eyes. Even if these few people were ferociously strangling in front of him, he hummed and laughed disdainfully. With just a few of you? But it's just a bunch of little minions, said this Chen Fong rubbing his fist. The strength of these few people were a little heavier than the others, but they couldn't make any big waves in front of Chen Fong. Chen Fong snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. These few people also saw the look in Chen Feng's eyes. They were extremely angry. One after another, they rushed over, but without exception, all of them were knocked to the ground by Chen Fong. It was as if Chen Fong had guessed the trajectory of their attacks. In just one fell swoop, he had knocked them all to the ground. Chen Fong glanced at them lightly and snorted coldly. Just a few of you. It's better not to come out and embarrass yourselves. With that, Chen Fong left the area. A person also did not expect Chen Fong to be so powerful and would say such words in front of them. A few people were furious, and a hint of viciousness flashed in their eyes. Since this is the case, it is necessary to bring out that thing, said the man next to him, scowling at the other one. A flash of hesitation flashed through the other one's eyes. The other person was still torn between taking it out or not, but seeing that Chen Fong was going to walk away, if they didn't take it out now, they might not have a chance later, so they quickly took out their weapons. Chen Fong also sensed a hint of something and turned his head at the other party coming over, but in an instant, only to see a dagger brush past his face. This dagger Chen Feng had also seen before. This a decorative knife sold inside the scenic area. Originally, such a knife would not have an open edge, but they bought sharpening stones inside privately, so now the knife is sharpened. If you get scratched, one might get tetanus and die. Chen Feng would never let such a thing happen to his head. The moment the other party's knife reached out, Chen Feng directly knocked the knife away. The opponent had not expected Chen Feng to be so fast. With a bam, the knife directly fell to the ground. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. That's all you guys are capable of. With that, Chen Feng left the place. Nowadays, it was a society with the rule of law, not to mention that there weren't any surveillance cameras here, so even if the other party took out a knife to threaten himself, there was no way for one to call the police, but it was possible to teach them a lesson. But now was not the best time. Right now Chen Feng had other things to do. Just now, someone from Zhonghaitian sent over a message. They said that there was a business problem over there. Chen Feng needed to personally go and solve it. Chen Feng was now in a hurry to go to Zhonghai Heaven. There was no time to care about these people. These people ate a turtle. One by one, their faces were unusually ugly. How is this kid so powerful? A few people stared incredulously. There was a bit of awe inside their eyes. Who knows? Didn't you say that this kid is quite a rookie? Saying this, the few people turned their heads to look at the man who had brought himself here. The man also didn't expect that the few of them didn't have any way to take Chen Feng. Facing the questioning of the crowd, he stammered, unable to say a word, and Chen Feng managed to arrive at Zhonghaitian. As soon as he entered, he heard the sounds of discussion coming from inside. What contract do I need to sign in person? After entering, Chen Feng asked indifferently. Seeing Chen Feng come over, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of several people. This contract is a bit complicated. I think you should take a look at it first. With that, he pushed the contract in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng carefully observed it and originally had a smile on his face, but after reading this contract, the smile on his face completely disappeared. Chen Feng was furious to the extreme. What do these people mean? Are they here to talk about cooperation? Or do they want to make themselves give Zhonghaitian away? The others let out a long sigh. To be honest, they hadn't expected the other party to be so ambitious, to actually really put the reckoning on their heads. But this person's forces were also very strong. If most of the other party's forces were all abroad, so in the country looks mediocre. But those who know the inside know, this person is not easy to deal with. Very bad to deal with. Do we need to talk to them? Actually, Chen Feng did not want to talk to them. After all, these people were really Leonizing, wanting too much. But seeing the apprehensive looks of the people around him, Chen Feng probably also understood the identity of this person. It also meant that they had to talk amongst themselves. Otherwise, there might be a lot of trouble after one's death. Chen Feng sighed helplessly as a flash of annoyance flashed inside his eyes. Chapter 78 Help. Chen Feng had probed today, and there was an additional point of true qi in his body. It was not the same as the original aura in his body. This belonged to a foreign substance. Although it was able to increase his strength, it could not be fully integrated with his spiritual energy. If one was not careful with its application, it was very likely that one would explode and die. It didn't matter if he died himself, but what he was afraid of was the trouble it would bring to his family after death. It was imperative to take care of this matter now. When is the appointment to meet? Chen Feng slowly asked, and the other party's face did not look very good. This was because the other party also knew that this matter, if agreed to, it would be a great loss for them. But a meeting was still necessary. Slightly, he sighed. You can make an appointment to meet in the evening, but you have to be mentally prepared. Their side, the man wanted to speak. Seeing the other party's entangled appearance, Chen Feng frowned slightly. Just say what you have to say. The people over there are rather fierce, and they are always aggressive whenever they come to negotiate. This is their usual style, so you should be prepared. But they are just being aggressive with their mouths. They won't actually do anything, and we will protect you. Hearing the other party's words, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly as he nodded vigorously. I know. Don't worry guys. The two made an appointment for the afternoon. After taking a slight break here, Chen Feng turned his head to the conference room. Although the people over there were fierce, they were not in the habit of being late, so a few people still came to the conference room on time. When they saw Chen Feng, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. After all, they had been talking about cooperation with a few other people before. Never had they seen Chen Feng before. A few people looked Chen Feng up and down, disdain flickering inside their eyes. Why is a brat coming over today? The tone of the leader was very impatient. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly as he snorted coldly. I represent Zhonghaitian and have come to talk to you about cooperation, so just talk to me if you have anything to say. Although Chen Feng was young looking, his aura was no less than any other person. A few people froze for a moment and eventually compromised. I think the contract has already been sent to you by the people on my side. Take a look at it and sign it if there's nothing wrong with it. The person in front of him was smug, as if working with Chen Feng was a gift to Chen Feng. A hint of displeasure flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. He sort of knew why the man would say something like that. These few people were indeed quite arrogant. However, they were only verbally arrogant and cocky. Chen Feng still did not take their words to heart. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. I've read that contract you guys are talking about. I don't know if you guys have read it yourselves. Do you think that if such a contract was put on any person, they would agree to it? They also did not expect Chen Feng to say such words. After all, with their strength, even with such a contract, the pair of dialects should not violate it. Moreover, they also knew that the person who was talking about cooperation this time was not Wei Zhanghai, which was why they dared to put out such a contract. It didn't occur to them that they had run into a hard case this time. A few people glanced at each other, and a trace of displeasure flashed across their eyes. This is the contract we finally planned out. What do you mean by that? Is it unwilling to cooperate with us? The other party's words carried a few threats in them. Hearing such words, Chen Feng sneered. Then there was no need for them to continue talking. He was not a soft persimmon to be savaged. Since that's the case, then there's no need to continue talking between us. Let's end our cooperation here. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. Those few people looked at each other in dismay. The appointment between them hadn't lasted more than half an hour. How could the cooperation have blown up? Originally, they just wanted to mention the price. By the way, to knock this young man, unexpectedly, this young man was so soft and hard that he didn't even finish listening to their words before turning his head and leaving the place. This caused a few of them to become infuriated and stared viciously at Chen Feng's departing back. In their view, Chen Feng was just a substitute for others who were inconvenient to appear. It wasn't a person of noble status at all. So naturally, they did not place Chen Feng in their eyes. However, they were still dumbfounded that Chen Feng had left so readily. Chen Feng turned his head and left the place, and hadn't been gone for long when he suddenly received a call. Chen Feng frowned slightly and picked up the phone. Su Ning's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Ning's voice was extremely anxious. Where are you right now? Can you come over and do me a favor? Hearing the other party's words, Chen Feng was silent for a moment, eventually choosing to nod. After all, Chen Feng and Su Ning were also friends, so if the other party asked him to help, he would naturally go. So following the address given by the other party, he soon arrived next to a street, only to see Su Ning standing next to a small stall with her stomach covered. Seeing Chen Feng come over, a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Although Su Ning was the dean, but every time he had to go outside for public welfare to help people look sick, and every time, she would set up a small stall. But this time it was unfortunate that something had suddenly happened inside the family, but he was unwilling to stop. That's why he called Chen Feng over. Luckily, Chen Feng had come over, otherwise there would really be no other way. Can you help me look at this stall? Seeing the thirst in Su Ning's eyes, Chen Feng sighed slightly. He didn't have anything to do in the afternoon anyway, and it was also considered giving the other party a favor. Yes, do you have something urgent? Yes, something happened to my lady, so I need to hurry over. Alright, don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Su Ning naturally trusted Chen Feng very much. A flash of gratitude flashed in her eyes, and with a firm nod, she turned her head and left the place. Chen Feng stood in front of the stall. This place was specialized in taking pulse, and Su Ning was very sure, so there was also a sign in front of the stall, specialized in pulse taking. Don't pay if you're not right. The money he charged was also relatively small, $10. For many people it is just the money for a milk tea, so most people come here. If you meet some old people who really can't afford to pay $10, you can still help him get a free consultation. No one noticed Chen Feng's stall at first, so Chen Feng was also bored sitting on a chair playing with his cell phone. But it didn't take long before a few people suddenly came in front of Chen Feng. These few people seemed to be filming something. The people in the back were holding cameras, and the person at the beginning was a man in his 20s. Chapter 79, Finding Fault. The man was a small netizen known here, but Chen Feng did not recognize him. The other party belonged to a store scouting blogger, who by the way also did a fake video. Today's theme was to specialize in exploring those street-side fortune tellers. After all, most fortune tellers were all fake. But he hadn't come across any even after walking around so much. Now that he had easily come across Chen Feng, he naturally would not let go. Liu sized up the stall in front of Chen Feng with disdain in his eyes. Worthy of being a scum who solicited money. Even this stall was exactly the same as those fortune tellers out there who cheated money. He finally found it today, and it wasn't a waste of his trip. Liu turned on the live broadcast. The popularity inside the live broadcast room was originally very little. After all, it had been a long time since he had found the stall. Everyone didn't want to wait either, now that it was hard to find. Because of this act, the popularity inside the live broadcast room skyrocketed, and everyone couldn't wait to see Liu punch the fortune teller in the face. Liu coughed slightly. I heard that you can tell fortunes here? Chen Feng frowned tightly. I'm sorry, I'm not a fortune teller here either. I'm just taking a pulse and looking at diseases here. Li Yu ignored his words. After all, pulse reading and fortune telling were similar. Both were liars and tricksters. Want to come for a bit? No money for not being allowed. Li Yu grunted coldly. Then take a look for me. Saying that, Li Yu stretched her hand out in front of Chen Feng, and the people next to her received Li Yu's eyes. They obediently moved the camera to the front, allowing the audience inside the live broadcast room to see more clearly. Look at this viewpoint. This guy seems to be pretty good looking. It's a pity. How come he's doing this kind of thing? Yes, such a handsome guy, but he had to go over to cheat people. But why do I feel that he looks like he's a bit familiar? Who cares if he's familiar or not? He's a scammer anyway. Sit back and wait for the punch in the face. Chen Feng put his hand on Li Yu's arm, savoring the pulse of his men. A moment later, Chen Feng took his hand off. Chen Feng did not say anything. A tangle flashed inside his eyes. Chen Feng could also see that the other party was broadcasting live. That was why he also hesitated to say such things in front of the audience in the live broadcast. Are you sure you want me to say it? This behavior appeared to be a fox and tiger in Li Yu's eyes. Li Yu's eyes were full of smugness. It looked like he had found the right one today. This guy was really a liar. He obviously couldn't see anything, but he was still pretending here. Of course, you can't see nothing, can you? Pretending here? As the words fell, Li Yu revealed a hint of an impish smile. I told you that this liar must not be capable of anything. It's true. The kind on the street that sees patients everyone should still not trust. There was a flood of abuse inside the live broadcast room. Since the other party had said so, there was no need for Chen Feng to hide it. Chen Feng cleared his throat. You haven't been sleeping well every day lately, right? Sometimes you still wake up suddenly when you sleep in the middle of the night, and when you walk on the road, your legs get weak when you walk. Hearing this, the gloating expression on Li Yu's face disappeared. What Chen Feng said was all true. Could it be that Chen Feng really had two skills? Impossible. This must be a coincidence. Chen Feng did not care about the expression on the other party's face either. Continuing to speak. This is a sign of kidney deficiency, so I suggest eating more tonic things. As these two words were spoken, all of them froze in a split second. The people watching around them laughed out loud. I didn't hear it wrong. Actually saying that this person has a kidney deficiency. Not only that, the people inside the live broadcast room also laughed out loud. Too funny. How dare this guy say anything? Li Yu was furious with a reddened face, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets as she looked at Chen Feng ferociously. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still a live broadcast, he was afraid that as soon as Chen Feng's words came out, he would have rushed over to give Chen Feng a lesson. Let this brat know what to say and what not to say. Sure enough, a liar. There is a knack for nonsense. Let me tell you, my body is fine. Chen Feng sneered. There were always these people without self-awareness. I said, not allowed to not want money. If you don't want to believe it, forget it. Anyway, it's not me who has teenage gray hair and a sore back at 3 in the afternoon every day. The moment these words came out, Chen Feng's expression instantly froze on his face, panic visible to the naked eye. This was something that could be called a coincidence before, but Chen Feng had already stated the exact time, so how could this be a coincidence? It's hard to believe that. No, it was not easy for the popularity of the live room to recover now. If he said that this kid was right now, the popularity of his live room would definitely be lost. Li Yu collected the color in his eyes for a moment, and then returned to the arrogant and domineering appearance at the beginning. Dead liar, lies won't even say. I'll tell you, Lao Zi's body is good. All those symptoms you said are not there, said Li Yu and yelled. Everyone come and take a look. This dead liar who has tarnished the reputation of Chinese medicine. Li Yu's voice was very loud. There were already people around who were watching. Adding his voice attracted even more people. Some people heard Li Yu's words and didn't understand what was going on, but with righteous indignation they rushed to point at Chen Feng. This young man is not good at what he does. Coming out to cheat people, he really doesn't know how to be ashamed. Looks like a man. Didn't expect to be such a morally corrupt person. Chen Feng smiled without saying anything. This person in front of him was dead unwilling to admit it. Then it didn't matter. It was only $10 anyway. There was also no need for him to deceive the other party for $10. Just at this moment, a man suddenly ran over. The other party's eyes were filled with gratitude, but after looking around, he didn't find the person he was looking for. Seeing the look in the man's eyes, Chen Feng also knew what the other party was looking for. Are you looking for the old man who was here just now? Hearing the other party's words, the man nodded vigorously. Just now, that old man had something going on at home and went out to take care of things, so I'm helping him look at the stall now. So it turns out, the man's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank him for me. If it wasn't for him, my mother-in-law might have passed away. Luckily you took the pulse accurately and sent it to the hospital in time, saving a life. Hearing the other person's words, The other people took in a long breath of cool air. However, they were still unwilling to believe this person's words. After all, the timing of this person's appearance was just too coincidental. It looked as if Chen Feng had purposely hired a trust to prove his strength. A few of them glanced at each other. A cold snort escaped from inside their noses. Look at this. In order to deceive me, he even found a trust. This person is really shameless. Chapter 80, Slap in the Face. A hint of annoyance flashed inside Chen Feng's eyes. He had already said it many times, but it was as if this person didn't have long ears. He hadn't heard a single word he said in his heart. More and more people gathered around. Everyone was in the mindset of watching. Many people whispered and pointed at Chen Feng. When Su Ning returned, this was the scene he saw. What happened? Seeing Su Ning come over, Chen Feng let out a long sigh, and then told the other party what had happened. At these words, Su Ning's face flushed red. It was supposed to be an act of public service, and it hadn't happened when he was here himself. Originally, he had planned to let Chen Feng watch for a little while, but as a result, he hadn't thought that just for a little while, such a thing had happened. Su Ning's eyes were filled with guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that just by letting you help look at it for a little while, something like this would happen. Saying that, Su Ning turned her head to look at Li Yu. I'm sorry, we are acting in the public interest here. Since you don't want to, just leave. Just now, she heard Chen Feng say that the man in front of her had done something, so Su Ning did not have a good tone when she said this. Hearing Su Ning's words, the other man frowned tightly. He didn't recognize Su Ning and continued to yell. What's the matter? It's a bunch of liars in the first place, and you're not allowed to say anything about it. I see that you're an old man who's a liar as well. As soon as these words came out, an old man in the crowd suddenly rushed out on his crutches. The old man stared viciously at Li Yu as if he had said something treacherous. You actually dare to question Dean Su? Do you know what his status is? He is the dean of the Huazhong Medical College, and the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. The moment the old man's words came out, the other people sucked in a breath of cool air. The words of the rest of them could be disbelieved, but these words had to be believed. Not to mention that Su Ning was carrying something that could prove his identity. The old man had already brightened his identity card on it as he spoke. Li Yu looked incredulously at the shock in front of him. His face was green and white, and the people inside the live broadcast room had also seen this scene. Originally the camera was aimed at the table. In an instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were much less. They were originally watching the fun, waiting for this guy to be punched in the face. As a result, it didn't occur to them that the one who was punched in the face was actually their own anchor. Their faces were also hot and painful, as if an invisible slap had been thrown into their faces. One must know that Dean Su did not go out to the clinic easily. Someone who wanted to find Dean Su to see a doctor would have to need a few twists and turns. It didn't occur to him that they had such a chance today and ended up doing such a thing. Most of the people inside the live broadcast room were aware of Dean Su. Moreover, they had once been remedied by Dean Su and admired this doctor very much. Now naturally, they wouldn't allow the others to discredit it. I see that this anchor isn't a good person either. Obviously people are licensed to practice. He's deliberately messing things up here and questioning people. I see that he searched for such a long time today and didn't find any of those fortune tellers. It's hard to come across one, so I guess he's trying to rub off on them. That's why he messed up this kind of thing. Such a person is also too shameless. Take it off. Take it off. As the people inside the live broadcast room continued to complain, a lot of private messages appeared in Li Yu's backstage, and most of them were all abusive. But the current Li Yu had no time to care about this matter. His whole person froze in place. How could he not expect? Obviously he thought well at the beginning. As a result, something like this suddenly happened. He sucked in a breath of cool air and his face became more and more ugly. Chen Feng just quietly looked at Li Yu. The other party couldn't help but take a step back. The current him no longer had the arrogant look he had at the beginning. The people around him were also pointing at him. The two people's identities had completely switched over. However, there were still some people in the surroundings who came over once they heard that it was Dean Su's stall. But at this time, Dean Su already didn't have the heart to rectify them, and tried hard to put on a smile. Sorry, today's public welfare activities are over. If everyone wants to find me for treatment, please go to the hospital. You should know that remediation here is only $10, while inside the hospital it might cost hundreds or thousands. Their eyes were filled with remorse inside. Had I known that I wouldn't have watched the fun here at the beginning? Had I known that I would have come over at the beginning? But regretting it now wouldn't help, since he was the one Dean Su had recognized. It meant that Chen Feng must have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, so they placed their hot gazes on Chen Feng. Seeing their gazes, Chen Feng instantly understood what they were trying to do. Chen Feng sneered. He still remembered what these people had just done. He was not that generous. Facing the hot gazes of the crowd, Chen Feng pretended not to see them. Since you've returned, I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Feng left the place. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he left, Dean Su had a complicated expression on his face. He could feel that Chen Feng's air pressure was very low. It should be because what had just happened had angered him. A trace of remorse flashed through Su Ning's eyes. He had seen Chen Feng's strength, and had wanted to befriend Chen Feng from the very beginning, and this time was also to promote the relationship between the two. As a result, he hadn't thought of making a mistake. After saying that, Su Ning looked viciously at Li Yu. If it wasn't because of this guy, there was no way that such a thing would have happened today. Li Yu's entire body took a step back, his face showing a nervous expression. He had sort of offended Dean Su today. It was important to know that Dean Su's acquaintances in the hospital were particularly numerous. It also meant that he had offended most of the people in the hospital. Once those people knew about this matter, if he had any illnesses in the future, I'm afraid those people would also refuse to treat him. A trace of trepidation flashed through Li Yu's eyes as he slowly arrived in front of Su Ning. Mumbling, Dean Su. Su Ning snorted coldly, pressing down on not wanting to talk to this person, turning his head and leaving the place. There wasn't much on top of the stall, slightly cleaned up, didn't even leave a glance for Li Yu. Chen Feng turned around and went to the parking lot. He was going to have dinner with his parents this afternoon. He had to go there early and buy a fish from the market on the way. Inside the home was Chen mother who was preparing the meal. Looked at her watch. There's still half an hour left. Son will be back. Are your things ready? Hearing the voice coming from the kitchen, Chen father outside the house nodded, satisfied. He looked at the fruits he had cut. It's all ready. As soon as the words fell, the doorbell on the side suddenly rang. Father Chen immediately put on a smile and opened the door. The man outside the door was dressed in a wretched outfit and said in a low voice, "Brother-in-law." Chapter 81, Borrowing Money. Father Chen frowned tightly. Why did you come over? The man in front of him was his brother-in-law and his wife's brother, but this was a distant relative, and furthermore, the family did not treat his wife well, so naturally, he didn't have a good face for this brother either. It had been more than 10 years since they had seen each other, and the man's corners of his eyes carried some wrinkles, and his entire person aged a dozen times. At first when he came over, Father Chen really didn't recognize the identity of the person in front of him. If he hadn't shouted out, I'm afraid he would have thought it was some neighbor who had walked through the wrong door. Who's here? Is it the son? Hearing the commotion coming from outside, Chen mother slowly asked. It's not. Before she could finish her words, Mother Chen walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Just as she walked into the living room, she saw her brother standing outside in a state of distress. At a glance, a hint of surprise flashed through Mother Chen's eyes and she took a long breath. Say what you have to say first. Close the door. The two took their seats on the sofa, with the younger brother sitting alone on the opposite side. Tell me, what is it that you came to see me about? Sister, can you lend me $1 million? Hearing this, Mother Chen's eyes widened incredulously. $1 million? We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You're asking me for $1 million now. Is it only when you need money that you can think of me? When one was at their lowest and most difficult, these people disappeared into thin air. Now that one's days were hardly better, they turned around and asked for money again. Where in this world could such a good thing happen? Please, I really don't have any other people to borrow from, and I really need this $1 million. Without this $1 million I will really die, said the man as he nearly knelt down, his entire eyes red. It didn't look like he was faking, but Mother Chen did not stop the other party. This $1 million was not a large sum for them though, but inexplicably giving it to their distant brother was still something that Chen mother had no way of accepting. If her brother was good to her, maybe this $1 million could be given to him, but this brother in front of her was unforgivable. He has been bullying himself since he was a child. After growing up, he also refused to let himself go. She had lived a painful life there for more than 20 years. How could those pains be forgotten? Now, he was actually shyly coming to ask for money from himself. This person really didn't know shame. Mother Chen was not a person with a soft heart. Even if the other party was begging bitterly, Mother Chen's face still did not change in any way. I'll just say one thing. I don't have $1 million. Go ask someone else for it, and don't come to my house in the future. After all, we severed our relationship long ago. After saying that, Chen mother waved her hand impatiently. The husband on the side understood Chen mother's heart and nodded slightly, but the younger brother in front of her still relied on not leaving, even picking at the table with both hands and half kneeling on the ground. This was the scene Chen Feng saw when he came in. A stranger was kneeling in front of his own mother, teary-eyed, constantly pleading for something. What's wrong is this? Seeing Chen Feng return, Mother Chen's face eased quite a bit. Nothing, just a stranger. Seeing Chen Feng come over, a bright light flashed in his brother's eyes. You're Chen Feng, aren't you? I'm your uncle. Chen Feng frowned tightly. He had not heard that he had an uncle. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Mother Chen. Mother Chen let out a long sigh. If in the past he was indeed your uncle, but now I have severed my relationship with him, so he is a stranger. With these words from his mother, Chen Feng gently nodded, since you and my mother have severed ties, you are a stranger and no longer my uncle. We are about to eat, so please return first. Chen Feng's tone was cold, as if his mouth was filled with ice. With Chen Feng's oppression, the other party silently blinked his eyes, and at first, he wanted to stay here, but when faced with Chen Feng's eyes, for some reason, a feeling of fear grew in his heart. This feeling made his heart extremely terrified. The entire person's face also became ugly. What's the matter? Still unwilling to leave? Want to stay here? These words were said as if he was about to stay in the Yellow Springs Road. No, 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 I'll leave now. I'll leave now. Because of the fear that was growing in his heart, it made his face turn ugly. In a hurry, he turned his head and left the place, although there was a great deal of unwillingness in his heart. But compared to this, it was still better to hurry up and save his life. After the man left, the other people were relieved inside their hearts. The meal was almost done, and there was still a fish that Chen Feng had brought. Chen Feng put the fish in the kitchen. Mother Chen collected the look on her face and remained kind when she looked at Chen Feng. The one just now. Chen Feng was torn for a moment, but in the end, he did not say what he wanted to ask. Mother Chen knew what Chen Feng wanted to ask, but now was not the time to speak. After dinner later, I'll tell you the cause of the matter. Hearing his mother's words, Chen Feng gently nodded and stopped pursuing the question. Soon, the last fish was ready. The last dish was brought to the table. Normally during meals, a few of them were chatting. There weren't a lot of rules in their family, and they could chat as much as they wanted when they were doing it. But today there wasn't anyone talking. Each was eating their respective meals in silence. After finishing the meal, Mother Chen went back to the kitchen to pack up her things. Chen Feng, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, originally wanting to help his own mother clean up together. But Chen mother was dead set against it, so he had no choice but to sit on the sofa and watch the TV. Dad, the person who just came. Chen Feng's words were interrupted by his father before he could finish. I know what you want to say. The person who came just now is your mother's brother. To be exact, it is indeed your uncle, but when your mother was young, your uncle often bullied your mother and later severed the relationship. When our family was screwed some years ago, they all disappeared one by one. None of them came over to help. Just now they came over to us. They wanted to borrow $1 million. Hearing his father's words, Chen Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. This person was really shameless. When his family was in trouble, the other party did not do a single favor. Now in turn, he was asking for $1 million. Fortunately, the mother was a person who knew how to be reasonable, and did not give $1 million to the other side. Otherwise, this grievance Chen Feng really could not swallow. Chen Feng's face eased up quite a bit, but for some reason, he always felt that the other party would not let it go. In short, he still had to be careful. Chapter 82 Settlement. After handling the dishes inside the kitchen, Mother Chen slowly walked out and saw the father and son duo sitting on the sofa watching TV. A smile surfaced on her face. What are you two talking about? Seeing his mother come out, Chen Feng specially moved to the side to leave a place for his mother. Discussing about the person just now. When did this uncle roughly show up? Today, I guess. I haven't even seen him a while ago. Somehow, he knew the address of our house. A trace of remorse flashed through Mother Chen's eyes. Her address was very deeply hidden. Basically not many people knew it. It was unknown where this guy had gotten the address from. How's your job these days? Hearing his mother's question, Chen Feng let out a long sigh, a smile on his face. The recent work has been handled smoothly. But Mom, I met an acquaintance. Saying this, he wrote the name of this person on a piece of paper. When Mother Chen saw this person's name, her face changed drastically, and her entire body stared incredulously. He's actually still alive. Where is he now? Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Just rest assured. You leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it properly. Chen Feng did not say where he was now. It just spoke silently. Seeing the certainty in Chen Feng's eyes, Mother Chen was silent for a moment before finally nodding. I see. Then let's leave this matter to you to resolve. Anyway, the child is older. It's time to help us. As she said this, Mother Chen's tone carried a hint of relief within it. Chen Feng still had some things to take care of, so he greeted his parents and left the place. However, not long after walking out, he turned back again. Didn't you go to work? Why are you back again? Chen mother slowly asked. Chen Feng let out a light laugh and held a piece of paper on top of the table. My next jobs are written on this. I forgot to take it when I was packing up just now, so it turned out. Then I'll leave first. Remember not to open the door when someone knocks in the future. Hearing Chen Feng's instructions, Chen father and Chen mother nodded vigorously. Chen Feng didn't leave for long and walked inside a corner and dialed the phone number of Zhong Haitian. The person who answered the phone was a small assistant. I'm Chen Feng. I'm sending you a picture of a person. You arrange for someone to watch over him and don't let him come into contact with my parents. This assistant was Wei Zhenghai's assistant, although he also knew all about Chen Feng. It was a trustworthy person. That was why Chen Feng had left most of the things to the other party to take care of. I know, just don't worry. As Chen Feng's photo was sent over, the people from the technical department immediately investigated the person's identity, and sent all the identity information to Wei Zhenghai's mailbox. At this moment, Wei Zhenghai had just returned to his office, and at a glance, he saw the newly received email. On it was written in detail the things that Chen Feng had requested. Looking at the person, a trace of surprise flashed through Wei Zhenghai's eyes. The person in front of him he also recognized. This person was supposed to be in another city. He didn't know when he had come here. If he didn't remember correctly, at that time, this person had also intervened in the destruction of the Chen family. Although it wasn't much, there was always a part of his responsibility. Wei Zhenghai let out a long sigh, and after investigating what happened, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This person was really capable, actually daring to lay hands on the young master's parents. He even had the audacity to ask the other party to give him $1 million, wanting this $1 million to be used to buy a life, just afraid that he didn't have the life to spend this sum of money. I know, this matter, I will handle it properly. Hearing the other party's words, the assistant immediately sent the reply to Chen Feng. With Wei Zhenghai handling this matter, Chen Feng was much more relieved. On the other side, the man wanted to repeat his trick, but he hadn't had the time to reach the Big Mom's doorway. A few black-clothed men suddenly appeared and blocked his advance. The man took a slight step back, thinking that these few black-clothed men were from Big Mom's house. He immediately accompanied them with a smile. I know the owner of this house. Before the words were finished, a few suited bodyguards coldly grunted and directly ripped the man into the car. The man kept struggling along the way, but the people next to him deadlocked his mouth. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't make any sound. The man was forced into the van. Looking around at the people in suits, those people were all powerful. The muscles above their arms were clearly visible. What do you guys want? I'll tell you, you're breaking the law with this behavior. I can call the police anytime. Hearing the other party's words, these people snorted with disdain. This man was really a wimp. Even after saying such hard words, his entire body was still shaking non-stop. You've offended someone you shouldn't have, you know? Hearing the other party's words, the man hadn't reacted yet. His head was in a state of downtime. What do you mean by that? The man next to him watched the man not react and ran out of patience, staring viciously at the man. If you dare to provoke this family again, don't blame us for not being polite. We are always around. You don't want to escape our eyes. Once these words came out, the man could sort of understand who these people were sent over. It was actually Chen Feng who had sent them over. A flash of viciousness flashed across the man's eyes. This Chen Feng was really capable, actually having guessed that he would be up to his old tricks. So he had specially found a group of people to keep an eye on him. Facing so many people, the man didn't dare to make a move and immediately accompanied with a smile. I know, don't worry guys, I will definitely not do this kind of thing in the future. Having said that, these people still had no thoughts of letting him go. The man's forehead seeped out cold sweat, and the whole person fidgeted. Although the car was not moving, but the eyes of several people around him were all focused on his body. This kind of sight made his back go cold, giving him a creepy feeling. I've promised, can I go now? The man still didn't say anything. The man could only continue to sit in the car, his entire back already drenched in cold sweat. Only after a few moments did the person in the lead slowly speak. You can go down now. Don't forget what we just said to you. The people above did not tell them to do anything to the man. They just told them to keep an eye on the man and not let him get close to Chen Feng's parents. So naturally, they wouldn't move the man, just staring at him silently. But if the guy was still dead set in his ways, then it would be necessary for them to take some action. Looking at the man's gradually distant back, the person leading the group said to the other few people, you guys watch him in batches, make sure to keep an eye on him. This is something sent over from above. There will be a bonus after success. Hearing the other person's words, the eyes of several other people flashed with delight. One must know that the bonuses given for this kind of thing in general were quite a lot, enough to let them get away with it for a while. Chapter 83, The Perfect End. Now, he only needed to find that distant relative, and he himself would be able to reclaim the Chun family with his iron fist. The others had basically all been found, and now if one wanted to find that distant relative, it would be an easy task. The few remaining people had all gotten their due punishment, and it was just that person who had usurped them in the first place. The other party looked like an invisible person, but in the middle of this scramble, the other party had put in more effort than the others. If it wasn't for him, they naturally wouldn't have known where the documents were placed. At this moment, Wei Zhenghai had already sent all the information to Chen Feng's cell phone. Chen Feng looked down at the location that the other party had sent over and let out a light smile. Great! Finally found it. It was not in vain that he had delayed for such a long time. Not only was there a message sent over from Zhong Haitian's side, there was also a message sent over from the Li family. After spending so much time together, Elder Li was finally unable to sit still. Along with Chen Feng becoming more and more powerful, there were also more and more women around Chen Feng. Originally, Chen Feng was Elder Li's hand-picked granddaughter-in-law, although he had been introduced to many people, but after all, the two hadn't gotten engaged yet. Elder Li was very frightened in his heart. What if Chen Feng became powerful and couldn't see his granddaughter? He did not want to let go of such a granddaughter-in-law. He planned to ask Chen Feng to come to his home to have a good talk. He had to go to the Li family at 9 o'clock in the evening, but now it was only 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still several hours left. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth rose. It's already enough. Following the address on top of his cell phone, Chen Feng drove quickly to the bottom of an old neighborhood. A large portion of the wall skin of the neighborhood had fallen off, looking unusually mottled. The location of the neighborhood was not very good, and the sunlight did not shine in, giving off a damp and gloomy smell. A man was leaning against a corner smoking a cigarette. His mustache that hadn't been cut for days was stained with a bit of smoke. Damn, when will I get a woman that beautiful? The man indignantly kicked the stone next to him and let out a long sigh. The cigarette in his hand burned quickly, but in a few moments' time it had burned to his fingers, and the rolling sensation brought the man back to his senses in a daze. Unfamiliar gazes were focused on his own body. Following the gazes, the man saw Chen Feng in a suit. Looking at the familiar cheeks, a flash of panic flashed in the man's eyes, followed by a sigh of relief. It can't be him. He's not that young. Reacting, the man stared viciously at Chen Feng and spat. You're looking at your mom? Why don't you hurry up and get the hell out of here? Chen Feng moved his pace, advancing slowly. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to hide in this place to languish. What? Are you feeling guilty because you betrayed your own relatives? At these words, Chen Feng stared incredulously. How did you know? Who the hell are you? Chen Feng let out a light laugh. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know all those things you did before. The man's panic was visible to the naked eye as he silently clenched his fists and quietly observed his surroundings. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chen Feng violently rushed forward, his clenched fists waving with tiger-like vigor. Chen Feng sneered. Just by you? It was just a small minion. Without any effort, Chen Feng caught the fist that the other party had punched over. His 5 fingers contracted, and the sound of clicking and breaking bones came from his palm. The intense pain caused the man to stifle his screams. Let go of your ing hand. The man exerted his force, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could yank his hand out of Chen Feng's grip. Come with me. You're the only one missing. What do you mean by that? All the people he had gathered, except for the one who was already in the station, and that Su family. These two were the only ones missing now. I advise you to better tell me all the things you did before. I can still barely be able to let you live. Otherwise, even if you can live, this arm of yours is afraid that you won't be able to survive. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the man wanted to sneer, but looking at Chen Feng's eyes, he of course knew that the other party was not lying. Besides, just as Chen Feng had said, in fact, he had been hiding here for so many years that he couldn't sleep or eat well. He also knew that when he was involved in the cooperation before, one person was pushed into the sea by them, and that these people were inhumane. So after the matter was done, he immediately left there. He was also afraid that he would be the next one. Now Chen Feng's appearance caused him to let out a long sigh. So many years of hiding in the east had finally been discovered. Alright, I'll go over with you. It did not occur to the man to speak so easily and loosely. Chen Feng saw the exhaustion in the other man's eyes until the man was all pretense just now. The current man was the real him. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier? Chen Feng brought Chen Feng to the Zhonghaitian office. Wei Zhanghai had already received the news and was waiting there. It wasn't just Wei Zhanghai who was waiting, there was another man as well. Seeing the familiar man standing in front of him, a hint of fear flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. He didn't know if the person in front of him was a human or a ghost. Aren't you already dead? How did you appear here? Speaking of this matter, the man's heart was incomparably angry. I was lucky to survive. I didn't think that those few people would actually be gracious enough to return the favor. We wished them to get so much money, and they backhandedly tried to exterminate us. Chen Feng looked up at Wei Zhanghai. I'll leave the matters here to you. I'm going to make a trip to the Li family. Hearing the other party's words, Wei Zhanghai nodded. Don't worry, young master, leave this place to me. I will definitely handle this matter properly. The Chen family's people had basically gone in, and the current company was just a shell company. With Zhonghaitian strength, buying this shell company out was no big deal, but just buying the Chen family down wasn't enough to seal the crowd's languid mouths. Need to restore the previous things. It needs to be made into a video and posted online. Chen Feng had already driven to the Li family. When Elder Li saw Chen Feng come over, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You're finally here. The main reason I called you over today is to discuss the matter of the engagement of the two of you. Speaking of this matter, Chen Feng's cheeks blushed slightly. There were too many things that had arisen during this period of time, and he didn't actually spend much time with Li Bingbing, but in the process of getting along, he also knew Li Bingbing's character. Chen Feng gently smiled. Master, you can't ask me alone about this matter, even if I promise. Bingbing may not necessarily promise. I promise. A familiar voice came. I said, I promise. Seeing Li Bingbing walk over, a hint of surprise flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. Fine, fine. Since both of you have promised, let's choose a day. Tomorrow. The day was set. The next day, as the engagement banquet began, a video also swept the internet. They hadn't thought that the original Chen family that they had envied in the beginning was actually the fake Chen family, and the person they had always disliked was the real Chen family's young master. Those who had previously trolled Chen Feng were extremely regretful in their hearts, but Chen Feng had no time to care about them either. Looking towards the Chen family's parents on the stage, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Anyway, he had gotten a complete family. There was also a beautiful girlfriend. Those 10 years in the mountains had not been in vain. This was enough.